Imagine, if you will, a world where individuals are perpetually confronted by a blank white wall, but only a select few can glimpse the vast expanse beyond, indulging in hues that the ordinary person could scarcely conceive throughout their lifetime. Ah, indeed, this is precisely what I wish to convey. They have either succumbed to madness or met their demise. Chapter 1. Prologue, a scrawled letter. To my esteemed grandfather, I hope this message finds you in good health. After a rather arduous journey through the snow lasting over 10 days, I have finally procured a somewhat acceptable desk and chair to compose this letter to you. Mr. Anderson, should you be reading this on my behalf, please do not take offense. I assure you, there exists no paper or pen capable of producing the ornate letters you taught. The mere fact that I found these supplies is thanks to the snowstorm that ensnared several itinerant merchants in this obscure village. They took quite some time to unearth this seemingly fragile PENAS for the paper. It was what I carried with me, though it unfortunately became damp at a few sheets while I attempted to dry them. Tragically turned to ash, but thankfully my message is brief. Now, to the matter at hand. I was unable to meet the so-called talented sorcerer whom you mentioned earlier, the one you had me invite as some form of enlightener if I recall correctly. He has recently acquired a nickname, something akin to the Firehand of Winding Port, which he received merely a fortnight before my arrival. Notably, when a few scholars, who were not rendered unconscious by fear, escorted him to the physician, some small props fell from his singed sleeve rumored to be connected to his earlier so-called sorcery. Absent any unforeseen circumstances, the revelations from his less-than-astute apprentice would have sufficed to incarcerate both of them in the peculiar seawater prison of Winding Port. However, it appears he may never have the opportunity to investigate whether the tales of the supernatural hold any truth. The doctor has indicated that Mr. Firehand did not survive the amputation surgery. As for how it escalated to such drastic measures, one can only lament the unfortunate turn of events. Truth be told, I'm aware you will likely chide me with your usual adage of it never hurts to try. Since my childhood, you have regaled me with tales of peculiar occurrences on the battlefield, featuring individuals wielding fire and light. Mr. Anderson also relishes your narratives as he assists in your scholarly pursuits. In my humble opinion, when you dispatch them, you must not have scrutinized them closely. Even if there existed a sorcerer, surely they would have been whisked away by those of higher stature, rather than parading through Winding Port to perform sorcery for scholars. Space is limited, and though I would like to transcribe Mr. Anderson's assignments, I find myself lacking sufficient paper. I intend to remain in this village for a few days, while Cousin Ryan will set off ahead. Once he delivers this letter to you, I shall await a few more days before returning home. Signed, Kraft. Chapter 2. A Whirl of Two Souls. Kraft awoke with a throbbing headache, reminiscent a night spent in revelry following an examination, only to find himself sprawled upon a letter. Though the light was dim, he could still discern a corner of the paper dampened by saliva, rendering several letters in the slightly yellowed, coarse paper indistinct. Beside the letter lay a fountain pen, despite the ink on its nib having dried and clumped. It was evident that this pen was not the one he had acquired for 20 yuan from an online vendoress was a remnant of modern industry, albeit not so primitive as to be entirely unserviceable. His numbed hand felt the fine splinters on the pen's shaft. Wielding this pen would likely rival the antics of a certain dark arts professor from Harry Potter. Of course, this pen's peculiarity paled in comparison to his own bizarre behavior. His bleary eyes scanned the letters open Ninglo, and behold, an English letter addressed to his grandfather? At least it appeared to be in English. The very act of writing an English letter to a grandfather who had never learned the language in his rural life was so perplexing that it nearly made him question whether he was engaged in a tedious English test. Instinctively, Kraft reached into his pocket, only to find it utterly devoid of contents. He felt certain he should possess some hard object, and this emptiness was disconcerting. So, he rubbed his eyes and instinctively surveyed his surroundings, searching for the elusive item he craved. He rose fluidly, experiencing no hint of post-sitting dizziness, nor his legs numb. His body leaned forward, and he breathed deeply, strong and vigorous. As the air expelled extinguished the candled eye in the darkness, he stretched, relishing the invigorating sensation of his limbs in motion, a feeling he had not experienced in quite some time. He navigated towards the bedside, guided by a subconscious familiarity with the dark, momentarily surprising himself with precise accuracy as he settled onto the edge of the bed. Lifting the covers in preparation for a proper slumber, in the warm embrace of darkness, thoughts previously suppressed by his headache began to resurface. He contemplated his grandfather, whom he had not seen in what felt like ages, perhaps 6 months, or maybe less than 2. His hazy memories unfolded like an AI-generated artwork. The elder donned reading glasses while poring over obscure traditional Chinese medicine texts on a table beneath a glass cover, or engaged in conversation with a robed figure while wielding a double-handed sword. Before succumbing to sleep, he instinctively sought that elusive item once more. He felt around the pillow and bedside, then beneath the covers. After some time, he finally remembered what he was searching for. Where's my phone? What is a phone, anyway? Where's my phone? What is a phone? How I lost my phone? After a moment of panic, his mind, freed from drowsiness and pain, became fully alert. Clarity returned. Perhaps due to the extensive journey, this enigmatic soul had forgotten even his name, yet the knowledge he had memorized before the exam lingered vividly in his mind. The original owner of this robust body, a spirited young nobleman from the countryside, had grown up under his grandfather's traditional physics education, maturing within a small castle built over 3 generations, where physical education primarily consisted of wielding a double-handed sword. Around the age of 10, Kraft, under the guidance of his semi-literate grandfather, began to pursue a more cultured path. Through a standard yet arduous educational process, Mr. Anderson endeavored to teach him a script that resembled English, sounded like English, and was written as though it were English, yet was not the local alphabet of that tongue. Thus, Kraft became the first in 3 generations of his family to read and write fluently. Currently, these 2 souls confront both good and bad news. The bad news is that they have become intertwined, each existing within the other, rendering separation for this lifetime improbable. The good news is that their fusion has occurred with remarkable uniformity, creating a wholly new entity. Memories and thoughts interweave seamlessly, akin to vinegar and soy sauce, or a blend of Pepsi and Coca-Cola, or red wine mingled with Sprite. As it stands, even if they do not share the same strengths, they are unlikely to encounter any adverse reactions. Chapter 3. Is it so wrong for the elderly to indulge in collecting curiosities? Claft's grandfather, the inaugural noble of this lineage, was named Mark Wood, or simply Old Wood. Of course, in his youth, akin to the present Claft, he bore no such surname. At that time, he was merely a robust lad from the countryside, primarily known for his prowess on the battlefield, where he excelled in the art of decapitation. Gifted with extraordinary talent, Old Wood demonstrated remarkable skill despite lacking formal training. While others struggled to fell one, he could dispatch 4 or 5 without batting an eye. As is common in many tales, after a lifetime of warfare, Old Wood garnered the attention of a prominent figure, earning the title of Baron along with a modest estate in his homeland. The direct lineage of the family now consisted solely of Old Wood and his grandson, Claft. The newly constructed castle was shrouded in an invisible pall, a cursed, chilling atmosphere permeating every corner of the stone walls. Perhaps even the divine entities of the church deemed Old Wood's fate excessively harsh. For Claft did not suffer the same misfortune. Instead, he thrived within the castle's stone confines, reaching the age of 10 without encountering any peril. Even the swords used in physical education were dull, a measure of safety that Old Wood deemed most prudent. Now graying, Old Wood exhaled a sigh of relief while reflecting deeply, determined to impart skills to his grandson beyond mere swordplay, ensuring there would be more to Claft's future than just the art of decapitation. Thus, he summoned Scholar Anderson from the Wendenport Academy, who began instructing Claft in the reading and writing of the local language, as well as in ornate script and poetry, subjects Old Wood considered to be of a more refined nature. It proved to be a wise choice. Claft transformed from a child fixated on emulating his grandfather's illustrious past into one who could quietly immerse himself in his studies, at least after some traditional and effective persuasion from his grandfather. With Claft's new direction established, Old Wood was finally able to devote himself to personal interests and relish his twilight years. This particular hobby was rather unique, having emerged slowly after the conclusion of the war, evolving from an obscure pastime to a niche interest primarily among the young, cultured nobility and certain scholars. Formerly known as mysticism, it is currently referred to as anomalous phenomena. The church denounces it as heretical, while materialist scholars generally view it as undiscovered natural laws. To put it simply, it encompasses a myriad of oddities, rare and inexplicable occurrences, including, but not limited to, manifestations of fire and light. Logically, the audience for such interest would hardly intersect with an old, semi-illiterate expert in decapitation like Oldwood. Yet, while others merely chased shadows, Oldwood had first-hand experience. One fateful night, an assembly of mysterious figures clad in black robes, wielding fire and light, emerged, capable of channeling these elements onto their swords. Oldwood's decapitation team suffered significant casualties before they could overcome them, and he himself sustained an injury to his knee during the fray. He recounted that while toppling one of them, he was struck by the light, resulting in a knee guard grotesquely twisted and shattered, with a shard of metal embedded within. As a pragmatist, Oldwood was skeptical of the military chaplain's explanations, which dismissed these occurrences as mere tricks of pagan sorcerers. Although the chaplain incinerated the bodies and belongings of those individuals, the curiosity and yearning within Oldwood remained unquenchable. From his youth collecting various talismans to amassing a castle filled with peculiar artifacts, his fascination with the unknown never waned, especially after the loss of many family members. Leading him deeper into this collecting hobby, one could argue it served as a form of escapism. As for Mr. Anderson, he was an ardent enthusiast of anomalous phenomena himself. Renowned at the Windenport Academy for his studies in this field, he lamented the lack of like-minded individuals with whom to converse. When Oldwood arrived in Windenport to find a tutor for Claft, he instantly connected with Anderson, akin to the legendary encounter between Bo Ya and Zhong Ziki, establishing a friendship that transcended age, cultural differences, and social standing. With Anderson's arrival, Oldwood's collection expanded beyond mere objects to include various forbidden and ancient texts, and the secret library within the castle had likely amassed a stock that far exceeded ordinary heretical standards, reaching a level that would warrant scrutiny even from the church's inquisitorial court. However, it must be noted that neither Woodtown nor Windenport could be considered urban. The church's influence over the region was confined to the church in Windenport and the plaza teeming with seagulls outside its doors, where even the effort to clean the bird droppings was a testament to the local officials' diligence. Given that the town lacked a church, Oldwood could leisurely stroll while brandishing two stone-carved runes as handheld artifacts, receiving compliments for the bold design, a fitting testament to the items used by the esteemed Lordwood. Upon learning that a legendary spellcaster had arrived in Windenport, Claft, who happened to be visiting, was urged to heed a plethora of cryptic instructions, mounting the town's swiftest horse with a clouded mind. Such occurrences were not new to him. With a mindset focused on pleasing his grandfather, Claft ambled through the town, and when he heard news of Mr. Firehand's performance mishap, he felt an unexpected surge of joy. This would simplify matters. Nevertheless, as the saying goes, since he was there, it would be remiss not to bring something back for his grandfather. After a brief visit to a former colleague of Anderson, he learned of a village that had unearthed pagan artifacts, and the two hurried through the heavy snowfall, fearing that the villagers might hand over their finds to the church for purification if they arrived too late. Unfortunately, upon reaching their destination, they discovered that the situation was far from what they had anticipated. The artifact, a patterned black stone obelisk, lay in the vacant wheat field outside the village, with the excavated portion standing at least as tall as a person. Chapter 4. Avoiding unnecessary matters on a snowy day this time. Craft awoke in the dim light of a winter's day, greeted by rays of sunlight filtering through narrow crevices. Although glass had been invented, it remained elusive for travelers to exploit easily, with the technology for mass production yet to be realized. Glass vessels were still considered rare treasures, let alone the more complex glass windows. Therefore, most houses utilized wooden windows, and the only way to bask in the morning sunlight was to leave the windows open during summer, a luxury that winter-esque snow clearly forbade. The house where Craft was currently residing once belonged to the village headman, a title that, while informally recognized, lacked official endorsement. In the absence of any local lord or ruling authority, the villagers acknowledged this individual based on his competence in handling affairs and mediating neighborly relations. Upon seeing Craft and his cousin's attire, the headman readily invited his family to squeeze into a neighboring dwelling, yielding his own home in exchange for a substantial reward of 2 privately minted dark silver coins. Despite residing in the headman's house, one could not expect luxurious conditions. The walls were constructed of stone and clay, reinforced by a framework of local spruce wood, and the wooden windows, though not tightly fitted, contributed to a questionable level of warmth. This arrangement would deliver a harsh lesson to anyone accustomed to sleeping without garments during the night. The interior was divided by single-layer wooden planks, significantly simplifying the process of rousing companions. Kraft rolled out of bed and gave a firm rap on the partitions separating the two rooms. "Ryan, are you awake? We must set off for Wendingport today. If you wish, I could depart now and be buried in snow along the way," came the reply. The window was thrown open from outside, and a golden retriever's head, dusted with snowflakes, peeked in. "Shouldn't you be urging me to depart in the morning rather than at noon? Is it already noon? What have you been doing out in this heavy snow?" While others doubted Kraft's ability to thrive, Ryan had been regarded as a half-heir to the family, having acclimatized to the cold through year-round training. "Why do I feel grandfather would be quite pleased to see it standing in the courtyard? He and the teacher could circle around it for a month. If necessary, we can wait a few more days." Kraft contemplated holding off a little longer. "I suggest you take a look for yourself. Perhaps you could knock it down with your sword?" Ryan chuckled, patting the sheath at his waist. Kraft arrived at the excavation site, sword in hand, not with the intention of engaging in a duel with the monumental stone column, but as a habitual precaution. Whether out of a sense of duty as a successor to his family's craftsmanship or a deep regard for his most cherished possession, it was only prudent to keep his weapon within sight. The large pit surrounding the black stone column had expanded further. Even someone who had never toiled in the fields would understand that dealing with frozen ground in the snow was no easy task. A few shivering men gathered at the edge of the pit, their expressions obscured by the swirling snowflakes. Upon noticing Kraft and Ryan's approach, they hastily dispersed, making way for them. The black column stood resolutely at the center of the pit, rising at least 2 meters into the air. Initially, it had revealed only a corner, discovered by a village child who stumbled upon it while playing in the fields. In a fit of pique, he had spent the afternoon digging, and when the adults arrived to search for him at dusk, they uncovered a sizable object adorned with patterns. Believing it to be a valuable artifact, the villagers had excavated further, only to realize it was a pillar. Looking into the depths of the pit now, beneath the scattered clumps of earth lay a rough, black surface of the same material as the column. The junction between the pillar and this level had been meticulously cleared, displaying no signs of seams, presenting the appearance of a singular piece without disruption to its intricate patterns. The artisan responsible for the upper carvings had likely been a meticulous perfectionist, etching consistent, deepened designs downwards from the flat top, creating a script-like appearance across its 6 sides. As the carvings approached the base, the patterns expanded in a seemingly spontaneous yet organized manner, evoking a sense of fluidity, as if a cascade of water were spilling forth, spreading across the surface and meandering into the distance, a deceptive illusion of living serpents in motion. He watched silently as the snowflakes cascaded like miniature landslides from the walls of the pit, eventually settling upon the serpentine patterns at the bottom. "Is it possible this is merely a large base? Perhaps we should dig a bit further to the side?" he suggested, his voice barely discernible amidst the biting wind laden with snow, even with only this portion exposed. It was evident that the cargo carts at the port would not suffice to transport it. Ryan shifted his gaze from the column, pondering aloud. "Perhaps you should truly attempt to see if you can sever this pillar? Even if you manage to do so, it would be quite a pity. Indeed, even among grandfather's extensive collection, it would be challenging to find something so ineffably extraordinary." Kraft understood that he could never bring himself to cleave it apart, but even the thought of such an act felt utterly unacceptable. The shivering villagers lingered nearby, prompting Kraft to hesitate momentarily before retrieving his coin pouch and handing each of them a dark silver coin. This had been the agreed-upon payment upon completion of the task. Ryan watched as the villagers expressed their gratitude to Kraft before scampering back toward the village, their figures rapidly blurring in the swirling winds and snow. In the distance, the low silhouettes of the village emerged, no more than 200 paces away, once clearly visible upon their arrival. Chapter 5. Things began to get strange. What a pity. I have never encountered anything like this before. Is there truly no way at all? Kraft lamented as he touched his withered purse, feeling a sense of reluctance. The Wood family was not financially strained. However, obtaining pocket money from his grandfather was no easy feat. Young Kraft had developed an early awareness of profit margins. "Well then, go ahead. I shall watch as you attempt to chop it down," Ryan said, crossing his arms, looking at the pillar with a sense of helplessness. "Once, a king drew a sword from a stone, establishing our North Kingdom. Now, Kraft wields a sword to sever stone. Should you find success in the future, do not forget your dear cousin. We cannot take it with us. Others likely cannot either. Even if we leave it here, it matters not. We can allow them to excavate slowly, and next year, we can invite Grandfather and Professor Anderson to witness its entirety. According to the customary weather patterns of the North Kingdom, heavy snow would not last long. After a brief period of daydreaming indoors, the snowflakes outside had shrunk to the size of fine salt grains. The wind was gentle, and the distant low hills bore a hint of the Jiangnan terrain. If one were to cradle a cup of hot tea at this moment, it would evoke a poetic appreciation of the snowfall. Ryan, feeling bored, crafted a miniature snowman from the snow on the windowsill and was now attempting to insert a broken icicle as an arm. Next time we visit such a place, I must bring my chess set. I cannot fathom how they endure winter indoors. Having completed his snowman, Ryan exhausted the snow on the sill and had no immediate desire to venture outside to roll a larger snowman. Indeed, Kraft replied absent-mindedly, a part of his soul struggling to adapt to this life devoid of mobile devices. Whenever he found himself with idle time, he felt utterly at a loss. We shall set off tomorrow morning. Remember to wake me early. Yet Kraft continued to gaze out the window, seemingly motionless, while secretly yearning for his phone. The native part of his soul provided no aid against boredom, but rather, it stirred restlessly, having learned of the splendor of another world. Conversely, the part of him that hailed from another realm, while missing his phone, found some enjoyment in the tranquility and natural beauty of the present moment. He watched as the dim light of day gradually faded. The spruce forest at the edge of the wheat field transforming from a cluster of oversized Christmas trees into a continuous shadow stretching over the distant, undulating hills. This sight reminded Kraft of the times spent at his grandmother's house during his childhood, mostly during the New Year, when fields blanketed in thin snow extended from the village to the distant hills. The difference was that, back then, one could often see lights twinkling in the distance, and sporadic fireworks bursting in various locations. Although he could not see it, he knew that beyond lay a massive dam and a water treatment facility in the mountains, the source of both visible and invisible water supplies. The immense power driven by lightning and steel tirelessly dispelled the confusion and fear humanity has faced throughout history when confronted with the grandeur of nature. The moment one turns on a tap, they can feel the omnipresence of human strength flowing from the distant mountains to the immediate vicinity. Here, however, in this place that seemed to have reverted in time by hundreds or thousands of years, the small village and the surrounding meager wheat fields represented all of humanity's dominion. In less than 10 minutes, one could traverse from the realm of humans into the realm of pristine wilderness. That wilderness belonged to the spruces and countless unknown entities, where wolves and other creatures cloaked in fur and scales roamed amidst the cold mists, observing the tiny creations of humanity, scrutinizing them much like one would regard a herd of deer. Modern individuals often mock the superstitions and follies of ancient peoples, oblivious to the awe-inspiring power of nature and the unknown that lies within such darkness. Even the malevolent spirits depicted in blood-curdling horror films pale in comparison to the oppressive atmosphere of this place. From tales of wolf packs attacking humans to rumors of a remote village vanishing overnight, the most chilling stories often remain undiscovered until long after the events have transpired. The victims have long since transformed into indistinguishable remnants, devoured by this savage world cloaked in darkness, while countless untold stories are swallowed alongside their discoverers, continuing to disguise themselves beneath the blank spaces on maps. In this moment, humanity's most advanced weapon, the sword strapped to his waist, felt as absurdly powerless as a mere toothpick. Even in the most audacious legends, no mortal has dared to challenge the mountains. Kraft, the part of him from another world, had once perceived the earth beneath his feet as so constricted that it caused humanity to feel crowded within mere centuries. All magnificent or peculiar legends had been laid bare by the marvels of technology, leaving only the mysteries of the cosmos waiting to be unraveled. Yet now, he found himself uncertain. Unexplainable occurrences had befallen him. Two seemingly unrelated souls, if they indeed were souls, could intertwine. This phenomenon eluded explanation from either side and would only be deemed the ravings of a madman if spoken aloud. Did this suggest that this world secretly concealed another facet? A realm more splendid and chaotic, untouched by the technological pride of humanity? It was such enigmas that had unveiled a sliver before Kraft, and merely this fragment had irrevocably transformed his life, casting sharp doubts upon the worldview he had meticulously constructed throughout his brief existence. It was akin to the little cloud that lingered over the heads of 20th-century physicists, a flaw in the perfect celestial sphere that shattered the previously unassailable truths, necessitating an entirely new theory to remedy this seemingly insignificant but fatal defect. Yet he stood before a crudely crafted wooden window, darkness encroaching, swallowing all in its path. His limited abilities seemed trivial in the face of such profound and terrifying obscurity. Even the fragmentary knowledge he possessed, transcending this world, was rendered irrelevant in this context. Akin to a feudal dragon-slaying technique, this was undoubtedly a torment. Kraft sensed an inexplicable yearning surging from deep within his being, perhaps having taken root in the recesses of this soul long before last night, disregarding a person's character and desires, spreading silently and autonomously in the stillness. Only upon noticing one of its tendrils would one comprehend its existence in their body, with vast roots delving deep into the layers of consciousness. In the silence, Kraft stared into the unfindable depths of the dark world outside, his hearing sharpened in the absence of sight. He discerned what seemed to be a faint sound shattering his reverie. Chapter 6. The great sound of silence in this underdeveloped world. Yet untouched by the ravages of headphones and speakers, most individuals retain their acute hearing and keen sight, and Kraft is no exception. He perceives a sound, elusive and almost imperceptible, leading him to question whether it is merely a figment of his imagination, born from prolonged silence. It resembles the dragging of heavy sacks over snow, where inferior fibers or some other material grind against tiny crystals. The soft layer of snow shatters under immense external pressure, creating a soundscape where countless delicate snowflakes collapse into rigid clumps. If his senses are not deceiving him, this sound is emanating from less than 5 meters beyond Kraft's window, moving with determined vigor through the darkness that even a well-nourished youth like him cannot penetrate. It is difficult to rationalize this phenomenon, to convince oneself with plausible explanations such as a late-returning individual or a thief burdened with heavy spoils. No, such notions are utterly implausible. Kraft's hand rests upon the hilt of his sword, despite the otherworldly presence occupying half of his soul. The other half, having controlled this body for over a decade, is capable of swiftly drawing the sword from its sheath and directing it toward another's throat. Perhaps he will refrain from such an extreme reaction for now. But even the scabbard alone could effectively incapacitate an untrained adult. That sound, faint enough to be mistaken for an auditory hallucination, remains unchanged. It lingers in place, refusing to dissipate. Continuous and low, it inexplicably evokes the image of a train rushing past, the persistent roar echoing until the last carriage has departed. Kraft's mind sketches the figure that produces this sound. It must be as elongated and substantial as a train, yet able to traverse the snowy terrain with silence. Those who have not witnessed its form can only imagine its silhouette from the protracted rustling it creates. The auditory and fantastical imagery constructed in his mind feels absurdly surreal, akin to a nonsensical dream rather than objective reality, leading him to question whether he is in a state between slumber and wakefulness. As his low-powered brain amalgamates blurry information with subjective content, arriving at the conclusion that a train is quietly ambling before him. Nevertheless, he is acutely aware, alert enough to feel the cold air penetrating his mouth and nose, swirling past his lips and teeth, before being swallowed down his throat. The untempered chill, unwelcomed by his nasal passages, brushes against his mucous membranes, transmitting signals to his brain through sensitive nerves. In such frigid conditions, the body's emergency mechanisms activate. Catecholamines secreted by the adrenal medulla stimulate his circulatory system, pumping blood through the Willis circle and circulating throughout the brain, ensuring this fragile organ functions properly. Is it possible that a long and silent behemoth is indeed passing before him, paradoxically emitting sounds barely detectable? If so, it must be deftly avoiding all obstacles, gliding through the disordered village without disturbing so much as a splinter of wood or a dry twig. It wanders effortlessly through the snow-laden night, the boundless darkness serving as its domain of freedom. Within this realm, the low walls of stone and clay are indistinguishable from the void. What it rubs against is not the falling snow, but something even more subtle and abstract, light enough to sustain its massive form and act upon its own volition. Kraft cannot comprehend how he derives such insights from a mere whisper of sound, or perhaps no contemplation is necessary. For the complex and bizarre content is inherently embedded in that sound. He feels his thoughts more vibrant than ever, surpassing any previous experience. Whether wielding an iron sword or penning familiar answers, it is the hammer striking red-hot metal, thoughts like sparks flying. As the boiling soul strains against the confines of the human skull, evolved over millennia. As time passes, his already full mind brims with even more information, dredging up thoughts typically submerged beneath the surface. Countless ideas swirl through the thin layer of gray matter, desperately seeking to articulate what he has gleaned from that sound, creating the illusion of electric thought. This process unfolds entirely beyond the control of his conscious awareness. His consciousness stands before a dam, witnessing the flood of knowledge shared by two souls rushing forth. Interconnected neural networks sift through a plethora of vocabulary to describe the surface that brushes against the minute substance. A fragmented shell composed of the inexplicable, connecting with the faintest concepts, allowing the lengthy subject to engage in meaningful activity within space. The entity to which these scales adhere vastly exceeds the realm of consciousness, extending from the known into the dark depths of the unknown. The sound of its movement originates from the shedding fragments created by the friction of scales against the subtle matter, beginning an uncontrollable decay as it departs from its source, descending from a different conceptual space into the one accessible to human awareness, ultimately dissolving into information suitable for existence in this world. Such information continuously radiates outward, akin to the propagation of sound waves, emitting a final roar before vanishing. Yet, only a soul transcending the ordinary might encounter this information under exceptional circumstances, passively grasping the existence of its source before the fragile organic matter, safeguarded by a hard calcium dome, reaches its boiling point. Now, this diminutive individual, a serendipitous amalgamation of two souls, due to an excess of density without expansion, crosses an imperceptible threshold, allowing him to hear the unimaginable within his two brief and uneventful lives. He finds himself unable to articulate it in human language, defining it only as ineffable, an existence surpassing his known reality. On the edge of madness, he perceives the significance of the stone column patterns he observed by day, witnessing how these entities descend from a higher plane, transforming and distorting in their fall to this world. Yet, those who receive them cannot comprehend their true essence, depicting them with the elements of this world, likening them to a colossal serpent in the night, coiling endlessly, its form swallowed by the boundless darkness. Kraft drifts in a reverie, the world around him receding into the distance, uncertain whether he still stands at the window, until a hand rests upon his shoulder. Kraft, you haven't stood here all night, have you? Kraft? Chapter 7. Protective mechanism. With a resounding thud, Kraft's forehead collided forcefully against the windowsill, as Ryan's expression shifted from confusion to terror. The thin layer of snow that had accumulated overnight failed to cushion the blow, leaving a conspicuous red mark on his head. His limbs, somewhat uncooperative, and the temporary malfunction of his proprioceptors rendered him incapable of responding. He merely slid down the wall and collapsed onto the floor. In a state of bewilderment and panic, Ryan hastily approached to assist Kraft, awkwardly lifting him in a princess carry to the bed. As he brushed aside Kraft's golden hair, he realized that the alarming heat emanating from his forehead was far more severe than the superficial wound. It was an unusual fever that far exceeded typical levels, nearing scalding intensity. Moreover, Kraft remained utterly silent, not uttering a single whimper from the moment he struck his head to being relocated to the bed, completely engulfed in a delirious state. Upon discovering that a couple of slaps failed to revive him, Ryan decisively seized a handful of snow from the windowsill, compacting it before applying it to Kraft's forehead as a simple yet effective means of physical cooling. Adjusting Kraft's head, Ryan noticed he still stared blankly ahead, showing no inclination to respond to the indignity he had suffered. Time seemed to stretch on indefinitely until Kraft slowly began to emerge from his stupor, regaining some semblance of control over his facial expressions. Panting heavily, Ryan dragged in a middle-aged man, who appeared no different from any other villager, followed closely by the breathless village chief. Upon bringing the chief inside, the two men found themselves at the home of the only individual in the village with some rudimentary medical knowledge. After fruitless searching throughout the village, they ultimately located the sought-after doctor near the stone pillar. Ryan soon discovered that among those previously hired for digging were indeed villagers, including their doctor. This part-time doctor, along with a few others, had been compensated handsomely yet failed to unearth the desired item entirely. Feeling somewhat guilty, and with winter providing ample leisure time, they had decided to seize the rare sunny day to dig a few more shovels worth of earth, all the while engaging in light-hearted conversation to pass the time. Lacking any personal histories, prior medical records, family histories, or reproductive histories, this doctor appeared far more amateurish in Kraft's eyes than one who would perform amputations on burn victims. He hastily rendered a diagnosis based solely on the family's account of symptoms and a fragmentary medical history, declaring, "I believe this is a local peculiar ailment." Through his somewhat difficult-to-understand accent, Kraft and Ryan learned that this doctor came from a lineage of practitioners. For generations, his family had tended to the village's medical needs, balancing farming with their medical duties, utilizing techniques that aligned with the average medical standards of the time. Their primary methods revolved around bloodletting and folk herbal remedies. While they excelled in tradition, they lagged behind urban clinics and advanced techniques such as amputations and enemas. This rudimentary medical model, now relegated to mere historical anecdotes in a different realm, could hardly be described as anything but primitive, yet it was undeniably effective. Objectively speaking, the doctor's recommendation of bloodletting and local herbal treatments did indeed facilitate Kraft's swift recovery of speech. With lips still somewhat numb, he managed to muster a few words. Much to the doctor's astonishment, "No need, I feel much better." Following the series of shocks he had endured, while Kraft still struggled to move his limbs, his cognitive faculties had returned to normal. As Ryan applied ointment to the bruise on Kraft's forehead, he could distinctly sense that the fever had receded, effectively ruling out the possibility of an infectious disease. Kraft could only recall fragmented and disjointed terms from the previous night, such as snake and scales, which he summarized as having experienced a nightmare involving a great serpent slithering before him. This was not an unusual occurrence for those present. In an era when neurology had yet to ascend to the apex of the medical hierarchy, many complex ailments were often attributed to supernatural influences. Whether it was a stroke causing speech impairment and paralysis, weakness induced by low potassium, or the convulsions and delirium from high fever, all could be interpreted as the work of malevolent forces. Thus, the notion that a nightmare involving snakes could lead to illness was entirely logical, given Kraft's rapid improvement. The village chief, with a hint of faith, deemed it a blessing from the heavens that he had healed without medication. Ryan hesitated, torn between voicing his thoughts. Setting aside the church's stance on the salvation of heretical collectors' kin, he pondered whether his earlier slap on Kraft's shoulder could have exacerbated his condition, turning a minor ailment into something more serious. Meanwhile, lying on the bed, Kraft, with a professional instinct honed by experiences in another realm, quickly latched onto a particular term from their discussion. Struggling to move his hands, he attempted to push himself up. Ryan noticed his efforts, supporting him and propping him up with a bundle of blankets behind him, then offered him a sip of water to aid his sitting up and speaking. He sensed something was amiss, yet the memories of the previous night remained fragmented, with much lost in the depths of his mind. Now he sought some clues. Perhaps due to the distinct nature of his symptoms, the amateur doctor displayed a remarkable recollection, according to my father, though he heard it from my grandfather. And I cannot trace it back further. This peculiar illness has existed here for quite some time. It primarily afflicts the young, occurring every 8 or 9 years. It begins with a sudden fever, scorching as if one has been roasted in flames, accompanied by ramblings about snakes. In the end, he faltered, glancing at Ryan and Kraft's expressions, sensing that they would not direct their ire toward him. They never survived more than 2 days. My father encountered a similar case. Kraft instinctively filtered the information, acute onset, predominantly affecting the young, characterized by fever and delirium, with a notable regional prevalence. The mortality rate was alarmingly high, and there was a possibility that local medical interventions could have adverse effects. This vague sensation reminded him of a drifting experience during a past trip. He had looked down at the murky water teeming with overgrown algae from his kayak, and a shadow had flitted past in his peripheral vision, only to reveal nothing upon closer inspection. In his self-doubt, he considered that it might have been an illusion cast by rippling water or the dappled shadows of gnarled trees above. Unable to fathom what creature might lurk in the abyss below, if he were to uncover some dreadful truth in the darkness, it now lay concealed beneath the placid surface of rational thought, as the body's self-preservation mechanisms had temporarily masked it. A primal instinct warned him against probing the depths. Avoiding the aspects he found distasteful, Kraft inquired whether the afflicted individuals shared any familial ties, whether they had experienced other illnesses prior to this, had suffered snake or insect bites, or had endured fevers or coughs in childhood. Considering the characteristics of this world, he placed particular emphasis on the village's dietary habits and the stream that served as the primary water source for the settlement, questioning whether any issues arose upstream. Ryan gazed at his cousin in astonishment as he revealed this meticulous side of himself, then offered him more water, urging him to speak slowly. "All right. I have finished my inquiries. Thank you both." Unsurprisingly, the information he sought was something even the patient's family members might struggle to provide, let alone the two who had never considered such matters. That said, given this peculiar ailment is unique to this area, Have you considered seeking treatment elsewhere? The moment the words left his lips, Kraft realized he had spoken foolishly. After several years of infrequent occurrences, this ailment may not even account for a fraction of the common causes of mortality. Furthermore, the village is situated in a relatively favorable location, nestled in an area devoid of a governing authority to impose taxes, yet not too distant from the bustling port of Wendang, where itinerant traders frequently pass through. While this lack of protection might be concerning, for a closely knit community, collectively driving away wild beasts is not an insurmountable task. The absence of taxation could potentially allow for an increase in population, paving the way for the village to evolve into a small town over time. In contrast, the peculiar illness, though fearsome in appearance, likely resembles scabies. Kraft, having spoken thoughtlessly, sensed it prudent to conclude the discussion, excusing himself and his brother under the pretext of needing to address personal matters with the village chief and doctor. Their expressions, as they departed, unmistakably revealed their status as affluent young gentlemen, possibly even of noble lineage. Considering his own situation as a sort of half-trance migrant, it was not beyond reason to entertain the notion of other supernatural occurrences, which he could certainly rationalize. Oh, but wait, in this context, they ought to be referred to as anomalous phenomena. However, from a rigorous standpoint, interpreting this as a unique acute central nervous system disorder would be more reasonable. It could result from opportunistic pathogens or parasitic infections, manifesting only under specific conditions due to the variability in individuals' immune systems, and thus presenting a low incidence rate. The mention of serpents, perhaps influenced by generations of village folklore, could have seeped into the subconscious, leading to an instinctive belief in being afflicted by a serpent's malevolent spirit. As for himself, he had merely observed a pattern reminiscent of serpents, a reflection of his thoughts by day and dreams by night. Forgive my lack of expertise, but the world is replete with chaotic cases. One more hardly matters. Kraft attempted to move his arms again, this time managing to shift to a more comfortable position without his cousin's aid. For someone who had recently been on the brink of death, his condition was remarkably improved. His robust jaw muscles provided the strength to tear into the well-seasoned jerky. See, I am unscathed. Ryan cautiously accepted the jerky, still apprehensive. Shouldn't we rest here for a few days before setting out? Are you certain? I am certain. We shall depart tomorrow. You wouldn't want to ride through mud once the snow melts, would you? Also, remind me to have them fill in the pit. Kraft felt an urgency to cast aside these matters. He sensed a deep-seated resistance to delving further into the situation, just as he longed to leave. Chapter 8. On the journey, though Kraft insisted he was perfectly fine, Ryan chose to remain at his desk in Kraft's room throughout the night, just to be safe. When he awoke the next morning, startled by the blinding sunlight and the jarring sound of the wooden wheel turning, he saw Kraft, an early riser, pulling open the window. Kraft had not slept well the previous night, tossing and turning in the darkness, contemplating various tasks but refraining from disturbing Ryan's rest. Yet, upon waking, he felt surprisingly refreshed, free from the usual discomfort of early mornings. He glanced at the snow-covered landscape outside, where the snow showed no sign of melting, dotted with scattered footprints that lent a touch of humanity to the scene, stretching languidly in front of Ryan. His bones creaked in comfort after a day of inactivity. It felt splendid to be alive after such trials. Indeed, it did. Ryan yawned, reminding himself not to forget about the pit. Perhaps 3 parts of his reluctance stemmed from a shortage of pocket money, while 7 parts were rooted in a lack of appreciation for the doctor's work. The joy of riding through the snowy terrain stirred an otherworldly excitement within Kraft's soul, placing him in a state where familiar horsemanship intertwined with the novelty of riding in snow. He relished the fresh experiences while remaining steadfastly focused in the saddle. Emerging from the small basin where the village lay, the two traveled at a leisurely pace along the path through the valley. The long-awaited bright light dispelled the eerie shadows of the surrounding spruce forest, where heavy layers of snow cloaked the branches, casting dappled sunlight that sparkled like sequins. The forest's fierce and dark aspects were obscured by the blanket of white and the interplay of light, presenting a clean and enchanting visage. For the locals, such a sight was a rare winter spectacle, and to Kraft, it bore a cinematic quality, reminiscent of the awe he felt upon first viewing the Chronicles of Narnia. In that moment, he felt as though he had transformed into a character from a game, galloping towards a battlefield to confront giants and mythical beings. Ryan was tempted to admit that he had merely sought a bargain, selecting a practice piece from a stonemason he knew, allowing him the freedom to carve something upon it. Whether that stonemason truly possessed exceptional talent remained uncertain, but Oldwood was quite fond of the pair of eyes, and Professor Anderson also believed Ryan had a discerning eye. Presently, one party was undoubtedly at fault. Either the stonemason, who could barely manage 3 cups of ale, was an extraordinary figure hidden within Windenport, or the peculiar phenomena studied by Oldwood and Anderson, namely, the arcane, were utterly without merit. Kraft remained unperturbed by Ryan's silence, feeling a remarkable surge of energy that made him eager to attend to every sound and every branch he encountered. In fact, from Kraft's current perspective, the axe he had purchased for 5 silver coins from the kingdom was only rugged in appearance, adorned with indeterminate black stains. The captain who sold it to him explained that it bore indelible marks from blood sacrifices, yet Kraft's otherworldly instincts dismissed this claim entirely. Merely seizing the opportunity to initiate conversation, he yearned to absorb any information, akin to the impulse to check one's phone for new content. Well, as long as they are pleased, Ryan mused, crafting a more tactful response. I believe we need not hold such lofty expectations. And Professor Anderson likely does not harbor any special hopes regarding this. If Kraft truly wished to surprise his grandfather, he could rest at the inn for a few days while Ryan sought out the stonemason. This time, he intended to find a uniquely shaped stone sculpture for the stonemason to freely embellish. Thus, he hoped to assemble a series for the castle's collection by the winter of the following year. Kraft, however, was not to be deterred. As the previous topic drew to a close, he swiftly shifted to inquire about the Windenport Academy, asking about the number of scholars there and the subjects they studied. Topics he had previously found less intriguing, now spilling forth from his curious lips. Yet Ryan, being somewhat unrefined, had grown up aspiring to be a knight, beginning his literacy journey far earlier than Kraft. Despite sharing the same mentor, while Kraft was learning to write elegantly under Anderson's guidance, Ryan was still grappling with comprehending simple accounts. Though he had frequented Windenport far more than Kraft, taking on the task of delivering letters for Anderson to his colleagues, he realized that the subject matter remained firmly within his knowledge blind spot. He knew that the academy primarily comprised scholars of the humanities, law, and theology, alongside a medical division often rumored to engage in the nefarious practice of stealing corpses for sinister experiments. Among these, the chilling tales circulating in taverns about the medical academy were the ones Ryan was most familiar with: organs steeped in acrid fluids, horrific tomes depicting flayed corpses, and madmen discussing terrifying knowledge around the dissected bodies at midnight. Such subjects unnerved Ryan to the core, and he aimed to dissuade Kraft from delving further. To silence Kraft and uphold the image of a well-informed cousin, Ryan pivoted the conversation after exhausting his knowledge regarding the academy, recounting tales of a few captains he had met in Windenport. These men, who spent more time upon the waters than on land, became the focal point of the tavern, their stories ranging from the southernmost reaches of the kingdom to the icy expanses of the north, encompassing the unimaginable. While the authenticity of their tales was highly questionable, they painted a broad vista that those bound to the land could scarcely fathom, complemented by the trophies they bore: fangs, bones, and other artifacts, captivating the young audience. Ryan was eager to share a particularly sensational story he had heard from a captain he knew, confident it would serve to quiet Kraft's incessant inquiries. Chapter 9. The Medieval Evangelist. In a tavern, Ryan encountered a captain named William, commonly referred to as Big Beard William. A local of Windenport, he hailed from a well-off family, though this is likely a modest characterization, with a face adorned by a thick beard. He was actually just in his early 30s. At such a young age, commanding a vessel, particularly a seaworthy brigantine, exemplified the privileges of a typical scion of wealth, possessing familial resources far more substantial than those of many minor nobles. To one who had never laid eyes upon the vistas beyond the sea, those lands conjured images of terrifying wilderness inhabited by savage tribesmen who subsisted on the flesh of beasts in an eternal winter landscape, pursuing any living creature, be it a great polar bear or an unfortunate intruder. William would often expound upon the tribes residing at the fringes of the ice plains, explaining how many had been assimilated by passing merchant ships, establishing small ports, learning the language of the North Kingdom, and trading pelts and minerals for a stable food supply. Their numerical prowess in calculation surpassed that of 9 out of 10 present, eliciting responses of agreement and curiosity from his audience. Yes, indeed. Please tell us more about other tribes. However, this did not facilitate his recruitment of sailors, let alone those seeking passage. Exceptions existed, of course. Among those venturing to the ice plains were not only intrepid commercial pioneers, but also missionaries. Those familiar with ecclesiastical matters might recognize that, within the Church's paradigm, converting souls is regarded as a meritorious act. This is not merely a record kept in dusty ledgers, but a celestial account, directly influencing one's fate in the afterlife and the rewards therein. Despite the Church in a remote locale, like Winden Port, appearing decrepit, their primary focus was not on the impoverished populace, as a significant proportion of sailors at sea were devout. Some larger vessels even employed a clergyman to remain aboard, contributing positively to the mental well-being during prolonged voyages. You might ridicule their inability to cleanse the seagull droppings from the square, yet they would counter that their ability to acquire land for such squares in the city speaks volumes. This was all thanks to the countless souls who earned their livelihoods upon the waves. As for the individual who established this parish long ago, he had long since been canonized. The worth of such sainthood is uncertain, but the accolades received in life speak for themselves. In death, he was assuredly welcomed into the divine embrace, destined for a land flowing with milk and honey, surrounded by celestial beings while listening to heavenly melodies. Privileged to serve the ultimate authority. Decades prior, he had ventured alone into this land, devoid of any religious tradition, to spread the gospel among countless sailors. Such a legend serves as an inspiration for many lowborn clergy within the Church. Yet now, a small question arose. Where might the aspiring young missionary, eager to follow in the footsteps of his predecessors, seek to go? Although the North Kingdom is vast, every corner is essentially claimed by various parishes. Even Winden Port, a relatively remote location, had its parish established decades ago, underscoring the challenge of founding new parishes. Before Captain William stood a rare passenger who provided an answer: the ice plains. This was a rather youthful missionary, cradling a tome bound in dark leather adorned with metallic embellishments, the cover embossed with a golden-winged circular emblem. Behind him, a similarly young attendant bore a pained expression, struggling under the weight of 2 people's worth of baggage. Initially, Captain William was reluctant to accept such a passenger. This young clergyman, accompanied by an aide, was likely a younger son from a noble family with no inheritance, dispatched to the Church for development. Under normal circumstances, such individuals would eventually ascend to a respectable position, perhaps even managing a small chapel. To bring him to the ice plains, where he could potentially vanish, regardless of his own desires, would likely lead to troublesome repercussions. Such individuals were either overly enamored with legendary tales or had quarreled with their families, prompting impulsive decisions. A rational person would not don cumbersome clerical robes and carry a finely bound scripture into the inhospitable ice plains. It was evident he had attempted to appear more ordinary, donning a knee-length robe likely distributed by his academy, which hardly matched the elegance of the tome he carried or the burdened aide behind him. This peculiar display of human folly opened William's eyes to the existence of such navet in the world. In light of the potential for complications, coupled with a sliver of remaining conscience and the pressure from the attendant's beseeching gaze, he felt compelled to dissuade this evidently misguided individual. Your faith is admirable. Yet the inhabitants of the ice plains worship their own barbaric false deities. It is truly not a place suitable for someone of your standing. William believed he had done well, maintaining the other's dignity while clarifying the fundamental realities of the region. Regardless of their beliefs, competition was fierce, and it would hardly be appropriate for someone of his stature to venture into such uncharted territories. Upon concluding his remarks, he noted a flicker of hope ignite in the attendant's eyes, who straightened his back, previously bent under the weight of their burdens. Unfortunately, they had evidently underestimated the resolve of one whose mind seemed unmoored. The divine will guide the truly devout, and I cannot abide the deception of the false gods masquerading as demons. My family also supports my choice. Even if I am summoned on this path to the land flowing with milk and honey, you need not worry about their blame falling upon you. Perhaps envisioning the scenes of saints facing trials from tales within the Church, this clean-shaven missionary raised his chin defiantly, his smooth hair shimmering under the sunlight, radiating an aura of sanctity that only served to deepen the shadows surrounding his attendant. However, William was left momentarily speechless. While he considered himself a somewhat devout believer, often praying in church before setting sail and having encountered many priests, he had never witnessed such fervor in his life. Perhaps you should reconsider, he stammered. This is rather. He had seen those who worshipped pagan deities on the ice plains, typically robust figures with arms thicker than his thighs, capable of performing blood sacrifices on live beasts. To place this young man in direct competition with them felt profoundly unethical. I am willing to offer no more than 18 gold coins, castle coins, to be precise. Castle coins, originally known as Westerman coins, were the official currency minted by the king and several noble families. The obverse bore the royal emblem of the stone sword, while the reverse featured the broad sloped walls and twin towers of Westerman Fortress, hence the name. These coins represented a high-purity hard currency. Of course, if you are unwilling. Could you perhaps recommend another captain? The young missionary looked somewhat disappointed as he observed William's stunned expression. A few days later, aboard the iceberg, Father Frank, the view of the North Sea is quite splendid, is it not? Having learned the other's name, William had already begun to address him as father. Since they were destined to establish a church, it was only fitting to extend such courtesy in advance. It would surely please the benefactor. Surely. 18 coins just to hasten towards the ice plains for certain doom? Kraft's eyes widened at this revelation. Poverty had constrained his imagination. Do not interrupt me. Ryan was in the midst of a delightful tale. He gestured for Kraft to slow his pace, eager for the story to continue. For this was not the crux of the narrative. Chapter 10. A distinct pragmatism. The Ice Sea, from the perspective of the Kingdom of Norse, could also be referred to as the Northern Sea. Departing from the port of Wendang, one swiftly heads northeast, soon entering this maritime expanse. As its name suggests, the Ice Sea is characterized by its floating fragments of ice. Among these, some are small enough to scarcely fill a wine barrel, while others can barely be deemed icebergs. Furthermore, considering the modest sailing speed of ships in this era, it is fortunate that no couples, indulging in a whimsical you-jump-I-jump scenario, are likely to be found on these waters. The gravest of incidents might involve colliding with a miniature iceberg at night, necessitating repairs below deck with wooden planks and the laborious task of bailing out water with barrels. Thus, after a tranquil 30-day voyage, the medieval evangelist Frank alighted upon the icy terrain. During this brief span of just over a month, this future priest endured trials unprecedented in his life. He grappled first with severe seasickness, followed by debilitating diarrhea after consuming fish caught by the crew. As they drew closer to the north, the temperature plummeted, and he realized that the garments he had initially deemed sufficient were woefully inadequate against the biting cold. Fortunately, William had a few furs remaining, which he sold to Frank and his entourage at a remarkably friendly price, 3 silver coins from the kingdoms, though one might speculate whether this price wasn't tinged with a hint of guilt for leading others to a path of hardship. These experiences were hardly pleasant, yet William soon discovered that he had underestimated this seemingly delicate missionary. Miraculously, Frank persevered, steadfastly clutching his holy scripture while his companions clung to the mast, succumbing to their afflictions. William had prepared for the possibility of Frank's retreat, ready to refund half the fare should such a scenario arise. If he were not on the verge of vomiting, William believed Frank would have been extolling the classic passages of the saint's sufferings, though his disheveled appearance rendered him less than pristine. Upon setting foot on the icy expanse, Frank earned the fundamental respect of all aboard, including William. At the very least, they witnessed a glimpse of his faith. With this thought in mind, William personally assisted the somewhat unsteady Frank down the gangplank, onto the rudimentary dock. Rather than a proper dock, it resembled a stone embankment constructed from irregular rocks along the shoreline, designed merely to designate a docking area that was less prone to grounding. The larger black stones were interspersed with smaller pebbles and sand, which, from a distance, formed a semblance of shape. Up close, one might easily believe it was the work of nature's artistry. A dozen or so fur-clad figures awaited them at the dock, their faces adorned with indistinguishable patterns. And their outfits, crafted from pelts, were comparable in value to a suit of armor, though the craftsmanship was virtually non-existent. Their practical worth in this locale could easily earn full marks. As William's party disembarked, the figures did not lower their weapons. Among them, a notably taller individual stepped forward, offering a bear-like embrace to William, greeting him in a remarkably fluent Wendang dialect of Norse. "Ah, William, what a delightful surprise. You have arrived a full 2 days ahead of schedule." "Of course, I wouldn't want my friends to wait too long," William replied, gesturing for Frank to join them. The retching attendant, leaning on his sword, approached cautiously, scrutinizing the towering figure before him. "Allow me to introduce Bjorn, whose name signifies strength akin to that of a bear. He commands the respect of all here," William explained to Frank. "By the way, have you learned the language of the snowfields for your mission? I must inform you that he is a special case. Well, the first step has hit a snag. William had not anticipated that Frank had not considered this at all. This was entirely reasonable. He probably assumed that Norse was a universal language, or perhaps thought that arriving in the ice fields did not constitute traveling abroad. This was indeed a fortuitous miscalculation, producing a markedly discouraging effect. Consequently, with his back turned to Frank, William gestured to Bjorn with a fist downward motion, indicative of an ice dweller's warning, and continued. This gentleman seeks to introduce his deity to you. Please enlighten him on the customs here. Frank, upon hearing Bjorn's simple explanations, soon realized that the uncomplicated aspect pertained solely to clarifying the procedures. From this coastal settlement, looking deeper into the ice fields, one could see desolate lands blanketed in snow, with abrupt mountains rising dramatically at the horizon, presenting a wave-like silhouette. This natural barrier delineated the true primordial ice fields from the relatively temperate regions adjacent to the mountains. The construction style here was akin to that of the Kingdom of Norse but omitted the wooden framework, opting instead for dome-like structures reminiscent of snow huts. This choice was driven by the sparse vegetation of low shrubs and moss, as well as the consideration that in a region perpetually below freezing, the concern for clay-bound stones collapsing was virtually non-existent, with only blizzards to contend with. Releasing the human-powered sled, Bjorn pointed to a stone larger than a house beside the settlement, stating, "Do you see that large black stone over there? That is where the rituals commence." Amidst Frank's and his companions' puzzled gazes, Bjorn stifled a laugh and elaborated on the religious traditions of the ice dwellers. It is well known that survival in the ice fields has been the paramount challenge since time immemorial. All religious practices revolve around this issue. The process may vary depending on the distance of each tribe from the mountains, lasting anywhere from several months to a year. Tribes elect a few individuals through a primitive democratic vote to witness this ceremony from a distance. As for the living stone, as Bjorn described, it resembles most stones in the ice fields. The stones used for building houses, the marker stones for departure, and the stones forming the mountains are all of the same black rock. However, the distinguishing feature is that it is unmistakably alive and can only be found in the depths of caves within the mountains. Chipped-off fragments will perish within days, requiring validation from the witnesses on site. Once you reach the site, you may select a cave to enter. Your deity will guide you. No one else will follow, as exiting is not an easy task. You may wonder how one survives without clothing, tools, or food. There are indeed animals in the ice fields. Use the powers bestowed upon you by the divine to procure what you need. Upon death, his successor must undergo this same ritual. However, considering that those divinely inspired are extraordinarily rare, most tribes remain in a state of disbelief. Truth be told, it was William's first encounter with such notions. He regarded Bjorn with a quizzical expression, silently questioning the authenticity of his claims. "Do not look at me. Every word I speak is the truth. We never jest about this." He gestured to illustrate the disparity in their physiques, chuckling as he added, "To be honest, I never considered how a Norseman would partake in this ceremony, but from what I gather, while you have many priests, few possess the divine prowess akin to our ancient priests, correct?" Chapter 11. Wendangport is quite reasonable. Unfortunately, on this journey, there is only craft as an audience. If this tale, rich with maritime voyages, exotic experiences, and the whimsicalities of the church, combined with an artistic touch on the primal impulses of humanity, were told in a tavern, it would undoubtedly compel the entire audience to buy him drinks, allowing him to recount it for a month in a special event. However, Cousin Ryan has yet to realize this golden opportunity. He takes a long swig from his water pouch and continues his narrative. In the cold wind, Frank stands frozen in place. In an era devoid of television and Bear Grylls, few, aside from the ice dwellers, would comprehend that humanity could triumph over the wilderness with bare hands. Many ice tribes, who have not conducted rituals for generations, would soon become skeptical about anyone's capability to perform the ceremony, until a legendary warrior emerges to restore their simple faith. Before this journey, the attendant had contemplated numerous dreadful possibilities: harsh living conditions, unfriendly locals, and the daunting task of constructing a church from scratch. The worst-case scenario would be if Frank attempted to emulate some historical church hardliner and personally build his own church. In that case, he could only resign himself to the outcome. Reality often exceeds imagination in its absurdity. If Frank truly wishes to partake in this ritual, should he go himself? Or should his attendant embark on his behalf? The distinction is negligible. It is merely a matter of Frank's demise being by his own hand or succumbing to the cold sooner. The scriptures recount how St. Jean walked barefoot across scorching iron plates and scathed, proclaiming that to spread the Lord's word, he too would face divine trials. Frank raised his head, resolutely gazing at the stone that marked the starting point. So, when shall we commence? William stood in shock, as did the few sailors who followed. Even Bjorn was taken aback. The ice dwellers, still unloading cargo from their sleds, wore expressions of bewilderment. They could not understand Norse and were oblivious to the unfolding events. Frank nodded. From Bjorn's mineral-dyed visage, William discerned an unfamiliar expression of respect and seriousness, which frightened him into silence. He adjusted his beard and reached for the single-edged axe strapped to his back, almost believing Bjorn intended to sacrifice Frank to the stone god. Yet, Bjorn did not grasp the axe's handle. The chipped blade sliced through his palm, and blood dripped from his hand, but he appeared oblivious. He raised his bloodied hand, arms wide open, and shouted towards the distant mountains, "Æthelgurs." At this, the surrounding ice dwellers comprehended, their faces betraying inscrutable emotions as they unhesitatingly dropped their possessions. Even the unsecured barrels of ale rolling away unnoticed. "Æthelgurs." The gathered ice dwellers emitted a deafening roar. The tremendous sound echoed through every door of the settlement. As ice dwellers clad in various furs, regardless of gender or age, set aside their tasks and approached, swiftly forming a massive semicircle around Frank. One exceptionally tall ice dweller, akin to Bjorn, parted the crowd to make way for an elder who towered even higher. William recognized them. One was Bjorn's father, the tribe's leader. The elder, with hair and beard as white as snow, was the tribe's ancient priest, the very one who stood here 30 years prior. The priest approached Frank, encircled by the crowd, saying little and offering no remarks about their height disparity. Instead, he drew a stone knife from his rough fur garb, just like Bjorn. The stone knife sliced through his left palm. The wound was deep, but only a small amount of dark, viscous blood oozed from it. The elder extended his hand, smearing the blood across Frank's steadfast face, marking him with a dark red streak, then turned to Bjorn. "The elder acknowledged your courage, and we have announced your arrival to the mountains. As you shed all externalities beneath the stone, you may commence your journey." To assuage Frank's concerns, he added that the warrior responsible for witnessing the ritual would soon be chosen, assuring him that regardless of success or failure, his reputation would remain intact. Oh, this craft was utterly speechless. So, does the snowfield grant the retrieval of bodies? One must admit, he is quite the man. Ryan chuckled with a sense of schadenfreude. But you would be mistaken. The next day, when William and the others sought this individual, they discovered he had not perished. What? Not only had he survived, but they found Frank unconscious in the snow, a full 5 kilometers from the stone. When they located him, he appeared emaciated, his temperature feverishly high, as if he had burned through the very oils of his body overnight. Ryan touched his face, which was somewhat round, struggling to imagine what he would look like under such circumstances. In any case, he had inexplicably survived, and among the ice warriors witnessing the event was Bjorn, who, after a brief chuckle at Frank's apparent ineptitude, did not intervene. "I declare this the greatest blunder of the tale. Did you think you were rendering lard? Just toss it into the pot, and it shrinks. Yet, this is indeed a true account." Ryan shrugged, displaying disdain for his less-informed cousin. At this, Kraft became indignant. "Surely, you did not merely hear this from a drunken William? Is there not evidence?" "Indeed, there is. Do you not find the name Frank rather familiar? Consider who bears the name Frank at the Wendangport Academy. Professor Frank from the seminary? That cannot be. His face is so lined that it nearly droops. Surely no less than 60 years of age." Kraft knew this man, having heard that Professor Anderson claimed a poor relationship with him during their time at the academy. This individual, leveraging the seminary's influence and their natural incompatibility, often marginalized Anderson and those who pursued studies in anomalous phenomena. He was not fond of outsiders entering the academy, particularly looking down upon the Wood family, a rural aristocracy lacking in education. Ryan and Kraft occasionally had to navigate around him while delivering messages to Anderson's acquaintances. Ryan erupted in a hiccup-like laugh. "I learned of his dark history only after treating William to 3 bottles of wine. Even Professor Anderson might not be aware. Those wrinkles are merely a result of his skin sagging after becoming thin. Otherwise, do you think he would still have golden hair at such an advanced age?" Thanks to favorable weather, their pace was significantly swifter than on their journey there. By the time the story concluded over the course of 2 days, they could see some indistinct structures ahead, far grander than the villages where they had rested. Among them, a tall, Slender edifice stood out prominently. It was the Academy's bell tower, constructed with the church's funds and naturally situated on the seminary's grounds. Chapter 12. A stroll through the medieval streets. After 2 full days of brilliant sunshine, the snow began to gradually melt away, revealing the unsightly patches of earth beneath. The resulting puddles would soon transform the roads into a hellish expanse of muddy pits. Had they set out even a little later, they would have found themselves mired in despair, splattered by the mud kicked up by horse hoofs. One could opt to don a cloak for protection, but one must also be prepared for the added burden of excess weight upon reaching their destination. Kraft was grateful to his past self for the decision to depart early 2 days prior. Now, the two of them were riding along the cobbled streets of Windingport, the sound of hooves striking the stones ringing out crisply. Indeed, Windingport boasted cobblestone roads, at least on several of its main thoroughfares. As a port city, albeit not a large one, considerations for transportation were essential. Horse-drawn carts laden with goods or catches from the sea traversed the streets incessantly, the former leaving deep ruts in the earthen roads, while the latter deposited water that kept the soil perpetually muddy. Thus, for the sake of practicality, Windingport had acquired its noble cobbled streets. Being by the sea provided ample sand for laying and filling the gaps, preventing mud and water from accumulating beneath the shifting stones, which could otherwise turn the ground into a trap that splashed filthy water upon unwary pedestrians. Thoughtful designers had even incorporated drainage ditches along the roadside and elevated the center of the road, creating a flat, obtuse-angled triangular cross-section that directed excess water to the sides. While it may not rival the road conditions of another world, it was among the finest here, and Kraft would not hesitate to offer praise to the designers. Yet, even this well-constructed roadway could not alleviate the dilemma Kraft now faced. Was there, perhaps, a possibility that no vendors would be out at this time? In the center of the street, the snow had been cleared away, quietly awaiting its melting by the drainage ditch, thus facilitating the passage of carts, while simultaneously encroaching upon the ecological niche of the small vendors. The temperature was neither low nor excessively high, certainly not conducive to setting up stalls. Windingport did not possess any antique shops. Such upscale markets were absent here. If one sought something peculiar and aged, the roadside stalls were the primary option. Many of these stalls were operated as side businesses by sailors, selling assorted trinkets acquired from various locales in exchange for a few copper coins suitable for purchasing ale at the tavern. Fortunately, issues of forgery or artificially aging items were non-existent, as there was neither the energy nor expertise for such endeavors. The streets, devoid of stalls, appeared rather desolate. At this time, the main thoroughfares had yet to evolve into the form of shops on the ground floor with residences above. The streets were primarily lined with simple dwellings. These 2- or 3-story buildings employed a semi-exposed structure, filling the wooden framework with bricks and adhesive. The more refined among them would feature light-colored paint on the walls, contrasting with the exposed framework, resembling a sketch with freshly drawn outlines. Compared to the single-story houses of the previous village, these structures were taller and required better load-bearing capabilities, making it difficult to hollow out a wall on the first floor for display. Instead, signs protruded horizontally to indicate their functions. However, such signs were few. Within the scope of view, there were only taverns, tailors, and bakers, with another tavern a bit further away. No matter, I shall inquire with a few captains I know. They are bound to possess some intriguing items, Ryan remarked calmly. You should wander about on your own for now. We will reconvene at the Academy's gate in the evening and then seek a place to stay. Why not take me along? Kraft could not comprehend, but Ryan had already vanished at a fork in the road, seemingly ignoring his words. Beneath the midday sun, Kraft found himself at a loss for direction. Suddenly bestowed with an afternoon of solitary exploration, he reined in his horse at the street, watching the flow of pedestrians and carts, his mind clouded with confusion. The street was not particularly crowded. A few sailors sang sea shanties as they ambled into a building adorned with a tavern sign. A cart laden with barrels of fish passed by, one of the barrels containing a large fish still thrashing about, while 2 scholars in robes shielded themselves from the splashes of water with their sleeves. Kraft observed all of this. The shanty was slightly off-key. The droplets of water danced along the fish's shimmering tail before being flung away, leaving 2 faint ink stains on the sleeves of the brown scholar's robes. He felt something was amiss, especially when alone. It had been this way for some time. He had grown intrigued, actively seeking to capture more details. While galloping on horseback, he would notice the splendid snow atop the treetops, striving to catch up with his cousin for a chat. And he paid attention to the droplets and ink spots on the street. Logically speaking, human attention is limited. When one focuses intently on something, they inevitably overlook much else. Yet, it seemed as if his capacity for perception had suddenly expanded, allowing him to distribute his ample attention across various subjects, collecting an abundance of information. Whether useful or not, with great enthusiasm. It was akin to picking up every coin off the ground, gathering scattered data from an entire book into a coherent collection, or savoring each drop of marrow from a clean bone. He derived a peculiar satisfaction from this behavior, a strange fulfillment. His thoughts began to wander. The melody of the sea shanty ought to be pitched a bit higher, perhaps rendering it more natural. The fish's tail seemed familiar from his last visit to the port. As it possessed a sharp mouth, droplets elongated and transformed in the air, soaring past the sleeve's obstruction toward their owner's face. Damn it! A curse broke Kraft's reverie. The two scholars in robes had collided while attempting to dodge the water droplets, one stumbling forward and bracing himself against the ground. Kraft shook his head vigorously, attempting to dispel the jumbled thoughts, and spurred his horse around the scholars embroiled in an argument with a cart driver. He pondered whether he had become overly sensitive. This uncontrollable attention to irrelevant details resembled obsessive-compulsive behavior, reminiscent of the typical traits exhibited by his otherworldly self, especially under stress. He would count the steps on a staircase, wash his hands until they wrinkled, or repeat the act of blowing air 3 times. This half-transmigration might have inadvertently heightened his tension. The familiar yet foreign body, the merging thought patterns, and the somewhat unsettling environment might have contributed to excessive anxiety stemming from his otherworldly self. Yet, he was not entirely convinced of this, after all. His borderline psychiatric score was evidently not a product of his efforts but rather akin to his instructor's diligence. As he rode along the street, Kraft resolved to set these thoughts aside and engage in another activity to clear his mind. For instance, he could seek out a vendor selling paper, ink, and quills. Here, Kraft had reluctantly learned to write in an exquisitely intricate cursive style under the guidance of Professor Anderson, supplemented by a touch of his grandfather's encouragement. Conversely, the otherworldly part of him was an enthusiast of calligraphy. Although not the same script, the similar writing style piqued his curiosity to experience the tactile sensation. Kraft believed his grandfather and Professor Anderson would prefer to see something more distinctive than yet another unremarkable trinket. The news of a grandson or student returning from an outing with a refined penmanship would be delightful and surprising. Optimistically, it could serve as a testament to their educational prowess. With this thought in mind, he held no expectations concerning the sudden disappearance of his cousin Ryan and began his search for paper and writing instruments along the street. Chapter 13. Local characteristics of doctor-patient communication. Having temporarily shaken off his odd sensations, Kraft began to seek out a place to purchase paper and pens, particularly a finely crafted dip pen. In this world, ink reservoirs had yet to be invented, and ballpoint pens were still a distant dream. People relied on a rather rudimentary yet inefficient method, dipping the pen tip directly into an ink bottle, akin to scooping sauce, writing a few words before dipping again. Those skilled in the technique appeared graceful, while novices often resembled someone ineptly drizzling soy sauce, especially when using an ink dish. However, this method offered a distinct advantage. The soft, thin metal nib of the dip pen could produce strokes of varying thickness with a smooth and natural flow when held correctly. The construction of the pen ensured that the calligraphy styles in both worlds were essentially the same. Such a quality of writing demanded a relatively high level of craftsmanship to produce a satisfactory nib, so one ought to purchase from a specialized shop. Kraft strolled down the street until he reached the end, discovering the desired shop beside the plaza of St. Simon at the heart of the city. The shopkeeper was a church devotee, primarily supplying the needs of the clergy, and offered high-quality paper. However, most pens were flat-tipped, intended for transcribing sacred texts. "Your faith leaves a profound impression on me," Kraft remarked, admiring the shop's rich religious decor. A wooden sculpture of a winged halo adorned half of the wall behind the counter, while an elderly man, bearing a winged halo amulet, read a holy book beside a 3-branched candlestick of varying heights. The candlestick was unlit, and the noon sun streamed through the window, casting a shaft of light that illuminated the dust particles floating in the somewhat somber air. After perusing the shop, Kraft finally initiated a conversation. "Thank you. May I inquire about purchasing something?" The elderly man glanced up from his reading, discerning that Kraft was neither a church member nor a seminary student, and thus his demeanor was somewhat aloof. "I would like a standard dip pen, just the nib would suffice." Kraft glanced at the holy book in the man's hands. a finely crafted manuscript, and added, "I would also like some of that paper." "Let me see," the shopkeeper said as he rose from the table, moving toward the shelves. He picked up a box and asked, "Are you a student of the academy?" "No, but my teacher hails from there." "In that case, I can offer you a discount." The elderly man turned around, placing the open box on the counter, revealing a dip pen with a brass nib and a smoothly polished pine handle, along with paper that wrote even more smoothly than parchment. Kraft was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Professor Anderson's affiliation would yield such a benefit. The elderly man did not elaborate, merely indicating the paper as he said, "The Academy is home to many excellent individuals." After expressing his gratitude to the shopkeeper, Kraft exited, cradling the paper in the pen box. Though uncertain why, the discount was indeed enticing. He stowed his purchases in the pack secured to his horse and began to enjoy the afternoon sun in the plaza. This was the warmest part of the day, with winter's chill dispelled by the sun, allowing him to stroll leisurely, starting from St. Simon's Plaza and heading north along the main thoroughfare, stopping to find something to eat before reaching the northern district of the Winding Port Academy by evening. The Academy and the church, as the two most significant structures in Winding Port, were situated at opposite ends, the church on the northern outskirts and the Academy closer to the harbor center, both seemingly dwarfed by their surroundings. The church had been established long before Street Simon arrived to preach in Winding Port, at a time when the town was still modest in size. In contrast, the Academy was founded 2 to 3 decades later, largely funded by the church, which led to its dominance over other institutions. The Academy's iconic bell tower was entirely financed by the church, with both interior and exterior designed by the church's own architects. Each day, upon hearing the chimes, one would glance up to see a tower resembling that of the church itself, firmly establishing its identity as a church school. During winter, St. Simon's Plaza remained relatively clean, with any bird droppings or snow meticulously cleared away. To his surprise, he noticed 2 scholars clad in brown robes seated on the ground, one leaning against the statue of St. Simon, appearing distressed, while the other stood nearby, conversing with 3 individuals dressed in black, occasionally glancing at his companion. As he approached, Kraft overheard their conversation. "No, really, it's unnecessary. Just help us find a clinic. You need not trouble yourselves so." However, upon hearing this, the brown-robed scholar's refusal became more resolute. "We are truly grateful, but it is not needed. It is merely a minor injury." The seated scholar, drenched in sweat from the pain, managed a weak smile. "Yes, I feel much better now. It's quite embarrassing to waste your time." The brown-robed scholar stepped forward, placing himself between his companion and the strangers, looking around for assistance. The plaza was desolate in the winter afternoon, with Kraft as its sole occupant. Noticing the sword sheath at Kraft's waist and his fine attire draped with a cloak, the scholar perceived him as a gentleman of modest nobility and waved to him. "Sir, might I ask for your assistance?" "Oh, you are from the medical academy, I presume? I have just heard terrifying rumors about you." The enthusiastic medical student, bewildered as to why his fellow students did not require his help, but instead sought aid from a passerby, nonetheless eagerly introduced their predicament. "I see. You are currently in discussion with your experimental subject, though he appears rather unwilling." The experimental subject interjected swiftly, "No, truly, I am fine. Could you escort me to a nearby clinic? Perhaps a bit of ointment would suffice." In the current temperature, his sweat did little to bolster his credibility. His companion wished to elaborate, but Kraft interjected, "May I take a look?" Noting the man's evident anxiety, he added, "I am Kraft, Wood, from the Wood family, known for our honors on the battlefield, so I am somewhat familiar with external injuries." The otherworldly individual was not unfamiliar with such situations, while the local one knew how to quickly earn trust. Chapter 14. A world without Hippocrates. It was merely a chance encounter. Yet an extraordinarily vivid sequence had been etched into his memory. The splashes of water from the fishtails, the instinctive raising of sleeves to shield oneself, the collision that caused a loss of balance, and the forward tumble that ensued. Reflexively, he extended his hands to buffer the fall, first landing on his palms, followed by his forearms meeting the ground with a painful thud. The sleeve of his arm, which had cushioned his fall, bore remnants of the friction against the earth, and his hands were marred with abrasions that he momentarily neglected to tend to. Supporting himself at the elbow was, in fact, a means to control the movement of his shoulder. Indeed, it was a precise match. It had to be him. Observing the lingering skepticism in their expressions, Kraft added, "Try this motion. Press both your elbow and fist against your chest simultaneously." He demonstrated by bending his left arm, effortlessly bringing both fist and elbow to his chest. If my assumptions are correct, you cannot achieve this motion. One of them must remain unattached. The student seated on the ground, grimacing in pain, reluctantly attempted it and, as expected, found that only one could make contact with his chest at a time. Curious, his companions from the law school, along with 3 medical students, tried the same. And without a doubt, they managed to touch both their elbows and fists to their chests simultaneously. The success of this small experiment garnered their acknowledgement of Kraft's expertise, further bolstered by his noble lineage. Fortunately, they were unaware of the actual knowledge level of those from the lower military nobility, Kraft mused. His family's understanding of medicine was limited to the notion of cleaning wounds with fresh water and seeking out someone to offer prayers. Even this concept was rather advanced, surpassing those who merely smeared ashes on wounds. The far-fetched idea that his family possessed a degree of knowledge about external injuries was something he had fabricated himself. Well, it could hardly be considered a complete deception. Since the emergence of the newly refined Kraft, his family had gained someone with a reasonably accurate understanding of medicine. However, this assertion felt slightly inaccurate. Given the societal context here, Kraft's medical knowledge was marginally above the norm, to the extent that it might prove largely impractical. Yet, the situation before him did not fall into the category of ineffectiveness. Once the sequence of events was unraveled, the entire logic became apparent. A student, typically sedentary, had fallen and landed on his forearm, subsequently cradling one arm, experiencing shoulder pain, and finding that his elbow and fist could not simultaneously touch his chest. It was a question that practically spoon-fed itself to him, akin to an exam where one could share a knowing smile with the instructor. If you were a medical student who had genuinely prepared for the examination, not referring to the 3 black-robed figures standing nearby, but rather the type known to Kraft, who pulled all-nighters to the detriment of their hair, you might discover a rather antiquated term, Hippocrates' Law, in a particularly thick tome. At first glance, it seemed indistinguishable from other terms. But upon pronunciation, it rang familiar, reminiscent of a renowned historical figure. After Kraft concluded, the nearby medical students neither gasped in sudden realization nor nodded in acknowledgement of their prior education. Instead, they exhibited a gaze of admiration that unsettled Kraft. The enthusiastic brown-haired student, in particular, seemed eager to inquire further, his expression almost inscribed with the notion of noble heritage. Is it true? Without Hippocrates, do you lack any equivalent studies in this regard? Kraft's heart sank. This situation was troubling, considering that Wendangport was the sole city within a vast region. The medical students of Wendangport Academy appeared to be at this level, leaving little hope for improvement. He contemplated that if he were to suffer a minor ailment, an appendicitis could very well spell his demise. The law student seated on the ground found Kraft's words somewhat alarming, his expression tinged with despondency, the tension suddenly palpable. Is there any hope for my arm? He moved to assist the fallen patient, surveying the empty square devoid of even a public bench, a decidedly unsuitable setting for intervention. Perhaps we could go to our medical school. We have plenty of beds, suggested the amiable brown-haired medical student. Ah, would that be? I am Lucius. Lucius of Sharp. I've been in Wendangport for 4 years. The enthusiastic young man introduced himself from the position of the carriage driver. It is quite fortunate to encounter you today. If you do not mind, may we observe? Ultimately, they boarded the medical school's carriage, jostling in the rear cargo area as they made their way to the medical academy, trusting in Kraft and reassured by the sword at his waist. The 2 law students pondered briefly before consenting. As Lucius had noted, they were indeed out to procure experimental materials. Bottles of uncertain contents were nestled by their feet, while a somewhat heavy wooden crate rested beneath them, containing larger items that swayed with the movement of the carriage. Adjacent to the crate were what appeared to be dried plants resembling hay and branches, while various other miscellaneous objects were precariously stacked in the corners, requiring careful navigation to avoid tripping. Kraft rode alongside the carriage, not declining Lucius's request. That must be consented by the patient first. By the way, why does your medical school have so many beds? Do you receive patients at the academy? He was surprised to learn that this era featured a connection between academies and hospitals, which implied the possibility of clinical teaching. It seemed rather progressive. However, the law students in the back overheard their conversation. Borrowing the medical school's carriage and soon their beds made the law student feel somewhat guilty about his previous assumptions. Realizing that he had formed unwarranted suspicions about his classmates based on mere hearsay, which contradicted the principles of law. Thus, out of guilt and self-reproach, He acquiesced to Lucius's request. "It is no trouble. Today, thanks to your assistance, I would never refuse merely to observe the treatment." In this harmonious atmosphere, Lucius guided Kraft through the gates of the academy, seamlessly navigating several turns until they arrived at a part of the medical school that Kraft had never visited before. Remarkably, no guards inquired about Kraft, the outsider in non-academic attire. Lucius had effortlessly granted him passage. What was referred to as a stone bed, with its square appearance, might more aptly be termed a stone platform, raising questions about its intended use. Although Lucius had thoughtfully added a layer of cushioning, the room felt somewhat large, especially with tiered seating surrounding it. At this point, Kraft fell silent. He had seen such ancient medical classrooms in various educational videos, although he could not specify their purpose. Nor could he ascertain the typical occupants of such beds. Considering the patient's emotional state, he refrained from elaborating and simply instructed the patient to lie down and remove his upper garment. Upon disrobing, the prominent protrusion of the affected shoulder became evident, presenting a shape distinctly unlike the normal rounded contour, confirming his initial assessment. To his astonishment, as soon as he finished speaking, 5 or 6 figures clad in black robes rose from the seating behind, swiftly securing the patient's limbs. Kraft had not even noticed their entrance. "Release him, and hand me a triangular piece of cloth, one large enough to cover his chest," Kraft interjected, preventing the patient from moving his shoulder. "For the next 20 days, your arm must remain suspended against your chest. Fortunately, this is a medical school." Kraft swiftly obtained a freshly cut triangular piece of gauze. He secured the injured limb against his chest and instructed the law student, now a mere teaching specimen, to refrain from movement for the next 20 days before releasing him. Chapter 15. Cousin Ryan at the door. The companion of the patient swiftly led him away, disappearing through the classroom door. Kraft could easily empathize with them. Such understanding did not necessitate one to lie upon a stone bed, experiencing the sensation of being observed by a throng of robed figures. Any rational individual would undoubtedly feel an innate trepidation when positioned at the very center of an anatomy classroom, particularly when one is neither a spectator nor a participant in the dissection. To Kraft, this scene felt eerily familiar. He was now confronting the very supernatural phenomenon he had previously observed from the sidelines. Once a mere onlooker, he now found himself in the limelight. Having just completed an examination on the patient, alongside a manual realignment that took less than 15 minutes, he was astonished to discover that the classroom, which could accommodate around 40 individuals, was now occupied by a throng of mysterious robed figures, claiming 2/3 of the space, while others peeked in through the doorway, eager to ascertain whether they could still gain entry. This fervor for learning left Kraft somewhat abashed. After all, he was the sort who had never arrived on time for an early Monday class. Only those steadfast in their dormitories, never attending morning lectures, could rival his level of laziness. Faced with such a passionate assembly of learners, their enthusiasm left him momentarily speechless. "Your family's remarkable skills are truly astonishing," he mused. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, one of the robed figures seated at the back hastily rose and descended from the steps. Lucius, sitting beside him, followed suit, displaying a somewhat sheepish grin as he trailed half a step behind. "This is Professor Kalman from our college," Lucius introduced, his face slightly flushed, clearly visible against his pale complexion. "I heard a generous nobleman was willing to share invaluable knowledge passed down through his family, and I came to express my gratitude." Lucius had initially thought Kraft appeared to be a commendable person, gracious enough to allow them to observe his ancestral techniques. However, he had not anticipated the size of the gathering. Hence, he decided to invite the well-regarded Professor Kalman, believing that an additional presence would be beneficial. While Kraft was still meticulously examining the patient, Lucius discreetly slipped away to knock on the professor's door. The problem arose when they all shared the same thoughts. Those summoned were evidently contemplating the same. "Thank you immensely for your willingness to selflessly share your knowledge. Such individuals are exceedingly rare and thus exceptionally noble," Professor Kalman remarked, subtly shifting a step closer to Lucius, effectively blocking the overly eager individual. "You flatter me. These are merely minor techniques, and if they prove helpful, that would be splendid." Kraft responded, feeling a twinge of nervousness. However, his thoughts were consumed by a different concern. Having borrowed the classroom without the administrator's consent, he found himself in a predicament upon realizing that he was being attended to as if it were an official class, with a professor seated in the back. The mere contemplation of such a situation was enough to send shivers down his spine. Yet, to his surprise, The professor's demeanor was unexpectedly amiable. Kraft recalled his initial encounters with patients, where he was relentlessly bombarded with questions by instructors, each query a piercing strike to his knowledge gaps. When had he ever received such elevated treatment? The current scenario, if not bewildering, was nothing short of astonishing. Ah, how delightful, Professor Kalman thought to himself, recognizing Kraft as a classic example of a young person filled with a sense of honor, yet lacking in worldly experience. Akin to a noble who is dismissive of material gain, essentially a mirror image of Lucius, albeit brothers of different parents. While Kraft remained enveloped in his anxiety, Professor Kalman had nearly formulated his approach. With a thoughtful expression, he grasped Kraft's hand and said, "But this may be somewhat presumptuous. I hope you will forgive the request of one with limited talents. In a place where the pursuit of knowledge aims to preserve the gift of life bestowed by the heavens, I unfortunately lack the capability to nurture those capable of assuming such weighty responsibilities. Thus, I often hope for individuals of both virtue and ability to share this burden. To extend such a request to one destined for a loftier mission, thereby wasting their precious time here, fills me with regret. Therefore, I wish to invite you to serve as a lecturer at the medical school of Winding Harbor College." Professor Kalman concluded his address with a summarizing statement. "Oh, please do not decline. Even if you cannot be present frequently, should you wish to partake in our assessments after your learning here, we would be delighted to confer upon you a Bachelor of Medicine degree." Before Kraft could fully comprehend the implications, the matter had been essentially settled. In Kalman's view, the position of lecturer was something he could unilaterally decide upon, a matter of prestige for the nobility, showcasing a depth of knowledge. However, for him, the allocation of such positions was flexible. Moreover, a bachelor's degree in this era was not akin to the seven-figure sums prevalent in other realms. Given the scarcity of advanced educational institutions, coupled with a shockingly low literacy rate and the long-term commitment required for a degree, typically, only affluent merchant families or nobles with similar intellectual aspirations would consider such an extravagant endeavor. Additionally, one must account for the exorbitant costs of textbooks, the considerable investment of time and effort, and the rigorous assessments conducted by professional educators or esteemed members of the clergy. Achieving this degree would also qualify one to apply for teaching licenses, bearing greater weight than the finest Westminster gold. It could be likened to granting Kraft a ticket to ascend to the lecturer's position, with the opportunity for further study and assessment to obtain his degree later. What an extraordinary honor! Kraft exclaimed, utterly taken aback. They had only just met, and now he found himself seated in the professor's chamber, sipping tea, facing the beaming Professor Kalman, alongside Lucius, who appeared equally bewildered, clutching a half-eaten biscuit and caught in a state of confusion, as if he understood yet grasped nothing of the unfolding events. "These manuscripts were cherished possessions from my youth. They are perfectly suited for a lecturer like you, who is devoted to the field of medicine. I hope that alongside your studies, you will share your unique insights with the students," Professor Kalman said, presenting several meticulously bound manuscripts, their wooden covers polished to a smooth finish. From Kraft's recollection, the invention of movable type had yet to emerge. The intricacies of woodblock printing had not yet reached the meticulousness of carefully transcribed manuscripts. The value of these manuscripts was beyond what he could fathom with the modest funds in his pocket. However, he seemed to grasp the professor's implication. These books were precious, and he was encouraged to share the wealth of knowledge contained within them with his students. "Certainly, it is my honor," Kraft replied solemnly, accepting the manuscripts, which, when compared to the vastness of internal and external medicine, seemed rather modest, akin to receiving pocket money from a grandfather after 5 years. Lucius, having taken another bite of his biscuit, observed the manuscripts with a sense of familiarity. He swallowed his food, sipped his honey barley tea to clear his throat, and began to inquire, "Professor, how come the book you gifted me last time looks so similar to this one? If such a scene were to be painted, Kraft would be inclined to bestow upon it a title worthy of posterity, one that resonates with both the refined and the commonplace." Cousin Ryan at the door. Kraft's smile faltered as he realized, amidst Professor Kalman's eloquence, that he had forgotten a crucial matter. His dear cousin had arranged to meet him at the college gate in the evening. He glanced outside, noting that the sky had grown dark, leaving no trace of the evening light. Chapter 16. This familiar entity, this gentleman, must be the cousin of Professor Kraft, whose family's profound expertise in medicine instills a sense of humility within me regarding my own academic standing. Kalman approached him, wearing a warm smile reminiscent of a vendor eager to extract coins from a patron. prompting me to audaciously request Mr. Kraft to serve as a lecturer at our medical school. I implored him to visit the academy whenever he found the time, regardless of whether he would lecture or not. My apologies, Cousin Ryan, for my tardiness. Kraft swiftly acknowledged his oversight before mounting his steed, gesturing for Ryan to do the same. Thank you for your hospitality, Professor. After a brief farewell to the professor, Kraft hastily departed into the night with a bewildered Ryan, preventing him from posing questions that would leave us all perplexed. When did our family acquire such medical knowledge? The two found and still operating at such a late hour. It was not particularly challenging to locate a lodging in Winding Port, as the illuminated establishments were few, primarily consisting of bars and venues that doubled as bars, leaving the remainder predominantly as inns. A parent's initial reaction would undoubtedly be skepticism, questioning where this young man had found the means to deceive him. Although Ryan and Kraft were of the same generation, Ryan, being a few years older, had matured earlier. Having been nurtured as a safeguard against the premature demise of Kraft in his youth, he had spent considerable time with the elder Wood, practically becoming a surrogate son. Frequently tasked with caring for Kraft, he was intimately familiar with both the family and Kraft himself. Now, he felt akin to a parent discovering a college admission letter at their doorstep. As a quasi-parent to Kraft, Ryan was, of course, elated, however. As a core member of the Wood family, he was acutely aware of their lineage. To extol the Wood family's scholarly heritage was akin to praising a blind person for their vision or discussing music with a deaf individual, an act of provocation. Well, you may find it hard to believe, but I stumbled upon an old book in my grandfather's collection. Out of curiosity, I read it more thoroughly. Kraft, aware that his explanation lacked credibility, opted to use his grandfather's antiquities as a shield, knowing well that Ryan's reading prowess would prevent him from borrowing it for scrutiny. Truly, as one ages, one's interests often evolve, he remarked, though Ryan did not buy a single word of it. Nevertheless, this was not necessarily a negative matter. Kraft was no longer a child, and Ryan was willing to respect his secret, feeling no need to pry further. Now it was Kraft's turn to feel perplexed. He had anticipated a lengthy endeavor to convince Ryan, yet Ryan's sudden paternal demeanor left him momentarily bewildered. All right, sweet dreams, Ryan. In truth, as an individual of modest academic merit, he had never imagined he would one day assume a teaching role. For the original Kraft, this would be a splendid opportunity to bring honor to the family. For the otherworldly individual, it offered a chance to revive a career that had been abruptly curtailed, helping him discover his value in this new realm. With the exhilaration of a newly appointed individual eager to make a mark, coupled with a burgeoning curiosity about the nascent field of medicine, Kraft retrieved his first book. This tome, akin to other finely bound volumes, featured a wooden cover coated in varnish, its title inscribed in a stern, early Gothic script characterized by broad and straight strokes, typically penned with a flat-tipped quill. Commonly employed for transcribing sacred texts within the church, as well as in various formal documents requiring a degree of seriousness. To those untrained in the art, the text appeared as an array of vertical lines of varying lengths adorned with squares and rhomboids at their termini. Yet, for the discerning eye, it possessed a recognizable clarity. To mitigate wear, the characters were engraved into the wooden cover, with the incisions filled with metallic foil, which had lost its luster over time due to prolonged oxidation. This book was titled On Humors. As a substantial volume, it was not particularly user-friendly, for the creator had neglected to number the pages or provide a table of contents. Nor did it include a preface. To ascertain the book's specific contents, the reader would need to traverse its entirety. For those with a less than stellar memory, note-taking might be necessary. Thus, Kraft produced the paper and ink he had purchased earlier that afternoon, opening the ink bottle in preparation to take notes while he read. Upon opening the first page, the author clearly articulated his understanding of the human body, asserting that the various functions of the body rely on different internal fluids. In his view, these fluids were interconnected and could transform into one another, thereby establishing a delicate balance. The origins of various ailments ultimately stemmed from both internal and external factors that disrupted this critical equilibrium, manifesting in diverse symptoms. In other words, by analyzing the symptoms, one could deduce which fluid had lost its balance, paving the way for targeted treatment. As for the fluids in question, they were categorized into 4 distinct types. This familiar sensation washed over him, steeped in historical significance. Kraft began to comprehend the nature of this doctrine, the theory of the 4 humors. It seemed that the trajectory of history was indeed akin to one another. Although this realm lacked Hippocrates and consequently, a highly practical reduction technique. The overarching theoretical framework still pointed to remarkably similar skill sets. Of course, one could not dismiss the possibility that other travelers from different worlds had previously ventured here and engaged in acts of imitation. As he continued reading, these four fluids were designated by color: red, white, yellow, and black. Their distinctions extended beyond mere chromatic differences. Each fulfilled unique functions within the body. For instance, the red fluid was easily understood as blood. As the most prevalent fluid within the human body, it coursed through myriad vessels, and the author posited that its active and dynamic nature facilitated the communication and transformation of various fluids. Chapter 17. Edward with a smile with a sense of familiarity. Kraft continued to turn the pages. The subsequent content seemed more suited for the realms of fantasy and the supernatural. The text described a white fluid, characterized as a viscous and frigid substance residing within the brain and spinal cord of patients, possessing calming and stabilizing properties, serving as the foundation for thought. Consequently, once this white fluid is compromised, individuals exhibit conspicuous alterations in their mental state. Furthermore, the author noted that some patients with high fevers and delirium displayed a yellowish turbidity in their white fluid, leading him to speculate that the fever catalyzed a transformation from white to yellow fluid, thereby diminishing the quantity of the former. The rationale behind this transformation to yellow fluid lies in its nature as a warm, dry liquid produced in the liver and stored in the gallbladder, representing the body as vital energy. This fluid is believed to be associated with digestive capabilities, facilitating the dissociation and absorption of food within its warmth, thus providing the essential energy for survival. Moreover, the meticulous author observed a phenomenon wherein certain patients exhibited symptoms of rough, yellowed skin and yellowing of the sclera. Traditionally, this was attributed to an excess of yellow fluid within the body. Nevertheless, such patients also displayed signs of malnutrition, edema, aversion to food, and diarrhea following the consumption of greasy dishes, presenting a contradiction to the established theory. It seemed partially accurate yet not entirely so. Kraft began to scratch his head, having set his pen and paper aside for a moment, yet he had yet to write a single word. To record his thoughts felt like a waste of paper. Conversely, not recording them felt equally unsettling. It must be said that although this archaic theory is rife with flaws, its straightforward connections render it quite memorable. As long as no one attempted to employ such notions for his treatment, he could regard it as entertainment. Upon examining the black fluid, Kraft found it to be an entirely elusive substance. It is a dense liquid, playing the role of an inhibitor within the body, contrasting with various active properties. When the black fluid becomes excessive, individuals exhibit signs of depression and despondency. Those naturally predisposed to a higher proportion of black fluid tend to be calm and restrained, appearing somewhat indifferent, and such individuals often have shorter lifespans. As all fluids gradually lose their inherent properties, they transform into black fluid, mirroring the inevitability of death. Should the black fluid reach a certain threshold, equilibrium would be irrevocably disrupted, leading the body into an irreversible descent into silence, with all physiological activities ceasing. This mechanism is also considered a representation of death, as everything inevitably succumbs to inertia, remaining unchanged until the black fluid breaches its critical limit, thus concluding all. The active red fluid corresponds to fire, embodying change and elevated heat. The white fluid aligns with water, perpetually in motion yet adhering to fixed pathways. The yellow fluid resembles air and wind, both gentle constituents of neutral balance. The black fluid, in contrast, corresponds to the heavy earth, where all motion ultimately finds repose, transitioning from motion to stillness. Thus, a system is established, with the remaining content elucidating the deductions and validations concerning diseases and the transformations of the four fluids. Kraft decided to move on to the next book, placing this one aside. It seemed he had uncovered the theoretical basis for bloodletting therapy. The premise appeared to be that when the balance of bodily fluids is disrupted, one could restore this equilibrium by making incisions in various locations to release a measure of fluid. By mingling this notion with the expulsion of stagnant blood to eliminate harmful factors, the currently prevailing treatment method had been formed. With a slight headache, Kraft retrieved the next volume, titled Human Anatomy. The title suggested a parallel to systematic anatomy, yet the church forbade any dissection of corpses, and societal mainstream thought vehemently disapproved of such anatomical explorations, deeming them worthy of punishment by fire. Thus, The author of this tome was either a figment of imagination or a target for the Inquisition, a pariah whose audacity surpassed even that of highway robbers. However, in a place like Wendingport, it was commendable if the church members could manage to clean the bird droppings in St. Simon Square. Over the years, there had been no instances of executions, and not a single torch had been lit in the square. As long as the author refrained from performing dissections in public, it was likely that no one would take issue. The opening of the book did not plunge directly into the subject matter, but rather symbolically indicated that the author, after extensive research and comparison of numerous preceding works, distilled his insights based on his medical experiences, aimed at preserving the life bestowed by the divine, and assured that it was not an act of disrespect towards the deceased. As for the sources of his references, or the experiential knowledge that led to such conclusions, the author simply stated, "It has been too long, I have forgotten." Indeed, upon opening the first illustration, it was evident that disclaimers were mere fabrications. Although not as meticulously detailed as the anatomical diagrams resulting from significant advancements, this illustration, half skeletal, half muscular, fundamentally elucidated the human locomotor system. It even thoughtfully depicted the abdominal muscles in a layered manner, revealing their arrangement from the exterior to the interior. The intercostal muscles, both internal and external, displayed clear directional patterns. After a cursory perusal of the volume, Kraft discerned that this was likely the first part, primarily addressing how bones and muscles constitute the human locomotor system, providing corresponding images and descriptions for each area, analyzing the relationship between human movements and muscle contractions. The illustrator of the original manuscript must have invested considerable effort, likely having observed dissections firsthand or possibly even being the author who sketched while dissecting, emphasizing the attachment points of the muscles with special annotations to prevent misinterpretation during the transcription process. In Kraft's hands, this manuscript, albeit a copy of an uncertain edition, accurately conveyed the author's original intent. The actions and corresponding muscle groups were meticulously aligned, enabling even novices to comprehend the roots of motor dysfunction. The third volume, as anticipated, was the second part of human anatomy, focusing on the morphology and distribution of internal organs and blood vessels. The author subtly suggested that he had confirmed a portion of the four fluid theory's validity structurally and convincingly. However, the specifics of this methodology were once again omitted. In summary, he acknowledged the existence of clear white fluid within the brain and spinal cord, affirmed that yellow fluid originated from the liver and was stored in the gallbladder, with pathways leading to the intestines. Yet, the black fluid remained elusive to him for the time being. With this foundation, the pioneer deemed traditional theories not without merit, at least within certain bounds of reliability. Additionally, after analyzing the blood vessels, he innovatively proposed a novel perspective that red fluid could actually be categorized into two distinct types, flowing within different vessels. One type had resilient, thick walls, while the other was characterized by weaker walls and a larger lumen, translating to arteries and veins respectively. However, his reasoning veered off course here. Given that the blood vessels of individual organs within the abdominal cavity converge into the liver, he speculated that the liver might serve as the governing organ of the venous system, while the arteries were subordinate to the heart, leading to the notion that both organs jointly regulated red fluid. It is also possible that the prolonged transmission of the four fluid theory, through repeated transcription, had diverged from its original form, with discrepancies magnified over time, rendering later generations incapable of comprehension. The contradictions inherent in the theory, such as the excessive yellow fluid resulting in aversion to food, further supported his conjecture. Thus, the two volumes of human anatomy reached an abrupt conclusion, leaving an imprint distinctly divergent from that of the Wendingport Medical Academy. The scribe, while transcribing various works, would invariably leave marks indicating the author's identity as a sign of respect. An astute learner would easily discern the peculiar smile of the fifth cervical vertebra, resembling an open-mouthed conical aperture, adorned with the hasty signature of uncertain authenticity, Edward. Chapter 18. Kraft's first lesson. The following day, Ryan observed Kraft emerging from his quarters, his visage marked by exhaustion. "Did you not sleep well?" Ryan inquired. "Not quite," Kraft replied with a yawn. "I spent half the night poring over books, eager to fulfill my duties as a lecturer before my departure." Kraft, feeling a twinge of guilt at the prospect of leaving without contributing, requested of Ryan, "Might I entrust you with the task of procuring what we need today? I can hand over my funds to you." He retrieved a handful of silver coins from his purse, offering the remainder along with the pouch to Ryan. "Certainly, but how about we first find something to eat?" Ryan was contemplating a reason to act independently when Kraft fortuitously suggested the very thing, facilitating Ryan's plan to visit the stonemason. The stone hand engraved with runes that he had requested the day before would likely be ready by this afternoon. After resolving their breakfast, the two departed to pursue their separate errands. Ryan swiftly vanished from Kraft's sight on horseback, prompting a flicker of intrigue within Kraft, who felt as though his cousin had already set his sights on a target. The concepts he intended to discuss had begun to crystallize during his readings of fluid dynamics. Upon encountering human anatomy, which delineated the pathway of bile from the liver through the gallbladder to the intestines, he found his lecture's framework taking shape. Logically, even while constrained within the existing parameters, he could elucidate why patients presented with jaundiced skin and sclera while simultaneously exhibiting emaciation, edema, and dyspepsia. The content from human anatomy sufficed to provide an explanation. As he organized his outline, he proactively supplemented it with additional pertinent knowledge, rehearsing potential inquiries and doubts he might face. From the third hepatic duct down to the first, traversing the common bile duct to the gallbladder's convergence. He imagined the triangular position of the gallbladder and its contents. Even the blood vessels, lymphatics, and ligaments that he had not meticulously memorized found a place in his mental schematic. An uncanny sensation, which had surfaced several times before, enveloped him once more. His vivid recollections made him feel as though his mind were not entirely his own. Kraft had long since forgotten his name from that distant time. Yet the agonizing memories of rote learning lingered. If such memories were indeed his, there would be no justification for his late-night preparations. Especially considering he had only skimmed the material at that time, and the rudimentary human anatomy could hardly furnish such detail. With a sense of trepidation, he endeavored to unearth more content within his mind to validate his hypothesis. Those notions he presumed had faded into obscurity over time now appeared, neatly catalogued. It was as if someone had intruded upon his most sacred repository, redrawing the faded frescoes and organizing the scattered tomes without his awareness. What he once believed irretrievable was suddenly restored to its rightful place, merely because he had thought of them. Kraft ultimately became convinced of the peculiarities within himself. If he were not mistaken, it was after that inexplicable high fever that a metaphorical wall had been dismantled, liberating his consciousness from a constricted space and allowing it to expand freely. This expansion was beyond the control of his subjective thoughts. It sought to unearth information from every conceivable source. Through his senses, sight, hearing, touch, and all perceptive faculties, he collected signals from the depths of memory, unearthing long-buried treasures within this liberated domain. Yet, one thing eluded him: the origin of this phenomenon. His awareness inexorably gravitated toward that elusive point. The ambient light dimmed, and the cacophony of the crowd receded. A profound sense of weightlessness washed over him. He realized this was the price of his meager gains. He would never escape the grasp of an existence he could scarcely articulate. He had thought he would depart that place the following day, but uncertainty now clouded his mind. Even as this consciousness exhausted all known information, he remained ensconced in an unknowable, unfathomable darkness, gazing into a night impenetrable to his vision. The unseen loomed before him, forever out of reach. Even acknowledging its presence felt like an insurmountable challenge. Kraft? Lecturer? Kraft. Kraft dismissed the thought, blinking to readjust to the light. Before him stood a worried visage with brown hair, peering down at him. A sharp pain throbbed at the back of his head. He realized he was lying on the ground outside the medical school. His instincts sought to erase the unacceptable, yet this time they faltered. Kraft grasped a fragment of the truth, at least a corner of it, that dreadful aspect he could no longer evade. Just call me Kraft. It's merely low blood sugar. Could you lend me a hand? He fabricated an excuse with ease, extending his hand to Lucius for assistance. What do you mean by blood sugar? Lucius inquired, helping Kraft to his feet, his earlier concerns still evident, though a new term had diverted his attention. Nothing much, just a new term. We will have plenty of time to discuss it later. Kraft dusted himself off. It seems I neglected to schedule an appointment for today. Could you inform me when it would be convenient for me to fulfill my lecturing duties? He even offered Lucius a smile to alleviate his worries. Of course. If you don't mind, please have a seat in the empty classroom for a while. I will notify the other students. A sense of the bizarre lingered. But for now, Kraft felt he could complete his lecture before grappling with these puzzling matters. I am truly delighted to see so many of you here to attend my lecture. I wager my instructor never anticipated I would reach this point. In a formal classroom, more spacious than yesterday's dissecting room, Kraft opened with self-deprecation, eliciting a subdued laughter from the audience. Today, I wish to present a theory proposed by a predecessor, confirmed for reasons that cannot be explicitly stated. You should already be familiar with the book Fluid Dynamics, which discusses the yellowing of the complexion due to an excess of yellow fluid, alongside symptoms of anorexia, emaciation, and diarrhea following the consumption of fatty foods. The prevailing view has long held that such a condition contradicts the digestive capabilities of the yellow fluid. However, it is, in fact, elucidated in human anatomy, albeit the author himself remained unaware. He turned to the dark wooden board behind him, using a piece of chalk to trace the pathway of bile from the liver to the descending duodenum. It is quite apparent that one must recognize that this yellow liquid travels through only this narrow passage from the liver to the intestines. So, why might it not reach its intended destination? It could easily become obstructed at any point within this duct, or perhaps it never even exited the liver, thereby significantly impairing its digestive capacity. Of course, I must mention that a far more complex mechanism is at play. Causing these symptoms is not so straightforward. However, what we shall focus on today is merely discussing these two scenarios. In summary, upon understanding that multiple causes can lead to the accumulation of yellow fluid within the body, preventing its entry into the intestines, the contradictory assertions regarding jaundice, emaciation, and anorexia naturally fall apart. I believe that an understanding of human anatomy is an essential facet of medical advancement, poised to explain and overturn countless existing notions. To further enhance our understanding, it is permissible to challenge certain traditions. Thank you all. My lecture concludes here, and I hope it proves beneficial. The atmosphere in the classroom was unusually quiet as Kraft finished his course. The anticipated questions and doubts never materialized, leaving only the sound of diligent note-taking in the air. The custom of applause had yet to take root here, and the students' respect for their knowledge-bearer was manifested in solemn silence and earnest writing. However, Kraft noticed Professor Kalman deep in thought among the audience. Upon realizing that Kraft was observing him, Professor Kalman cautiously rose, careful not to disturb the students around him who were still engaged in contemplation and note-taking. Perhaps a lecturer's role seems somewhat meager for you. I have yet to encounter a family of such caliber that remains in obscurity, he remarked softly, leaning closer. Yet, for now, this is all I can offer. Perhaps, in due time, you may find yourself becoming a professor. Kalman paused, glancing around to ensure the students were oblivious to their exchange. He then lowered his voice even further, speaking in a tone barely audible, and inquired quietly in Kraft's ear, "When you mention challenging certain traditions, what precisely do you mean?" Chapter 19. The academic center need not be at the core. Kraft paused, momentarily taken aback, realizing that Kalman was indeed inquiring about something else. He had assumed that the medical school with classrooms did not require such veiled discussions. This was a misunderstanding. Typically, the tiered auditorium with the stone platform was primarily used for demonstrating treatments on ordinary patients. Professor Kalman elucidated. There were no outsiders here. Might we discuss the unusual circumstances? Kalman relaxed somewhat, sensing that this new lecturer was indeed quite open-minded, and thus felt free to elaborate. Unusual circumstances, you ask? For instance, we have an anatomy course scheduled in that very classroom tonight. Kalman wore a mysterious smile, his hands clasped before him. Although the seminary was just next door, the clergy had never set foot in our medical school. There were no exceptions. The last two words were enunciated with particular clarity. Kraft was genuinely intrigued to witness the anatomy class at this medical school, especially since his own experience in anatomy had been rather limited. It was, after all, a world separated by several eras. The reverence for the integrity of corpses remained deeply ingrained in both societies, albeit the acceptance of such matters had undergone significant transformation. Even in the realm of legitimate medical studies on the other side, finding enough cadavers for students to learn from was no simple feat. Reflecting upon this, he lamented not having signed a donation agreement before his untimely demise. It felt like a grievous oversight. He recalled his own anatomy class, where a dozen students gathered around a cadaver, reciting an oath before bowing in gratitude. Due to the crowd, they could only stand on one side of the dissection table, with the rest taking notes from a distance. Even then, not everyone had a clear view. A few were squeezed to the side, adopting uncomfortable positions to wield their instruments. During that course, given the challenges of instruction, he had jokingly remarked about donating his body to his alma mater, envisioning a plaque that read, "This individual studied here in the year, and shared in the study of anatomy, undoubtedly possessing a sense of dark humor." Little did he know that fate would lead him to exchange his youthful vigils for an entirely different existence. Before departing, Kraft recalled the author's signature he had glimpsed at the end of Human Anatomy yesterday, and, curious, inquired, "Might I ask the full name of the author of such a remarkable work?" His depiction of the cervical vertebra was rather intriguing. "Oh, you mean that? When I first transcribed this book, I was still studying in Dunling, and the original volume was kept by my mentor," Professor Kalman responded, seemingly unfazed by the question. Clearly impressed by the author's whimsical representation of the fifth cervical vertebra. "You see, unlike here, the closer one gets to the kingdom's center, the more the church meddles in affairs. Often, the author would discreetly release his findings, leaving behind a mark to distinguish them from others, ensuring his true name remained elusive." In discussing this, the professor did not shy away from critiquing the church, expressing that it was commonplace for everyone to share such sentiments. This book had been around for some time, and as far as he knew, it had been the go-to reference for decades. Indeed, it has been several decades. "Does he have other works?" Kraft inquired, shaking his head in disappointment. If only such a mind were afforded a conducive research environment. The state of medicine here might be vastly different. Kalman shrugged. "No. Otherwise, you would have received more than just these 3 volumes yesterday. I believe the author has not been apprehended. If they found him, the tribunal in Dunling would undoubtedly parade him for 3 days of public burning. Rather, he seems quite astute, not genuinely believing that the church could be easily deceived by trivial explanations. At best, it allows the circulation of this book under duress. Should he reveal himself, the tribunal possesses ample means to compel him to confess to the dissection of corpses. Let us not dwell on such disheartening topics. I came to Winding Port to distance myself from all that. Shall we share a meal?" "Certainly. Knowledge cannot substitute for bread." Kraft, feeling a pang of hunger, recalled the delicious cookies from the previous day, indicating that Professor Kalman had a refined taste in food. Unexpectedly, the professor led Kraft to a tavern near the academy, ordering roasted fish and several large mugs of beer. The establishment was filled with various scholars clad in academic robes, suggesting it was quite popular among the academic community. "I must say, the reason I chose to stay in Winding Port was twofold. It suits my research, and I have an affinity for the roasted fish here." Kalman had changed out of his black attire, pushing the platter of roasted fish towards Kraft. Finding a kindred spirit brightened his mood, especially as this tavern's mackerel not only eliminated any fishy odor, but also retained the essence of the fish itself, much to the student's delight. Kraft seized a piece. Taking a bite from the fish's belly, it was indeed delectable. His palate, long tormented by coarse bread and tough jerky, was treated to an exquisite experience. The fish boasting a crisp exterior and tender interior. This tavern sourced only the freshest catches, ensuring that if unsold, the fish would spoil within a couple of days without refrigeration. Due to the stable supply, most taverns serving roasted fish only procured what they needed for the next day, leaving no excess stock. As a port city, the local cuisine was closely intertwined with the ocean's bounty, and the sea's abundant offerings spared this small town from the scourge of food shortages. Humanity's fishing efforts had yet to reach the natural limits of the ocean's provisions, allowing for a plentiful harvest of various fish species close to shore. Rare and expensive varieties, such as tuna, were typically claimed by merchants and noble chefs, while the finest cod and mackerel were sent directly to taverns, served within hours on diners' tables, or sold at the fish market by the docks to residents seeking fresh ingredients for their homes. Lesser quality fish were often preserved as salted fish or dried fish for easier storage and transport. Every year, traders from Woodland came to sell Winding Port seafood. Yet the finest fresh grilled fish could only be savored here at reasonable prices, making it accessible even to families with modest incomes. Fish had long been the most cost-effective source of nutrition, occupying a permanent place on the tables of the populace, leading to the development of various culinary methods, including roasted fish, fish soup, and dishes served under the stars. Through extensive research into fish preparation techniques, local expertise had continually evolved, with the classic roasted fish achieving a level that even the souls from other worlds would find commendable. However, the local brewing craft left much to be desired. The beer, brewed with added hops, had seen improvements over the base malt, but for Kraft, who was not particularly fond of alcohol, it remained unpalatable. Thus, Professor Kalman enjoyed several large mugs of beer on his own. Chapter 20. The afternoon before departure. Why use the word also? Frequently, when a captain or sailor finds himself in a foreign land, seeking to alleviate the oppressive tedium of prolonged voyages, he may indulge in a few too many drinks at a local tavern. Upon stepping outside, he is likely to encounter local vendors peddling various wares. These unidentified individuals may attempt to entice the inebriated with tales of good fortune or unique properties, leading them to impulsively purchase unfamiliar items. It is not uncommon, particularly in rugged locales like icy plains, to confront a burly man wielding an axe, eager to showcase his merchandise, leaving one to discern whether he is genuinely offering a demonstration or subtly suggesting his own financial woes. The reasons behind such encounters are manifold and need not be elaborated upon, for they often parallel the experiences of Craft, who, during his travels, found himself lured into purchasing local handcrafted goods. In moments of fervor, he made hasty decisions, only to later realize the folly of his actions as he discovered remnants of torn labels or, worse, items that bore no labels at all, mere mass-produced trinkets from a local market. While Craft's souvenirs might result in a loss of a few dozen coins at most, for the captain and sailors, the aftermath of their purchases could be far graver, often leading to significant financial losses. Thus, Craft inquired of the tavern owner, "Do you know many people in Wendang Harbor?" Settling into a spot by the counter, he relished the memory of his recent meal, requesting roasted fish without beer. Such establishments often serve as hubs for the exchange of information, and the proprietor, while engaging in casual banter, sometimes assumes the role of an intermediary, occasionally possessing goods of his own. Regardless of these functions, most tavern keepers are quite conversational, having gleaned ample content from the myriad of patrons that pass through, akin to the chatty taxi drivers in other realms. The owner summoned the kitchen to bring forth the roasted fish and poured himself a glass of beer, clearing his throat in anticipation. What man does not enjoy a good beer? He mused, taking a hearty swig, froth dampening his unruly beard. I know many who make their living at sea. Most see each other only a handful of times a year. Sometimes, I assist them in marketing their goods or recommending suppliers. In my 20s, I envied them, dreaming of selling my inn to purchase a ship, gathering a crew of sailors, and traversing the icy expanse just as they do. Craft interjected, "That sounds splendid. Why did you not pursue it?" This prompted the owner to continue, slightly embarrassed. For Craft had also harbored such fanciful notions, often indulging in unrealistic romanticism about the ocean. It's merely that I became acquainted with too many people." The owner sighed, reminiscing about his lost youth. What does that matter? Meeting more people reveals that life is not as idyllic as one imagines. Those who wander seem carefree, yet they lead meticulously budgeted lives, relying on information and connections to earn their keep, with most of their wealth tied up in their vessels. Sticking to old trade routes yields little profit. One must consider the market on both ends. The proprietor appeared well-versed in these operations, suggesting he had contemplated entering the trade himself. Intrigued, Craft probed further, "What about new trade routes? I recall some captains prefer to traverse less traveled paths, such as from here to the icy plains." The owner's words reminded Craft of Captain William S. Tale, who transported grain and wine in exchange for pelts from the denizens of the icy regions. The stories relayed by his cousin, Ryan, had ignited a profound curiosity about these foreign lands, leading Craft to contemplate compiling and publishing such narratives as a collection entitled Craft's Fairy Tales for Posterity. The owner expelled a belch of disdain. In my youth, I shared similar thoughts, naively believing myself clever. In truth, many are cleverer than I. New routes have surely been considered before, but either they prove treacherous or the destinations hold issues, which is why they remain undeveloped even now. Take the icy plains, for instance. While the journey itself is not difficult, there are only a few tribes with whom one can communicate, established through the tenacity of seasoned captains. Nowadays, trading with familiar captains suffices. For others, venturing further along the coastline is necessary to discover new tribes. As for those tribes we have yet to encounter, it is uncertain whether communication would even be possible. Do you know of any shops in Wendang Harbor that sell unique curiosities? Craft inquired, harboring little hope. None, I fear. Such wares are only found at flea markets. Any shop without a stable clientele would soon perish from hunger, the owner replied, shaking his head. Regrettably, you won't find any stalls for a few days. Wait until the snow melts. And do not pay exorbitant prices. I have yet to find anything worth more than 2 silver coins. His words resonated with sincerity. Craft held a clear understanding of the folly in overpaying at flea markets. Upon finishing the roasted fish, the owner's conversational spirit was invigorated. Craft descended the stairs and knocked on Ryan's door. Are you there, Ryan? Come in. I've procured something. Ryan opened the door, inviting Craft to behold his latest acquisition. Fortune favored him. The stonemason had, fortuitously, a broken hand from a damaged sculpture, allowing Ryan to unleash his creativity. Upon entering, Kraft was greeted by a striking artifact resting upon the table, a stone hand, severed at the wrist, positioned upright. The palm bore a crooked rune, resembling the tentacles of a squid. Lacking any ornate polishing, it possessed an air reminiscent of relics unearthed from ancient ruins. Though Kraft held no expertise in artifact appraisal, intuition whispered to him that this style was familiar. As he pondered, a torrent of memories surged through him, an alien consciousness revealing that this closely resembled a rune on the eye of a prior artifact Ryan had purchased. It appeared to be a refined version, more fluid in its strokes, devoid of any jagged edges. Where did you obtain this? From the same place as last time? Kraft pressed, pressing his temple. While he experienced no dizziness or headaches, he was unnerved by the sensation of being divided into two entities, one a mere mortal, the other a boundless intellect effortlessly sifting through the vast sea of information to extract what he sought. This gave rise to a peculiar illusion, as if a living entity stirred within his skull, granting his brain an independent agency, dissatisfied with its confined surroundings. How did you know it was from the same place? From the captain? Ryan nearly faltered, fearing he had inadvertently revealed his source. However, he quickly recovered, clarifying that Kraft had not meant this. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Ryan elaborated. He mentioned it was from the same location as last time, indeed bearing a resemblance to the previous eye. He knew I would be interested and set it aside for me. I believe my grandfather will appreciate this. The local vernacular bore similarities to English, lacking distinctions between grandfathers and grandfathers. Thus Ryan referred to old wood in the same manner as Kraft. Those unaware of the situation might easily misconstrue them as brothers. Yet in truth, their bond was akin to that of family. By the way, here is your money back. I have a good rapport with him. So he sold it to me at a discount, and I didn't need to use your funds. Ryan retrieved the pouch of coins that Kraft had entrusted to him that morning and returned it to Kraft without alteration. So, how much is it? Shall we not share it? Kraft accepted the pouch, harboring no suspicion regarding Ryan's intentions. It is of little consequence, merely the worth of a silver coin. Soon, I shall possess my own domain, so there is no need to dwell on such trifles. At this mention, Ryan's face beamed with pride. Considering he was nearing 20 years of age, Oldwood deemed it unwise to have him running about aimlessly. He was already contemplating formally bestowing upon this young man the title of knight, granting him a territory to expand their family's lineage. At that juncture, he would also allocate 2 fine steeds, a complete suit of armor, and weaponry, as well as the opportunity to recruit his own retinue. Chapter 21. The Castle of the Wood Family. The journey from Wadingport to the territory of the Wood family would typically require 6 or 7 days on horseback, provided the weather was favorable. However, reality often diverges from theory. Spending nights in the wilderness is not only unpleasant but also perilous. Thus, both travelers opted to set off in the morning, aiming to reach the farthest villages for overnight stays, allowing for a fresh start the following day. Like many settlements, Woodtown was established near a water source, nestled in a river valley surrounded by low hills, with a narrow, elongated terrain. The river spanned approximately 10 meters in width, not particularly wide, yet difficult to cross. In Oldwood's youth, the town developed solely on one side of the river, necessitating a lengthy detour to cross at shallower waters upstream or resorting to swimming or ferrying. Deeply frustrated by this, Oldwood, in an effort to utilize the land across the river, constructed a stone bridge with leftover materials from the castle's construction, a truly beneficial project for the community. Now, Ryan and Kraft were traversing this stone bridge, making their way through the town towards the castle situated atop the nearby hill. The castle's location was remarkably advantageous. The gentle slope of the hill behind Woodtown, facing the river, provided a gradual ascent, while the rear was marked by steep cliffs. This design significantly reduced the engineering challenge of defense, as attackers would have to approach from below, while those within the castle could capitalize on the terrain to gain momentum and repel assaults. Over 30 years, Oldwood cleared the trees from the hilltop, erecting a wooden wall as a transitional measure with the timber, and constructed a robust tower against the cliff as the castle's core. Surrounding the tower, he built stables, workshops, and kitchens from removable wooden structures. Woodtown was not a military stronghold, while a family castle could effectively mitigate various risks. Such risks must exist for the castle's defenses to be warranted. Even in the event of war, it was unlikely that a significant military force would be dispatched to attack. A mere envoy to accept the Lord's surrender would suffice. It was only when the time was ripe, or when Oldwood perceived an improvement in the family's economic situation, that the Wood family began replacing the wooden palisade with a proper stone curtain wall. The modest scale of this undertaking allowed Oldwood to stubbornly elevate the wall to over 3 meters, complemented by crenellations that would prove beneficial once the Craft family amassed sufficient crossbows and bows. Over the years, supplementary structures were gradually replaced by the expanding tower, culminating in a sturdy fortress, a formidable establishment ideally suited for the family's legacy. As time passed and Craft grew to adulthood, the path from the castle to the town was paved with gravel, alleviating many issues with slipping horses and vehicles. Craft and Ryan followed the winding road upwards as the sun sank slowly behind the castle, casting elongated shadows of the structure upon the sparsely wooded slope. Future adversaries would find themselves enveloped in these shadows each evening, preparing their cumbersome siege equipment while bracing against the threat of falling boulders. Even a soul from another realm could not help but marvel at the strength of such a stone edifice during the age of cold weapons. With ample water and food supplies, it would take several times the manpower to besiege such a structure. Large siege engines would find it impossible to be transported here. And once the stone bridge across the river was destroyed, accessing the castle would become exceedingly difficult. Even the simplest tools fashioned from local timber would be a Herculean task to maneuver uphill. Ultimately, arriving at the castle only to confront a band of professional soldiers leading local militia would be a true test of endurance. Indeed, the Wood family maintained a professional armed force, albeit a modest one of around 20 men, primarily composed of Oldwood's retired comrades. As Oldwood prospered, they too benefited from the surrounding enterprises, forming a lineage of professional soldiers with a familial tradition of martial prowess. Craft's father had taken these loyal men to battle as his entourage, supplemented by hastily armed militia, thus forming a small army. Misfortune could befall anyone, but it was not due to the incompetence of those trained from a young age. In Craft's generation, there were peers receiving training at the castle, though most were destined to guard the castle for life, with little opportunity for glory on the battlefield. In the dimming light, flickering flames could be seen at the castle's entrance, held by the night watchman's torches. The faint clanging of metal could be heard. "John? Or is it George? Don't close the door yet," Craft called out. "No, I certainly do not wish to wait outside while you fiddle with that infernal winch. I warn you one last time. George, there is but one Baron here." Craft had a cordial rapport with these young men, having shared Oldwood's training. Among the rural nobility, formality was scarce. "Am I not worthy of a name?" Ryan and Craft led their horses to the stables before finding Oldwood and Anderson dining in the hall. By candlelight, the long table was adorned with bread, hearty soup, and the castle's homemade sausages. The silver-haired elder and the balding middle-aged man sat before the table, the atmosphere reminiscent of a public service announcement for caring for elderly citizens. "So, you ultimately did not meet that individual?" Once the two had satisfied their hunger, Ryan recalled the stone hand he had presented, prompting Oldwood to suddenly remember Craft's errand. Indeed, merely an unskilled charlatan who burned his own hand. "He perished before we reached Wendangport." Craft crossed his arms, expressing his resignation. "It was even less interesting than the item my cousin purchased. At least that hand won't set itself alight." "Haha, indeed." Anderson took the hand from Oldwood, examining it without discernible understanding, yet finding it undeniably intriguing. "Did the seller mention its origin?" "Not at all, but I doubt it resembles anything from within the north." Ryan maintained his composure, adding, "If you wish to hear something truly fascinating, you must inquire of Craft. You will never guess what transpired." A knowing smile crept across his face, unable to conceal his delight. "It cannot be that Craft was accepted into Wendang Academy, can it?" Oldwood speculated in the most improbable direction, eliciting laughter from Anderson at this ludicrous suggestion. "What is it? Why the sudden silence? What amusing event could be so shrouded in mystery?" The abrupt quietude stifled Anderson's laughter, leading him to suspect he had laughed at an inopportune moment. Chapter 22. An opportunity. This matter was difficult for him to articulate, so he thought it best to let the evidence speak for itself. Ryan remained silent beside him. After all, he did not believe Craft's assertion about having seen some book from his grandfather's collection. Yet, he did not wish to undermine Craft's attempt to explain, so he refrained from speaking and allowed Craft to express himself. "In any case, after I had treated a student from the adjacent law school, their Professor Kalman might have overestimated my capabilities and invited me to serve as a lecturer at the medical college. It is well known that when circumstances are sufficiently absurd and irreversible, The plethora of points of contention renders it difficult for anyone to question the issues at hand. Oldwood was utterly astonished by the possibility that his grandson might be a genius. He understood that lecturers at Windingport Academy belonged to the realm of higher culture, but he could not discern the exact level of that culture. Fortunately, Anderson grasped the crux of the matter. You can heal? He was quite aware of his students' capabilities. He attributed 1/3 of their literacy to himself, while the remaining 2/3 were due to Oldwood's strict disciplinary methods. To claim one would self-study was laughable, akin to a fish in a river below the mountains laughing until it turned white. How could I not know? Shall I present it to your teacher? Oldwood indeed had a penchant for acquiring such items, or rather, it seems that many of the minor nobility in this era share a similar habit. Whether to adorn their bookshelves for the sake of appearances, or due to a fascination with the occult like Oldwood, they are loyal patrons of this market. The entire revised book was prohibitively expensive. However, the scattered pages collected from various sources were another matter altogether. These pages may have once belonged to neglected collections for myriad reasons, or were merely the casual scribblings of practice, with content that was a veritable potpourri. There were stories, scholarly notes, poetry albums, and medieval versions of I Love inventions, scattered in a manner that rendered them disjointed and incomprehensible. Simply remnants of books that had lost their original value. Those seeking to impress would purchase these for arbitrary rebinding and display upon their shelves, ensuring they would not be found out when taken down, while financially constrained enthusiasts of the occult would sift through them in search of potential hidden treasures from their predecessors. Aside from the occasional genuine antiquarian book, the bulk of Oldwood's acquisitions consisted of these scattered writings, as he held no grand expectations, purely a hobby. He did not scrutinize them too rigorously. I did not know. I initially thought them useless, only to later find them missing. Kraft was determined to leave no witnesses, but upon witnessing the somewhat fiery gazes of his grandfather and Professor Anderson, he hesitated, though he still made a mental note of it. You noted it down? Anderson, like Ryan, felt his intelligence had been insulted. Joyous indeed. The so-called wealth and nobility do not return home, akin to wearing splendid garments under the cover of night. In Anderson's eyes, Kraft had never recited smoothly in front of him. Today, he could finally revel in his extraordinary abilities before his teacher and parents. For a full 10 minutes, he elaborated on the production of bile in the liver, its concentration in the gallbladder, and the relationship between jaundice and liver diseases, uninterrupted, leaving Anderson, who hailed from a literary background, dazed and questioning his own educational standards, wondering how such talent could have been squandered over the years. When Kraft, still eager to elaborate, paused, those present were utterly convinced, believing that the Wood family had indeed produced a medical prodigy. In the future, when Kraft took over the family affairs, he would likely not rashly lead a group into battle to seek glory. Instead, he could establish a network connecting the academy to the city's affluent nobility and merchants, allowing the family to thrive in urban settings. This, it seemed, was the best path envisioned by Oldwood. He was a noble forged on the battlefield. Yet he did not confine his vision solely to warfare. The death of his son had only reinforced this realization. Such instability was not what Oldwood desired. In the ensuing days, after a long and arduous journey, Kraft finally found an opportunity to rest. Each morning, he would rise early to practice the art of wielding a broadsword alongside Ryan in the castle courtyard, savoring a vegetable soup enriched with milk and ham, while diligently studying the professor's texts on fluid dynamics and human anatomy. Amidst this enriching life that honed both body and mind, Kraft also dedicated substantial time to lie on the grassy slopes, contemplating. In the stillness, he finally had the chance to reflect on everything that had transpired recently. The inexplicable journey, the amalgamation of souls, the indescribable essence lurking in the dark of night. It had bestowed upon him a transcendent consciousness that transcended limitations, alongside an inexplicable cost that resided deep within, beyond comprehension. No, it could not merely be termed a cost. He sensed it was, in truth, a genuine gift. His predicament mirrored that of the prisoners in Plato's Allegory of the cave. He had spent his life confined within a cave, unable to see the outside world, with only the occasional rays of sunlight illuminating the shadows cast upon the walls. The prisoners, having seen nothing but the shadows, believed them to be the essence of reality, the truth of the world. Yet one day, for reasons unknown, he was briefly yanked into the outside world. He beheld sights he had never encountered, the dazzling light, the vibrant colors cascading across the earth and sky, the flora, fauna, and rocks, all presented before him in vivid three-dimensional form, which his mind, accustomed only to the flat shadows on the cave wall, could not comprehend. He believed the shadow of a rose on the wall to be a precious memento. Yet he feared the rose itself, simply because he could not grasp the nature of three-dimensional objects. The mere attempt to touch it would leave him bloodied from its thorns. He might never understand what that truly was, nor would he know whether he should dare to reach for that reality. However, he recognized that, from the perspective of a mere mortal, that gift, the liberation of his consciousness, was invaluable. It enabled him to dredge up memories from every corner of his mind and endowed him with formidable cognitive abilities. With this, he could aspire to be a commendable lecturer, an exemplary heir to his family, an adept physician, a future professor, a disseminator of knowledge. At the very least, he now possessed a splendid opportunity to become the person both souls yearned to be. Chapter 23. A beautifully crafted letter to Professor Kraft. I beseech your pardon for my abrupt departure. By the time this letter reaches you, I shall be aboard a swift vessel en route to Dunling. It is not that I have rekindled any expectations for that realm, so long subdued by authority and the church. Rather, it is the recent correspondence from my long-neglected mentor, who has entrusted me with his latest research and invited me to offer assistance in Dunling, specifically citing a lack of trustworthy individuals around him. To be candid, my responsibilities initially compelled me to decline this invitation. I am not one to prioritize personal interests over public duty, as there are myriad matters demanding my attention at the Medical Academy of Wending. However, this occasion is different. It is for a grander future. Though I hold unwavering faith in the integrity of his scholarship, the advancements presented within his research left me in a state of disbelief, as if I were ensnared in a dream, unable to fathom that I might witness such a monumental moment in my lifetime. You must recall Edward from Human Anatomy, the one who inscribed his name within the cervical vertebrae, who has now validated 3 tenets of the traditional humoral theory. The age-old doctrine of humorism has, through the audacious inquiries of contemporary scholars, been reborn. Within this groundbreaking manuscript, the author has left an unfulfilled legacy, a lamentable absence of the elusive black liquid that has remained undiscovered for decades. This enigmatic substance, symbolizing stasis and conclusion, has never been truly identified. It is even deemed a mere figment, a manifestation of the suppressive system. This assertion, now regarded as a new classic, has been upheld as an unassailable truth, extolled for decades by those lacking critical thought, as a testament to the superiority of modern medical philosophy over that of our predecessors. Now, we must, in our own manner, pay homage to our forebears by thoroughly dismantling the fallacies inherent in their theories, of course, through empirical evidence. Permit me to introduce my mentor, Professor Morrison, in a slightly less formal manner. He is also the esteemed leader of the Dunling University School of Medicine. Thanks to over a decade of advancements in glass manufacturing technology, increasingly sophisticated glass instruments have rendered experimental observation more accessible. Consequently, he recently stumbled upon an incomprehensible phenomenon during his latest experiments. A meticulous and diligent individual, he would never overlook such an incidental occurrence due to mere error. Owing to brevity and other considerations, I cannot elucidate the specifics of the process within this correspondence. Suffice it to say that, after a series of intricate procedures, a minuscule quantity of black liquid was extracted from the human body. In subsequent experiments, this liquid exhibited extraordinary properties, becoming even more pronounced after further purification. I surmise that you have anticipated my next revelation. It embodies the elusive suppressive nature we have long pursued. In every aspect, it demonstrates an ability to induce stasis in living entities, requiring only a minimal amount to effectuate this result. I have conducted preliminary tests with the samples sent by my mentor, and I have entrusted the detailed findings to Lucius, my most reliable and gifted student here, who is privy to all of this information. If I am not mistaken, these items, along with this letter, will be delivered to you by Lucius, with whom you may discuss all pertinent matters. However, I implore you to maintain utmost discretion. Experiments must be conducted under a veil of secrecy. Lucius will inform you of the location of my private laboratory. As a fellow scholar, you surely comprehend the urgent fervor of a seeker of knowledge. I find it exceedingly difficult to resist such an overwhelming temptation. The grand edifice of the medical palace is nearing completion, with but one final corner awaiting our contribution. The empirical validation of the 4 humors is within our grasp. Furthermore, I possess an unoccupied residence near the academy, available for extended stays. The key is enclosed within this envelope. Please feel free to make use of it should you require. Sincerely, Carmen. Chapter 24. A sense of being late. This is indeed quite unexpected. Kraft finished reading the letter in his hands and casually handed it to the curious Lucius. They were seated in Professor Kalman's room, the same place where the three of them had once enjoyed barley tea and biscuits during Kraft's first visit. While Kraft examined the correspondence, Lucius had set a kettle of water to boil on the small stove, preparing 2 additional cups of barley tea for the table, though he could not locate the professor's honey jar. Not long after entering the medical school, Kraft was approached by an unfamiliar student who claimed to be a friend of Lucius. 7 days prior, Lucius had instructed them to inform him upon encountering lecturer Kraft. It must be said that the medical school's building was rather intricate, despite having visited before the superfluous decorative columns and obstructions, along with the varying spatial arrangements of each floor, made each journey feel distinct. After leading Kraft to the room, the student took his leave. Lucius set aside the papers he had been organizing and pulled from the inner pocket of his black robe a formal letter sealed with wax. With palpable excitement, he handed it to the bewildered Kraft. "I appreciate Professor Kalman's trust, yet I remain somewhat perplexed." Kraft reached into the envelope and felt a brass key at the bottom, indicating that housing concerns were no longer an immediate issue. Though their acquaintance had been brief, it appeared that Professor Kalman held Kraft in high regard, willing to share such significant matters and entrust him with valuable samples and experimental results. This gesture deeply moved Kraft, as it seemed entirely reasonable to offer his assistance to the professor. Based on the letter's description, he found it difficult to comprehend what this substance, which had nearly been identified as black liquid, corresponded to within his own understanding. The white liquid could be likened to cerebrospinal fluid. The yellow liquid undoubtedly corresponded to bile. And the red liquid was, of course, blood. However, the nature of this black liquid remained an enigma. Moreover, the letter suggested that it might have been extracted from some tissue within the human body, capable of long-term storage while retaining its properties. Even more astonishing was the notion that whether due to the robustness of the container or the stability of the substance, someone had managed to transport it from Dunling to Winding Port concealed in their pocket. The purported suppressive qualities of this liquid left Kraft with a multitude of questions, leading him to believe that only detailed experimental records could provide clarity. Thus, according to the letter, this substance we currently refer to as black liquid was indeed derived from the human body. Nevertheless, something felt amiss. I recall the professor mentioning that the church there imposes strict regulations, making such activities highly unlikely, Kraft remarked. The professor had previously expressed his frustrations regarding the anatomical studies in Dunling, which were severely hampered by the church's influence. Drawing upon his formidable memory, Kraft contemplated once more, but could not fathom how such a liquid could be generated within the human body. He harbored strong suspicions of a possible instrumental error, leading to the unintentional creation of a toxic liquid. Perhaps the raw materials used in crafting the glass instruments contained heavy metals that inadvertently mixed during the heating process. Subsequently, the reckless Professor Morrison might have administered the sample to animals, or perhaps even, in a fit of audacity, tasted it himself. This would explain the situation. If heavy metals or other neurotoxic substances were ingested, the resultant suppression of the central nervous system would manifest as dizziness and weakness, quickly observable in both animals and humans. Thus, it illustrated a pronounced suppressive effect. Lucius, before we examine the actual specimen, may I inquire about its quantity and the container? Kraft scrutinized Lucius's expression, assessing his mental state. Apart from a hint of excitement, he appeared otherwise untroubled. Lucius gestured with his hands to indicate the size, a circular brown glass vial, containing merely a small amount. The professor used a stick to extract a bit for dissolution in water. Perhaps I should escort you to see it directly. The sample is located in the Academy's basement. We dissolved a minuscule amount in a glass of water, and a mere sip plunges a person into a deep slumber. You actually administered it to others. Kraft was taken aback. His knowledge of the more extreme practices, such as ingesting Helicobacter pylori, paled in comparison. Indeed, this level of recklessness exceeds anything I could have imagined, he mused. His most daring feat thus far had been a moment of curiosity during high school chemistry class, when he leaned in to inhale the gases produced by his group's experiment. To personally sample an unknown liquid that could induce a day-long sleep was akin to a game of Russian roulette, and even more audacious. Should he find himself in such a predicament, he would surely have the opportunity to converse with Mingpo at the riverbank before facing the afterlife. Sit down, Kraft insisted, firmly guiding Lucius into a chair. Allow me to conduct a thorough examination. Do not question my motives. As he examined Lucius, probing and tapping as he went, he posed a series of pressing inquiries. When did you consume it? How often? Aside from a decreased heartbeat and respiration, have you noticed any other changes? Upon awakening, did you experience any discomfort? How has your mental state been recently? Any alterations in appetite? Are your sleeping patterns normal? Any irregularities in urination or defecation? No. Everything appears normal, Lucius replied, startled by Kraft's sudden seriousness. According to hematology, as long as the body's fluids did not exhibit a significant tendency to transform into the black liquid, a temporary increase in a small quantity should be inconsequential. The professor was unharmed. How could someone as youthful as he possibly encounter issues? Nonsense. Kraft conducted a thorough physical examination from head to toe, finding no apparent abnormalities. However, this cursory check did not alleviate his concerns. Rather, it heightened his vigilance. The substance's minuscule quantity, rapid oral effect, and ability to induce unconsciousness for an entire day were troubling. Doubts crept in, leading him to question whether Lucius's enthusiasm was genuine or a symptom of altered personality and mental instability. Stepping back, Kraft reassessed Lucius, scanning him from head to toe. From his brown hair and somewhat pallid complexion to the several red marks on his hands, Kraft's gaze finally settled on the papers Lucius had been organizing upon his arrival. The pale yellow sheets of paper sprawled across most of the desk, their hastily scrawled yet aesthetically pleasing handwriting evoking a sense of casual elegance. The varying sizes of text on different sheets suggested they had not been penned simultaneously. Some were stacked neatly, while others lay scattered in disarray, leaving the cup intended for barley tea to awkwardly occupy the edge. What are these? Chapter 25. Something seems off. What are these? Kraft furrowed his brow. This scene was indeed rather unfriendly to someone with obsessive-compulsive tendencies. If you say he hasn't tidied up, he has at least made some effort. If you claim he has organized, it bears no distinction from chaos. The disorderly tableau before him recalled the fragmented pages of books his grandfather had purchased, which, lacking page numbers, could inflict a significant mental toll. Ah, speaking of which, you arrived just in time. This is a record of experiments from over 10 days. But it has been disordered, and I am currently attempting to arrange it. Lucius picked up a page from the disarray and handed it to Kraft. Professor Kalman is a commendable mentor, though it would be preferable if he didn't scatter his belongings so carelessly. Kraft accepted the paper from Lucius's hand. Upon closer inspection, the handwriting indeed bore a striking resemblance to that found in the letters. The writer's customary cursive and slanted angles were well represented here, with a few decorative strokes added amidst the hurried scrawl of the experimental process. The script was clear, yet the content remained obscure. This headless and tailless record contained several lines of nonsensical text, merely indicating that various cups of water had been administered to a number of mice, accompanied solely by identification numbers, devoid of any specific details. Scattered abbreviations lingered beneath each line, and Kraft speculated they might pertain to the mice's outcomes. Unfamiliar with the professor's shorthand, Kraft could not decipher the words or ascertain whether they were merely abbreviations or perhaps newly coined terms by the professor. He flipped the paper over but found no corresponding explanations, nor any experimental dates or identifiers, ultimately returning it to Lucius and inquiring, "What do these words mean?" I am not well acquainted with the professor's writing style. Regrettably, that is precisely the issue. I am equally in the dark, which is why I hoped you could assist. Lucius cast a glance before tossing the paper onto the neat stack. This pile was not organized, but rather a collection of incomprehensible notes abandoned in disarray. The mess appeared far worse than Kraft had anticipated. I mean, is it possible that Professor Kalman is your mentor rather than mine? Kraft proactively picked up another sheet from the table and glanced at it. It depicted what seemed to be parts of an animal's skeleton and musculature. He was not well versed in this domain, but it was evident that it was not human. Coupled with the previous page, if there were a connection, it might pertain to the structure of a mouse. He wondered where the professor had sourced these mice for experimentation. It seemed no one raised the familiar white lab mice anymore. The professor's writings referred to ordinary mice, and he pondered whether they had been cleaned prior to capture. If not, it would be prudent to wash his hands after handling these experimental records. Things were not always this way. Recently, the mentor had become excessively engrossed in the study of the black liquid, seemingly indifferent to whether the one tasked with organizing could comprehend the material. Lucius harbored similar grievances, and he noted that he had not participated in all of this. Most of it eluded his memory as to when it had been conducted, with the mentor hastily departing for Dunling before providing clear instructions. Hold on, are you suggesting these are records of experiments on the black liquid? Kraft's hand trembled as thoughts of heavy metals and neurotoxicity began to swirl in his mind. The notes penned by these two characters in an unprotected state now lay in his grasp. Indeed, Lucius appeared utterly unperturbed, seemingly surprised that Kraft had only just come to this realization. "And you brazenly brought these experimental records here? Aren't you concerned someone might stumble upon them?" Kraft felt a wave of numbness. Upon first reading the letter, he had assumed it pertained to a sophisticated experiment involving some mysterious substance. In the rigid framework of the otherworldly realm, such experiments would typically involve a group clad in protective gear and masks, conducting operations within a high-end laboratory akin to Umbrella Corporation. Dangerous and intricate materials, he believed, should be locked away in a vault that was nearly impossible to find, requiring passage through at least 3 iron gates, descending at least 3 levels underground, before pressing a secret button in a hidden chamber. Perhaps that was an exaggeration. Yet, even under limited conditions, one would not simply bring confidential documents to one's office for sorting, would they? What if an unknowing individual were to intrude and take a glance? Had they truly not considered such an eventuality? Unlikely. Generally, no one comes here. Everyone is aware the professor has left on business. Lucius gathered the remaining papers strewn across the table, his nonchalant demeanor causing Kraft's suspicions regarding neurotoxicity to escalate another notch. "Since we cannot comprehend it, let us stow it away in a place where it could never be discovered by others, locking it securely." Kraft placed the drawing atop the stack, feeling as though he had inadvertently boarded a ship of thieves. Since the professor's cleanup efforts were in utter disarray, someone would have to take responsibility. At present, the urgent matter was to find a suitable hiding place for this trove of records that ought not to be here. Perhaps the so-called secret laboratory mentioned in the letter, which, while not particularly secret, would surely be preferable to having it spread across the table. One could only hope that the location would not be conspicuous, and perhaps another lock could be added. Ironically, being unable to decipher the records had become a stroke of fortune, even if someone were to stumble upon these materials. It was unlikely they would easily discern what experiments the professor was truly conducting. Furthermore, you mentioned that the laboratory is located within the medical school, and that samples are stored there as well? Observing Lucius place the experimental records into a common wooden crate, Kraft realized that the preservation conditions for the other materials likely left much to be desired. How precisely were those samples being preserved? In glass vials, as previously mentioned? Lucius closed the lid, tapping it twice to secure it. This action resembled Kraft's childhood attempts to coax their old television into functioning, employing some rough yet effective methods to strike it until it yielded and operated normally. Kraft inhaled sharply. "That is not what I meant. I was inquiring if you had other preservation measures aside from the glass vials." He should have anticipated this. The laboratory was hardly a secure environment. A substance of unknown volatility, effective in minuscule doses, stored in a poorly ventilated basement. Kraft's mind raced. This seemed to transcend mere negligence regarding safety protocols. A few lapses could be rationalized as a reflection of this world's insufficient scientific development, lacking a systematic framework for experimental standards. However, upon entering this office, the peculiarities had begun to accumulate, reaching a level that could no longer be ignored. The professor ought not to be this way upon his initial arrival at the academy. Even inquiries regarding human dissection, a matter almost beyond doubt, were approached with considerable discretion. Just the day prior, he had been given a foundational text, Human Anatomy. Kalman was a scholar, indeed, and somewhat naive regarding his peers, yet he was not entirely oblivious to the nuances of human interaction and caution. Could such a person undertake a task without clear communication before rushing off to Dunling, forgetting to secure his notes? Could he also neglect to explain his newly coined abbreviations to Lucius? Very well, Kraft could concede a measure of faith, temporarily attributing this to Professor Kalman's overwhelming surprise. At his age, witnessing a breakthrough that had confounded the academic community for decades could cloud one's judgment, which was not entirely implausible. Now, what of Lucius? He was an extroverted individual, occasionally lacking in discernment, yet he was no fool, even in the absence of explicit instructions from the professor. Leaving such a multitude of original experimental records in a room where anyone could walk in was utterly irrational. Indeed, one might argue that the contents were difficult to interpret, and objectively speaking, it would be hard to pinpoint any significant faults. The medical school serves as the stronghold of Professor Kalman and Lucius, an arrangement that is not without justification. Their experimental approach, albeit bordering on recklessness, involved consuming diluted samples without a comprehensive understanding of the nature of the black liquid, nor a fundamental confirmation of its identity. It is worth noting that the individual who ingested Helicobacter pylori did so in the face of disbelief, and even then, the most he could expect were chronic gastritis or gastric ulcers. What compelled the professor and Lucius to engage in such a perilous act? Was it merely their confidence in the safety of the significantly diluted sample? They took turns drinking it, subsequently succumbing to a day's unconsciousness, and then hastily correlated their experience to the theory of bodily fluids. This seemed quite plausible. Lucius even referenced the theory to assert that a small quantity of the black liquid would not adversely affect the body's equilibrium. However, something felt amiss to Kraft, who instinctively sensed a disarray beneath the surface. Despite the ample light in the room, an eerie, chilling atmosphere, one that only he could perceive, had permeated the space, evoking a subtle sense of familiarity amidst the strangeness. "Please extinguish that kettle," Kraft instructed, seizing the box from Lucius's hands. Amidst Lucius's astonished expression, he reopened the lid and began to methodically lay out the papers on the table. Soon, a plethora of records adorned the surface, and Kraft handed Lucius 2 teacups to hold, thereby clearing more space on the table. Once unfurled without overlapping, the documents overwhelmed the table's capacity, with additional records spilling onto the floor, stretching towards the walls. He hastened to the window, flinging it open to invite more sunlight into the room for a thorough examination of the papers. Only upon fully spreading them out did he realize that the volume of records exceeded his expectations. What had merely filled half of a wooden box with experimental notes, when chaotically piled on the table, actually expanded to nearly 3 times the area of the tabletop, effectively occupying the entirety of the space illuminated by sunlight. "Is there anything I can assist with?" Lucius inquired, holding the teacups as if he were a hapless student recently informed of an unexpected extension to class. Yet, at that moment, Kraft was wholly absorbed in his task. Navigating around the scattered papers, he noticed that the seemingly disorganized records revealed patterns once laid out. Drawing upon his understanding of the script used, Kraft discerned that, despite the absence of page numbers or dates, the records could still be broadly categorized into several groups. Chapter 26, occasionally playing the role of Sherlock Holmes before the merging of 2 souls, both out of passion or compelled by ancestral threats, possessed a certain understanding of the calligraphy of the alphabetic language. Long-term practice, whether active or passive, heightened the sensitivity of this new soul to the nuances of various forms of writing. Kraft summoned his consciousness, entering a state of meticulous observation and photographic memory, compelling himself to disregard the faint, almost imperceptible feelings of unease that instinctively arose, immersing himself in the analysis of the scattered papers before him. The pressure applied when writing, as well as the steadiness of the strokes, significantly impacted the thickness of the lines, indirectly reflecting the writer's state of mind during the act of writing. Moreover, the connection between letters suggested the fluidity of the handwriting, relating to the writer's familiarity with the words and overall grasp of the text. Although one could potentially rectify mistakes after writing, the unnatural points of transition could still be discerned. In instances where writing occurred under similar conditions, the resulting scripts bore a resemblance to one another. Among the myriad records, these could be vaguely categorized into 3 types. The first category was exemplified by letters penned by the professor. This segment of writing showcased the professor's mastery in this domain, highlighting a kind of impractical elegance. The flowing lines, seamlessly connecting the letters, were not the result of hurried writing, but rather a technique where the pressure at the end of each stroke was lifted gently to transition to the next letter, forming ligatures. In practical writing, such a style not only proved inefficient but also prone to tremors and errors. It was likely that the professor, in crafting these letters, was in a state of mental well-being, allowing him the vigor to pursue an almost extreme finesse in his penmanship. The second style likely emerged during moments requiring a swifter pace. The strokes in this handwriting tended to be somewhat finer, with minimal feathering from the ink, suggesting that the professor had swiftly moved through the writing with little pause. As he continued, he would often add a stroke to reconnect any disjointed parts. However, these added strokes lacked the fluidity of the original writing, leaving room for Kraft to uncover discrepancies. The third type was the most discernible. This category of notes clearly indicated the writer's distraction, with uneven stroke thickness and poor cohesion. Often, the tilt of the letters varied within a single page, a rarity for someone with a well-established writing habit. In these records, Kraft noted that unfamiliar vocabulary exceeded that found on other pages by at least half, with some containing entire sections that were entirely illegible. The mingling of uppercase and lowercase letters, along with numerous deviations from writing conventions, was evident. Separated by indistinguishable punctuation that resembled errors yet could not be traced back to an original intent. On the most severe pages, the spacing between letters was obliterated, crammed together. Preferring to cluster rather than utilize the surrounding blank spaces, reminiscent of Craft's pre-practice level of handwriting, with legibility approaching zero. There were a few awkward characters that Craft could not decipher, inconsistent with any known writing style. Some were inscribed in the reverse direction. And upon realizing the ink was insufficient, the writer had retraced the same spot multiple times, ultimately damaging the paper fibers and leaving indelible marks. Are you truly certain this is the professor's handwriting? Craft prioritized the third type, pointing to a stroke that had torn through the paper, inquiring of Lucius. Such a manner of writing was not only unsightly, but also detrimental to the nib, producing a jarring friction sound while writing. One could imagine a needle scraping across coarse sandpaper, the unpleasant noise grating on the eardrums, with irregular vibrations transmitting to the fingertips gripping the pen. Transposing this action to the nib was, at the very least, intolerable for Craft, effectively alleviating his symptoms of low blood pressure upon witnessing it. Considering the perspective of a normal individual, it was improbable that anyone would appreciate such an operation. Akin to humanity's instinctive aversion to the ultimate noise of a spatula scraping against a metal pan. Lucius leaned closer for a better look and confirmed. I do recall this particular piece. It is indeed penned by the professor. It was recorded just before his departure, and its uniqueness allows me to ascertain its authenticity. Craft furrowed his brow, placing this sheet atop the pile, and approached the window, attempting to decipher the professor's intent. Many individuals may possess peculiar writing styles that tend to distort when they write quickly and carelessly. However, this was different. He was certain that this could not possibly be any form of a unique uppercase letter. The reverse strokes, the nib tearing through the paper fibers, took several attempts to etch out this symbol. The ink varied in quantity, dispersing amidst the damaged fibers, transforming a line into a bead-like formation of clumps and irregular dots. Craft's consciousness absorbed its form, likening it to lesions formed by tuberculosis in confined cavities, a grotesque arrangement reminiscent of tumors and cysts. The nauseating contours being the result of an orderly thing's distortion. The sharp, zigzagging ink lines traversed the vicinity, converging upon another symbol, akin to a gaunt, elongated hand delving into the affliction. The chaotic, fly-like letters encircled it, their trajectories appearing both circular and square, inducing an optical illusion of movement upon prolonged observation. He had never encountered such writing. No, he should not even refer to it as writing, for it was an aberration of nature. A rational individual should not, and could not, produce such a thing. If this were indeed a record left by Professor Kalman, Craft would sooner believe that a malevolent spirit had seized the professor's body, deceiving all, and inscribed the most egregious just it knew. No, something must undoubtedly be amiss. Craft cast his conclusion aside, diverting his gaze from the paper. Once consciousness disperses, it becomes challenging to rein in, as inevitable associations flood the mind, dredging up the most repugnant or profound memories, intermingling with the current content, resulting in a distasteful amalgamation. I believe I have unearthed some clues. Let us separate them for now. Very well, since the professor is not here, you are in charge, Lucius acquiesced, producing several wooden pieces to use as bookmarks. Creating a gas mask was out of the question. Simply covering one's face with a damp cloth seemed unwise. And alternative methods needed consideration. If there was a method, it certainly involved an impossible solution. Craft recalled the beaked masks commonly associated with medieval plague doctors. They indeed existed within this world. As for the specifics, he was utterly ignorant. His understanding was limited to some origin-unknown popular science articles, which suggested that the beak was stuffed with bags of spices and herbs. It appeared somewhat plausible, yet equally nonsensical. Lucius, may I inquire if there exists a mask akin to that worn by plague doctors? The one with the pointed beak. Craft clasped his hands together before his mouth, mimicking a beak shape. Is that truly necessary? Lucius was perplexed, having been thoroughly exhausted by Craft's antics that day. His enthusiasm for the experiment considerably diminished. Even if it were toxic, we only lost consciousness after consuming the diluted sample. For a fleeting moment, it seemed as if his overly cautious thoughts had gained the upper hand, prompting Craft to swiftly dismiss it. Previously, due to the professor and Lucius's frequent experiments, at least there had been daily ventilation. However, in this closed laboratory, sealed for a week, the consequences of any volatile substances were uncertain. Taking precautions might waste some time. but neglecting to prepare could squander the entirety of one's lifespan, a calculation he could clearly comprehend. Chapter 27. Whispers in the Bottle at Craft's Insistence. Lucius ventured out to procure 2 beaked masks and several bags of substances emitting various fragrances. It must be said that these items perfectly aligned with Craft's aesthetic. The brass beak was affixed to a leather hood, with the eye sections composed of 2 pieces of impure glass, tinted red by unknown chemical elements. The breathing aperture was located at the beak, designed to allow air to pass through the filter before being inhaled by the user. It occurred to him that activated charcoal needed to be added. However, a new question arose. How was activated charcoal produced? This inquiry surpassed Craft's knowledge entirely. Piercing through his intellectual blind spots, no matter how formidable his memory, it could not conjure knowledge from thin air. It seemed they would have to make do with the methods of this era. He watched as Lucius filled the beak as if preparing a scallion bun. First, he laid down a layer of crushed dry plant tubers, covered it with burlap, and then added a second layer of fibers resembling dried daylilies. This process was repeated until all the contents of the bags had been utilized, starting from the beak's tip and filling the entire mask. The outcome was uncertain, but the volume of filtering material was indeed commendable. Craft accepted the completed hood, inhaling deeply. A rich, complex aroma enveloped him. It was almost aromatic, infused with a hint of minty freshness, alongside a spicy kick akin to chili seeds, while the remaining, less discernible components eluded identification. Lucius, have you used this before? Craft donned the mask, embodying the archetypal figure of a plague doctor in his black robe and hood. The otherworldly aspect of his soul reveled in this enigmatic persona. Yet the exorbitant prices of such crafts online and the lack of opportunity to showcase it had made this dream seem unattainable until today. The experience of wearing the mask was much as he had imagined. Breathing within the densely packed filter was laborious, akin to donning multiple masks, creating a stifling discomfort. In times of plague, doctors wore such masks to continue their work. The layered barriers of spices and herbs provided a psychological comfort, though the specter of death invariably linked them to ravens and misfortune. The physicians did not seek to correct this misconception, perhaps out of disdain or due to the deep-rooted fears of death that could not be shaken. In Craft's memory, the most recent plague was recounted by his grandfather, occurring over a decade ago. The only remaining vestige of the beaked mask resided in the storage of the medical academy. Caution was warranted. These 2 masks held special significance for his mentor, who had worn them during the plague years prior. Observing Craft clumsily navigate the room while wearing the mask, nearly colliding with the walls, Lucius offered a warning. My apologies. Craft covered the beak with his hand, steadying himself against the wall. The 2 red glass lenses were of poor quality, uneven in thickness and containing particulate impurities. Coupled with the difficulty in breathing, this induced a slight dizziness, significantly impairing his sense of direction. It's quite well preserved. No one would suspect its age, Lucius remarked, donning his own mask and adjusting the beak before picking up the box. Shall we proceed to the laboratory? For safety's sake, it's best preserved there. Let us grab a couple of pairs of leather gloves. Despite his worries regarding the mask's effectiveness, Craft followed Lucius to the so-called secret laboratory. Abandoned bookshelves and dismembered furniture silently succumbed to mold and dust. It was uncertain whose misguided design placed the cellar's entrance in this room. Similar to the cellar of Wood Castle, a wooden panel with an iron ring concealed the stairs leading down into a shadowy underground space. Lucius, leading the way, handed the box to Craft while holding a candelabrum aloft. He carefully navigated the uneven steps, guiding himself along the wall. The cellar was scarcely 2 meters deep, with the candlelight illuminating the dozen steps. Lucius halted at the final step, extending the candelabrum into the cellar to reveal decayed wooden barrels and boxes. After a moment, satisfied that the candle remained bright, he gestured to Craft, who was still adjusting the glass lenses. After moving a few empty wooden boxes from the wall, a locked wooden door came into view. The secret laboratory appeared less than secret. Ordinarily, no one would venture here. If an unwelcome visitor were to arrive, they would struggle to notice the disturbed dust of the abandoned cellar. With a click, Lucius unlocked the door and placed the key in his pocket. Craft stepped back, prepared as a precaution against any unforeseen circumstances. As the formidable wooden door swung open before Craft, the enigmatic laboratory was laid bare before their eyes. The space, scarcely a dozen square meters, was even lower than the cellar, with the ceiling within arm's reach. Yet within this modest storage room, 2 tables, a wooden rack, and several small iron cages were crammed. If the stools were pulled out from beneath the tables, there would be little room to move, necessitating the use of the wall-mounted cupboards for storage. Kraft leaned against the doorframe, ready to hold his breath and pull Lucius out if necessary. Lucius placed the candelabrum on the table and, with gloved hands, opened the cupboard. The stone brick cupboard, carved into 3 tiers, was filled on the lower 2 levels with ceramic jars, wooden boxes, metal containers, and various small tools. The solitary 3rd tier was occupied by a small glass bottle, its color obscured by the red lens. The cylindrical body of the bottle was clear and smooth, sealed with a wooden cork. The candlelight illuminated the translucent bottle, casting clean shadows on the wall and Kraft's face, revealing that the quality of this glass far surpassed that of the mask's lenses. The bottom of the bottle contained a thin layer of opaque black liquid, thick and viscous in texture. Lucius examined it closely for a moment, then picked up the candelabrum, slightly tilting it to let the melted wax drip onto the bottle's mouth, rotating it to solidify into a seal. He turned to Kraft, presenting the bottle's mouth, demonstrating its excellent sealing capability. Now this is absolutely secure. He mimicked a sniffing gesture beneath the metal beak. See? There's no need for undue concern. It indeed seemed without fault. Kraft stepped into the room, placing the box on the table and accepting the bottle from Lucius to bring it closer to the lens. The liquid flowed slowly within the bottle, exuding an oily sensation. The surface bulged slightly, not clinging to the walls, and when tilted, it formed small droplets resembling black mercury, reminiscent of the magnetic fluid toys he'd once purchased from an otherworldly realm. Kraft was certain he had never encountered such a substance before, nor did he comprehend how Professor Kalman's mentor had extracted it from a human body. Surely, it was not a matter of refining oil from corpses? Gazing at the flowing liquid, curiosity welled within him, igniting a desire to research it further. To seek out some mice or any experimental animals to observe the effects of this black liquid upon them, to discern what manifestations of inhibition the professor had alluded to. This was not a mere superficial substance. It represented the future of medicine, a black starry expanse, an uncharted trench in the depths of the ocean, awakening humanity's primal urge to explore, to understand what it was and why it existed. These black liquids conveyed an impression that they belonged not within a bottle, but rather should be extensively utilized, engaging with biological tissues to facilitate deeper comprehension. He felt a sense of urgency, comprehending Lucius's fervor for continuing the experiments. As he too was overtaken by a similar sentiment, eager to devise a plan and commence work forthwith. He even contemplated consuming the substance directly. Akin to Professor Kalman and Lucius, if only a mere sip, to personally experience that sensation. Surely, it would be far more immediate and effective than any experiment, and would fulfill his increasingly intense desire for exploration, that yearning to engage with and understand it. HM? Kraft emitted a sound of confusion. He could not fathom how he could entertain such thoughts. Years of safety education had never faded from his mind, and countless cautionary tales lingered vividly. Why did he genuinely wish to take a sip, even if it were diluted, with Lucius and the professor having ventured before him? He should not be tempted to sample this enigmatic liquid of unknown origin from the human body. Following this line of thought, in a mere moment, the desire to personally ingest this liquid was born. It emerged from the most active part of his subconscious, which concluded without intricate logical reasoning, seamlessly implanting the answer in Kraft's mind, leaving no room for choice and disdainful of revealing the source of the answer. Like a perplexing science problem from high school, a straightforward proof lay beneath, leaping directly to the final data. Upon recognizing an answer previously unconsidered, his subconscious accepted everything as a matter of course. A chill of fear crept from the base of his spine, traversing his entire being, stemming from either the peculiar answer or the dread of its origin. Perhaps both were at play. Was it persuading him? In his mind, using his own voice to masquerade as his thoughts. What was it? A living entity. Chapter 28. Bad news. Kraft's hand trembled slightly as he clutched the bottle, nearly sending it flying from his grasp. He subsequently tightened his grip, ensuring that he did not inadvertently hurl it away and shatter it. It could not possess its own consciousness. It was merely a minuscule amount of liquid, devoid of any foundation for cognitive ability. This liquid only induced feelings through certain means, rather than communicating directly. The impulsive thoughts that surged forth were fundamentally composed of pre-existing notions within his mind. Curiosity towards the novel, plans for animal experimentation, and the knowledge that the professor and Lucius had ingested the diluted liquid. All these elements were excavated and reassembled, yielding new ideas favorable to liberating it from the confines of the bottle. Driven by intense curiosity, His mind autonomously pieced together these concepts, rendering its persuasion merely a primitive allure, with the remainder left to Craft's own cognition. The principle was not intricate. It was akin to a con artist making an urgent phone call without clarifying specifics, merely instilling a profound anxiety, with the content entirely imagined by the anxious victim. Just a primal impulse could leverage the entire situation, utilizing the subconscious reasons within the target to manipulate them, applicable to all individuals or even all living beings. This was indeed fascinating. Craft lifted the diminutive bottle, expressing his admiration, although he was oblivious to the mechanism by which it influenced his emotions. The concept was nothing short of brilliant. If it were indeed some alternative form of life, it would surpass the cunning of the anglerfish's lure. In truth, it had nearly succeeded, as two individuals had acted irrationally as he desired, allowing it to effortlessly achieve its goal of interacting with more organisms. At the very least, several mice and 2 humans had come into direct contact with the dark liquid. One question remained unanswered. What significance did this hold? At least Lucius appeared to exhibit no significant abnormalities at present. What was the purpose of this endeavor? Was it a parasite residing within the liquid? A bacterium? Or a virus? The pursuit of propagation was simply aimed at a broader dissemination of itself, an incessant cycle of reproduction, culminating in meaningless replication. It had been over 10 days since Lucius's exposure, and he showed no physical anomalies, while his mental state was difficult to assess at this juncture. Was it due to an insufficient quantity, or did the dark liquid inherently lack the capacity to induce drastic changes in the short term? Would the mice used in the experiments hold the answers? Craft cautiously placed the bottle onto another table, turning to Lucius, who held a candlestick, and inquired, "Do you recall any changes in the mice you fed the diluted liquid to, aside from their unconsciousness?" "None." Lucius shook his head. A total of 14 mice, all dissected by the professor. Up until the final experiment, there was no long-term observation. If there are any discomforts, please be sure to inform me promptly. Craft patted Lucius on the shoulder, glancing once more at the bottle on the table. "To be honest, I find this substance somewhat dangerous, unless absolutely necessary. It would be best for us to avoid contact with it." Craft found it difficult to articulate his concerns to Lucius. When he consciously sought to resist, the dark liquid's allure did not compel extreme actions, especially after a distance was established, as its effect diminished to the point of being nearly imperceptible. "Truly, I am not jesting. We should maintain a considerable distance from it. Do you not find it peculiar to have the reckless thought of consuming the diluted liquid?" he added, his demeanor casting him as a timid old scholar, willing to forfeit a precious opportunity over a modicum of risk. Yet Craft understood that this was the wisest choice. With something that defied comprehension, suspected to be a life form with tendencies to propagate, one could never be too cautious. He rejected this alteration, refusing to pay any unknown cost. He lifted a corner of the heavy curtain, overwhelmed by what he glimpsed, lacking the courage to face the entirety. At least for now. He had no sufficient reason to plunge into this murky abyss. All right. Lucius grasped the glass bottle, giving it a gentle shake, watching the black liquid swirl and collide against the thick walls of the container before settling at the bottom. He opened the cupboard door and prepared to return the bottle. Yet at the moment of lifting it, his actions froze. Then, in an incredulous tone, he remarked, "It seems a bit less, doesn't it?" "Less," Craft echoed. "Indeed. Look at this line." Lucius brought the candlestick closer, gesturing towards a faint mark near the bottom of the bottle, allowing Craft to see it more clearly. There was a delicate scratch, so subtle that Craft had not noticed it a moment ago. Lucius pressed down on Craft's shoulder, urging him to bend down to eye level with the mark. "This line was made by me on the last day before the professor departed. It should align with the highest point of the liquid. I sensed something was amiss when I removed it just now." "Are you certain?" Craft queried. "I initially thought it was an issue of perspective." Lucius's breathing grew heavy and rapid behind his mask as he adjusted the lenses, leaning closer to the tabletop to confirm once more. Indeed, if the scratch served as a standard, there was a noticeable discrepancy in the liquid's highest point. Approximately a quarter of its height vanished. The liquid was already sparse. Without the line for comparison, it would be challenging to reach a definitive conclusion based solely on memory and intuition. "No, that's not right." Craft immediately dismissed this conjecture. He recalled that it had only been 7 days since the professor's departure, while the experiments had persisted for over 10 days, with only minimal amounts being extracted each time. Given the limited volume of the liquid, if it had evaporated so significantly, it should have been noticed earlier. Considering the meager quantity of the liquid, it could very well have evaporated entirely on the way to Winding Port, leaving no opportunity to remain. Evaporation? Unlikely. Lucius also rejected this hypothesis, sinking into deep perplexity, unable to comprehend how this situation had transpired. Aside from the professor and yourself, has anyone else visited this place? Kraft probed. This was the most rational explanation he could conceive. If not, the dark liquid must have escaped on its own. Lucius reached into his pocket, where the robust metal lock and its accompanying key hung on the door. His fingers brushed over the cold metal, providing a sense of reassurance. That is also impossible. Only the professor and I possess the key. Unless someone could pick the lock and then replace it just as it was, but this lock is not easily tampered with. Lucius once again offered a negative response. He had considered this possibility as well. There was no need for anyone at the academy to take such measures. After all, conducting a secret experiment was quite normal, and most ended with no significant results. Having no secrets would be the unusual aspect. Who would go to such lengths to uncover another's clandestine laboratory? If it were truly so outrageous, why would it need to entice organisms into contact? Amidst a cloud of questions, Kraft systematically ruled out several possibilities, enveloping the entire incident in an unexpected haze of confusion. Yet, there remained one more possibility. Though it might sound strange, given that there was no one else here, I must ask whether the professor was aware that you had made a mark? Kraft inquired, his gaze fixed on Lucius behind the red lenses, awaiting his response that the professor was indeed informed. The atmosphere in the room grew slightly tense. Professor Kalman should have been the least likely to encounter any issues. Kraft had merely mentioned it in passing, not anticipating it would lead to genuine trouble. He hesitated for a moment, lifting the bottle from the table again before placing it down without offering his direct opinion. Merely divulging what he knew. I made the mark with a small stone, intending to estimate the amount for future experiments, without notifying the professor. The situation began to unfold in a direction that Kraft least desired. Professor Kalman's experiments had always been conducted in conjunction with Lucius, including the experiment records that had been entrusted to Lucius for compilation. As a scholarly heir, he was utterly unreserved, perhaps even more so than a biological son. What could possibly motivate him to evade Lucius before his departure and surreptitiously extract a quarter of the black liquid? It certainly could not be for the purpose of animal experimentation. Such endeavors would not necessitate avoiding Lucius, as having an additional pair of hands would undoubtedly be more convenient. Lucius appeared somewhat dejected, yet he patiently briefed Kraft on the time and location of his lectures, as well as the precise whereabouts of the accommodation the professor had assigned him. Only after confirming that Kraft had no further questions did he take his leave. Kraft expressed his gratitude, watching the weary figure of Lucius fade away at the end of the corridor. He understood what Lucius was pondering. Someone regarded as a father figure had not afforded him the complete trust he had anticipated. Lucius was undoubtedly reflecting on whether he had fallen short in some regard or failed to demonstrate the capabilities that Kalman had expected of him. Such self-doubt could weigh heavily on him, regardless of the reason, making it difficult to accept, and he would likely take quite some time to recover from it. Kraft did not approach Lucius to offer consolation, nor did he know how to do so. He had his own issues to contemplate, and Kalman's concealment was equally disconcerting for him. The substance exhibiting strange, alluring tendencies, the distorted and bizarre characters in the professor's notes, the missing portion of the sample. Standing in the corridor suffused with the crimson glow of the setting sun, he inhaled deeply, as if attempting to draw in the elongated shadows of the columns alongside the dancing rays of dust. A vaguely familiar yet foreign scent wafted through his nostrils, instinctively suggesting that it was out of place here. When he focused on his sense of smell, he found it elusive. The deeper he delved into this building, the more pronounced it became. It lingered within the expansive experimental records, hovered in the basement, and manifested in every moment of inspiration Kraft experienced. Suddenly, Kraft jolted awake, realizing why the sensation felt familiar. It was a faint yet undeniable characteristic, indescribable, incomprehensible, and wholly out of place in this world. Damn! The otherworldly aspect of his soul involuntarily erupted with an expletive from his homeland. Indeed, it was troubling news. He had encountered a presence far more potent than this on that snowy night. Now, it was merely an uncertain reunion, whether by chance or fate. Chapter 29 Notes by Candlelight. Kraft spread out his sheets of paper. He was currently residing in the same inn he had occupied during his last visit to Wendingport. Even in the same room. This was not due to a waning trust in the professor, but rather the various circumstances that subtly indicated Kalman's mental state was far from stable. At such times, individuals often lacked reliability. Additionally, prior to his departure, his grandfather had provided him with sufficient funds to establish himself in Windingport, prompting Kraft to opt for the inn, attend a few classes, and search for a more permanent residence. Now, he intended to document everything he had encountered in a written format, meticulously recording his knowledge in a reliable and fixed manner. Having been deeply influenced by his grandfather, he was inclined to categorize these events as anomalies. Indeed, they were decidedly peculiar. Once compiled into a notebook, it could be aptly titled Notes on Anomalies. Firstly, based on his personal experiences, he could make a somewhat immature judgment that the anomalies he encountered thus far were limited in scope. Whether it was the hallucinations triggered by the stone pillars, the fever, or the black liquid's influence on humanity, he had only been affected after closely observing tangible, material phenomena. He had reason to speculate that the black stone pillars discovered in the village fields had a limited range of influence, thus resulting in the unique fever prevalent in the area. Moreover, this influence appeared accessible only to a select few, under unknown conditions. The black liquid required direct confrontation to elicit a more pronounced seductive tendency. However, this influence seemed easier to provoke, as both Professor Kalman, Lucius, and Kraft had been affected. In essence, this limitation indicated that a tangible medium, existing within a comprehensible realm, was necessary, along with direct visual contact and entry into a specific area. Even the individuals involved had to meet certain conditions to trigger the effects. If conditions permitted, he wished to investigate whether there were other unresolved matters, ideally clarifying the whereabouts of the samples extracted by the professor himself. It was undeniable that Kraft harbored a considerable sense of luck during his two encounters. The first was fraught with danger, whereas the second felt trivial in comparison, leading him to believe that these phenomena bore similarities to certain contagious diseases in terms of prevention, at worst resembling the magical elements found in novels. On the other hand, he could not afford to dismiss these matters entirely, as he still had acquaintances in the vicinity. After all, it was the only medical college nearby, and he would need to rely on them in the future. After reassuring himself that avoiding contact would keep him safe, Kraft noted a second point. As mentioned in the first point, the medium's effect on individuals was not indiscriminate. He seemed more attuned to the differences presented by the medium, recognizing the existence of anomalies and exhibiting responses distinct from others, marking him as a unique individual. The village doctor had remarked that those afflicted with the fever had not survived beyond 2 days, and yet he had inexplicably endured. Furthermore, he was the only one to inexplicably perceive the black liquid's tendency to induce contact with living beings. Kraft outlined two possibilities. Either his physically conditioned body was exceptionally robust, granting him heightened awareness, or he was experiencing side effects from his transmigration. Perhaps the merging of two souls resulted in a special status akin to enhanced value without additional cost. For now, he would note this down, perhaps to validate his conjectures should an unfortunate opportunity arise. Another crucial point regarding the black liquid was its inexplicable capacity to induce biological contact or even ingestion. The worst-case scenario he could envision, based on his scan experience, was that it resembled a fantastical parasitic entity, requiring sustenance from other organisms. Lucius's current semblance of normalcy might be attributed to his failure to breach the mucosal barrier of the digestive tract or his ongoing development. It was indeed a disheartening thought. If that were the case, even if Kraft noticed Lucius's changes, his capabilities would likely prove futile, leaving him to navigate uncertain waters. More likely, the phenomenon was devoid of significance, akin to the gifts left by the dream of a snowy night, which ordinary individuals could only comprehend and utilize within their cognitive limits. Kalman believed it to be the black liquid from the four-liquid theory, while Kraft suspected it possessed neurotoxic properties, yet its nature transcended common understanding, making it unsuitable for exploration. For now, these phenomena appeared akin to magical elements or curses found in literary works, presenting limited overt dangers yet remaining utterly incomprehensible. Frankly speaking, it was more prudent to worry about a pandemic of certain infectious diseases, the most likely source of chaos in this era, and the situation Kraft dreaded most upon grasping the current state of medical science. After all, his otherworldly soul was merely a transplant. Throughout his life, he had not brought along any vaccinations, and in an age devoid of antibiotics or antiviral medications, it was simply a gamble with his life. He was now contemplating how to repackage the subjects of microbiology and parasitology for the medical college, to prevent the day he might fall victim to a bloodletting treatment, which would be quite the calamity. He had completed the isolation of the black liquid and experimental records and prepared himself for each class, ready to observe Lucius. This was all he could do at present. Given the limitations of current communication and transportation, pursuing Professor Kalman to unravel the mysteries was impossible, especially since the source of all these troubles did not lie with him, in the distant Dunling at the heart of the kingdom. Under the watchful eyes of the king and the church, a professor named Morrison had somehow produced the black liquid. He even claimed it was extracted from the human body, requesting Kalman's assistance in research. The existing clues indicated a plethora of potential pitfalls. It was highly probable that this was a scam based on anomalous phenomena, which was the more fortunate outcome. Conversely, if every word from Morrison were true, the terror of the situation would send shivers down one's spine, implying he had extracted something entirely unnatural from the human body, a line of logic that was truly chilling. Kraft confirmed his thoughts from that morning. He had certainly arrived too late, and excessively so. His next objective was to intercept the samples intended for Kalman, preventing a series of experiments from occurring, and ensuring he did not secretly procure the black liquid for purposes he could not disclose to Lucius. The last opportunity had been a week prior, where his persuasive skills might have awakened the two entranced by their experiments, stopping Kalman from proceeding to Dunling. Now, however, Kalman's swift vessel had set sail a week ago, leaving Kraft stranded here to clean up the mess, watching over Lucius, and vigilantly monitoring every potential point of failure. Playing the role of a detective in this perplexing affair, he had never been particularly adept at logic games, despite possessing a keen consciousness. He preferred to apply it to his own field rather than investigative inquiries. Analyzing the changes in the professor's handwriting within the experimental records was his limit. The earliest segments of the experimental records were neatly penned, and the letters had been composed at that time. Following that, the professor's handwriting gradually descended into chaos, twisting and distorting until it formed indecipherable symbols. It was evident that the professor's mental state was deteriorating, and one could only hope he had not engaged the black liquid in a manner that Kraft could not manage before his departure. Maintain distance, ensure containment, and avoid contact unless absolutely necessary. Chapter 30. A day of idleness on each morning shrouded in a delicate mist of briny humidity. As the clock tower of the academy tolls 6 times, I sluggishly rise from my bed. In the secluded courtyard of the inn, I engage in some morning exercises with my dual-handed sword, activities unsuitable for the casual observer, in an effort to maintain my physical fitness. Although my future endeavors may diverge significantly from this path, it remains essential to uphold a commendable standard of health, if only to stave off untimely demise. After breaking a light sweat, approximately half an hour has elapsed, and it is time to order a portion of grilled fish accompanied by bread from the inn's front desk, thus completing my breakfast. As an active young man, I, Kraft, typically require double the portion to satiate my appetite. Such a hearty craving is a luxury that souls from another realm often experience only during buffet feasts. At this moment, I find myself reminiscing about the convenience of PowerPoint presentations. Having been born in an era of rapid technological advancement, I was fortunate enough to witness the extensive use of chalkboards in my youth, only to be replaced by electronic whiteboards as I matured, culminating in the exclusive reliance on PowerPoint in university lectures. Including myself, most individuals have long since lost the ability to write on vertical surfaces. I never anticipated that I would find myself wielding a piece of chalk, inscribing upon painted wooden boards. Thankfully, my years of sword practice have endowed me with considerable arm strength. Otherwise, the task of illustrating and explaining concepts on the blackboard would be nearly insurmountable. Unlike other instructors in the academy who shy away from hands-on teaching, I cannot adapt to explanations devoid of visual aids. Amidst the swirling dust of chalk, accompanied by coughs and sneezes, I reproduce one anatomical illustration after another upon the board, to mark and clarify key points. I must break and sharpen the chalk prior to class, ensuring that my script is both fine and legible. Part of my soul relishes in this endeavor, as I rediscover my purpose here. The complex biochemical mechanisms I once memorized tirelessly now seem trivial, akin to a gesture. While I am akin to a lifeless phone, endowed with countless capabilities yet rendered useless without the support of modern society. Conversely, the medical students inspire me. The very next day, a student approached with a few new boards, hoping I might fill them entirely without erasing my previous work, thus providing an opportunity for absent classmates to learn. This particular student, somewhat diminutive, along with a companion, brought the boards to the classroom and timidly made their request. It was then that I first recognized the intrinsic value of my efforts. Realizing I might indeed have the opportunity to advance the field of medicine amidst the shackles of this era, I gladly accepted the request and announced to the entire class that they could voice any questions or suggestions at any time. Upon closer interaction, I discovered that few students were of my age. Most were 2 or 3 years my senior, with some nearing 30, the majority of whom remained unmarried. Predominantly hailing from families of small merchants and scholars, a few were descendants of declining noble families, and none were the firstborn. Within the academy, constrained by the prevailing standards of medical practice, the medical school occupies a somewhat less esteemed position. Those with better prospects tend to gravitate towards theology or law, with the liberal arts serving as a secondary choice. In this era, graduation and employment rates are mere myths. Not to mention, the existence of final examinations is questionable at best. The courses are characterized by their casual nature, with examinations culminating only in a final assessment for the degree, which one must pass to continue studying. Many students lacking an innate talent may spend the majority of their youth within these walls. Given the lamentable gender ratio across all institutions, the term bachelor inevitably connotes a sense of being a single man, and the notion of sweet campus romances exists solely in dreams. Oh, as I reflect on this, I am suddenly reminded that I possess no romantic experiences of my own and thus lack the qualification to sympathize with them. After concluding my teaching, the students and I merrily venture to the tavern beside the academy for lunch, which remains the classic grilled fish accompanied by lettuce, onions, and beans. Professor Kalman's words ring true. This tavern enjoys immense popularity among students. The only drawback is the presence of students from other faculties, which curtails our ability to discuss academic matters freely, lest misunderstandings arise. After lunch, I retreat to the professor's quarters for a brief nap. In the academy, lecturers lack dedicated offices, but Lucius willingly opens his territory to me temporarily, during which I conduct a simple examination for him each day. Naturally, the results reveal no abnormalities. Having distanced himself from the black liquid and its associated curiosities, Lucius appears to have lost interest in conducting experiments, rarely mentioning the black liquid anymore. Perhaps this is merely an illusion. Upon awakening, my daily task of transcription commences. The primary focus is on those specialized knowledge areas that currently seem utterly devoid of utility. After careful consideration, I resolve to document everything I have learned on paper for future preservation. Even if I do not witness that day in my lifetime, I can donate this knowledge to a university or another institution capable of safeguarding it. Awaiting a time when technological advancements render it applicable, I can produce numerous copies, ensuring that a portion will endure within the annals of history. In doing so, the advancement of medicine in this world may circumvent many pitfalls and save countless lives. To facilitate this endeavor, I allocate a portion of the funds bequeathed by my grandfather for property acquisition to purchase higher quality paper and ink. I abandon my fondness for ornate scripts and Gothic lettering, eschewing all embellishments and cursive styles, opting instead for the most straightforward and legible font as I begin my meticulous transcription. The goal of this labor is to convey information with utmost precision to those who will inhabit this world many years hence, avoiding the use of contemporary ambiguous terminology and allowing for minimal transliteration, while necessitating the creation of terms based on local vocabulary and affixes. All proper nouns must be defined upon their initial appearance. However, these definitions often introduce other proper nouns, thereby expanding the web of concepts and references. This task proves to be a tremendous ordeal for a mind trained to recall vast amounts of information. However, my proficiency in the Norse language is lacking, compelling me to request Lucius to lend me a specialized dictionary from the liberal arts faculty, enabling me to self-study word formation rules and eliminate spelling redundancy. Yet, I soon discover that this dictionary, having endured numerous trials to obtain, is riddled with contradictions and errors. The prospect of translating and illustrating hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of words looms ominously ahead, inducing a sense of despair that threatens to overwhelm a man who has withstood even the most bizarre phenomena. As the clock strikes 2, I rise from my desk, retrieving paper and pen to commence today as transcription. The manuscript, filled with ink, lies open beside me to dry, sunlight streaming through the window to illuminate the array of papers, while the shadow of the ink bottle elongates with the passage of time, interspersed with the occasional murmur of students outside. Immersed in my own world, I find myself momentarily lost in a time that never was, a soul wholly devoted to academia. Seated in an afternoon classroom, with freshly completed notes that could easily smudge if touched. The act of writing induces a trance-like state, one that persists until twilight descends, awakening me from this reverie as the clock tower tolls its sixth chime of the afternoon. I spread out the fragile paper, unsuitable for significant records, crafted from coarse fibers, which may snap with a mere touch if left too long. Yet, it is perfect for my purpose. Before fatigue overtakes me, I must prepare the lesson plan for tomorrow's class, sketching out the necessary diagrams on this brittle paper. After the final toll of the bell that night, in order to ensure I am well rested for the morrow, I extinguish the candle, concluding my repetitive yet fulfilling day. This arrangement suffices as I lie in bed. Enveloped in darkness, I experience a long-lost sense of tranquility. I would willingly spend my life in such a manner, evolving from lecturer to professor, and if fortune permits, achieving renown far and wide, ensuring my teachings transcend generations. Chapter 31. Do not speak of nothing when there is nothing in the morning mist of Guangdongport. Kraft typically completed his morning exercises and enjoyed breakfast before making his way to the academy, his books and lesson plans in hand. Good morning, Lecturer Kraft. With the popularity of his classes, he frequently encountered students in black robes greeting him along the way. Most of them were familiar faces, though some he had never seen in class. Thanks to his remarkable memory, he recalled the names of every student who had approached him with questions. One had inquired about cranial structure, while another had asked for explanations of various abdominal pains just 3 days prior. Upon hearing their names called, the students displayed expressions of surprise. Although they had heard tales of the lecturer's impressive memory, it was astonishing that he could remember and recognize them amidst such a multitude of inquirers. The validation of his work brought him great joy, making the early morning commute feel far less torturous. Engaging with eager students truly enhanced the teaching experience compared to dealing with lethargic ones. Without a doubt, he was referring to himself as one of those drowsy students who had spent his university days sleeping late and waking early, facing a sea of disinterested classmates as the professor lectured through PowerPoint presentations. It was often difficult to discern whether those slumped over their desks were merely tired or under some hypnotic spell. Yet today, he was fortunate to encounter such high-caliber students. A delightful turn of events. Of course, the exorbitant costs of education here, both in terms of time and money, left no room for waste among the students. Kraft's good mood abruptly dissipated upon reaching the academy gates. It is a well-known rule among those on duty, particularly night shift workers, to refrain from uttering the phrase "nothing is happening" during idle moments, even if one were bored to the point of distraction with a phone drained of battery. It is prudent to avoid such expressions. Those who dare breach this ironclad rule often find themselves facing consequences. What was once a tranquil existence can suddenly transform into a tempest of chaos, with unreasonable matters thrust upon them. This was precisely the experience Kraft was encountering. Just a moment ago, he had been reflecting on the tranquility of life, when a cacophony erupted from the vicinity of the academy entrance. In the distance, he saw a throng of people gathered, their loud arguments audible even from half a street away. To make matters worse, the majority of those encircling the scene were students from the medical school in black robes, accompanied by a few in brown from the law school, some in white from the seminary, and several onlookers in blue from the liberal arts college. This sizable crowd obstructed half the entrance, making it necessary for anyone wishing to enter to pass through them. As he approached, Kraft overheard snippets of their heated debate. "We cannot pray for her. We must find someone at the church. What should we do then? Does the medical school not have a single bed available? It doesn't hurt to try. That makes no sense. Are you, the representatives of God, truly this helpless? You are not qualified before graduation. Is this the best I can do?" The crowd was so tightly packed that Kraft could not discern the specific events occurring within. He could only see a few colors engaged in fervent discussion, unable to identify who was addressing whom, while onlookers stood helplessly by. Keywords emerged: medical school, bed, prayer. This scene triggered a sense of PTSD related to trouble for Kraft. Surely, this couldn't be a medical dispute? This profession has a long-standing history. After all, why were the guards merely observing? Why they called security? A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind, and Kraft realized that he was neither in a hospital nor at his previous university. Such troubles likely lacked a dedicated resolution department. The personnel responsible for the academy's entrance had no security function. Their role was merely to open and close the doors. And any resolution would have to await the arrival of someone with real authority in the academy. He did not know who could address this matter nor how it could be resolved. Furrowing his brow, Kraft contemplated retreating like a certain man named Han. slipping back to the safety of the classroom to prepare for his lecture. However, he greatly underestimated his own notoriety within the medical school. Before he had taken more than a few steps, he heard someone calling his name from behind. "Lecturer Craft? Good morning." A keen-eyed student in a black robe had recognized the much-admired lecturer, their tongue racing ahead of their thoughts. They proceeded to greet him. "May I take a moment of your time?" This exclamation drew the attention of all present, including those embroiled in the heated debate at the center. As they collectively turned their heads towards him, "Lecturer Craft? Ah, Craft, your timing is impeccable." One familiar face emerged from the crowd, Lucius, standing at the heart of the commotion, alongside a pale-faced seminarian who appeared quite agitated. He pushed through the throng, attempting to create a path for Craft. "Make way. This is our lecturer from the medical school." Without need for further explanation, most of the medical students present recognized Craft, and the crowd swiftly parted, granting him passage towards the epicenter of the trouble. This was truly absurd, Craft mused. It seemed he had unwittingly become embroiled in this predicament. It followed a certain logic. He was indeed a lecturer at the medical school. And as the only non-student present, it fell upon him to take charge of the situation. Moreover, with all eyes upon him, his earlier plan to slip away was dashed, leaving him with no choice but to approach the center of attention reluctantly. "How may I assist you?" Craft asked as he reached the heart of the crowd, where the scene unfolded much as he had envisioned. An anxious middle-aged man knelt, clutching a tear-streaked child in desperation. The seminarian stood nearby, clutching a book, while Lucius appeared uncertain about how to intervene, and a lost student lingered, seemingly at a loss for what to do. Good heavens! A standard medical dispute had erupted right at the entrance. Based on past experiences, the ensuing developments could take various trajectories, leading to a complex situation. However, it was clear that today's lecture was no longer feasible. Upon seeing Craft approach, the middle-aged man lowered himself further, clutching the child, prompting Lucius to swiftly intervene. Fearing for the child's safety, the seminarian stumbled back, caught off guard, and chaos reigned for a moment. Quick-witted, Craft rushed forward, grasping the man's shoulder with one hand while supporting the child with the other. The child was no lightweight, causing Craft's shoulder to sag under the unexpected weight, nearly losing his grip. What on earth happened?" He looked up, somewhat exasperated, only to recognize the tavern owner from next door, whose appearance was far from pristine, making it difficult for Craft to identify him immediately. "Please, I beg you, help my daughter. I am at my wit's end." The tavern owner's voice was muffled, his hoarse, sorrowful tone resonating with exhaustion and helplessness. He must have run quite a distance, his face glistening with sweat, hair disheveled, and his throat dry from lack of water. Unless there was a specific demonstration to conduct, one would not typically seek out impoverished patients for impromptu assistance. After all, this was primarily an educational institution. In times of illness, even students from the academy would usually visit external clinics for treatment, with many opting to pray at the church, hoping for blessings or holy water from a priest. The Church of St. Simon had a well-established reputation in this regard. After all, there were no licenses to be found, and the environment and standards of small clinics left much to be desired, making the church a cleaner alternative. And then, there was nothing more. These two locations were the only viable options. Surely, no one would genuinely consider seeking help from the medical school, rife with its strange rumors. In the academy, other students refrained from entering their building. A perplexed Craft turned to Lucius, hoping he could elucidate how the situation had evolved into such a state. They had already visited the church and several clinics, to no avail. Lucius succinctly summarized the predicament, visibly anxious himself. As an extroverted and enthusiastic individual, he could hardly be unfamiliar with the proprietor of the tavern he frequented. Mr. Griss was somewhat acquainted with them, so they could only attempt to seek assistance from him, even if it were merely for a prayer. "It is not that I am unwilling to help. It is simply that we are not yet qualified to assume the responsibilities of a priest, and the church has indicated that they can only abide by divine will." The seminary student resignedly patted his white robe. It would not be until his graduation that he would have the opportunity to don the formal clerical attire adorned with the emblem of the double-winged halo. While practicing medicine without a license might go unpunished here, taking on the duties of a priest without permission is indeed a grave matter. Perhaps trying wouldn't hurt. A simple prayer for the patient could suffice, especially since you are acquainted with Mr. Griss, right? However, that is indeed unfeasible. A law student interjected quietly, acknowledging that while private discussions were acceptable, this endeavor held little meaning, given the stringent regulations from the seminary. Craft grasped the implications. The church's placebo was ineffectual, and the clinics were powerless, leading to a desperate search for remedies. Sighing, Kraft lamented the dire straits of the patient, who had nowhere else to turn, and questioned what Lucius was awaiting. Such a severe illness necessitated the consent of a lecturer. Lucius looked at Kraft with anticipation, his gaze unsettling Kraft somewhat. Unlike his previous law school classmate, this rule was hardly surprising. When admitting critically ill patients, one must consider the potential repercussions of any mishaps. Hence the need for someone of sufficient stature to take responsibility, certainly not a student. Kraft was acutely aware of this, yet it did not sway his decision. He had never perceived this as a matter of choice. "Let us proceed," Kraft declared, handing his books and lesson plans to Lucius. He took the child from the trembling arms of Gris, saying, "First, allow me to take this. Go have a drink. I will have many questions for you shortly." Chapter 32. Acute abdomen. What is the name? Gris. No, I mean the child's name. How old is she? Kraft swiftly filled in the family section with Gris's name, noting him as the patient's father. They were seated in an empty classroom, as Lucius had been dispatched to fetch 2 blankets. For the patient lay uncomfortably on the rigid bench. The students who followed were held back, allowing sufficient space. The paper in Kraft's hand had been drawn from a notepad, resting atop the 2nd volume of Human Anatomy. A perceptive student beside him offered an ink bottle. The nib swiftly sketched across the paper, forming a continuous string of letters. Although Kraft's handwriting was commendable, his medical records were always rather crooked, perhaps influenced by some mysterious force. A large group of cloaked figures exerted considerable pressure on him. They had retreated as requested, but still cast a shadowy atmosphere over the brightly lit classroom. Regarding the matter at hand, Gris appeared on the verge of tears, his eyes red-rimmed, yet he restrained his emotions, endeavoring to articulate the situation as clearly as possible. "She seemed to have eaten something 2 days ago and has been experiencing diarrhea. I thought she would recover in a few days. But this morning the abdominal pain intensified to the point where she could barely utter a few words. I took her to the church for some holy water and visited the clinic for herbal soup, but it proved ineffective." "What kind of herbs?" Kraft inquired further. He was familiar with holy water, having consumed it himself as a child. At least it could be deemed harmless as a placebo. But the herbs were another matter. Few of the doctors operating outside the clinic had graduated from the academy, and various folk remedies were rampant, with practitioners willing to add anything to their concoctions. This was not akin to traditional Chinese medicine's differentiated treatment approach. Rather, the amateur doctors of Wyndon Harbor's methods seemed more similar to the whimsical green things sprouting from the soil, primarily guided by the notion of trial and error. "I'm sorry. I don't know," Gris replied, bewildered. "The priest said it was because I did not wholly believe in the Lord. So is it wrong for me to have her drink those herbs?" This middle-aged man clutched his head in anguish, nearly pulling out his hair. In his eyes, this was a harbinger of death. He might lose his only child. "I did not mean that," Kraft reassured him, pressing down on his shoulder in an effort to calm him. "It's okay if you can't recall. I have more questions to ask you." It must be said that Gris belonged to the category of parents most favored by physicians. Amidst his panic and fear for his daughter's condition, he managed to remain quite composed, allowing Kraft to swiftly gather relatively complete information. The patient was Gris's 3-year-old daughter, Lise, who had suddenly developed a fever and diarrhea 2 days prior, her stools as watery as could be. This was not particularly unusual at that age. Children often suffered from stomach ailments without alarming their parents. However, after consuming the holy water for a day, little Lise showed no signs of improvement. Uneasy, Gris took her to a nearby clinic, where the doctor prescribed a herbal concoction. Upon viewing the suspiciously colored broth, Gris hesitated but decided to let Lise try it, only for it to tragically result in her passing. Early this morning, Lise's initially mild abdominal pain escalated rapidly, and although her stools were minimal, they were tinged with blood. An anxious Gris rushed her to the church and the clinic, where the priest merely suggested fervent prayer, awaiting divine intervention. The clinic's doctor was equally helpless, merely wishing to absolve himself of responsibility. As a longtime proprietor of a tavern adjacent to the academy, Gris's last resort was to seek assistance from acquaintances within the institution. Otherwise, he could only wait and hope for a miraculous recovery for Lise. "May I conduct an examination?" Kraft noted the present medical history and fundamental information on paper. The past medical and family histories were scant. He only knew that Lise's mother had also succumbed to an acute illness, though Gris could not specify which. Fortunately, Lise had not suffered from significant ailments since her birth. "All right. Thank you." Gris nodded eagerly, not comprehending why he needed to grant permission for this, but observing Kraft's demeanor, it appeared he was about to take charge. No problem. After a moment's hesitation, Gree consented, preparing to exit with the students. Perhaps Kraft's earnestness had earned his trust, for he did not voice any objections. Kraft brushed back his hair and touched Lisa's forehead. Her temperature was not elevated. The child's face bore traces of tears, and her silence suggested she had wept for an extended period, now too exhausted to cry. In his heart, he had already formulated a hypothesis. This situation fell under the realm of acute abdomen. Simply put, "Doctor, my stomach hurts." Even without extraordinary memory, he could deftly apply the knowledge he possessed. A 3-year-old child, experiencing diarrhea and fever for 2 days, likely suffered from a gastrointestinal infection caused by a pathogen, which was common in the seafood-laden Winden Harbor. Yet, today's condition was likely not merely an exacerbation of an infection. The sudden decrease in bowel movements, now tinged with blood, suggested a possible obstruction. Kraft palpated the seemingly normal abdominal wall, noting the absence of significant rigidity. This provided a slight sense of relief. It appeared the situation had not escalated to the point of fluid leakage irritating the peritoneum. Perhaps the matter was not as grave as it seemed. Following a fixed direction, he quickly found evidence supporting his theory, a mass in the lower right abdomen that felt somewhat akin to a sausage. This unfortunate child might be suffering from viral diarrhea, a known risk factor for intussusception, compounded by the ingestion of some peculiar herbal concoction, naturally leading to the condition. The diagnostic process unfolded rather smoothly, allowing Kraft to regain the confidence he had felt during case discussions with instructors as he gathered all evidence to confidently present his conclusion. Logically, the next step would be imaging studies for confirmation. However, regrettably, there was no ultrasound available, nor could they perform an abdominal X-ray. Absolute confirmation was out of the question. He covered the child with her clothing once more and picked up his pen, noting the preliminary diagnosis at the bottom of the page, combining the terms for intestine and intussusception in Norse, leaving a line of space beneath. He would need to add an explanation later. Since becoming a lecturer, he had developed a habit of leaving space for definitions, almost to the point of it becoming a professional ailment. "I took her to the church about 2 hours before the bell tolled," he recalled, though the exact timing eluded him. "So, what is the non-surgical solution?" "Wait, no," Kraft murmured, his heart sinking again, akin to reaching the final step of a complex mathematics problem only to find himself stumped, discovering that everything seemed fine. Yet the calculations were insufficient to yield an answer. "What's wrong?" Gree inquired, growing anxious. Kraft had just elucidated the cause of the illness. Yet matters appeared to have grown more complicated. The last thing one would wish to witness was a physician's smile gradually fading. For the current situation, the standard remedy he was aware of was an air enema, which could easily address most early cases of acute intussusception like Lisa's. Even if he knew how to administer it, could he conjure the necessary apparatus from thin air? Even if, by some miracle, the church's deity manifested a machine on the spot, how could he confirm the success of the reduction without ultrasound or X-rays for imaging? Yet, if an air enema was not viable, could surgery be performed under these conditions? Attempting surgery without anesthesia and in non-sterile conditions would be akin to praying for an angel to deliver him an air enema machine. Chapter 33. The method of no method. Kraft adjusted his demeanor. No matter the circumstances, while patients and their families might panic, he must remain composed. There were no senior doctors to support him here. Before proceeding, he needed to inquire whether she had consumed anything since last night. "Very well. Do not feed her anything for now. If she is thirsty, a little water can be sipped, but she must not drink," Kraft instructed before turning towards the door, needing a moment of solitude. As he opened the door, he noticed the students had not yet dispersed. Lucius stood at the entrance, clutching a blanket. "Thank you, Lucius. Please hand the blanket to Gree, and then come to the next room. Everyone, please gather here. Also, could someone fetch the other instructors?" In a sense, the priest had at least one statement that rang entirely true. It was now a matter of divine will. Kraft understood that under these circumstances, there were essentially 2 possible outcomes. This dreadful secret would remain concealed until, perhaps many years later, modern science might support the true rise of surgery, transforming this terminal ailment into a mere inconvenience. Alternatively, Kraft had to devise a solution now, in this ghastly era devoid of anesthesia for amputations, to conceive a feasible surgical plan within a limited time frame. Should a postoperative infection arise, given Elise's condition and the current level of internal medicine here, Kraft dared not contemplate the consequences. During his pediatric surgery internship, Anyone proposing an idea that could infuriate the chief to a point of cardiac distress would surely face dire repercussions. With one option leading to certain death and another with a high probability of fatality, it seemed there were no favorable choices. The decision ultimately lay with Elise and Gree. Kraft could only seek to present them with the optimal solution. In the adjacent classroom, a chalkboard was erected, and once everyone had assembled, Kraft sketched a rough outline of the current situation, hoping others might offer assistance that aligned with the prevailing conditions. I trust everyone has attentively listened during my anatomy course, so I need not waste time explaining the specifics. Sounds simple enough? Kraft continued. To be frank, in medical school, we need not shy away from the topic. Many have likely witnessed dissections or even participated, albeit not on living subjects. However, this time is different, gentlemen. This time is entirely distinct. Kraft tapped the chalkboard. An unnecessary gesture as all attention was already focused on him, including several newly arrived instructors in the back row. Is there a particular requirement? One instructor inquired. He occasionally attended Kraft's classes, listening quietly before departing. Kraft recognized his curly hair. I need materials that are as clean as possible: cotton cloth, silk thread, iron needles, scalpels. And assistance, Kraft explained, struggling to articulate his concept of sterility. Boiling everything might suffice. This was the only method he could conceive. Formaldehyde and high-pressure steam were unavailable, and high-concentration alcohol depended on distillation. The instructor seated beside the curly-haired one offered his perspective. We have plenty of lime. I have never seen it spoil anything once applied. At the very least, you can use lime water to wash your hands. He pointed to the small piece of lime in Kraft's hand, which he had been using for writing. In truth, it was an oversight on Kraft's part. He had been contemplating whether distilled spirits could serve as disinfectants. But such substances were not at hand. Achieving complete sterility seems impossible. Let us strive for cleanliness, Kraft mused, perspiring over the prospect of the patient's postoperative condition as he transitioned to the next topic. Forgive my limited knowledge in this area, but I wish to inquire if there exists a method that could temporarily render the patient insensate, allowing for incision without causing distress. Could we not simply restrain the patient and finish quickly? Lucius suggested. This is the standard approach for all amputation procedures, if such a term can even be applied to them. No, it is not feasible to resolve the issue in a single stroke as with an amputation, Kraft countered. At least not by my means. Abdominal surgery is often far more complicated. The actual conditions within the abdominal cavity differ significantly from the clear illustrations in anatomy texts. Structural boundaries are not as distinct as one might imagine, with membranes enveloping organs, ligaments, and various adhesions creating a chaotic field of view. When making a small incision in the abdomen, discerning one's position without clear anatomical landmarks is evidently not as straightforward as the crude method of amputation. Some substances do exist that can induce loss of consciousness, but a student, flipping through a book, halted mid-sentence, realizing that the documented medications were largely inadequate. Some induce a deep sleep, while others only provide slight numbness, unsuitable for a procedure requiring time. This lack of anesthesia fundamentally explains the absence of complex surgeries in this era, with concerns of infection and blood loss relegated to the background. Without anesthesia, a patient could not endure such an operation. Kraft, I must assert that this is merely a theoretical solution within the realm of anatomy, declared the pharmacology lecturer, Romolo. Kraft recalled his name because they had exchanged thoughts on pharmacology during a lunch break, ultimately parting ways due to differing views. Kraft was rather averse to the humoral theory, whereas Romolo was a staunch advocate of the traditional four humors, eager to employ this framework to elucidate the relationship between the four elements and pharmacological effects. Unless the white or red humors are depleted, there is no absolute method to render a living being unresponsive to pain, Romolo stated. The most knowledgeable on pharmacology in the academy aside from Professor Kalman, the only one present qualified to draw such conclusions. However, significant loss of red or white humors will lead to death swiftly, rendering this approach unrealistic and solely structural in consideration. For now, we must attempt to restrain the patient. Kraft concluded. Since Professor Romolo has articulated it thus, it appears we can only hope for expedience, Kraft remarked, setting down the piece of lime and casting a final glance at his sketch. Class dismissed. We have already delayed long enough today. The students rose to depart, and the curly-haired instructor approached, producing a small box from beneath his dark robe. Allow me to introduce myself formally. I am Liston. Please permit me to express my admiration. Why do you say that? Kraft inquired, not accepting the box. noting its exquisite craftsmanship suggested it contained something of considerable value. I cannot believe no one has attempted this before. However, their objectives were unclear. They cut into the abdomen without understanding the conditions they would face. You are different. You grasp your purpose even before seeing it. Thus, I believe it necessary to partake in history's first endeavor. Consider this knife as my gift to you. He presented a scalpel, custom designed for dissection, which he had yet to employ. Of course, I cannot undertake this task alone. Kraft accepted the box. A polite smile gracing his lips. An assistant with substantial knowledge of anatomy was precisely what he required. The smile faded swiftly, as anxiety over the impending surgery made it challenging to maintain such an expression. Liston sensed Kraft's unease and excused himself, granting Kraft the space for contemplation. I shall go to observe the classroom and cleanse the stone table. It is the only location suitable for such preparations. Thank you, and remember to use the lime. We will gather the other materials shortly, Kraft replied absently, clutching the box, oblivious to Lucius in the front row, who had yet to leave. Lucius remained seated quietly, appearing to organize his notes. Once Liston exited, only Kraft and I remained in the classroom. I stood up and approached Kraft, presenting him with the meticulously recorded notes from earlier. I am truly grateful, Lucius. I find myself at a loss for words. Kraft accepted the notes, casting a glance at them. Although he had no need for such documents, Lucius's attentiveness touched him profoundly. All the worry about this young man over the past few days had not been in vain. It seemed that Lucius would be called upon once more to assist. As we prepared for this precarious operation alongside Liston, Lucius did not respond to Kraft's words. He remained unusually silent for a moment, glancing towards the classroom door. Once he confirmed the solitude of our company, he abruptly uttered, "In truth, there is not a complete absence of options." Chapter 34. Just this once. Just this once what? Kraft could not grasp Lucius's line of thought. His mind was still preoccupied with the urgency of the impending procedure, unable to shift gears. I mean, Professor Romolo is mistaken. He possesses a deep understanding of the humoral theory and pharmacology, but that knowledge belongs to a bygone era. Lucius cast another glance at the door. He hesitated to voice his thoughts, believing that his implication was sufficiently clear to Kraft. Indeed, in the traditional humoral theory, inducing unconsciousness necessitates the depletion of either the sanguine or phlegmatic humors, which is undoubtedly true. However, is there not a fluid that has yet to be discovered? He raised his hand before Kraft, a hand that just days prior bore several crimson spots, remnants of a reckless experiment. Are you referring to the black liquid? Kraft suddenly awakened, his gaze sharpening on Lucius's face. I thought I had been articulate enough. We should not tamper with that substance. Why not? Lucius met Kraft's gaze straightforwardly, as if attempting to unearth the roots of his fear towards the black liquid. Kraft found Professor Kalman's experiment unreasonable, while Lucius deemed Kraft's excessive caution irrational. In Lucius's view, the black liquid perfectly aligned with their current needs. A mere trace of diluting liquid could render a person unconscious for an entire day, unable to be roused even by the sharpest pain, leaving them entirely oblivious to the events that transpired. Because it is unsafe, Kraft faltered, unable to convince even himself with that rationale. We have not definitively established that it truly is the black liquid, have we? It is merely a name, correct? He struggled to articulate to Lucius the intuitive and instinctive feelings he harbored. Should he confess that he had discerned a minuscule liquid associated with unfathomable entities and that it could tempt living beings to engage with it? Such thoughts were best kept within. Voicing them would only render him more dubious. One cannot dismiss the possibility of more insidious effects manifesting over time. Professor Kalman did insist on absolute confidentiality, did he not? Kraft added. He instinctively felt that its external manifestations must harbor deeper reasons, and until he could unravel those mysteries, he dared not engage with it further. To this end, he invoked Professor Kalman to silence Lucius. Lucius strongly disagreed with this notion, gesturing to his own nose. Only the living have the capacity to worry about long-term effects. If I am not an outlier, we will not revisit this issue for at least a fortnight. I understand that now is not the moment for this monumental discovery to be unveiled, but was not its purpose to further the advancement of medicine? Are we to conceal it indefinitely? Lucius spoke with a hint of fervor, misunderstanding Kraft's intent, believing that Kraft opposed his suggestion more due to the professor's stipulations than any inexplicable trepidation towards the black liquid. No, that is certainly not what I mean. Kraft never subconsciously considered retrieving the black liquid from the basement. When contemplating the anesthesia issue, He had solely focused on what anesthetics were feasible at present or what plants could serve as natural anesthetics, never contemplating this ambiguous substance labeled with inherent danger. In retrospect, Lucius's argument bore considerable merit. Providing prolonged effective anesthesia, impervious to pain, and devoid of consciousness during the procedure, Lucius exhibited no ill effects following his consumption of the liquid for several days. With this substance, the success rate of the surgery would rise dramatically, transforming the improbable into a feasible endeavor. As for any potential aftereffects, that could be addressed later. The worst-case scenario would merely be death, or, at the very least, succumbing on the operating table today. The optimal outcome would be that the dosage falls short of triggering any peculiar effects, a possibility given Kraft's observations of Lucius. Lucius noted the gradual softening of Kraft's expression, his brow unfurling from tension to contemplation. Just this once, Kraft declared, addressing both Lucius and himself. He recalled a few nights prior, when he had resolutely inscribed in his notes to maintain distance, to remain sealed, unless absolutely necessary, never to engage. Little did he anticipate that necessity would arise so swiftly. Kraft sighed, pondering the multitude of complications that might follow this endeavor. How would he explain its origins? No one would remain indifferent to such a substance. Shall we claim it as a family heirloom? Lucius proposed, suggesting it was a singular relic passed down through generations. The formula lost, existing only in this solitary vial. A familiar ruse, likely inspired by Kraft's familial medical traditions, though this excuse was patently absurd. A noble family's treasured secret remedy, ultimately administered to the tavern keeper's daughter. Such a narrative would insult the intelligence of all. I advise you to devise a more plausible story. Kraft rubbed his temples, though this could wait until after their task. For now, they needed to prepare the diluting liquid. Together, as swiftly as possible, upon completion, they must ready other materials, which may prove no simpler than this endeavor. Lucius retrieved an egg-shaped ceramic cup from the lower level, the very vessel they had employed to concoct the diluting liquid previously. The cup, large in body yet narrow at the mouth, was cumbersome to clean, yet it effectively prevented spillage during mixing. The rim featured a small triangular structure akin to a beaker's spout, facilitating the transfer of liquids. He filled the cup 4/5 full with water, gently shaking it to confirm there would be no splashing during the stirring, and then proceeded to dip a small metal rod into the black liquid to introduce it to the water. Just this amount will suffice. We must avoid excess dripping from the rod, Lucius instructed as he handed the small stick to Kraft. Should we not add a touch more? After all, we have only tested it on a prick. No, a child is not merely a diminutive adult, especially one as young as 3. Not reducing the dosage is already excessive. Kraft removed the wax seal from the bottle's mouth, extracting the cork, and carefully lowered the thin rod into the small glass vial, approaching the liquid surface with caution. From this vantage point, the liquid at the bottom appeared still and silent, its surface swallowed by the candlelight filtering through the glass. The smoothness of the liquid surface was obscured, replaced by an impenetrable depth of black. It carved a stark, stubborn void within his vision, weakly beckoning those who gazed upon it with an invitation to touch. From this angle, Kraft began to perceive it as a deep chasm, indistinct sounds emanating from its depths. He gripped the thin rod tightly, fearing it might slip from his grasp and plunge into this abyss, falling into another realm. The tip of the rod pressed against the liquid, shattering the surface of darkness, sending forth fleeting ripples. Mismanaged force caused it to strike the bottom of the vial, producing a startlingly clear sound. Be cautious. I suspect it is not as resilient as it appears, Lucius remarked as he positioned the ceramic cup atop the table before Kraft, nearly believing Kraft had pierced the glass bottle. I apologize. It was an inadvertent mistake. Kraft lifted the rod, discarding the excess black liquid back into the vial, then reinserted the cork and sealed the bottle with wax. So stirring it is sufficient? The metal rod swirled within the ceramic cup several times, the minuscule amount of black liquid dissolving entirely in the water. It had now transformed into the substance they sought. Indeed, it dissolves readily in water. Under candlelight, the liquid remained clear, devoid of any color change, utterly indistinguishable to the naked eye, and the previous alluring sensation had dissipated, leaving only an unremarkable cup of clear water. Yet it had undeniably become the core of the first anesthetic surgery in this world. Lucius intended to pour a small quantity into a prepared family vial, allowing List to consume it in one gulp, leaving no trace behind. This diminutive bronze vessel is a contribution from Lucius, its body no larger than half a palm, adorned with a decorative piece reminiscent of turquoise. As an heirloom, it remains unexamined in the port of Wending, for no one possesses the leisure to appraise it. What purpose did this vessel originally serve? Kraft, habitually lost in contemplation, instinctively reached for his chin, only to graze the beak of the mask he wore. It was intended for carrying spices, yet he found no suitable contents, leaving it perpetually empty. Lucius tilted his ceramic cup, transferring a measure into the bronze vessel, declaring, "I deem it half an antique. It shall serve its purpose henceforth." Henceforth? There shall be no future, Lucius. This singular act, I vow that should I ever again engage in such folly, I shall drink 3 cups upside down at the tavern. Which one do you refer to? Accepting Lys, or the black liquid? Lucius capped the bronze vessel, completing his task. It is difficult to say. Logically, neither of these matters should be entertained. Whether it be the acceptance of this case that requires a unique resolution, or the breach of a prior resolution to never touch the black liquid. The affairs of this world adhere to a certain principle, either none or countless times. This one instance is merely for Lucius's ears, a deception that cannot fool oneself. There are no true coincidences. Every occurrence harbors its intrinsic reasons. Without Lys, without Lucius, I would inevitably encounter another patient in need of surgery, and subsequently recall the efficacy of the black liquid. I am resolute in my endeavor to alleviate human suffering. Lucius caught the murmurs of Kraft, faint as a whisper, his pronunciation lacking the cadence of Norse. It is nothing, merely an oath once taken. Kraft appeared to regain a semblance of determination. Do not worry about me. I must now prepare other matters. If there exists a divine healer or any deity, I implore you to hasten and bestow your blessings upon me. Chapter 35. How to fit a grizzly bear into a jewelry box. Kraft sketched a rough diagram on paper depicting the pathway of the intestines within the abdominal cavity, circling the area that needed to be repositioned for Gree to see. The father clasped his hands anxiously. Such matters were utterly foreign to him, leaving him unable to rely on his own experiential knowledge for judgment. We will soon accomplish this. Following the procedure, there may be symptoms such as fever or pus formation, but at least she will not perish swiftly due to intestinal complications. All right, thank you. Gree was moved by this assurance, perhaps because it sounded straightforward, or perhaps due to the honesty of the mixed prognosis, which stood in stark contrast to the priest and clinic doctor who offered no guarantees beyond holy water or herbs. She is my only family, even if it means selling the tavern. I shall do my utmost. Kraft grasped his hand reassuringly, dismissing any concerns regarding medical fees, stating they could discuss it once Lys recovered. It was not that he was unwilling to find another location. Rather, this classroom, designed to showcase treatment methods and anatomy, was inherently suited for surgical procedures. The classroom was well lit with all the windows opened. The space around the stone table was ample, and its height was appropriate for the task at hand. Previously, Liston had thoroughly cleaned it with lime and then rinsed it with boiling water. That should suffice. Kraft nodded to Lucius, who gently lifted Lys's upper body, allowing Kraft to administer the diluted black liquid. This was Kraft's first experience witnessing the effects of an orally ingested digestive agent. Within mere seconds of consuming it, Lys's face contorted in pain, only to have her expression vanish as if a computer had shut down. An unseen force seemed to descend upon her, relaxing her tense facial muscles, extracting emotions and sensations from her body, leaving behind only a tranquil shell. Her limbs quickly relaxed. Her hand that clutched her abdomen fell limply, and her spine tilted backward gently, lying flat against the table without resistance. Kraft had never seen any oral medication act so swiftly and dramatically. On the opposite side, Liston, astonished, reached out to feel Lys's breath and check her pulse, which remained steady and rhythmic, albeit slightly slowed. A family heirloom remedy? Yes, the last of the family secret medicine. Let's not dwell on that. Wash your hands. It was a classic surgical hand-washing technique, but given the limited conditions here, Lucius was tasked with acting as a makeshift faucet, slowly pouring water from above, beginning with lime water, followed by cooled boiling water. Like this, palms, backs of hands, between fingers. Then rub your hands together, and finally fingertips and thumbs. Don't forget the wrists and entire forearms. Kraft cast aside his black robe and sword, rolling up his sleeves to demonstrate a less-than-standard procedure to Liston. Ideally, there would be scrubbing and soaking involved, but such luxuries were unavailable. Lucius, would you mind wiping her entire abdomen? Not just the area we will be operating on, but the whole thing, including both sides, inwards and outwards. Also, avoid touching the instrument table, the one where I place the knife and sutures. Otherwise, I will have to throw them into boiling water and retrieve them again. Lastly, let's confirm that everyone knows their responsibilities. Lucius, you are responsible for everything outside this table. Please assist by holding the mirror to direct light here. Just avoid touching anything. Liston, as the one who will be handling the wound, ensure your hands do not come into contact with the abdomen or instruments outside the designated areas. Do not let them drop below your waist or rise above your shoulders. We need to maintain as much cleanliness as possible. I cannot explain all of it now, but we will have our opportunities later. After detailing all precautions he could think of, Kraft placed his hands in a suspended posture before his chest, awaiting affirmations from Lucius and Liston. However, it seemed his earlier directives had startled them, as they appeared visibly tense, their expressions reflecting the gravity of what had been discussed outside the door. Yet, as he reached for the faucet, he trembled, pressing the soap dispenser several times, his mind a blank slate, fearing he might have overlooked some aspect of cleanliness. Empathizing with them, Lucius and Liston had never undergone such a process and were rendered overly anxious by Kraft's sudden seriousness. He felt compelled to lighten the mood with a joke. Do you know how to fit a grizzly bear into a jewelry box? Given that there are neither elephants nor refrigerators here, the joke requires some localization. Huh? Open the jewelry box, stuff the grizzly bear inside, and then close the box. The joke was not particularly successful. Lucius and Liston exchanged glances, stunned for a few seconds before realizing Kraft was attempting humor. Lucius managed an awkward yet polite smile, while Liston grew even more tense. The joke reminded him of Kraft's description of the surgical process, making an incision, repositioning the intestines, and then suturing them. The reality was undoubtedly far more complex, as they faced an unprecedented operation in this world. Take a deep breath, my friend. It will help you feel better. Then hand me that knife. This is a rare opportunity. Let us consider it a special course, shall we? We even have the chance to elaborate on the details. Realizing his earlier attempt to enliven the atmosphere had failed, Kraft sought to salvage the situation, hoping Liston would perceive this as a long-awaited practical lesson. We will opt for a right-sided transabdominal rectus incision. If it were a small infant, we might consider a transverse upper abdominal incision. The blade sliced through the skin, blood seeping from the incision. The knife was graciously provided by Liston, slim and elongated, crafted from quality materials, befitting a lecturer focused on anatomy. Though not as sharp as a surgical scalpel, it felt surprisingly adequate, far superior to what he had initially anticipated. Clean linen cloth, Liston. Lucius. Switch positions to allow light to shine from the opposite side. Lacking proper gauze, they were left to use linen, a common substitute of the era. The cloth in his hands was already a product of fine craftsmanship, yet Kraft dared not use it to wipe. Instead, he relied on its absorbency to ensure clarity of vision. Lucius moved to the other side of the table, raising a metallic mirror to cast light onto the incision. This mirror could barely reflect a silhouette, but it sufficed for their purpose of directing light. A retractor was handed to Kraft, thanks to anatomical studies. Such tools were still available at the academy, rather than resorting to makeshift alternatives. I hope this has not been used before. Of course not, like the knife. This is a new set, yet to find an opportunity for use. Liston provided another retractor. They would use these two curved metal instruments to create sufficient space to visualize the interior. I cannot see anything clearly. Lucius, adjust it further, please. The light spot formed a narrow view of the abdominal cavity, shadows undulating, pink intestines merging indistinctly within the limited field of vision. Kraft was confident in his incision's placement. Now, the priority was to locate the intussusception as swiftly as possible. This was not a sterile surgical environment. The longer the wound remained exposed, the greater the risk of infection. As the light shifted, a yellow fatty protrusion appeared in view. Stop, right here. Next came the more daunting aspects of the procedure. Observe. This is the intussuscepted portion, and now I must push it back. Kraft relaxed slightly as he explained his actions to Liston, who held the retractor, cautioning him not to lean in too closely. Do not tremble. We only need to hold for a little longer. The flickering light was a reflection of Lucius' trembling arms, the cause of which was indiscernible, whether it stemmed from exhaustion or a profound fear of the slippery, pink, elongated object in the practitioner's hand. This was an insurmountable challenge that could not be overcome despite countless rehearsals on the deceased. It was only through genuine practice that one could adapt. He tightened his grip on the mirror, recalibrating the position of the light. The surgery at hand was nearing its conclusion. Truly, this was a blessing from the heavens. Gris had discovered the situation in time, and the priest had not delayed with an additional offering of holy water. If it had been later in the afternoon or evening, the circumstances might not have been so favorable. Needles and threads. Liston handed him the curved needle and fine thread. The needle was fashioned from a sewing needle bent into shape, and the thread was the most resilient he could procure, generously provided by a student who sold textiles. Rumored to be made from some form of spider silk, claimed to serve as a substitute for the iron rings connecting armor components, typically sold by the strand. He had directly given Kraft a bundle of it. After this matter was concluded, it would be prudent to take the time to express gratitude in person, and to settle the payment, lest this student's mother become suspicious of his actions when discovered. The continuous suturing of the entire layer was a reluctant choice in the absence of absorbable thread. A scar would inevitably remain on the little girl's abdomen. However, children grow swiftly, and one could only hope that the mark would fade with time. Fortunately, the climate in the northern kingdom of Norse did not favor midriff-bearing attire. So when the child grew, she would not lament the physician's limited skills while choosing her garments. He completed the final stitch, his fingers deftly tying 3 surgical knots in succession, wiping away the residual blood, and covering the wound with 4 layers of fine linen tape. Kraft instinctively reached out, only to find his hand empty, lifting his gaze to see Liston's bewildered expression. I meant the long strips of linen. We need to wrap it around her waist a couple of times to secure the dressing. Lucius, you may set down the mirror and take a moment to rest. Liston and Lucius watched as Kraft finished wrapping the strips around Lilith's waist, tying a lovely bow, smoothing it out, and draping her clothing over her once more. With the aid of the family's secret elixir, the surgery, held together solely by the principles of human anatomy, was completed without incident. The one who had made history wiped the sweat from his brow, utterly oblivious, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. So, did we really fit a brown bear into a jewelry box? Chapter 36. A different perspective. It was more challenging than anticipated. Kraft lay on the ground, his speech fragmented and intermittent. The haze of confusion clouded his vision, anxiety over finding his bearings mingled with concern about infection. And all these emotions surged forth after completing the final step. While focused on the task at hand, these feelings had been suppressed, leaving only thoughts of how to navigate the immediate difficulties. The exhaustion and intense emotions overwhelmed his mind, bringing him to the floor. Now, having crossed the most arduous hurdle, he could allow himself a moment of respite. He gazed at the stone platform, reminiscent of an examiner meticulously organizing sealed examination papers to present to a reviewer, who would judge based on the most objective and rigorous standards. The patient's body was the harshest of examiners, never relaxing its grading criteria due to limitations, always demanding the unreasonable. This evaluation process was beyond his control, leaving him to quietly await the results in a few days. Could you lend me a hand? Her family awaited news outside. Kraft extended a hand toward the 2 astonished and admiring individuals beside him, urging them to temper their joy. The matter was far from resolved. Not yet. Once Lilith awakens, we'll observe her for 6 to 7 days. After the wounds heal, we'll remove the stitches, and then it will be time to celebrate. Kraft grasped Lucius's outstretched hand and stood, donning his black robe once more, adjusting his appearance before the nearby metallic mirror. A slight dizziness lingered, yet he knew that any additional minute spent lying down meant another minute of anxiety for Gree outside. Let us not disturb Lilith just yet. We should step outside and allow Gree to come in and keep her company for a while. No need to move her immediately. Kraft declined Liston's assistance, feeling unsteady as he made his way to the door. Lucius opened it for him. Upon entering, they were met not only by the anxious father, but also by a throng of figures clad in black robes filling the corridor. Gree was the first to approach, grasping Kraft's hand, his eyes anxiously scanning past him into the classroom, where he posed the question they all dreaded. My daughter, for now, everything is fine. The surgery was successful. She may not awaken until tomorrow or later. Please, go in and keep her company for a while. Do not move her. Kraft stepped aside to let him enter, closing the door behind him to afford some privacy. The surrounding students, noting Lucius's relaxed demeanor as he opened the door, began to speculate about the outcome. Kraft's words confirmed their assumptions, and cheers erupted from the crowd. He wished to quiet them to explain the details, but the opportunity was lost. As one who had accomplished an unprecedented feat, he was met with an unprecedented hero's welcome. The trailblazer need not concern himself with the murmurings of the ordinary. Lecturer Romolo made his way through the crowd, the first to embrace him firmly. Following him were enthusiastic students, encircling Kraft, each offering heartfelt hugs and the highest praises they could muster. In their eyes, the surgery was already complete, regardless of the prognosis. It was a historic first, demonstrating the value of knowledge contributed by the deceased in the living. Wending Harbor Medical College would forever be etched alongside Craft as a milestone in future records, and they were witnessing this historic moment. A joyful current surged through the corridor, carrying Craft through the medical school, spreading the good news to every corner. Students who had been unaware of the event were informed and joined the celebration, expanding the throng, which proudly paraded Craft around the institution. Craft himself transitioned from shock to embarrassment, ultimately succumbing to a numbness akin to being showcased in a parade. He was at a loss for how to confront these exuberant students, who resembled fervent fans witnessing their team's victory, lost in a collective euphoria. Such news would undoubtedly ferment and morph, transforming into something even more exaggerated through countless retellings. Several lecturers joined in, exuberantly calling for a celebration at a local tavern. Oblivious to how many would attend or what establishment could accommodate such a crowd, Liston and Lucius, as participants, had been whisked away to an unknown destination and were likely boasting about the triumph somewhere in the midst of the festivities. Craft hoped the black liquid would not adversely affect a child like Lilith. He also wished for no recurrence of intestinal obstruction post-surgery, if it were to happen again. He truly did not know how to cope. He was unwilling to stop here, even as a professor, even as he transmitted knowledge to future generations. He would still witness countless lives lost in his limited lifetime. It was a torment. Craft slammed Lilith's extensive medical record onto the table. Completing this surgery did not bring him satisfaction. Rather, it illuminated aspects he had previously overlooked. A mere intestinal obstruction, one of the most prevalent acute abdominal conditions in infancy, could render him powerless. In the vast expanse of Wending Harbor, how many children face the high incidence of such conditions under current sanitary conditions? And how many succumb to it? He felt a wavering resolve, beginning to consider the absurdity of dismissing what he had penned in his notes as unnecessary. The black liquid was enigmatic and incomprehensible, but was it not terrifying that so many lives were claimed by disease? He recalled the unmovable black stone pillar and the villagers who stubbornly resided in that land despite the knowledge of the fever's existence. The anomalies represented dangers he could not comprehend, while disease and material scarcity brought unknown terror and death to these people. For them, there was no essential difference. The impact of the stone pillar over decades was overshadowed by the prevalence of other common illnesses. Craft realized something more terrifying than the indescribable. He himself was the flawed one, rejecting an infinitely valuable entity due to a potentially limited danger. Lucius's perspective was more fitting for this age. Relentlessly pursuing every opportunity for technological advancement, even if it meant challenging the church's prohibition against dissecting corpses and societal traditions, or even subjecting himself to experimentation. After all, what worse could happen than becoming powerless in the future? As long as he could prove the black liquid's broader applicability, this surgery would possess reproducibility, allowing him to promote it throughout Wending Harbor. Even if he could not reach today's level of success, it would still signify a qualitative change. Once his thoughts were liberated, a cascade of ideas emerged. Thus far, aside from the instinctual sense of danger, the anomalies had only brought him benefits. The expanded consciousness and the successful surgery granted him the chance to apply knowledge far beyond its time. Could it be that, under certain circumstances, these phenomena were indeed utilizable? This was an irresistible shortcut. If he could cast aside those unfounded fears, coupled with a modicum of caution, he could reach his goals directly. The stone pillar's dream of the great serpent shattered the constraints of his consciousness, allowing him to freely utilize all the information he had acquired. The black liquid broadened his perspective, enabling him to view anomalies from another angle. Craft sensed something fragile within him shattering as he pushed open a new window, reevaluating what had been labeled as dangerous. Their significance was being reconstructed, tipping the scales in a different direction. The emotional ebb and flow drained the last remnants of his energy. The fatigue accumulated throughout the morning washed over him, and his fervent spirit gradually cooled. In the final moment before losing consciousness, he contentedly grasped the copper bottle that had contained the diluted liquid, resting his head on the table and succumbing to sleep. Chapter 37. Testing the waters at the edge. Craft, are you in there? Craft was roused from his slumber by a persistent knocking at the door. Reflexively, he lifted his forehead from the table, where it had left an impression, and instinctively reached for a non-existent phone, fearing he might miss an important call. The black robe he wore had grown warm against his skin, suggesting it was now afternoon. He had not slept long, less than 4 hours. He had dreamt of discovering an array of peculiar items, using them to recreate a modern hospital, and had just been on night duty. Indeed, dreams are often devoid of logic. Otherwise, why would he be working the night shift after establishing a hospital? Fortunately, he was awakened, sparing him from continuing this unpleasant dream. I'm here. As he responded, Kraft opened the door to reveal Lucius, whose tousled brown hair emitted a faint scent of beer. This sight caused Kraft's brows to furrow in disapproval. Lucius, undeterred by Kraft's discontent, chuckled. Though I hated to disturb your sleep, Liz has awakened. I believe you would want to see her regardless. Liz has awakened? So soon? Kraft felt a disconcerting sense of temporal dislocation. It was as if the entire world had leapt forward while he remained stagnant. Lucius regarded him with a puzzled glance before bursting into laughter. You're not still thinking it's yesterday afternoon, are you? Yesterday? I slept the entire day. Kraft jolted awake, now fully alert. How is Liz? Is there anything unusual? Why wasn't I called yesterday? His immediate concern was whether he had missed the optimal time to address any complications, compounded by the fact that his medical records were incomplete and he had not provided Gree with sufficient post-operative instructions. Everything is fine. Gree wishes to thank you in person. Lucius brushed his brown hair aside. Where are they? Let us go at once. I hope Gree hasn't fed her anything inappropriate. In the observation room. Due to Kraft's absence the previous day, everyone had adhered strictly to his orders and left Liz undisturbed, allowing her to sleep through the night. Thankfully, someone had not entirely forgotten the father-daughter duo. Liston had also extricated himself from the celebration and retrieved a blanket brought by Lucius to cushion the patient. Today, he and Gree awaited Liz's awakening together. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. The father, who had been forcing himself to maintain composure, finally succumbed to tears upon seeing his daughter awake. I still have some savings. If that is insufficient, my tavern is worth quite a bit. Not at all. Truly not necessary. Kraft could no longer bear to listen, handing him a piece of unused clean linen from yesterday to wipe his tears. Feeling as though he were a rogue clinic exploiting a single-parent family's savings with exorbitant fees, Gree evoked memories of Kraft's grandfather, demonstrating an unexpected gentleness and attentiveness in his dealings with the young Kraft, despite his otherwise rough demeanor. He had witnessed such emotions in many parents, their worry for their children, their unreserved investment, their willingness to exchange anything for their well-being. Thus, illness transcends mere affliction of the patient. It ripples through an entire family, inflicting pain upon many, affecting mental, economic, and various unforeseen aspects of life. Relax. Concerning the financial matters, Kraft hesitated, not intending to await Gree's own estimation, but suddenly realizing he was at a loss for calculations. His understanding of medical fees in this world was akin to his comprehension of the herbal concoctions at a clinic, minimal at best. The herbalist from Woodtown who treated patients at the castle operated from family coffers. Oldwood would approve, Anderson would tally, but what concern was it of Kraft? He had never encountered such situations before. In any case, there is no need for worry. Let me examine Liz first. Today is the first day, and the dressing on her wound needs changing. He quickly redirected the conversation, approaching Liz and seeking assistance from Lucius and Liston when Gree was not watching. Lucius shook his head in confusion. He was merely a student, preoccupied with reading and conducting experiments with professors, and was not versed in such matters. However, Liston, as ever, proved reliable. After a moment's thought, he extended his hand from his sleeve, displaying 5 fingers. Kraft nodded in understanding and bent down to examine Liz. Hello, little Liz. Do you still feel pain? Liz eyed the robed figure warily. She recalled being fed a strange liquid by him yesterday, and upon waking, she discovered a painful wound on her abdomen. Liz, be obedient. Gree knelt beside her, taking her hand to provide reassurance, encouraging her to inform the doctor of any discomfort. Here, Liz pointed to the location of her wound, continuing to scrutinize Kraft with suspicion. Kraft observed her expression. The acute distress that had once marred her features had faded, indicating that she was now capable of contemplating her circumstances. It appeared to be merely a normal post-operative ache. He carefully removed the bandage encircling Liz's waist, revealing the wound beneath. Only a slight trace of blood had seeped through, and the current state of the wound appeared satisfactory. No redness or swelling. He hoped the internal condition mirrored this. Currently, it looks good, but do not presume the ordeal is over. He replaced the dressing with a fresh cloth and secured it with linen strips, regrettably lacking any antiseptic to apply directly. It had been days since he had access to povidone iodine solution, and he silently longed for it. He mused that he ought to develop a distillation technique, allowing for the use of high-concentration alcohol for sterilization. As for the wound, External healing would require 6 to 7 days, during which she must avoid strenuous activity. I will return to remove the stitches when the time comes. Oh, right, regarding the consultation fee. Kraft smacked his forehead. Recalling Liston's 5 fingers flashing before his eyes, 5 silver coins, perhaps? This understanding was derived from Liston's gesture, combined with the expectations of a visitor from another realm regarding medical charges. 5 kingdom silver coins felt somewhat steep. One of such formal currency could equate to 2 or 3 privately minted black coins, depending on the circumstances. He refrained from specifying the type of silver coins. If he overestimated, Gree could still choose how many of the 5 would be kingdom coins. Gree's reaction was not as he had envisioned. He stood frozen, confirming that Kraft was not jesting. He opened his mouth, yet no words emerged, his countenance reflecting the respect Kraft had witnessed numerous times over the past few days, albeit with a distinct nuance. From his pouch, Gree counted out 5 kingdom silver coins and handed them to Kraft, stating earnestly, "From now on, all your expenses at my tavern will be complimentary, valid for as long as I, Gree, draw breath." Kraft inexplicably granted a permanent dining voucher. Watch as Gree cradled Liss and departed the classroom, disappearing from view, his eyes still glistening with unshed tears. TSK, Liston emitted a cryptic sound from behind. "Do you suppose St. Simon would react upon encountering you?" Kraft realized he might have misconstrued Liston's intent, yet the leap in topic was too vast. Having seldom delved into the scriptures, he could only utter a simple inquiry. "He'll find a way to eliminate you due to cutthroat competition." Lucius buried his face in his hands. A priest at the church dares to charge several kingdom coins for a few blessings. Isn't it supposed to be free? Claiming to offer blessings? How could it possibly be free? Don't tell me you've never been to a church. Liston's tone was laced with resentment and a hint of bitterness. Kraft had seldom frequented the church. His grandfather's reverence for religion was limited to moments when it could be of personal benefit. In such a household, the local aspect of the soul lacked any habitual piety. The otherworldly portion belonged to a pragmatic believer who danced on the precipice of the stake. Believing in God was akin to a trip to the restroom. In times of urgency, one might mutter a few prayers, yet afterwards, they would be forgotten, even more contemptible than a pagan. What I truly intended to convey was the matter of 5 gold coins. Are you out of your mind? Kraft was taken aback, his perception of wealth utterly transformed. Gold coins were almost never minted privately, as apart from the Westman gold coins, which were produced by the king and a few noble families. No one possessed the capacity to mint coins from gold. Thus, gold coins were implicitly considered to be Westman gold coins, with a diameter less than half that of a standard silver coin and a thickness merely a third of it, resembling a mere 50-cent piece from another world. On such a small surface, the tower of Westman Fortress was impressively engraved, innovatively including side impressions and edge patterns to prevent anyone from wearing down the rim and passing it off as full value. The worth of a single Westman gold coin was equivalent to 7 kingdom silver coins, typically useful only in significant transactions and not commonly circulated in the market. This peculiar exchange rate was not intrinsic but rather a consequence of fluctuating precious metal prices, evolving from an initial ratio of 1 to 5 to its current state. A revolutionary method of treatment, unique in its application, consumed a medicinal substance I had never even seen before. Liston extended 5 fingers. The 2 lecturers, setting aside a day's worth of classes, might reasonably charge him 35 silver coins. Gree was not impoverished. His savings were more than sufficient to cover the cost. Thus, this surgical procedure was not widely accessible, as few could afford it. Wasn't it said to be the last vestige of family secret remedies? How could it still be deemed accessible? Liston had long suspected the veracity of that claim, and he was taken aback by how swiftly Kraft had reversed his stance. Does this imply that we will have opportunities for such surgeries in the future? Liston was overwhelmed with joy, although it was suggested to observe further. Even the most discerning could see that Lilith's condition satisfied him. He was already preparing for more surgeries, merely awaiting the final straw to solidify his resolve. I wish to discuss the matter of the black liquid. Kraft shut the door. The surgical procedures could be discussed openly, yet the black liquid remained a topic for private conversation. Lucius was not surprised. He had anticipated that sooner or later, you would recognize its value and change your mind. As for the professor, no, let us rephrase. The notion of performing surgery using the black liquid was merely your suggestion. I have chosen to implement it. Should any issues arise, Professor Kalman would approach me first. Kraft curtailed Lucius's grandstanding. This matter was already teetering on the edge of the professor's confidentiality requirements. And should the primary responsibility rest with Lucius, it would not bode well for his trust with the professor. It was best for him to carry the burden alone. The progression from discovery to application was precisely what Professor Kalman would be eager to witness. Therefore, can we commence extensive surgical operations? Lucius shared the same fervor as Liston in this regard. Not at all. We must observe Lilith for at least half a month. The longer, the better. Kraft provided what he deemed a conservative time frame. You shall also be included in the observation, with daily examinations to be conducted by me, for which I will personally keep written records. Lilith's case fortified his resolve regarding the application of the black liquid, though he had not yet lost his rationality. Chapter 38. The legendary figure Kraft experienced the most hectic month of his life. The alterations in the curriculum triggered a cascade of effects akin to a domino chain reaction. He found himself compelled to allocate part of his afternoon, originally dedicated to anatomy, to painstakingly simplify the surgical content into a form he could teach. The foremost challenge was aseptic technique. He needed to devise a clear explanation for his students. The most straightforward approach was to convey the notion that there exist microorganisms too minuscule to be seen, succinctly encapsulating the concept of microbes in a single statement. However, this raised another dilemma. He needed to substantiate his claims, which necessitated the aid of a microscope. High-quality glass had only recently become available in Dunling, and the most viable option was to acquire 2 pieces of transparent natural crystal, have them polished and assembled, though it was uncertain if this would be effective. Hope seemed distant. Regarding instruments, he also needed to procure a set of equipment for distillation to obtain relatively pure, high-concentration alcohol for disinfecting skin. The myriad demands stemming from a simple surgical procedure left him mentally and physically exhausted, with little time to resolve these issues outside of his teaching and preparation duties. This was merely the administrative burden within the academy. More troubling was his realization that he had unwittingly become a part of the bizarre rumors circulating about the medical school, temporarily losing the permanent support he had just begun to enjoy. On the 3rd day following his surgery, Kraft was greeted with exuberance upon entering a tavern by Gree. This man loudly hailed Kraft, announcing to the entire assembly that this exceptional doctor had saved his daughter's life and declared that in celebration, the beer for all present would be complimentary. Those from various academies, who had merely heard tales of a daring figure capable of operating on living subjects, now recognized him as the golden-haired young lecturer from the medical school. Students, filled with curiosity, gazed at him as though he were a rare beast, some even daring to approach his table to pose an array of peculiar inquiries. After several lunches in such an atmosphere, Kraft could no longer endure it. He changed out of his dark robe daily and ventured to taverns farther from the academy for his meals. He quickly discerned that in this age of scant entertainment, a sensational story spread with an astonishing swiftness, particularly when corroborated by a tavern owner. Throughout the month, he heard 7 different versions of the same event in at least 5 taverns, none of which aligned with the truth. The least fantastical narrative suggested that Kraft hailed from an ancient lineage, engaged in medical studies long before the existence of the North Kingdom. He felt certain his grandfather would disapprove of such tales. The most outrageous claimed that Kraft had made a pact with the devil to devise such terrifying treatments. Listening to a drunken patron ramble, he kicked the man's stool away as he departed. Regardless of the perspective, these rumors caused Kraft considerable distress. However, his newfound notoriety did yield some benefits. Patients began to seek him out. As it happened, half a month had passed since Lys's observational period began, and Lucius had been observing for a month as well. After repeatedly documenting similar findings during daily examinations, Kraft's confidence grew with each passing day. Thanks to his burgeoning reputation, individuals were willing to visit the academy for assistance. Many of the unfortunate souls suffering from digestive issues were assigned to Romolo, while Kraft selected 3 cases that piqued his interest. Initially, Kraft contemplated extending the observation period by another fortnight, but with patients arriving at his doorstep and diagnoses already completed, he felt the pressure of his philosophy that failing to act equated to a death sentence. Thus, he conducted 3 more surgeries, further improving conditions by substituting surgical materials with finer cotton cloth and providing everyone present, both on and off the operating table, with boiled linen caps, masks, and gowns. Under these conditions, he allowed a limited number of non-participating individuals to enter the premises for educational purposes. It was not that he wished to use only superior and finer materials. Rather, financial constraints limited his imagination. The port of Wendang was situated too far north, rendering the climate unsuitable for cotton cultivation. Thus, all cotton products were imported by sea. Just as surgical materials, this alone rendered the costs less than optimistic. Regrettably, despite all precautions, an instance of surgical site infection occurred, though fortunately, it did not progress to the abdominal cavity. Post-surgery speculation suggested it might have been due to a lack of proper disinfectants or contamination during dressing changes. This incident served as a wake-up call for Kraft, prompting him to draft operational protocols that he affixed to the wall, prohibiting anyone unfamiliar with them from engaging with patients. The issue of alcohol distillation was thereby formally placed on the agenda. Liss, however, regarded the current situation as quite optimistic, suggesting that these protocols and the newly coined clarity, the name he had given the diluent, should also be promoted for amputation surgeries. Clarity sounded appealing. Liss explained that he found the solution remarkably clear, akin to pure water, thus the name. Kraft and Lucius exchanged guilty glances, opting not to reveal that the concoction was nearly all water, and embraced the name. They publicly declared it a new pharmaceutical discovery from the medical school, discarding any notion of it being a family secret. Amputation surgery was Liss's forte. He operated a successful clinic outside the academy. Given the harbor's inherent dangers, individuals often injured themselves in hazardous operations, hastily tending to their wounds to save costs before returning to work. Frequent exposure to seawater led to severe infections, with unknown powders clogging wounds, rapidly deteriorating to the point of requiring surgical intervention, ensuring he never lacked patience. Yet, as a lecturer specializing in anatomy, his extensive knowledge rarely found expression amidst the patient's agonizing cries. He could only opt for swift resolutions within mere minutes. However, clarity instilled in him a sense of hope. After numerous attempts to persuade Kraft, Liss eventually used the need for guidance in applying the new surgical method to amputations as an excuse to bring Kraft into his clinic to observe several amputation surgeries, thus securing permission to utilize the clarity solution. Kraft strictly regulated its usage, permitting it only in more severe amputation cases, requiring careful assessment and the documentation of patient information, mandating regular follow-ups for those who had not returned for checkups. Lucius would oversee the examination of these written reports. Yet, it became evident that as long as control over the substance was not wholly in his hands, it would inevitably take unforeseen turns. Within half a month, Liss's clinic consumed the small portion of diluent Kraft had allocated, and when he approached Kraft for more, Lucius presented him with 23 recorded patient cases. Indeed, these were severe situations, with the less critical instances involving the loss of several fingers, described as blackened, foul-smelling, and devoid of sensation. Kraft found himself unable to accuse the widespread amputations of being an abuse of the clarity solution. The quantity exceeded his expectations significantly. Yet the stack of papers was far thinner than anticipated. Kraft swiftly perused the documents, discovering that only 12 contained follow-up records from 5 days post-operation, and of those, merely 3 included records from 10 days later. Among the remaining 11, he managed to locate only 2 patients during follow-up visits. As for the others, there was no information whatsoever on their condition 5 days later. Kraft felt no anger. He was simply too exhausted to muster the energy for it. Being a legendary figure was no easy task. His days now consisted of double teaching and writing responsibilities, alongside catering to the influx of patients seeking his help, many of whom arrived with increasingly ludicrous demands inspired by the wild rumors. Lecturer Liss, I need an explanation. Kraft propped his weary head atop a stack of papers, gazing tiredly at the 2 individuals awkwardly standing before him. This demeanor heightened Liston's unease, as he had anticipated a scolding. If Kraft had berated him, it might have provided some solace, but the weariness evident on Kraft's face only deepened Liston's sense of guilt. The ever-kind Lucius stepped forward to elucidate the matter at hand. It is as follows. We have never encountered such a situation before. We assumed that, akin to follow-up visits for intussusception surgeries, parents would bring their children back, or that addresses would be as easily traceable as Liss's. He cautiously glanced at Kraft, who was turning the next page of the medical record on the table. So, Kraft nodded, signaling him to proceed. Initially, we conducted a number of amputations, involving both port laborers and sailors, and informed them to return in 5 days for a complimentary follow-up. Indeed, that reasoning holds merit. Kraft had taken it for granted, and he promptly admitted his oversight. I apologize, my mistake. The follow-up interval was indeed too prolonged. Yet, is it not a bit scarce? It is as such. Liston continued, picking up from Lucius's explanation. Later we refined our approach and diligently inquired about their detailed addresses, which they provided. Precisely. Then why are there only 2 follow-up records? Kraft, relinquishing his contemplation, awaited the explanation. There are two facets to this issue. Many of the laborers do not possess stable residences. They temporarily reside where they find work, and after completing their tasks, they depart, making them elusive 5 days later. Conversely, those with families and fixed abodes often reside in neighborhoods that differ markedly from the streets we typically frequent. Liston lamented his shortcomings, admitting, "I am uncertain whether you have ventured into the salt marsh area. It resembles a disordered and filthy locale, where even the inhabitants struggle to articulate their whereabouts accurately. For outsiders, it is akin to navigating a labyrinth. Their employment is unstable, and with limited funds, carving out a day for a follow-up proves challenging." Knock, knock. Knock. A series of knocks interrupted Liston's lamentations. "Is Professor Kraft in?" "There is someone seeking you." "Very well, I shall be there shortly." Kraft laboriously rose from his seat, pondering what peculiar patient and family awaited him. "I will devise a new plan, and, if time permits, I shall present it to you by tomorrow." Chapter 39. An unexpected visitor. Kraft encountered the visitor, who stood alone and appeared to be in no discomfort. He likely resembled the type of individual described by Liston, residing in the Salinity district, dressed in tattered linen garments, with visible patches and loose threads from several paces away. He bore the unmistakable odor of fish as he approached. The student who had come to inform Kraft did not escort him to a vacant room, but instead allowed him to linger in the hall of the medical school, where the flowing figures in dark robes occasionally cast peculiar glances at this incongruous intruder, creating an atmosphere that subtly repelled him. Kraft discerned that he was a dock worker. The student who had delivered the message led Kraft to the hall and whispered, "I didn't intend to disturb you." But he insisted on seeing you and refused to divulge the reason. "Perhaps there is some pressing matter?" "Thank you, Matt. Please do the same next time." Kraft accurately addressed him by name and nodded in gratitude, leaving the student astonished as he departed. After bidding farewell to the student, Kraft approached the visitor, observing him closely. The man's gaze was fixed on the ground, his trousers and shoes damp, suggesting he had just come from a humid environment, most likely the sea. The places he had walked upon would leave a residue of salt after drying. This was presumably the reason the student had not taken him further inside. "Hello. I am Kraft. How may I assist you?" Kraft halted before him, offering a practiced greeting. "Oh, hello. That would be me," the man stammered, seemingly startled, directing his gaze towards Kraft's dark robe. "I have heard that you can cure ailments that others cannot." He hesitated, inquiring with uncertainty. "And it only costs 5 silver coins?" "Ah, another individual who has heard some version of the rumor," Kraft thought, realizing that the tales had escalated to encompass miraculous cures for obscure maladies. Recently, he had indeed encountered several such patients, drawn by outlandish claims, presenting various unrelated ailments that had caused Kraft considerable frustration. Nevertheless, his professional integrity compelled him to take the matter seriously and adhere to standard procedures. "There are indeed some distinctions, but if you are experiencing discomfort, we can find a place to sit and discuss." Kraft was not merely being polite. He found the current setting somewhat uncomfortable. Perhaps he should consider requesting a designated reception room in the future. "No, that is unnecessary. We can talk here. Is it truly just 5 silver coins?" The visitor extended his hand, and only then did Kraft notice he was clutching 5 black silver coins. "To speak candidly, these black coins are exceedingly tarnished. One cannot solely blame the excessive alloying. The preservation conditions are deplorable, diminishing their value significantly. Please, follow me. Let us find a quieter place to converse. Think of it as a casual chat. My time is not charged. As the saying goes, one cannot dismiss a visitor once they have arrived." Kraft located an empty room nearby, fetched 2 chairs, and invited the visitor to sit and speak. Once in a different environment, the visitor seemed to relax somewhat, beginning to articulate his concerns in a fragmented manner. "I don't know when it began, but it seems my sleeping hours have grown increasingly prolonged. I realize this sounds peculiar, yet my situation is somewhat unique. I work as a laborer at the dock, rising early each day to find work. Initially, I did not notice, but one day I awoke only when the sunlight struck my face. Since then, I have observed that my waking hours have shifted later. I asked my wife to wake me in the mornings, only to discover she was experiencing the same issue. No, I am absolutely not like that. After that, my waking hours grew increasingly late, and I found myself feeling drowsy more easily at night. Now, I must sleep through half the morning to rouse myself. I visited several clinics, but they all concluded that I was not suffering from any illness, and the medications they prescribed were ineffective." His words were laden with a sense of misunderstanding and confusion, his eyes seeking recognition from Kraft. "Are there any other irregularities?" Perhaps coughing, fever, or the like. Kraft adjusted his posture, leaning forward to convey his earnest attention. He suspected that this was not a grave matter. He merely shifted positions due to discomfort from prolonged sitting. It sounds like a change in lifestyle has disrupted both your and your wife's circadian rhythms. Everyone experiences such episodes. But Kraft, not being deeply versed in this area, could offer no particularly insightful advice. If one knew how to rise naturally early, would they ever be late for a university morning class? Noticing that Kraft did not exhibit impatience as others might, the visitor continued. I tried asking my neighbors to wake me, but they too experienced the same. Ultimately, I had to enlist a close friend to rouse me on his way to the dock in the morning. Your neighbors as well? Yes, they too found themselves sleeping longer. My friend mentioned it was quite difficult to wake me. He had to call my name loudly in my ear and even slap my face to rouse me. His expression deepened in perplexity as he shared the most peculiar aspect of his experience. But I have no recollection of this. Logically, one should retain some awareness in a semi-conscious state, right? It feels like I only exist in two states, asleep and awake. You mentioned your wife experiences the same. Have you tested this on her? Kraft gripped the armrest to steady himself. Yes, my wife is likewise difficult to awaken and has no recollection of what transpired. Which is why I believe him. The arms wrapped in coarse linen trembled slightly. I truly feel unwell. If I wait too long, I can only work half a day. And that is untenable. What of your neighbors? Are they also challenging to awaken? I did not inquire about that. I only know this much. He fell silent, gazing expectantly at Kraft, hoping for a different answer, if he had not lied or concealed anything. Kraft truly found himself at a loss to correlate any diagnosis with the man's symptoms. What could this be termed? Progressive sleep extension? Such bewildering occurrences were not without precedent. Various unusual complaints often concealed underlying truths. Either the patient was mistaken or vital information was omitted. For instance, a patient awakened one night with hematuria, only to find no indications of renal disease upon examination, ultimately revealing a night of excessive consumption of red-fleshed dragon fruit. Or the well-known adage, children remain sick for too long. They are often just pretending. Give them a good thrashing. In summary, patients are seldom wrong. If there is blame to be assigned, it lies in the inadequacy of the questions posed. The responsibility rests with the practitioner, not the patient. Even if the individual is feigning illness, it is imperative to clarify the situation. Very well, I comprehend your meaning. I will now proceed with a series of more detailed inquiries. They may seem unrelated to your condition, but they are indeed necessary. Kraft dipped his quill in ink, unfolding a sheet of paper. First, could you tell me your name and place of residence? My name is Gary, and I live in the Salinity district. And the specific location? Kraft inscribed his name on the paper, delineating a space for the address. I cannot articulate it clearly. Is that important? Gary struggled with the question, finally mentioning, in the Salinity district, near the church, there's a place that processes salted fish, with a tree out front. Kraft pressed his forehead, deeply empathizing with Listeness' plight. He was aware of the Salinity district, though he had never ventured within its confines, nor had he ever contemplated doing so. This area resembled a slum of wind and port, characterized by a chaotic array of buildings, an emblematic remnant of early urban development devoid of planning. The appellation stemmed from its low-lying geography, where rising tides would occasionally inundate the region, leaving behind sodden mud flats and various saline puddles. Once dried, these would yield a residue of fine salt crystals and the pungent odor of decaying marine life. Those without the means to settle in other areas of Wendeng Port have been forced into this desolate land, where they have erected a variety of makeshift shelters, expanding in tandem with the development of Wendeng Port itself, thus becoming a gray district that the city is reluctant to acknowledge. Within this area, there are no proper streets. Only narrow alleyways meander chaotically between crooked and substandard houses, growing ever more convoluted as more people arrive each year. The accumulation of waste has reached a point of insurmountable degradation, particularly towards the center. Previously, the likes of Kraft, who visited Wendeng Port seeking amusement as a young noble, would never have ventured inside. At most, they would pass the outskirts, recoiling from an odd odor. The city's administrators, too apathetic to intervene, have allowed the Saline Tide district to devolve into a lawless zone, where chaos and disorder thrive. The infamous seawater detention facility, loathed by all, is situated on the coastal side of this district, where all that is deemed unfit for the cleaner sections of the city is discarded into this briny refuse pit. Entering for follow-ups is simply out of the question. Sighing, Kraft jotted down the vague designation of Saline Tide District, northwest, alongside the noted landmarks. It mattered little. Do you and your neighbors have a habit of closing the windows to keep warm in your rooms? No. Firewood is prone to dampness and mold. Kraft found himself at a loss. Gary's life was fraught with challenges, including a monotonous diet, vitamin deficiencies, prolonged exposure to dampness, and strenuous labor. There was nothing he could pinpoint to elucidate the symptoms afflicting Gary's family. Considering that neighbors likely face similar issues, it was probably the result of environmental factors. Without a visit to the site, no conclusions could be drawn. Even a visit might yield no revelations. I apologize. I am currently at a loss. This is my first encounter with such a situation. Kraft shook his head. If you could, please return in 2 days. And I will do my utmost to accompany you in seeking out the cause. No, that won't be necessary. Gary lowered his head, saying little more. Perhaps he interpreted this as a polite rejection. Rising from his chair, he opened the door himself, leaving quietly, devoid of pain or anger, simply departing in silence. A gray pallor enveloped him, an unspoken heaviness evident to all, palpable in its oppressive weight. Before stepping out, he turned back to face Kraft, leaving behind a final remark. Thank you. You are the only one willing to let me express these thoughts. May the Lord bless you with good health. Chapter 40. Lucius perused a medical record, meticulously transcribing the address before closing it once more. This case was also unsuitable for follow-up. He would have to await the patient's return for re-evaluation. Currently, he found himself seated in Liston's clinic, where the proprietor was engaged in organizing freshly sterilized instruments, while Lucius attended to routine paperwork. After submitting a disorganized medical record to Kraft for subsequent investigation, they received a new directive the very next day. The reporting frequency was amended to every 5 days, and the administration of the clarifying agent was likewise adjusted to a 5-day interval. The new protocol specifically emphasized the potential hazards to the patient, advocating for its use only when absolutely necessary, in an attempt to enhance the likelihood of proactive follow-ups. Additional stipulations regarding addresses and possible symptoms accompanied a table compiled by Kraft, which merely required replication for use, aiming for a foolproof operation. Lucius found this rather impractical. Liston extracted a small saw from boiling water with tongs, steam enveloping his face and rendering his eyes nearly blind. How did Kraft describe it? Left ear in, right ear out. They were indifferent to such matters, and upon awakening, if all was well, they would not pursue it further. A variety of peculiar instruments already lay atop the pristine linen nearby: scalpels, drills, hooks, scissors of various sizes, and a rather intimidating branding iron. This was not Lucius's first encounter with such sights, and he had grown accustomed to it. In contrast to Kraft's gentle methods, much of the work conducted in the clinic required considerable physical exertion. Amputation inevitably necessitated the sawing of bone, and significant hemorrhaging was to be staunched at a large incision site. Were it not for Liston's lack of a martial arts background, akin to Kraft's, he might have dared to wield an axe. Inspired by Kraft's simplistic operational table, Lucius contemplated a different approach: to compile a list of symptoms that patients could recognize themselves without the need for specialized examination. And then, Liston inquired casually, drawing the saw and placing it beside the scissors. Well said. Liston showed little reaction, continuing his task of arranging the dried instruments onto a tray. Although he harbored doubts regarding Kraft's microbial theory, the implementation of it had indeed reduced the incidence of wound infections considerably. Pragmatists seldom reject effective methods. He needed to prepare several sets of instruments, sterilizing them before placing them in trays, wrapping them in layers of linen, ready for immediate use upon the arrival of patients. His focus was entirely consumed by his work, leaving little attention for Lucius. Shall we prepare a few forms? Even sailors could take the sheets we provide and fill them out aboard the ship, returning them to us next time they dock at Winding Port. The more Lucius spoke, the more exhilarated he grew, finding the notion increasingly sensible, even if it delayed their feedback and left them with incomplete information. It still held the potential for acquiring valuable insights. Having completed a portion of his tasks, Liston covered the tray and wrapped it in linen. Unperturbed by the possibility of spitting on it while speaking loudly, he placed the instrument set on a shelf and drew a chair beside Lucius, restraining his hand as he reached for his pen. You make a compelling argument, yet from my experience, there exists a minor issue that requires resolution. What issue? Lucius inquired. Most of them are sailors and laborers, are they not? Did we not quantify this? Many sailors suffered injuries that lingered too long at sea due to the ship's physician's inability to assist. Laborers often delayed seeking help to save money, ultimately leading to dire consequences. Ah, then you are aware of their nature. How many of the terms on this paper do you think they comprehend? Liston pointed a finger at Kraft's list of items. The lexicon was filled with professional jargon, some of which were newly coined terms, explained only recently in the lectures. The ink scarcely dried. To say nothing of this sheet, even the simplest book would baffle them. If they could read and write competently, why would they not pursue clerical work? Perhaps we could simplify it, then explain the meaning of each item? Lucius, realizing the folly of his previous thoughts, still wished to cling to his moment of inspiration, unwilling to abandon the brilliant idea. Liston had entertained similar notions, but articulating his needs to individuals entirely unversed in medicine proved exceedingly difficult, let alone teaching those unable to read comprehensively recall the meanings of each item on a scale. Could they not seek out literate individuals for assistance in reading it? Liston leaned back against his chair, exasperated by this half-formed suggestion. Would they really seek out paid assistance for free follow-ups? Or do you envision sailors finding someone aboard to aid them with this form? Well, that is indeed the case. Lucius relinquished the enticing proposal. He gathered his paper and pen, resuming his perusal of the next medical record, pleasantly surprised to discover a follow-up report included within. This record belonged to a baker who, after a night of drunken revelry, had carelessly stepped barefoot into a ditch, suffering a grievous laceration from a shard of shell carelessly discarded by an unknown miscreant. After weeks of neglect, a substantial portion of his foot had turned black with gangrene, necessitating amputation. He had missed his follow-up 5 days prior, but to Lucius's astonishment, he appeared on the 12th day. If I recall correctly, this is new, yes? May I see? Liston leaned in to scrutinize the selected record. Indeed, though slightly tardy, it has finally arrived. Uncertain of when these records would conclude, Lucius acknowledged their utility, albeit the time consumed was excessive, leading to headaches from prolonged writing. This may indeed be an endless endeavor, Liston remarked. Kraft insisted that all patients must possess a comprehensive medical history, alongside records of their ailments. As Lucius read on, he noted that this follow-up report was drafted according to Kraft's latest list, organized for ease of reading and memory, detailing symptoms, mental state, respiration, digestion, as well as urine and feces, in an orderly manner from head to toe. Numerous entries bore the annotation unknown, such as the color of urine and feces, which the dark, unsanitary public toilets could not accommodate. Beyond these ambiguities, Lucius also noted an alteration. In the mental state section, the term drowsiness had been obscured, replaced by a diagonal line indicating its absence. Has this been amended? Lucius inquired, lifting the paper to point out the blackened section to Liston. Yes, I recall it well. He mentioned that he had been rising later than usual and found it challenging to wake. Liston straightened up, accepting the record, inadvertently marking drowsiness again, only to reconsider that it did not quite reach that level. There is no note here. The diluted solution in the earliest ceramic cup was likely running low. In another half-month, a new batch would need to be prepared. This month, the workload had not only intensified for Kraft, but had also galvanized the entire medical academy, expanding into supplementary courses and a series of related tasks surrounding the new surgical methods. Such a multitude of responsibilities was evidently beyond the capacity of a single individual, thus cascading some of the burden onto Lucius and Liston. Liston's clinic had effectively become the primary source of information regarding the effects of the clarifying agent on adults, as Kraft could not frequently visit and had entrusted Lucius, who had received the most training, with its oversight. Lucius did not feel perturbed by this arrangement, on the contrary. He recognized the advantages of his involvement, as this experience would solidify his credentials, ensuring his future as a lecturer at the academy. This included the latest 5-day case records and the 12-day follow-up from a prior case. Lucius set down his belongings at the corner of the desk, casting a glance over the cluttered expanse of papers, densely inscribed with meticulous script. A fully packed schedule lay beneath an ink bottle. Kraft's demeanor had not been particularly favorable. As Lucius had recently heard, amidst the burdensome tasks, peculiar patients occasionally emerged, further dampening morale. The atmosphere in the room was thick with irritation and fatigue, the negative emotions palpable, and it would undoubtedly be ill-advised to broach any further unpleasant topics. Yet, a sense of responsibility compelled Lucius to interrupt Kraft's work, despite a minor issue that he felt warranted mention. Attention to detail is commendable, so please, go ahead. Kraft spoke in a slightly raspy voice. He seized the nearby teacup and took a large gulp of the now-cold barley tea, only to be caught in a coughing fit. He hastily covered his mouth. Yet a few drops splattered onto the freshly written words, blurring the ink. It's nothing serious. Merely a patient has reported that he has been waking up later than usual and finds it difficult to be roused, Lucius concluded, preparing to leave. Convinced it was not significant information, but rather a matter of duty. What? To his surprise, Kraft disregarded the ruined manuscript, rising to call out to Lucius, which medical record? Where does he reside? Let us take a look. Chapter 41, a conjecture. Could it truly be useful? Lucius extracted the medical record and handed it to Kraft, directing his attention to the altered section regarding somnolence. Lecturer Liston believed the condition did not meet the threshold for somnolence, hence the correction. I am uncertain whether I should include this in the remarks. It appeared that Kraft was not fully absorbing Lucius's explanation. Instead, he flipped to the first page of the medical record, seeking the basic information, specifically the occupation and address. Baker, third building on Elm Street North? What sort of place is that? I am not quite sure. It must be a small street, but I am not familiar with its location. The follow-up has yet to reach this individual. Lucius was quite familiar with the local roads of Windingport, yet when asked the specific names of streets, he could only recall a few he frequented. There were an overwhelming number of intersecting streets, their names an eclectic mix, easily forgotten if they lacked distinctive features. Did you not consider that you might need to follow up? Kraft inquired pointedly. It was not I who wrote it, but Liston. He might know where it is. Lucius quickly distanced himself from the matter. It seemed he had uncovered a potential issue, and at this moment, he could not afford to be implicated in any deficiencies in the medical record. He would leave it to Liston to bear the responsibility. Let us go find Liston. Grasping the medical record, Kraft unhesitatingly set aside his current task, preparing to leave. Are you certain this patient's account indicates a later awakening time and difficulty in being roused? Did he specify how much later? Liston was taken aback, glancing at the retreating Lucius, who returned a look of resigned acceptance. Yes, it is indeed this patient. So, how much later? Kraft exhibited an unusual insistence on this query. Allow me a moment to think. He did not articulate it very clearly. Sweating. Liston felt as though he were facing Professor Kalman, recalling that previously he could reach the bakery before the clock tower struck 7. But now he was waking up around that very time. It is approximately an hour later. Did his family experience similar issues? He did not mention it. Liston replied, feeling guilty as if he were confessing to a failure to inquire. Fortunately, Kraft did not press further on this point, but shifted the topic. Are you aware of the location of Elm Street? I am not well acquainted with Windingport. Why the sudden inquiry? Liston struggled to keep pace with the leap in conversation. His tone was calm, yet it concealed an inexplicable unease. Liston locked eyes with Kraft, who bore a neutral expression, intently observing him, imparting an indescribable pressure. It is a small street, relatively close to the Saline Tide District. I have a faint memory of it from a prior visit. Hiss. Saline Tide District? This was the third instance in recent days that Kraft had encountered this term, prompting an unsettling conjecture. Is there a map available? I would like to see where this place is. The words of a laborer from days past raced through his mind. My wife and my neighbor are also difficult to awaken. Who would possess such a thing? Draw a rough sketch for me. I simply wish to ascertain its proximity to the Saline Tide District. Kraft withdrew a fresh sheet of paper and a pen, extending them to Liston. Though he had yet to uncover definitive evidence, Kraft's suspicions were steadily intensifying. He felt compelled to revisit his earlier assessment of the case concerning the laborer named Gary, realizing that the situation was far more intricate than he had previously presumed. The initial conclusion regarding Gary's condition was attributed to changes in his living environment affecting both him and his neighbor's routines. In the harsh conditions of the Saline Tide District, this explanation seemed most plausible. Another possibility was an infectious disease, a factor Kraft had not overlooked. However, given that Gary and his wife exhibited no symptoms beyond prolonged sleep, no fever, cough, diarrhea, or any other indicators, he had ultimately dismissed this avenue of inquiry. The case from Elm Street had aroused his vigilance, illuminating a fundamental error he had made, failing to inquire whether Gary was aware of others experiencing similar symptoms. Liston sketched on the paper, explaining to Lucius and Kraft as he worked. This shaded area represents the Saline Tide District, located in the southeastern part of Windingport. It is impossible to depict a detailed map within it. He shaded in a regular shape, labeling it clearly as the Saline Tide District, and drew 2 vertical lines to the left. The lines were straight, the shading even and natural, showcasing Liston's commendable drawing skills as an anatomy lecturer, proving somewhat of an overqualification for this task. Then, these 2 lines denote Elm Street. He marked each end with letters to indicate direction. Consider it to run north-south. Albeit not perfectly, and it is quite short. More specifically, how does this scale compare to reality? Kraft moved behind Liston, scrutinizing the two lines. Roughly, it is about one-third the width of the saline tide district from north to south. I lack a clear concept of such extensive distances. A horizontal line truncated Elm Street at its lower end. I cannot recall the name of this street, but Elm Street ends here. And the house we seek is? The third building from the north. Lucius interjected. Kraft added, on the east side or the west side. It is improbable that the street has only one side. Is it not? My apologies, I did not consider that at the time. I initially presumed it was detailed enough, but now it appears rather unreliable. No matter. It does not hurt to ask about an additional house. Let us first mark the location. Under Kraft searching. Liston pondered for a moment before marking an X at his estimated position, not far from the northwest corner of the saline tide district. The room fell silent as Liston and Lucius awaited Kraft's explanation for his sudden interest. Kraft seated himself beside Liston, taking the paper and adding a mark in the northwest section of the saline tide district. Too close, he murmured. This is far too close. What is this? Lucius curiously leaned in for a look. Judging by the distance on the sketch, the two marks were less than one-third the length of Elm Street apart. Kraft drew a dashed line connecting them, stating, I previously consulted another laborer named Gary whose account was quite similar, yet far more severe. Not only him, he claimed that his wife and neighbor experienced the same, awakening increasingly later and struggling to be roused. I initially believed it to be a localized issue surrounding his home. Coupled with what you have discovered, I suspect there may be a connection. Kraft added 2 or 3 more marks clustered around the one in the saline tide district. Could it possibly relate to the clear solution? Lucius naturally associated the prolonged sleep with the effects of the diluent, perceiving it as a milder version. That makes little sense. Such a phenomenon has never been reported among other patients. Kraft, did Gary and his wife utilize it? Logically speaking, Liston was reluctant to implicate the clear solution in this matter. Kraft shook his head. He had, indeed, subconsciously linked the black liquid and its diluent, clear solution. But the logic did not hold. No, we maintain records for every individual who has used it, and I can confirm that Gary's family did not partake. A cluster of cases with spatiotemporal correlations. The possibility of an infectious disease was once again presented before Kraft. The infamous cockroach theory suggests that upon discovering a single cockroach, one can surmise that a colony has long existed within the premises. Kraft held significant appreciation for this theory, affirming its applicability across numerous instances. He delineated a circle with a radius formed by interconnected dashed lines, encompassing the expansive salt marsh region and the surrounding urban area. Given that we have encountered this phenomenon twice, it is evident that there must be more to it. I suspect the affected area extends far beyond this circle, potentially expanding outward. A plague. Liston's eyes widened in disbelief. Do not frighten me. As 2 of the 3 of us have already had direct contact with the patients, this is merely speculation. It is not certain that contact necessarily leads to infection. And the symptoms do not appear to align. We require further evidence. Kraft scrutinized the circle, hypothesizing that if such an unprecedented infectious disease had indeed emerged, the salt marsh region could serve as the initial epicenter, with its transmission range gradually widening. His finger traced the contours of the salt marsh area on the sketch. In such a sanitation-challenged, densely populated locale, the spread within the region would undoubtedly occur at a far swifter pace than outward, yet investigating it would prove significantly more challenging. Regardless, he needed more cases and more detailed information to delineate a more accurate scope and substantiate his hypothesis. We can hardly afford to remain idle. Kraft rose, taking a moment to mourn the impending days of absence from work. Whether or not it is necessary, I must venture over there. Would you care to join me? Are you serious? Liston was hesitant to endorse Kraft's perspective, seeing no benefit in investigating such matters. A miscalculation wastes time, while a correct assumption could cost lives. Then I shall accompany you, as there are only 2 birdbeak masts available. Lucius possessed a commendable sense of self-preservation, inheriting Kraft's philosophy of being cautious in the face of uncertainty. Chapter 42. Multiple pathogenic factors, a series of loud yet unhurried knocks echoed through the morning air. Good day, may I inquire if Mr. Blade is at home? Just a moment, I'll be right there. A young woman, her apron smudged with soot, set down the half-sliced bread, wiped her hands on her apron, and approached the door. Who are you? The sight outside startled her greatly. In the dim light of dawn, 2 figures clad in black robes, resembling avian-headed beings, stood at her doorstep, carrying a wooden box. Their metallic beaks glinted ominously. and the red lenses of their masks reflected an unsettling glow. Instinctively, she attempted to close the door, but a gloved hand shot out, pressing against the doorframe. "Please, do not do that, madam. We are doctors. Do not close the door." It was indeed peculiar. At such an early hour, two figures reminiscent of legendary demons appeared, articulating human language and claiming to be physicians. "I am Kraft, a lecturer at the Winden Harbor Institute. Pay no mind to this foolish headpiece. I, too, find it unappealing." He forced a polite smile, though it was obscured by his mask, thus failing to showcase his youthful charm, especially since her husband had yet to awaken. The situation was rather awkward. Kraft scratched his head, inadvertently knocking against the red lens. He restructured his words, attempting to persuade the lady. "Are you Mr. Blade's wife? You see, we believe that oversleeping in the morning has disrupted his normal functioning, which is indeed a serious matter. Surely, you would not wish for your husband to be so distressed." The woman's expression wavered, and Kraft opted for a strategic retreat. "Our work is exceedingly busy. If we miss today, we must wait another fortnight. Could you perhaps relay a message to Mr. Blade for an appointment in 2 weeks? "Oh, that is not my intention. Please, come in. It is just that my husband is still asleep, and waking him has become increasingly difficult." She opened the door, allowing Kraft and Lucius to enter the house. "Thank you, kind lady. Mr. Blade is indeed fortunate." Kraft complimented politely, his amiable demeanor easing Mrs. Blade's tension slightly. Progress was being made, yet the dialogue in the scene elicited a strange sense of déjà vu in Kraft, as though he had encountered this situation before. With this feeling lingering in his mind, he and Lucius stepped into the Blade household, where Mrs. Blade invited them to sit at the table. "I am truly sorry. My husband has yet to awaken. He has been rising later and later lately. You will need to wait a while to see him." "Not a problem. It presents us an opportunity to ascertain whether the issue lies within the premises." Kraft surveyed the room, finding everything uncomfortable through the faint red filter. The air, tainted by the beak masks, bore no trace of its original scent. "Madam, you rise quite early. Has your husband's behavior not affected you?" "Why do you say that?" She sliced 2 thin pieces from the bread and placed them on a wooden platter. "Sleepiness is not contagious. We have always risen early, though Mr. Blade has been waking later of late." Lucius and Kraft exchanged glances, shaking their heads, surprised that their initial assumptions were promptly dispelled. If this were a form of contagion, Mrs. Blade, having been in close contact with her husband for an extended period, would have shown multiple signs of infection. It made little sense that she exhibited none. The theory of environmental causation was also called into question. Living together, sharing every aspect of life, they should have been affected similarly. "Do you know of anyone nearby who has recently exhibited similar symptoms?" Kraft continued his inquiry. "I apologize for my boldness, but may we attempt to awaken him?" Kraft's curiosity piqued regarding the extent of the difficulty in rousing the patient. "Indeed, that would be a tremendous help, as waking him daily is no simple task. He is in that room over there." Mrs. Blade gestured towards an adjacent door with her knife. Kraft and Lucius entered the room to find a slightly plump man sleeping soundly in bed. Kraft grasped the chubby hand protruding from beneath the covers and applied pressure. "Mr. Blade, wake up. You won't rouse him that way." Mrs. Blade's voice carried from the doorway. "You must speak louder and apply more force, but do not bruise him." Kraft gradually increased his pressure, his strong palm grasping Mr. Blade's hand firmly. This level of force would typically elicit a noticeable response from an unprepared individual, yet Mr. Blade remained in slumber, his chest rising and falling rhythmically, unchanged. Kraft pressed his hand against the side of Mr. Blade's neck, without a timer. He could only estimate the carotid pulse at around 50 beats per minute, within the normal range. The beak mask hindered Kraft from shouting directly into Mr. Blade's ear, so he resorted to shaking his body vigorously. However, despite the intense jostling, Mr. Blade merely paused his snoring without any indication of waking. "Indeed, this is quite the challenge to awaken," Lucius remarked, observing Kraft's efforts. "I have an idea, but I am uncertain if it will be effective." "What is it?" Kraft asked, intrigued. "I believe a person with abundant body hair would not mind losing a strand or two." Lucius seized a hair from Mr. Blade's arm and yanked it forcefully. "Stop!" Kraft called out, but it was too late. The effect was immediate. The pain was sharper than a mere prick, and Mr. Blade emitted a faint gasp in his sleep, indicating signs of awakening. Seizing the opportunity, Kraft shook him more vigorously. Under this relentless awakening regimen, Mr. Blade finally opened his eyes. "Who are you?" he exclaimed, sitting up abruptly and pressing himself against the wall in fright. "Relax, we are doctors. Kraft spread his arms in a gesture of harmlessness. Doctor, Liston informed us that you are difficult to awaken, so we decided to pay a visit. To awaken and find two avian-headed figures in his home was a considerable shock. And Mr. Blade, now fully alert, clutched his chest in an attempt to calm his racing heart. He dressed quickly and joined them at the table. Thank you. But next time, let my wife wake me, Mr. Blade said, still shaken. My sincerest apologies. This was merely to provide a first-hand experience of what it means to be difficult to awaken. Frankly, I find this rather abnormal, Kraft said. Placing a wooden platter of bread before Mr. Blade. If you do not mind, we can converse while you eat. Would you care for some? Eating breakfast while conversing with avian-headed figures did little to enhance one's appetite. Behind the red lenses, Kraft's eyes scrutinized Mr. Blade, who appeared quite normal upon awakening. Even more so than Kraft himself had in recent times, without even a hint of a yawn. Setting aside the possibility of a gradual decline. Such quality of sleep was indeed enviable. Have you been sleeping well lately? Any dreams? Indeed, I have been sleeping well, perhaps too well. I simply cannot awaken. Mr. Blade tore a piece of bread and stuffed it into his mouth. As for dreams, I do not recall having any. Or perhaps I just do not remember them. I only have a memory of that moment just upon waking. He rubbed his arm, a lingering sensation of tingling remaining. Strange, isn't it? Despite sleeping so soundly, I have not dreamed even once. Ah, yes, that is precisely the sensation. Mr. Blade concurred with this description, noting it felt distinctly different from his previous slumbers. Though obscured by the mask, Lucius's expression could hardly be pleasant. Have you heard of anyone nearby experiencing similar situations? Waking later and being difficult to rouse, either or both? Not at all. I am acquainted with half the street here, and none have mentioned such occurrences. Mr. Blade finished the last piece of bread and swallowed it, continuing, it hardly seems like a significant issue, after getting accustomed. I find it rather pleasant to sleep a bit longer. This makes absolutely no sense at all. I still believe it is related to the clear elixir. Even if it defies logic, I must uphold my perspective. Lucius finds himself somewhat agitated by the contradiction between intuition and reality. He suspects this is an issue caused by the diluent. Yet among the current feedback, only one patient exhibits such symptoms after consuming the clear elixir, whereas Kraft possesses at least 2 cases that have had no contact with the diluent. In truth, I share the sentiment, Lucius. Kraft paused, stroking the metallic beak. As he had no beard to stroke for contemplation, thus, he resorted to the beak as a temporary substitute. If there is a conflict between hypothesis and reality, then surely it is reality that is not at fault. One possibility is that our observations of the phenomenon are lacking, while the other is that our theory is flawed. What does that mean? Lucius inquired, perplexed. I believe it is the latter. This hypothesis is overly simplistic, as the risk factors for the ailment may be more than one. The clear elixir is merely one among them. He calculated roughly that if they proceeded in a straight line, it would take 5 to 10 minutes. Kraft spread his arms wide, outlining a large circle. Its center does not lie here. The influence at this location is already weak. Thus it only manifests under the dual effect of another risk factor, that is, the clear elixir. If that is the case, to locate it. Lucius pondered thoughtfully. The Salt Marsh District. Kraft lifted the wooden box, declaring, we must venture to the Salt Marsh District to investigate. Chapter 43. The Salty Land. Did you know that they say there are some underground gangs here? I have heard whispers of water prisons from which drowned spirits escape, and of monstrous sea creatures that crawl ashore at night to feast on the living. Not long after leaving Yumu Street, they soon found themselves before a collection of rather unpleasant structures, which at a distance evoked associations of decay and rot. These dimly colored edifices were primarily constructed from wooden planks, emerging from the damp lowlands like a fungal proliferation, sprawling haphazardly, rather than being man-made. They resembled an alternative life form, growing chaotically, absorbing more and more small entities, compelling them to contribute additional materials without discrimination. From shapeless rocks to oddly shaped, unknown timber. All remnants and discarded materials of the city converged here, stacked and pieced together in a makeshift manner. The sole purpose was to create barely habitable spaces for human life, leaving no room for further contemplation. Over several months or years, the already subpar wooden structures underwent a gradual yet relentless transformation into humid air, bending and breaking under unreasonable stress. Homeowners were compelled to seek new materials, repeatedly mending these deficiencies. Holes were covered with planks, and supports were added outside for those leaning precariously. Neighbors often constructed their homes in close proximity, using short beams to connect them, creating a more stable whole through mutual reliance. Due to the scarcity of sufficiently robust timber, houses had to be built to the width of a mere strongman's shoulder, densely clustered like a myriad of centipede limbs, disproportionately connecting to their main structures. Even so, on the soft, waterlogged ground, lacking a stable foundation, any attempts at permanence were destined to be in vain. The buildings would inevitably lean to one side and collapse under their own weight. Usable remnants were repurposed, giving rise to yet another fleeting structure among the ruins, doomed to repeat its predecessor's fate. Given this planning logic, one should not expect any normal pathways. Entrants needed to navigate through the twisted, filthy cracks between the houses, often having to turn sideways to avoid scraping against the sticky wooden planks. Not long after entering the Salt Tides district, and after turning several corners, Lucius quickly lost his sense of direction. They had already encountered several dead ends, frequently changing their course. Had he come here with Liston, they would have surely felt fear in this labyrinth and prudently retreated to avoid deeper entrapment. I remember the way, Kraft said, tapping his head, where the route was clearly imprinted in his memory. He mentally sketched the path he had traversed, forming a map. This spot seems familiar. Let us ask someone before we venture further. Navigating around a chaotic heap of debris, the two found themselves at the main entrance of a building and knocked on the damp door. It was opened by a gaunt man with a troubled expression who, upon seeing the oddly dressed visitors, wiped his brow, suspecting a mirage. "Greetings, we are doctors. Have you or your family experienced prolonged sleep recently, making it difficult to awaken?" Kraft inquired. The thin man looked quizzically at the bird-headed individual claiming to be a doctor, unable to comprehend the relevance of the question. "Have you heard of anyone nearby sleeping excessively?" Kraft dismissed that line of questioning and continued seeking other leads. The man, growing impatient with the nonsensical conversation, offered a terse "I don't know," hoping these strangers would take their leave and cease their disturbance. Sensing the man's irritation, Kraft produced 2 copper coins from his pouch, displaying them in his palm. "I do not believe in free assistance. Could you think a bit harder?" The man reached for the coins, but Kraft's gloved hand quickly flipped, clenching the coins tightly, making them vanish from sight. "Please, think carefully. Any information, no matter how trivial, would suffice." He could feel the man's eyes, hidden behind the red glass, scrutinizing him. Unwilling to part with any money without obtaining an answer first, the man scratched his long, dirty nails against his face, searching through a muddle of rumors for something to exchange for the coins, knowing he had no reason to pass up the nearly free copper. "Actually, I did hear a few days ago that someone near the red algae well lost their job due to oversleeping. Does that count?" He licked his dry lips, fixating on the clenched fist holding the coins. "Thank you. That is quite useful." Kraft opened his palm, allowing the gaunt man to take the 2 copper coins, which he stuffed into an odd pocket of his clothing. "Are you interested in earning a few more coins? I need someone to take me there, but I have work to do today. What if I offered a silver coin? 2. I still have 4 days left on my job." The decisive counteroffer convinced him that Kraft was indeed one of those odd wealthy individuals who could provide more benefits. Although uncertain of the fairness of the price, Kraft's intuition suggested he might be seen as a fool. Having already learned the location, he was not averse to comparing prices for the guide fee. "Very well. Then that silver coin will have to go to someone else." He pretended to leave, pulling Lucius along with him. "Wait, just a few steps out." The man called after them. "1 silver coin will do. How stingy. I am about to lose an entire 4 days of work." Their local guide led the two through twisting alleyways, delving deeper into the Salt Tides district. As they progressed, the chaotic passageways grew increasingly disordered and narrower, the erratic supports of the shanties becoming more cumbersome. The longer one remained within, the more it resembled a scar's granulation tissue, connecting and enveloping, with new growths perpetually outstripping the original size to approach previous strength, repeated trauma resulting in further proliferation. Kraft felt as if he were traversing into the very essence of a tumor through capillaries. While the exterior could still be deemed passable, the depths had begun to necrotize due to inadequate blood supply. The discarded refuse and household waste formed its purulent exudate, piled haphazardly in every available space. The congested alleyways became even narrower, exacerbating the vicious cycle of decay. As the sun climbed higher, its warming rays squeezed through the interwoven structures, and the steam from the ground and refuse began to rise, carrying the briny, putrid, and excremental odors, which the hot winds funneled into the nostrils of the passers-by. Despite wearing a bird-beaked mask filled with layers of spices, Kraft still caught whiffs of the stench, particularly potent and penetrating when passing heaps of refuse, prompting him to consider turning back. Their guide, however, seemed utterly unaffected, inhaling the foul air as if accustomed to it, or perhaps having dulled senses. The brief distance on the map was rendered moot, the subjective passage of time stretching infinitely. After what felt like an eternity of torment, they arrived at a small clearing. "Are you sure this is the Red Algae Well?" Kraft questioned, gazing at the pile of rubble before them. In this rare open space, a chaotic mound of stones was situated in the center, bearing no resemblance to a well whatsoever. It used to be a well, indeed. Used to be? Just as its name suggests, the water within was as bitter and saline as the sea, teeming with red algae. A gaunt man kicked a stone on the ground. Yet the action proved utterly futile. There were accounts of individuals who had fallen into the depths at night, only to be sealed off forever. This explanation holds some validity. The low-lying terrain near the coast, coupled with prolonged inundation by seawater, makes it quite remarkable for the salt marsh region to possess even a few functioning wells. So, might I receive the funds owed to me? He would soon find himself exploring the conjectural cases within this uncharted expanse. Dilapidated, moldy buildings surrounded them, leaving him at a loss as to where to begin. He reached out to steady Lucius, and even through the thick mask, he could hear the labored breathing. "I dare say this is the most wretched place I have ever known. Who could argue otherwise? Perhaps we should find a place to sit for a moment before continuing." Kraft took the box from his hands, patted his back, offering him a chance to catch his breath. The salt marsh region is indeed a dreadful locale. Yet here he felt an even greater malaise, an inexplicable sense of dissonance that arose from a certain moment, one he could not pinpoint. Initially, he believed the deteriorating environment was the source of sensory distress. However, as he gradually acclimated, the dissonance lingered, refusing to dissipate. Pausing did not alleviate his discomfort. On the contrary, it intensified the sensation. "How much longer do you think it will take us to find what we seek?" Lucius bent over, resting his hands on his knees, his beak-like nose nearly touching his chest. Kraft remained silent for over a minute, and there he discerned the source of the dissonance, not a stimulation of the senses, but rather an absence of something. At this point, the sun had risen significantly above the rooftops. Without the need for a clock tower's chime, it was evident that it was already 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning. Yet they found themselves enveloped in an unreasonably profound silence, devoid of even the faintest sounds of collision or conversation. "I work as a laborer over by the dock, where I seek employment every day, typically rising quite early. This hardly seems early at all." Chapter 44. The Map of Jon Snow. Please, be quiet. I truly fail to comprehend how one can still speak of food in this environment. Crafter raised his hand in a gesture for silence. The two voices that had spoken faded away, and silence swiftly enveloped them, like quicksand filling the gaps, ensnaring them in a stilled atmosphere. Generally, Crafter was a man who appreciated tranquility. However, the kind of quiet he cherished was one where distant sounds occasionally intruded, offering a sense of seclusion, rather than the unnatural stillness of being confined in a soundproof chamber. In this chaotic and briny realm, every experience was heightened to an extreme, with nauseating odors, grotesque architectures, and the clammy, slick sensations underfoot. Only sound was stripped away, leaving a void in his senses. Lucius soon recognized the dissonance as well. This silence reminded him of the dead of night, exiting the dissection hall, where the empty corridors were utterly hushed and everything seemed frozen in time. Yet, this was not the stillness of a sleeping night, but rather a bright and sunny morning. "Is anyone there?" Crafter called out as he approached what seemed to be a window's hollow. He could vaguely discern figures asleep on the floor within the dim, cramped space, blissfully unaware of the external world. The two commenced their search from the red algae well, progressively moving outward, knocking on doors one by one. Inquiry was no longer necessary. Any door locked from the inside indicated its occupants were still ensconced in slumber. Crafter stretched his memory to its limits, endeavoring to imprint the location of each household in his mind, correlating them with the spatial structure he had memorized to create a mental map. The more they investigated, the more he grew aware of the gravity of the situation. After half an hour, they had knocked on dozens of doors, yet had not encountered a single person awake. The alarming prevalence of this morbid sleep affected all without exception in the area they traversed, and they had yet to grasp its boundaries, rendering them unable to estimate how many were afflicted. Lucius could not perceive the map in Crafter's mind and was oblivious to the places they had visited, failing to notice that their route was gradually leading them away from the red algae well. He mechanically followed Crafter, repeating the motions of knocking and calling out, his anxiety mounting with each passing moment. He found himself engulfed in a haze of confusion, utterly unable to fathom what could have triggered such widespread illness. It makes no sense. It simply defies logic. It resembles the effects of black liquid, yet there are so many afflicted. What could it be? With such perplexities, the investigation continued, and he felt he was approaching the borders of this region, faint sounds of voices echoing in the distance. Minutes later, Crafter encountered the first wave of individuals they had seen awake in the vicinity. A few people, clad in rough burlap clothing, both men and women, glanced in astonishment at the figure in the black robe who appeared around the corner before resuming their tasks. As they pressed on, the number of awake individuals increased, transitioning from the realm of deep slumber to one of normalcy. Crafter stopped a woman carrying a water bucket. "I am a physician from the academy. May I inquire if you and your family have been waking up later and later?" "The academy? A doctor?" The woman scrutinized Crafter's peculiar attire with confusion. "I believe I understand your meaning, but my family does not." She set down her bucket and gestured behind Crafter. "There are those who do, but you shall have to wait until noon to see them arise." "And the others?" Crafter listened to the cacophony of life and the clashing sounds, for the first time feeling relieved by the noise. "Your neighbors, perhaps?" "Indeed, they are as you described. I know not by which devil's curse we have been afflicted. We can only manage half a day's work now, and life is difficult." After questioning several individuals, Crafter discovered that the progression of the condition had shifted. According to Gary and Brad's descriptions, he had anticipated encountering patients with varying degrees of extended sleep. Yet, in reality, there were only two types of individuals who slept until noon: those who were entirely unaffected and those who were all similarly afflicted. Either everyone remained asleep or life continued as usual. This was peculiar. So why is that? Lucius began to mimic Crafter's gesture of stroking his chin, using the motion to help him concentrate on the quandary at hand. Unfortunately, it seemed ineffective. The elusive answer remained just out of reach. In that brief span, 3 women carrying buckets had passed by, while adult males appeared to be scarce. Laborers indeed constituted the majority of the residents here, rising early to seek work at the docks, returning in the evening with their daily wages, most of which were exchanged for bread and inexpensive seafood, while a small portion was saved or converted into other trivial items. Meanwhile, women remained at home to engage in handicrafts to supplement the household income, while also managing domestic chores and caring for young children. The burdensome labor and adverse living conditions perpetually compromised their health, leaving them little time to contemplate anything beyond maintaining their current existence, as merely sustaining their lives consumed all their energy. Should an unexpected disruption arise in such a life, like a sudden illness or... Crafter glanced behind him, like the people in this silent zone. Such unforeseen events could dismantle an entire family within a month. He found a relatively clean spot to lean against, letting out a sigh. Yet there were moments like this. Occasionally, when one could only lament their limited capabilities. He pieced together the route they had traversed in his mind, a band of cases gradually thinning out until it vanished. Regardless, there was indeed an influential factor developing within the area, ranging from strong to weak. What could that factor be? Furthermore, for that factor, the distinction between isolation and non-isolation seemed negligible. They lived in close proximity yet remained entirely indifferent to one another. He must have encountered a similar diagram somewhere, one determined by the locations of cases, without the need to consider other issues. Pages of knowledge flipped through his mind, once a thought emerged. He could recall any relevant information from memory. Lucius. The women with the water buckets just came from the same direction, did they not? Lucius observed Crafter spring up from where he was leaning against the wooden board, calling out his name. Had he been fortunate enough to experience life in another world, he might have envisioned a certain student who faced death wherever he went, much like Crafter, with large spectacles gleaming brightly. Yes, that is correct. They all came from the opposite direction from us. Crafter grasped the essence of the issue at hand. When considering the phenomena within the Salt Tide region, it was a classic case reincarnated. In the 19th century, a notorious disease swept through London, rapidly spreading and claiming countless lives. When one member of a household contracted this illness, it was only a matter of time before the others followed suit. Even more perplexing was that no matter how the sick were isolated, the results were unlike those of previous diseases. It seemed as though a ghostly specter had taken residence in that area. In this terrifying epidemic, 2 names were forever etched in history: cholera and the father of epidemiology, John Snow. John Snow meticulously documented each individual who fell ill and perished on a map. And soon this famed cholera map revealed a conspicuous trend. Patients clustered around a central point, gradually dispersing outward. In Crafter's case, this phenomenon was even more pronounced. It is the water, Lucius. It is the water. In comparison to London's situation, The sources of drinking water in the salt tide region were alarmingly scarce. The coastal low-lying terrain made it exceedingly difficult to find potable freshwater underground. Most wells yielded useless saline water like the red algae well, proving to be a futile endeavor. Thus, the influence and reach of a stable water source extend far beyond that of other regions, drawing a significant number of residents to gather at a single location for their water needs. Each day, a household's water consumption is uniformly sourced from this water point using buckets, which elucidates the pronounced clustering of illnesses in saline areas. As one gradually distances from this water source, the willingness of residents to fetch water diminishes, leading them to seek alternative wells, resulting in a sparse distribution of cases until the distance becomes so great that no one ventures there. The individuals they recently observed carrying buckets were not seen approaching from the direction of the concentrated cases, further substantiating his reasoning. Waiting until noon to awaken, he resolved to locate the contaminated water source he had sensed was present. Chapter 45. The real edge. Although it was said to be noon, it felt somewhat later. Kraft and Lucius took turns resting against a relatively clean wooden plank, waiting for the slumbering individuals to awaken. It was as if an enormous, silent alarm clock had gone off. Within a few minutes, the residents of the sleeping area were roused with a remarkable uniformity. More so than the students of a high school dormitory rising for the day. The previously silent room was now filled with the sounds of movement. Different footsteps echoed on the wooden planks, with unknown metallic and wooden implements clashing amidst a cacophony of chatter, interspersed with a few unintelligible curse words. Then came the harsh, grating sound of poorly maintained door hinges as individuals began to emerge, clutching what appeared to be food, munching as they made their way toward the port. Kraft intercepted a middle-aged man holding a piece of fish jerky mottled with mold. "Hello, if you don't mind, could I hire you for a moment?" Perhaps due to the midday lull making it difficult to find work, the man accepted Kraft's offer for a remarkably low price. His yellowed and blackened teeth sank into the somewhat brittle jerky, the fibrous fish flesh and bones crunching together, producing a sound that made one's teeth ache. After chewing a few bites and swallowing with difficulty, he inquired, "So, what is it you need to do?" Kraft, taken aback by the man's glass-eating technique, felt a pang of sympathy for his throat and esophagus. "No rush. Please finish your meal first. I would like to inquire about something. How long have you all noticed waking up later and later?" Thinking back, it's been about a month. At first, it wasn't much of a concern, but we never expected it to escalate like this. Life is becoming increasingly challenging. Kraft stood nearby, watching him finish the fish, swallowing the last bite with an audible gulp, and mused that he could compile a case report on special diets leading to esophageal scarring. "We came here out of curiosity and now suspect there is something wrong with the water you drink. Could you take us to see it?" "Sure. Although it's usually my family that fetches the water, I know the way." The man pressed his hand against his chest, as if in pain. "Let us go then." He led Kraft and Lucius through the twisting, narrow alley, constantly encountering others who had just stepped out in search of work. The opposing flow required them to frequently sidestep past one another, or for one party to retreat to a side path to clear the way. Generally, their direction was similar to the one they had come, veering off from previously investigated routes, passing near the red algae well, and after about 10 minutes of walking, they arrived at their destination. Before them stood a well that appeared relatively normal, encircled by the most neatly arranged stones Kraft had seen in this area. An open space was left around it, where individuals queued in several long lines to fetch water. There was no winch, a rope was lowered with a wooden bucket, and the retrieval was agonizingly slow, making it unlikely for them to gain time for an inspection. Kraft was not particularly fond of crowded environments, especially when the bathing frequency of the people was low, causing the air to become increasingly stagnant. Just as he began to acclimate to the local air, the mingling sense of sweat, body odor, and other indescribable odors overwhelmed him, prompting him to abandon the idea of queuing himself. "Here are 11 copper coins. 5 are your payment." Kraft rummaged through his pouch for the majority of the scattered coins and handed them to the middle-aged man. "Use the rest to buy a cleaner bucket and help me fetch a bucket of water." When one is lazy, it may be shameful, but it is undeniably comfortable. Kraft and Lucius found a shaded spot to observe others as they waited in line. The narrow well permitted only 3 individuals to fetch water at once, and at the well's edge, 3 lines could barely be distinguished, but further back, they dissolved into a chaotic mass, indistinguishable from one another. After negotiating with a few individuals at the end of the line, the middle-aged man successfully acquired a water bucket, skillfully navigating the indistinct boundaries of the queue to find the nearest opening. Amidst the crowd, Kraft soon lost sight of him. boredom setting in as he began to feel drowsy, propping his head up with his hand. Having risen early from the academy to allow time for investigation, he had traversed Elm Street and the Salty Tide district without pausing for lunch, lacking the appetite to eat. Suddenly finding himself with a moment of respite, exhaustion crept in, making him feel as if he could sleep while standing. Through his half-closed eyes, the world before him became increasingly blurred, the outlines of the crowd shifting indistinctly. The fading double vision, tinted by the red filter, displayed human shapes moving slowly, like red paint merging and spreading on a slanted surface, losing vibrancy and darkening in tone. Typically, the color red evokes a sense of alertness, yet this particular shade enveloped him in a somber mood, conjuring images of viscous venous blood flowing and congealing against the transparent walls of a vessel, devoid of vitality within a living being. He felt himself descending, akin to the sensation of weightlessness in dreams, softer and gentler, drifting away from the chaotic reality into a deeper state, seeking refuge from surgery, complications, and investigations. His hearing dulled, the clamor of voices around him faded, and his ever-vigilant consciousness ceased to engage with their words, as his brain's language center slipped into a low-energy state, reluctant to translate the vibrations in the air into meaningful information. The sound of the bucket plunging into the well resonated dully, the wooden vessel clashing against the stone walls, while loud coughs and simple noises remained discernible. Instinctively, he adjusted himself into a state between wakefulness and slumber, disregarding the sensory impulses, allowing himself to drift away from the world. Kraft felt as if he was both present and absent, suspended in a haze, when a particularly clear sound of water splashing pierced his awareness, abruptly halting the sensation of weightlessness. The misty state remained unbroken, instead solidifying, the sounds transforming into a more refined and gentle quality, akin to the transition from gravel to finely milled flour, yet the content became increasingly indistinct. His consciousness spread out softly, savoring a moment of tranquility. The only flaw was an odd scent lingering at the tip of his nose, neither sweat, decay, nor the herbal aroma from a bird's beak, but something unidentifiable. It seemed to intensify, drawing closer to the delicate and comforting aspects of the sound. From formlessness to form, it brushed against his clothing, caressing his consciousness. Every sense was delighted by it, relaying soft and comforting signals. Even the olfactory sense acknowledged its peculiar, yet pleasant fragrance. Like the hand of a maiden, like gossamer silk, it edged nearer, and the sensation of weightlessness returned. His eyelids drooped, the dark red light before him becoming increasingly tenuous, nearly vanishing, replaced by a moonlit darkness, a gentle white glow growing brighter. His consciousness bathed in this light, akin to the normal enjoyment of every brief respite. A fleeting thread of doubt flitted through his intoxication. It gently extended a cool, soft hand, wishing to remove the discordant note within this tranquility. This clumsy gesture awakened Kraft's keen awareness. Suspicion rapidly morphed into vigilance as he began to analyze everything from memory. His intuition discerned an uninvited malice within the soft and gentle sensations. The entity's approach quickened, seemingly sensing Kraft's shift, wrapping around him from behind with greater urgency. The reckless movement exposed its many inconsistencies, akin to a starfish flipping over to reveal its colorful, beautiful underside, regurgitating its stomach to feed. The extreme dissonance, thick and nauseating, assaulted the senses that had just been immersed in comfort, sending shockwaves through his nervous system that resonated deep within his soul. Before the otherworldly part of him could respond, the native Kraft's reflexes, honed over years of training, were activated, a legacy of relentless lessons and experiences of discipline imparted by his grandfather, granting him extraordinary reaction speed. He felt as though he had torn through something in his movement, and fear compelled him to reach for the hilt of the sword concealed beneath his robe. His newly opened eyes, unaccustomed to the light, could only perceive the crimson hue of the lenses. The blade was drawn and swung upward at an angle towards the sensed position, as he exerted immense restraint against the primal urge to unleash a full-force strike, leaving himself room to adapt his attack. The initial strike was merely to push back his adversary, granting him precious moments to restore his vision to normalcy. He keenly attuned himself to the force transmitted through his hands. Whether the opponent chose to evade the onslaught or to meet it head-on, it was all to his advantage. Unexpectedly, the blade seemed to penetrate something, cleaving through a fragile and yielding substance with relentless momentum, slicing through several uneven structures. Behind him, gasps and screams erupted, and the chaotic footsteps fading into the distance indicated that many were fleeing the scene. Fortunately, no approaching footsteps intruded upon his judgment. His vision gradually began to clear. and his gaze pierced through the red glass to assess the aftermath of his strike. Whatever it was, be it human or demonic, emerging from such a gaping wound would undoubtedly entail suffering. Kraft struggled to keep his eyes wide open, the blinding light causing his pupils to constrict sharply, tears welling up in his tear ducts. He fought against the instinctive reflex to shut his eyes, striving with all his might to discern what lay ahead. He beheld a vast, menacing gash, which did not belong to any gelatinous creature or mysterious foe. It was a wooden wall. Chapter 46. A missing part. Kraft, sword in hand, surveyed the surroundings and realized that only 3 individuals remained at the scene, himself included. Lucius trembled beside him. Having stood closest to the blade's arc, he had narrowly escaped as it sliced past his side, nearly meeting the wooden wall with a fatal consequence. He clutched his chest, his hand shaking uncontrollably as he held the box, suddenly aware that the sword was indeed sharpened. Kraft had long known of the quality of the sword he wielded, yet his scholarly and medical persona had led others to perceive it merely as a relic of his family's martial legacy. No one had ever considered that Kraft would one day draw it forth. The sinister malevolence that had manifested so swiftly dissipated just as quickly, evaporating under the sun's rays like a soap bubble, striving to escape the confines of memory. Yet, consciousness faithfully recorded the sensation, a comfortable descent, deeper and deeper, as something approached quietly, enveloping itself in a soft, dreamlike facade. Kraft sensed he had encountered something significant, whether it was a dream or not. This experience felt eerily familiar, instilling within him a troubling premonition. Peering through the fissure into the wooden walls, he discovered that the room's occupant had long since departed. The cramped, dim space was utterly vacant, making it impossible for anyone to hide within, let alone traverse the wooden barrier to evoke such a feeling. He reached out, intending to brush off the dust from his attire, but found it difficult to ascertain which was dirtier, the fabric or the ground beneath him. This realization prompted him to abandon that gesture in favor of retrieving the fallen bucket. The bucket contained a remnant of water, which Kraft promptly poured out, watching as the waterline gradually diminished. There was neither cloudiness nor floating debris. The clear water splashed a few muddy droplets onto the ground as it seeped into the earth. It was undeniably better than he had anticipated. He had expected a murky quality that obscured the bottom of the bucket. Leaning over the well's edge, he gazed into the abyss, where darkness reigned, rendering the bottom invisible. Encountering such a deep well instilled a fear of slipping and falling, compelling him to imagine himself plummeting into the cold, dark depths. It felt as if it led to another realm, starkly contrasting with the world illuminated by sunlight. A narrow, lightless tunnel lay beyond, serving as an entrance to the unknown. The bucket, tethered by a rope, descended with a clatter against the well's walls, finally touching the water's surface. Kraft wound the rope around his hand twice and began to hoist the bucket upward. The wooden vessel, now heavy with water, seemed to possess a will of its own, tugging him toward its depths. As he approached the well's mouth, that peculiar scent reemerged, becoming increasingly pronounced. His consciousness discerned that it was not a mere olfactory signal, but rather a form of synesthesia. A unique message was attempting to convey itself through the sense of smell, without needing to remind himself. Kraft recalled having experienced such a sensation before. But how could that be? He strained to pull the rope, extracting the bucket from the well. Yet the clear water revealed no anomalies. Nevertheless, intuition, or perhaps a heightened sense cultivated after encountering the abnormal, insisted that something unseemly resided within. Instinctively rejecting this notion, Kraft found his consciousness operating autonomously, correlating new information with familiar memories. "Lucius, could you come over here for a moment?" He beckoned. The middle-aged man had already distanced himself. There were no outsiders present, and certain matters required reaffirmation. Lucius approached the bucket, maintaining a subtle distance from Kraft as he glanced into the well water. "What's wrong? Is it really an issue with the water?" He seemed shaken by the recent incident. "Yes, just be careful not to cut yourself," Kraft replied, understanding the request completely. A fine sword could indeed be quite dazzling. "I wish to inquire about Professor Kalman's mental state in the days leading up to his departure. How did he seem to you?" "Huh? Why the sudden interest in that?" Once again, Lucius felt a disconnect with the leaps in Kraft's thoughts. "Just tell me, was there a significant difference from his usual demeanor?" Anything at all is acceptable, since he had not realized the reason for the inquiry. This lack of awareness was fortuitous. Kraft needed an objective answer, unmarred by emotional bias. Lucius pondered, resting his chin on his hand. He has never been better. Perhaps even a bit too exuberant. "Did you notice any changes in his character? Particularly those that deviated from his usual persona? Once suspicion arises, everything seems amiss." and Kraft's current mindset reflected just that. If I had to say, he seemed overly eager, always wanting to conduct more experiments as quickly as possible. Was he spending most of his time in the laboratory? I hadn't really noticed. Let me think. At least his daily departure from the academy hasn't changed much. It's still in the evening. So he's in the academy, rushing to complete more experiments. Yet unwilling to stay longer? Kraft identified the contradiction. While that alone could be deemed normal, considering the information at hand, an unexpected hypothesis emerged. The implication was too apparent. Lucius caught on. Are you suggesting the professor had other matters outside? The retort halted abruptly as Lucius recognized a significant issue. There was indeed a portion of the black liquid's utilization that he was unaware of. This clarified why Kraft was inquiring about it now. Scattered pieces of information began to weave together, forming a cohesive narrative. Your suspicion is entirely unfounded. Why would the professor do such a thing? Lucius immediately refuted, despite the fact that this conjecture aligned with his initial reasoning concerning the black liquid. Professor Kalman had been Lucius's mentor for many years, a guiding figure in medicine. To characterize him as a father figure would not be an exaggeration. From both a personal and moral standpoint, Lucius could not entertain the notion of linking the two. So you also find the possibility of such a scenario plausible, don't you? Kraft fixed his gaze on Lucius, their eyes meeting through the lenses of their spectacles. He urged Lucius to reconsider. Regardless of whether the evidence supported or contradicted the idea, Kraft himself was startled by this outrageous speculation. Though their time together had been brief, Professor Kalman held a distinctly positive image in his mind, a dedicated scholar, intent on advancing medicine for healing and salvation, coupled with the stringent control over the black liquid. Each usage meticulously recorded, Kraft had fostered an illusion of total oversight, preferring to believe it was merely an unknown, peculiar epidemic. He could not fathom that the meticulously refined protocols lost their significance when the professor absconded with a portion of it. The thought of the professor using the black liquid for nefarious purposes was utterly preposterous. Even now, he stood before the very source that was almost certainly the culprit. Having recently endured a surreal, dreamlike assault, the incomprehensible, eerie aura pervaded the air around him, intensifying in clarity as he became increasingly aware of its presence. He could sense it now, but this time, it was no longer confined within a glass vessel. It floated freely within the vast expanse, residing in the depths of the well, dissolving into every bucket of water drawn forth, saturating the boundless space surrounding him. This scope was so extensive. It resembled an invisible lake suspended in the air. Every individual who drank the well water would be influenced, drawn into its depths. Kraft recalled his notes. The black liquid was indeed a medium. Consuming the diluted solution merely represented an external manifestation of a deeper process. Its true significance lay in the fact that it allowed individuals to access another dimension. Yet normal individuals could neither accept nor retain information that diverged from their world, resulting in a complete absence of recollection upon awakening. However, such a small quantity of liquid, to exert a persistent and significant effect on so many simultaneously, must involve some other mechanism, an effect akin to positive feedback, amplifying its influence continuously. The scope, the numbers. A domain has emerged, akin to a Blackstone pillar, capable of influencing all eligible individuals within its vicinity. As the number of those who partake reaches a certain threshold, the extent of its influence deepens and expands, subsequently enveloping an even greater number of participants, thereby intensifying its effects. Once it has affected all nearby contacts, this domain has now extended its reach to the Salt Tide area, encroaching upon the residents of the Blade family on Elm Street. It resembles an invisible, formless lake, submerging those within its grasp, who remain blissfully unaware, only cognizant of their increasingly prolonged slumber. Meanwhile, a malevolent entity, disguised in softness, glides through the depths like a fish, its intentions shrouded in mystery. Chapter 47. Ambiguity. No, I find it impossible. Lucius stepped back, averting his gaze. The mentor was among the finest doctors I knew, both in skill and character. Such an act was utterly inconceivable for him. This was not merely a logical dilemma. For Lucius, it was far more complex than admitting a possibility. He would staunchly oppose any notion without direct evidence. Even if he appeared conspicuously abnormal, it could be that the black liquid was stolen after it was taken out, and our assumption that it caused the issues was merely conjecture, was it not? Fortunately, Kraft held a respectable position in Lucius's eyes, being the current leader of the medical school, which led Lucius to be somewhat willing to engage in conversation. If anyone dared to openly express doubts about the professor's integrity in Lucius's presence, even with a sword in hand, Lucius would not hesitate to confront them with two solid punches. Was there someone who specifically stole a minuscule amount of an unknown liquid, transporting it to the most neglected part of the city and contaminating water sources to create a large-scale poisoning incident? Kraft crossed his arms to appear less aggressive. Which of these scenarios seemed more plausible? Emotionally, he hoped it was not the case. Yet undeniably, the professor bore the greatest suspicion at present. As one of the three individuals in Winding Harbor aware of the black liquid's existence, combined with his exceedingly anomalous behavior, one could hardly resist the urge to confront him directly in Dunling. However, this deduction indeed lacked a crucial component. If the professor were truly responsible, what could possibly motivate such actions? Without addressing this question, it would be impossible to persuade Lucius or even fully convince Kraft himself, whether it was the professor or another. A motive must exist. Even a madman has a reason behind their actions. The decision to bring the black liquid to the salt tide area and introduce it into the water source was evidently a calculated choice, not a mere whim. Kraft had reason to suspect that the individual anticipated such an outcome, understanding the unique effects produced by the gathering of contacts, which led to this course of action. In the salt tide area, where the population was relatively dense yet the water sources were scarce, and most importantly, where no one was monitoring the situations, the potential for a positive feedback loop could be maximized. Through minimal quantities of the black liquid, conditions could deteriorate across a vast area. Such premeditated malice was unfathomable. Now was not the time to deliberate on the perpetrator. Who committed this act could be pondered later when time permitted. We must curb this trend. Speculating on suspects would yield no benefit. Kraft was more concerned about controlling this damn large-scale anomaly. This aberrant domain was causing the condition of those affected to deteriorate continuously. From initially waking slightly later to ultimately not rising until afternoon. There was no need to imagine what would follow. Afternoons, evenings, until nightfall. Eventually, everyone here would be dragged into eternal slumber, consorting with the lurking malevolent presence. Kraft had no idea what it intended, but it certainly could not bode well. It was a solution, albeit a troublesome one. Yet, I suspect it is not that simple. Kraft closed his eyes, sensing the peculiar atmosphere surrounding him. He needed to articulate his feelings to Lucius differently. Lucius, do you believe that merely the black liquid taken by the professor and poured into the well water could cause such a prolonged deterioration in so many individuals' health? It appears rather implausible to me. So why have you suddenly begun to support the theory that the black liquid causes illness? Lucius failed to comprehend Kraft's concerns. If one regarded the black liquid as a mere poison, ceasing the intake of water mixed with it would undoubtedly be effective. They had nowhere to escape to, nor could they abandon their work. Dying from stagnation would be swifter than anything else. A day full of investigation had left them both mentally and physically exhausted, especially considering the prospect of more work ahead, which may prove futile. A colossal, artificial anomaly had been created within Winding Harbor, yet he had yet to uncover the perpetrator's motive. The heavy suspicions surrounding the professor troubled him deeply. A knowledgeable individual with malevolent intentions could wreak havoc far beyond that of an ordinary person. He could not continue the discourse with Lucius and was left to ponder alone. If it were the professor, what rationale could drive him to such madness? His financial situation was stable, effectively managing the entire medical school of Winding Harbor. Yet he had never displayed enthusiasm for either of these matters. His material existence was no different from that of an ordinary student. If there was anything he cared about, it was the advancement of academia. Both Kalman and Kraft were wholly dedicated to promoting medical progress within this infernal social environment. They had come to Winding Harbor for this very purpose, remaining there for half a lifetime. So what could Kalman hope to achieve through such actions? This astute positioning suggested a deep understanding of the mechanisms behind the creation of the positive feedback loop. Given the professor's level of expertise, it was unlikely he merely wished to observe a group of individuals exhibiting the known effects of prolonged lethargy. Further developments were yet to come. This deduction, of course, was predicated on the assumption that the instigator was indeed the professor. Shedding his black robe and collapsing onto the bed, Kraft pressed his temples, feeling a throbbing pain envelop his head. Such headaches frequently plagued him during times of excessive fatigue and agitation, radiating from his temples to his eyes, even affecting his jaw. Half his face felt ensnared in discomfort. The remnants of a soul from another realm and the body he occupied in this world had both been afflicted by these headaches. He shut his eyes, ceasing thought, allowing his mind to momentarily empty. According to his own diagnosis, it was likely trigeminal neuralgia, a rather troublesome ailment with a complex pathogenesis, recurring episodes, and requiring rest for self-relief. In the darkness, time slipped away, and gradually the pain subsided, allowing his mind to drift in this rare moment of respite. With sleep creeping in, just before surrendering to slumber, Kraft halted himself. It was still early. He must accomplish something before resting, at the very least. Complete the lesson plan for human anatomy to hand over to Liston for his class tomorrow. Otherwise, he would ultimately have to catch up on the coursework himself. It felt as though he had only lain there for a brief moment, yet the candle on the table had extinguished, plunging the room into darkness. A sliver of moonlight filtered through the window's crack, soft and pure. The pain lingered, now confined to 3 points. With each pulse of his blood vessels causing a sensation of pressure on his eyeballs, while the left side of his face throbbed, as if someone were striking the joints of his bones with a small hammer, in sync with the aching of his molars. His consciousness blurred in the prolonged torment, rendering the dimly lit room's furnishings indistinguishable. Kraft sat on the edge of the bed, retrieving a flat black square from his pocket. He pressed the protruding point on its side, and the light surged forth, momentarily blinding him. He directed the luminous surface around the room, barely illuminating a distance of 2 steps. Standing up would only light a small patch at his feet, offering little assistance. His mind felt heavy, as if it had yet to fully awaken from a state of rest. In the darkness, Kraft stumbled forward a few steps, his eyes still adjusting from light to dark, rendering the contours of objects hazy. Losing patience, he clutched the item in his hand and approached the window, intending to open it and let the moonlight in. His hand instinctively sought the wooden frame, searching for the latch that held the window shut, yet 3 attempts yielded nothing. The hard sensation in his other hand reminded him that he had something else to illuminate the space. Pressing the protruding point on the flat square object once more, white light burst forth before him. Kraft gazed at the square, the white source of light, sensing that it should not be so simple. He extended his finger to glide across its surface, awaiting a response, momentarily forgetting his intention to open the window. The white light remained utterly unresponsive. A sense of agitation was intensifying within him, an instinctive awareness signaling that something was amiss. The object in his hand was imperative to convey vital information, an essential element of his existence. The otherworldly fragment of his soul succumbed to an inexplicable frenzy, while the native aspect began to summon rational thought, instilling a peculiar sense of dissonance within him. It was akin to appreciating the breathtaking beauty of a sunrise from his window, only to be distracted by a stubborn black speck within his field of vision, reminiscent of a fly clinging to a canvas, meandering across the surface. Once he acknowledged its presence, he realized that the magnificent vista before him was merely a flat illusion. A shiver of horror coursed through Kraft as he grasped the unsettling truth. Chapter 48. Who is knocking at my window? Terror licked at his senses as Kraft's trembling hand struggled to grasp the flat box, emitting a pallid glow. From its texture to its shape, and finally to its luminescence, it was crafted into a form that was familiar yet strangely alien to him. Only an empty shell was mimicked, while its void-like essence offered insufficient light to illuminate the surroundings. Kraft flipped the glowing side onto the floor and kicked it aside. Amidst a faint scraping sound, the device, resembling a phone, slid toward the wall with a soft clatter. The room was now illuminated solely by a sliver of moonlight. He stepped back cautiously, his hand pressed against the rough, cold wall behind him. His mind raced, pondering what that object had been and why it had manifested here. What one might call a familiar strangeness was precisely this. The known aspects rendered the object all the more bizarre. Though it bore a similar shape, it was inherently different, as if it had been hastily constructed due to limitations. The presence of such an out-of-place item instilled in Kraft an overwhelming sense of unreality, sowing seeds of doubt about the scene's authenticity. The recklessness of his earlier action in kicking the object struck him. In unfamiliar locales, silence should be paramount. This was, after all, a lesson imparted by his grandfather. The unexpected fright had disrupted his composure. He needed to exercise greater caution. However, the situation was not entirely dire. As he reclined on the bed, he had forgotten to unsheath the sword at his waist, his most trusted weapon still at his side. With his left hand pressing the metal clasp firmly, leaning against the wall, Kraft quietly moved towards the door. A location that allowed for swift movement and the creation of barriers should always be the foremost consideration in any scenario. His outstretched right hand first encountered the door latch, its position unchanged. In the event of an unforeseen occurrence, the best course of action was always to flee through the door. His vision gradually adjusted to the dim surroundings. The cells in his retina required time to transition to low-light vision, shifting from the clarity of bright images to a mode that embraced the obscure. The contours of the furniture and wooden bed emerged, and the room appeared unchanged. There was no melodramatic twist of an unfamiliar ceiling. Yet, it was unnervingly silent, quiet enough for Kraft to hear the thunderous beating of his own heart and the deliberate suppression of his breath. Blood coursed through his veins, invigorating his robust motor system in preparation for any latent threats lurking in the abnormality. If Oldwood were present, he would have lowered his voice and uttered, "The dead make no sound." Kraft had long surpassed the age of being intimidated by the silent night. Yet the contemplation of it all still sent chills down his spine. The sudden appearance of the peculiar object and the eerily quiet and seemed to signal that something was amiss. After securing the door latch, he ceased all movement, steadying his heartbeat and breath, awaiting the revelation of any entity or thing concealed within the darkness and silence. Patience was an essential lesson learned from military training. Trading time for survival would never be in vain. In the stillness of the dark, responding to silence with silence became an instinct etched into his very genes. An echo from ancient tales of kindred spirits lost to the shadows, a primal reflex within humanity to remain silent amidst the quiet. He waited, nerves taut, his keen senses sifting through an endless stream of information. The perception of time was distorted, seconds and minutes blurred into a singular stillness. The prolonged wait felt both interminable and fleeting, and soon he noticed a change in the moonlight on the floor. The once faint beam had grown brighter, stretching across the ground, initially distant from the bed but now reaching its foot. It seemed the light source was shifting, moving closer to his window, steadily approaching him. That is not the moon. Awareness surged, revealing the true nature of the light. You have seen it before. That radiant, gentle illumination drew nearer. Its movement so subtle it could easily go unnoticed, lulling him into a false sense of tranquility. Kraft slowly withdrew the door latch. He could no longer remain in this room. The light continued to intensify, seeping through the cracks, the strands of white on the floor widening, transforming from faint lines into a glaring band, nearly blinding in its brightness. Yet that soft, gentle essence stubbornly lingered, like an irremovable disguise that refused to change with the seasons, appearing incongruously in any setting. As the latch was fully extracted, Kraft grasped the doorknob, cautiously pulling the door inward. The light source was now nearer, and as its brightness peaked, a faint creak resonated, the light quivering as if something outside was exerting pressure, causing the fragile wooden panel to warp. However, the window was jammed from the inside, designed to open outward. He deftly squeezed through the gap without making a sound. Before departing, he cast one last glance at the window. The light source remained outside, unmoving. Knock, knock. Yet here he was on the second floor, only a dazed victim, half awake, would entertain a visitor at the window. The latch found its way into his pocket, the hefty piece of hardwood suitable for swift contact with any obstructive entity. Knock, knock, knock. Another round of knocks erupted, growing more insistent. The room emitted a grating creak, presumably from the window, as something pressed against it. He could envision the frail wood bending, nearing its breaking point. The entity clinging to the outer wall was far less patient than Kraft. This was good news, indicating it relied more on instinct than on any semblance of human intelligence, perhaps even less cunning than certain woodland creatures. As he retreated to the staircase, the sounds of compressing wood fibers suddenly erupted with the explosive snap of breaking timber, splintering debris striking the ajar door, rolling across the floor. It chose to gradually amplify its force to crush the obstacle entirely instead of repeatedly colliding with it. This aberrant movement pattern led Kraft to suspect it lacked a mammalian skeletal structure. The sound signaled an escalation of strength, more cracking noises followed, and the beleaguered window frame was torn from the wall, crashing to the ground. The white light spilled through the door crack, invading Kraft's room, producing a sound akin to a sticky substance slapping against the wall. Rather than entering, it felt as though a viscous, soft matter was being poured inside. This repugnant sound resembled a bucket of putrid, soft-bodied sea creatures, their decaying appendages slapping against the walls of their vessel, merging with an indistinct whisper that exuded an incomprehensible allure from the depths of the psyche. Kraft bit his tongue, suppressing the urge to retch, gripping the railing tightly as he descended. He hoped it would not yet realize the need to open the door. The first floor, usually aglow with the flickering of a fire pit, was now shrouded in darkness. The night watchman had vanished. He tread cautiously down the wooden steps, applying minimal weight to avoid the creaking boards that might betray his presence. Never had the descent felt so torturous, requiring the utmost application of every stealth technique he had learned, balancing speed with silence to evade detection. The light seeping through the door fluctuated, indicating the source was prowling within the room. His consciousness painted it as a colossal, gelatinous creature, its surface slime obliterating any sound of movement, with soft appendages aiding its crawl along the flat surfaces. Sharp objects scraped against the floor, perhaps splinters of wood or the serrated teeth of predatory appendages embedded within its undulating mass. Kraft was uncertain how it had pinpointed him. Perhaps it had memorized his presence from the shallow dreams of the salt marsh during the day, silently arriving at his window under the cover of night. Had it crossed into the realm of reality, or was he ensnared in a nightmarish dream from which he could not awaken? He bit down with his teeth, a sharp pain coursing through his tongue, leaving him unable to discern reality from illusion. The staircase comprised 19 steps, and Kraft mentally counted down, aware that only 2 remained. Once he reached the first floor, far removed from the perils of the second, he could either seek refuge in the kitchen or make his escape through the front door. With his body adept at maneuvering, he leaned back as he approached the final 2 steps, recalling that he could effortlessly descend them in a single stride to the floor. However, an unexpected sensation arose from beneath his feet. Instead of the anticipated solid ground, he encountered a layer of liquid. The cold, flowing texture infiltrated his boots through the seams. Kraft realized too late that he had stepped into water up to his knees. The delicate balance he maintained was shattered, and despite his remarkable equilibrium, he staggered back 2 steps in the water before regaining his composure, droplets splashing onto his face. The sound of water was distinctly audible. After 2 seconds of silence, a sudden cacophony of cracking and splintering erupted from the second floor. Kraft turned and fled. Chapter 49. The crawling singer. Kraft swiftly weighed the merits of the front door against those of the kitchen in his mind and dashed towards the main entrance. The water, reaching up to his knees, considerably hampered his speed, transforming what should have been a mere 2 breaths into an arduous ordeal that stretched for several times that duration. His shoulder collided with the closed door, which, contrary to his expectation of it being ajar, remained steadfastly shut, sending Kraft staggering back 2 steps. A few splashes of water reached his mouth, tasting briny and fishy. It was, astonishingly, seawater. Such a dreadful inundation had never before befallen Windingport, even if it had. It had been confined to the harbor and salt marshes. If the water level had risen to such an extent in the inn where he was staying, the salt marsh would have been left devoid of even half its roof. A thunderous crash echoed from above as a door splintered and fell, illuminating the entire second-floor corridor with a flickering glow that, when reflected off the water on the ground floor, brightened the foyer, allowing Kraft to discern the imposing front door before him. It became increasingly clear that he had been transported, in dreamlike fashion, to a place both familiar and foreign. This was unmistakably the inn, albeit one that was temporarily closed due to the absence of its proprietor. However, this knowledge offered little solace in the current predicament. The light at the staircase intensified rapidly, and the entity's pace quickened as it approached, its moist, viscous form emitting a repugnant, heavy sound as it moved. It abandoned all pretense of concealment, advancing down the corridor with unrestrained audacity. Numerous boneless, fleshy appendages slapped and stretched, producing a cacophony of wet, sticky thuds that intertwined grotesquely on the floor. The hard, angular structures above sank into the wooden planks and the earthen walls with each strike, causing destruction and a relentless series of impacts that penetrated the very flesh of the creature, forming sinewy tissues that aided in its locomotion. All softness was but an illusion, a faade to obscure the predatory nature concealed within, an insidious distortion. It emitted its own sound, unapologetically. The cacophony was a dissonance of innumerable vocalizations, as if a multitude of vocal organs vibrated in unison, accompanied by a chorus of slithering throats whispering in fragmented murmurs, an incessant ebb and flow. This resonance amplified, coalescing into a somber melody that defied human comprehension, transmitting through the air's sound waves to all creatures with the capacity to hear. An uncontrollable sense of agitation surged from the depths of his being, gnawing at his consciousness and inciting a primal urge to draw his sword and cleave the source of the sound, to dismantle it by any means necessary. Unable to endure even a moment longer of its noise, Kraft pressed his hands against his head, feeling the resurgence of a long-dormant compulsion, striving to quell the intrusive thoughts that plagued his mind and silence that infernal din. The blasphemous song drew nearer, accompanied by an intensifying light that became increasingly blinding. It cascaded from the second floor, flowing over the surface of the water and through its depths as if it had gained substance, moving through the briny seawater and surging toward Kraft. The luminous liquid coalesced into a slick, membranous film within the transparent water, reminiscent of the persistent grease that sullies the surface, signaling a degradation of purity and ushering in decay and foulness. Once pristine and gentle, the color white was now tainted with erratic hues, becoming uneven and mottled. The disparate whites merged into a chaotic mass, gray-white churning forth like a wound-laid bear, akin to the gaping maw of a creature lurking beneath smooth surfaces. Sensing that escape was futile, it ceased its efforts to mask its presence, instead stretching itself freely as it approached the staircase. Kraft released his grip on his head, steadied himself against a nearby table, and withdrew his sword, attempting to pry open the front door. The sword, crafted to his grandfather's specifications from the finest materials, had been forged and honed repeatedly. Its razor-sharp blade could slice through leather armor, and under optimal conditions, it could even contend with metal. However, it was evident that its design did not accommodate the function of a crowbar, nor could it sever a lock within the narrow gap. With all his weight bearing down on the sword, the blade bent into a considerable arc, nearing its elastic limit, yet yielded no results. He felt trapped. Unless the proprietor had miraculously installed a second door, an idea better suited for another lifetime. Yet, as the adage goes, one must face the beast head-on, locking eyes with it. Thus, one might meet their demise with a semblance of dignity. Though the circumstances were somewhat altered, the principle remained unchanged. The education of his otherworldly soul had instilled in him an indifference to the supernatural, a firm belief that all living things must eventually meet their end. Unless it were a whale, he could not fathom any creature that could survive a sword thrust to its vitals. As a descendant of adept warriors, his familiarity with the sword rivaled that of ink and brush, imbued with the lingering fervor of his family's third generation. He relinquished thoughts of flight, channeling his remaining energy into a more pragmatic choice. The irritation provoked by the maddening noise, coupled with an unknown fear that had reached its zenith, morphed into a courageous resolve, solidifying his singular choice. Kraft straightened his posture, inhaling deeply as the cold, damp air filled his lungs, simultaneously chilling both body and spirit. This was not a weapon meant for wood. He gripped the hilt firmly, calming the tingling tremor in his palms, withdrew the long sword from the door's crevice, the familiar weight of it reassuring him. In this world, Kraft had often envisioned what his first true battle would entail. Tirelessly practicing with a training sword for over a decade, yearning for the glory that would immortalize him in memory. He recalled being 14. His growing frame finally suited for wielding a standard weapon, when Oldwood entrusted him with this specially crafted sword, his face devoid of any mirth. A look that filled Kraft with perplexity. "I never intended to give it to you." At that moment, Kraft was lost in the joy of receiving his long-desired gift, eager to rush outside and test his blade, soon dismissing his grandfather's ominous words. From that day forth, he wielded the sword daily, meticulously maintaining it until it became an extension of himself, more familiar than his own arm. "But I feared you would one day need it." Well, now was that day, and the only regret was that adversaries did not adhere to a gradual approach, nor did they uphold the chivalric codes of duel. He had imagined commencing his first battle with a full-plate charge against infantry, but instead, he found himself in this harrowing scenario, confronting an unknown creature in a lightened form without armor or retinue. Yet, it was not entirely bleak. An optimist might argue that facing a physically superior beast, particularly one capable of delivering a lethal blow regardless of armor, maintaining agility could prove advantageous. This assertion was questionable, perhaps only marginally more credible than comparing oneself to a sliding tiger, but what he sought now was not validation, merely a sliver of psychological comfort to face the radiance emanating from the staircase. For the first time that night, he did not retreat. Rather, he advanced toward that presence. In the face of life-threatening peril, his mind sharpened to an unprecedented degree, muscle memory transformed into precision, executing powerful movements as he steadied himself through the water. Sword in hand, his awareness heightened, he catalogued the positions of the tables and chairs around him amidst the cacophony, the scattered light conveniently aiding his observation. The entire foyer was reconstructed in his mind, forming a three-dimensional, usable structure. Whether it was merely an illusion or not, as his rationality spurred his awareness to return, his body felt invigorated, the strength within him bolstering his will to resist. Kraft fixed his gaze on the staircase, compelling his spirit to adapt to this newfound sensation. He must possess the capacity to confront it. The tainted white light continued to spread, the overlapping sounds grew more pronounced, as that malevolent entity slithered up the staircase, its sinuous form unfurling downwards, an indescribably unnatural being. After enduring torment to his auditory senses, Kraft's vision was similarly assailed, as the mere sight of the entity induced profound discomfort within him. It dangled rigidly, its tip twitching and curling grotesquely. In stark contrast, a frenzied tangle of hair-like appendages danced upon its surface, exhibiting a vitality that was utterly opposed to the main trunk. Struggling, they extended outward with a semblance of self-awareness, grasping at anything available to cling to. With the emergence of this limb, the cacophony of shrieks reached a new zenith, emanating from the worm-eaten hollows of the thicker tentacle branches, which expelled a viscous, luminescent white slime alongside gusts of air, reminiscent of an alien flute's haunting melody. Yet, these were not the most repugnant of its vile appendages. Numerous branches constricted, extruding sharply pointed, pale yellow ossicles, their fissured orifices filled with such grotesque formations, mercilessly biting into surrounding tissues, ensnaring them within a cavity to be chewed, leaving only half-consumed remnants of their kin in the wake. At the broken ends of the severed branches, new white granulations burgeoned at a visible pace, filling the void and sustaining this incomprehensible feast. Even in the depths of humanity's most harrowing nightmares, such chaotic and terrifying entities had never before been witnessed. Chapter 50. Deep dive. The wildly dancing appendages flailed in the air for several seconds, as if possessing some sensory organs. Signals in the atmosphere were transmitted through a complex neural system to the thick, muscular tentacle. It lifted with an independent consciousness, curling and twisting towards Craft. The trumpet-like branches emitted excited shrieks, contracting with increasing frequency, their vocal capabilities rivaling those of the human vocal cords. It bore both the soft-bodied characteristics typical of aquatic creatures and vocal organs suited for terrestrial animals, while the branch-like oral appendages of the lamprey presented no discernible function. This chaotic amalgamation, a jumbled assembly of disordered organs, constituted this strange being. Its maddening form felt as though it were scraping and gnawing at the very soul. And merely witnessing it was a profound torment, eroding the sanity of the pursued. Craft observed it, as he did in every training session, ensuring that the creature never escaped his gaze. He felt as though he was traversing a landscape of tangible agony, requiring immense willpower to overcome the resistance and face the source of this suffering. His consciousness whirred rapidly, allowing him to avoid obstacles beneath and beside him, advancing steadily while simultaneously recording and analyzing the information gleaned from the pale, viscous tentacle. These revelations stimulated his awareness. They transcended mere sounds, colors, and shapes, encompassing elements that even Craft's unique consciousness struggled to comprehend, vast enough to overwhelm the capacity to encapsulate a lifetime's worth of information. The design intended for storing what an ordinary human might perceive had never accounted for such unfathomable existences. He should not have been observing it. That was a fundamental error. Yet, it was too late. Once that thought emerged, his consciousness had already plunged into the depths, with every attempt at recording and understanding veering further down the path of madness. In the end, only the simplest and most primal impulse remained, to strike. With mechanical strides, he shattered the water's surface, tainted by bioluminescent slime, drawing closer to the target that pointed towards him. His retinal cells faithfully transformed the grotesque projections into electrochemical signals. Yet his brain lacked the capacity for intricate processing, drowned in an inescapable frenzy and anguish. There was no room for maneuver or defense, nor the ability to engage in complex thoughts. Only despair and pure action prevailed. The pale, writhing figure loomed larger in his vision, and with enough speed accumulated from his charge, he swung his long sword with all his might. He succeeded. Perhaps the creature had not anticipated that a prey rendered incapacitated could achieve such a feat, or perhaps it simply did not care, allowing Craft to deliver that strike. The blade met an unprecedented sensation, the resistance minimal, yet the cut was not smooth. The structure contained resilient fascia, granular teeth, and an unrefined fibrous texture. Within the gaping incision lay an even more chaotic arrangement, interwoven muscle fibers entwined with long bones, rows of molars aligned within a deep cavity, connecting to a digestive organ that churned with acidic fluids. Proliferating glands were squeezed into an unrecognizable form amid the crevices, roots from bioluminescent tumors implanted within, drawing in unidentified substances. These elements had no place within a tentacle, not resembling the evolutionary path of marine life but rather appearing as a haphazard amalgamation of unrelated organisms, violating all anatomical and mechanical principles, crudely assembled to allow the tentacle's movement, rendering it stiff and unnatural. These tissues evoked an unexpected familiarity within Craft. Yet there was only one creature he recognized, the only one he had ever known. A terrifying suspicion uncontrollably surfaced, igniting a fierce desire for exploration. How could these familiar structures operate in such an unreasonable manner? The irregular filling ultimately achieved its purpose, overturning everything he had learned. He was desperate to understand it. Morbid knowledge surged into his mind as he observed these entities, yet his thirst for comprehension remained unquenched. Kraft forgot his surroundings, his gaze fixated solely on these dazzling discoveries. Striving to remember more, to observe more, heedless of whether his consciousness could bear the burden, until he breached some unseen threshold. The impact on his awareness, the boiling emotions, exceeded his capacity to endure. Touch, sound, sight, smell, temperature, position, all sensations began to fade, obliterated in the tremors. His body, instincts, and reason shattered in this process. Losing all constraints, order was disrupted, layers overturned, and what had been sealed away was released, including that which lay buried the deepest and was most securely locked away. In the end, all that remained was a sensation of falling. Kraft heard the sound of water splashing nearby, the cold, flowing sensation engulfing him entirely. Darkness reclaimed his vision. The pervasive white light dissipating, leaving no trace of the tentacle or the incision, as if everything had been a vivid illusion. His body quickly descended to the bottom. Saltwater flooding his nose and mouth, the sensation of suffocation urging him into action as he braced his sword against the ground for leverage, flailing to swim upwards. Fortunately, the water was not deep. Upon rising, he felt the waves lapping at his waist, indicating he was not in a deep zone. Surrounding him were wide wooden planks jutting slightly above the water's surface, reminiscent of a square table. The water reached waist deep, and the bioluminescent creature had vanished without a trace. The residual light spots still flickered, revealing the incomplete outline of the tumor-like mass, his muscles still tense, fingers gripping the rough cloth-wrapped sword hilt. In a daze, Kraft perceived the muscles and bones stirring once more, compressing the digestive cavity and glands, spewing a mix of acidic liquid from the tooth-filled passageway. Instinct from training compelled him to raise his sword defensively before him, staggering backward in the water. Nothing occurred. In the silent, dark space, he was the sole living entity. The fleeting image is merely a hauntingly vivid memory, a phantom shadow of terror. Physiological pain intertwined with mental anguish flowed within his mind, fragmented memories and thoughts scattered chaotically. The state of his consciousness resembled a fragile goods store shattered by a $0 purchase, unrecognizable. Awareness endeavored to piece together the fragmented remnants. The interconnected shards bore some relation. Yet they lacked rigorous logic, interspersed with elements that seemed profoundly off. They appeared to be recordings from a third-person perspective, though that description felt inaccurate. Rather, Kraft chose to understand them as images, classifying them accordingly. Yet these contents surpassed mere images, depicting the forms of three-dimensional spaces, even encompassing the internal structures of objects. Akin to models reconstructed post-scan, his consciousness effortlessly linked these bizarre contents with visual imagery from the same period, piecing them together, acknowledging that they had been synchronously recorded. While Kraft retained no subjective memory of them, the speed of this assembly quickened. The most challenging part of a jigsaw puzzle is always the beginning. But once a section is completed, the subsequent connections become increasingly straightforward, aligning more three-dimensional models with corresponding sensory content from the same time frame. Alongside the other senses, there existed another kind of perception, one that had long been shielded by instinct and subjective will, revealing the world from an alternative perspective. It manifested as the embodiment of consciousness and spirit, an extension of liberated awareness, flowing and traversing through the surrounding space. Just like other senses, once one discovers its existence, its significance becomes self-evident. The capacity for memory was merely a superficial transformation. The spirit's will had been elevated into another organ, a tangible entity. The biological instincts of humanity repelled this foreign element, locking it away in the depths of the psyche. To this day, a violent shock has momentarily shattered the boundaries of common sense and instinct, releasing an awareness that can no longer be concealed. Kraft has finally grasped the ineffable olfactory intuition that accompanies encounters with entities of an unearthly nature. It is the materialized spirit that perceives information from another dimension within the surrounding space, seizing pathways of sensory nerve signals to evoke synesthesia. He reaches out with his mind, an invisible yet tangible force relaying the acquired information back to him. The currents of air, the burrows within the floor, the porous wood saturated with the liquor. All these elements transcend the limitations of perspective. The spirit can intuitively sense the distinctions within this realm. If before he merely sensed the breath of another level, he now finds himself immersed within it. It resembles a haunting reflection, a phantasmagoria adapted from the normal world, governed by its own set of rules, capable of manifesting the utterly nonsensical, such as that peculiar device reminiscent of a mobile phone, or beings that defy logic. The connection to this deeper layer is even more profound. When instinct and will are simultaneously shattered, the repulsion dissipates, drawing him further into the abyss. Thus, he has arrived at this present location, the second layer. Kraft stands waist-deep in the ocean, his spirit acutely aware of a heightened sense of anomaly. The depth of the water serves merely as a visceral representation of the divergence from the tangible world. This disparity fundamentally signifies, further still. Chapter 51. Feeding the fish consciousness expanded from a self-centered perspective, revealing a three-dimensional spatial structure in an unprecedentedly intuitive form. The surroundings became increasingly indistinct, blurring significantly at a distance of 4 to 5 steps, with the entrance of the inn barely 10 steps away, becoming entirely imperceptible beyond that. Setting aside the circumstances, this newfound sensory organ brought Kraft a genuine sense of joy. He could observe the internal architecture of his body, witnessing how his heart pumped blood into the arteries. Nothing in this world was quite as fascinating as this experience. Even as his mind was still in the throes of reconstruction, it could not inhibit Kraft's unexpected ecstasy. For a fleeting moment, he forgot the other world, the relentless pursuit, and even the very notion of forgetfulness itself. This sensory perception consumed his fractured psyche. Kraft yearned to announce to all he knew, from this day forth, I am CT, I am MRI, I am ultrasound, I am body and entire imaging department. Perhaps due to the incomplete reconstruction of logic, this absurd euphoria persisted for quite some time. He exuberantly utilized this perception to explore everything of interest, including himself, wood, stone, thoracic cavity, abdominal cavity, and even his own brain, without encountering any blind spots. Just as he intended to meticulously scan the internal structure of his sword, an unexpected headache interrupted him, forcing his attention away from this mental perspective. It seemed the capacity of consciousness had reached a critical limit, unable to accept any further information of this kind. Evidently, non-native sensory organs did not adapt well to human beings. He could not sustain its use for long, as the hardware could not keep pace. Within mere minutes, the impact of this mental sensation became overwhelmingly pronounced, akin to withdrawal symptoms. The very first second he departed from it, Kraft experienced a palpable discomfort, sensing a sudden reduction in information flow, akin to donning a full-body helmet that narrowed his field of vision, confining him to an uncomfortable angle. Dependency. Addiction. He had once thought only drugs could elicit such exaggerated effects. The sheer mental reliance proved capable of achieving this magnitude, with the constricting illusion influencing his physical state, inducing breathlessness, nausea, and mild muscle soreness, possibly remnants of vigorous activity. The reconstruction of his mind was nearing completion, and reason vehemently suppressed the desire to reconnect with the mental sensation. The more uncomfortable he felt, the less he should engage with it. Otherwise, the next disconnection would undoubtedly be far more severe. Restraint was imperative. He needed to gradually acclimatize to this process of transition. Neither his mind nor body could afford to be controlled by anything resembling an addictive substance, especially one that could inflict harm within just a few minutes. The remnants of dinner, unfinished books, unwashed laundry, and other trivial matters crowded his thoughts, pushing aside the unwanted. This method proved to be less than effective. Consciousness and body wrestled in discomfort for nearly half an hour, perhaps longer, before readjusting to the primary source of visual information. Kraft sensed that both his body and subconscious had sought a new affection, abandoning the familiar sensory perceptions he had relied upon for over a decade, attempting to establish the mental sensation as a permanent substitute. This realization deeply unsettled his subjective consciousness. As he recognized that certain aspects of this body were beyond his complete control, a non-self inclination was gaining strength, coercing him through physiological discomfort. Such a scenario was untenable. He successfully suppressed the encumbrance of discomfort, rolled over, and stepped into the water, wading toward the stairs. His clothing became thoroughly drenched in the seawater. The clammy sensation was quite unpleasant, and the low ambient temperature continually siphoned away his body heat. Ascending to the second floor would alleviate the situation somewhat. If he could ignite the small stove in his room, he might have a chance to dry his clothes. Before that, Kraft found a middle spot on the staircase to sit, pouring the water from his boots before putting them back on. This level of the second floor remained an unknown entity, and he ascended with heavy, sloshing boots. Acutely aware that it was not just his boots that were soaked, his mind was as well. Cautiously, he drew his sword once more. The glowing object was indeed quite unsettling. But it was not a creature of horror stories, impervious to harm. It resembled an animal that employed special methods to diminish the resistance of its prey. Kraft had nearly deciphered its tactics. It approached when consciousness was already muddled, with gentle lighting, soft movements, and whispers like caresses, once exposed. It swiftly resorted to intimidation and interference, employing a distorted, guttural roar that pierced directly into the mind to obliterate the target's will. Its bizarre form could also inflict mental torment. This entity possessed an uncanny ability to drag its prey deeper, the closer one was to the depths. The more susceptible they became to being pulled further down. Kraft could not comprehend the underlying principles at play. Yet it was not difficult to connect this with the behaviors of residents around the contaminated wells in the salt tide area. Initially, he had only perceived a range, a positive feedback loop between intensity and numbers. Now, it seemed likely that this entity was involved in that feedback. Large-scale interactions were continually expanding the influence into deeper realms, drawing forth strange predators that employed their abilities to pull individuals toward the abyss, leading to increasingly prolonged slumber for the afflicted. It was likely that the day they fell into a deep sleep would mark their complete descent into the first layer, a true nightmare. It may seem strange, but Kraft thought of an inappropriate analogy. They were like small pieces of bread with their oilskin torn away, gradually becoming saturated with water. While fish below eagerly stirred the waves, hastening the process, waiting for them to sink completely to indulge themselves. Feeding the fish was, of course, for the fish. Some simply wished to observe, while those with less scruples would directly haul the fish up. The instigator's intentions were likely related to this. While seated on the staircase, he found himself uncontrollably recalling the image of tentacles cascading down, the frenzied branches still vivid in his mind. Beneath the surface of the jagged skin lay structures he would recognize even if they were disrupted 1,000 times. This soul, a part of it was medical. Another part was of swordsmanship. He was certainly not a biologist with a keen interest in animals. His understanding from animal experimentation paled in comparison to his primary field. Thus, from beginning to end, Kraft's most profound understanding of structure was limited to one type of being. A shiver ran through him. This was illogical. Yet in this inherently illogical place, there existed a semblance of logic. As Kraft ascended, leaning against the wooden railing, a chill accompanied him like the damp clothing clinging to his body, an inexplicable sensation, whether mental or physical, he could not determine. The aged wooden boards beneath his feet emitted a harsh, grating creak, resonating in the silence like some withered moans. Could reason, born of logic, truly prevail in this place? Kraft pondered this question without arriving at an answer. Water that had not been wrung out dripped from his sleeves and pant legs onto the floor, leaving a trail of dampness behind him. He was not the only thing soaked here. The rising water level accompanied the humidity, spreading upward. Standing at the doorway, he pushed against the water-laden door, but it resisted, caught by a bolt from within. Kraft paused, bewildered, reaching into his pocket only to find it empty. The bolt he had carelessly placed there in the first layer had vanished, leaving him in yet another locked room. Damn this cursed place. Leaning against the door, he temporarily lost his sense of purpose, unable to conceive of what to do next. The world he had always referred to as the real world was, by default, regarded as a dreamlike existence, and the reset of the bolt partially corroborated his suspicions. Perhaps Kraft's body still lay supine on the bed, brewing cervical issues. With only the non-material aspects of his being dragged into this realm, such a thought seemed reasonably coherent. Trapped outside his own chamber, Kraft leaned against the door panel. Once again lost in contemplation, he could remain here, waiting in vain, hoping to drift into a slumber akin to a dream, awakening naturally. Yet, even if he were to venture outside, he would inevitably have to sleep again, only to be drawn back in by that luminous tentacled creature. Alternatively, there might exist more audacious choices that could deepen his understanding of this place and grant him a semblance of control. For instance, taking a stroll outside? Chapter 52. Celestial Anomalies. Once this reckless thought took root in Kraft's mind, it burgeoned rapidly. He had never imagined himself capable of such audacity. Formulating such a plan in this dire situation, gambling with his life. After eliminating the interference of the luminous creatures, the hotel was left with only the faint light filtering through the narrow, horizontal window at the top. A light so insipid and nearly dim that it bore little resemblance to the sun or moonlight he was familiar with. Nor did it resemble the muted glow of an overcast day. This light, reluctant to illuminate, offered a monotonous view that prevented the world from descending into utter darkness. Yet it provided no hues to enrich his surroundings, to describe it in a manner that appealed to his senses and the scant literary flair he possessed. One might liken it to a deceased light, lacking essential elements, akin to a bowl of stale grains mixed with water, devoid of the grain's subtle flavor. Serving merely to stave off hunger, slightly better than having nothing at all. An unwavering, tepid light source cast this pallid glow, fixed in the firmament, with no observable variation in the angle of its illumination. Should he resolve to venture outside, at least he needn't fear the setting sun, unless the transition of light and shadow were to be as abrupt as a stage change. Regardless, much time had already elapsed, and he was unperturbed by the prospect of lingering in this peculiar place for another hour or so. It was of little consequence. Admittedly, his ignorance of the surroundings was not an asset, as it would render him exceedingly vulnerable in the event of another encounter, provided there was to be a subsequent one. To venture out recklessly, exposing himself to the open street, would be tantamount to gambling. The risks were apparent, while the potential rewards remained uncertain, perhaps depriving him of any future opportunities altogether. That said, waiting was indeed a tedious affair. Kraft chose instead to sit against the door, his clothing considerably wetter than the floor, with little hope of drying in this humid atmosphere. Amidst the dampness and tedium, he began to plot his next course of action. He would first slide his sword through the crack of the door, push up the latch, and enter the room, then leap through the large window, which led to a narrow alley behind the hotel. This sequence of actions could take as little as 2 minutes, or, at most, 5 before he pushed open the hotel doors, completing the first step. If all went according to plan, he would embark on the second step, which posed the true dilemma. The port of Wending was vast. In which direction should he proceed? In truth, he yearned to visit the salt tidal zone, to comprehend the underlying phenomena associated with the large-scale contact events, while simultaneously delving into the ultimate intentions of the initiators behind the cleansing. To this day, Kraft had yet to fathom how the individual, presumably a professor, was privy to all this information, as if they had been directly infused with a wealth of knowledge regarding the depths. Understanding from the outset what actions to take to allow events to unfold through a mere gesture, after encountering the luminous creature rather than gaining clarity, he found himself ensnared in deeper confusion, perplexed by the unfathomable aspects he had uncovered. What could he derive from this entity? In the truncated events, the reasons and implications remained shrouded in obscurity, concealed beneath an endless pall of gloom. To comprehend its behavior, he must acquire an equivalent measure of information. Thus, the salt tidal zone was an inescapable link. However, at the current water level, the entire salt tidal zone lay submerged, with only the boards floating on the surface visible. Navigating the waters posed a challenge, and he could not locate a vessel to reach the deeper waters. Regardless of size, every boat resided at the port. Even those under construction were positioned close to the water. No one would be so foolish as to place a small boat far from the shore to prevent scenarios that only existed in dreams. If he sought a boat, it implied he might encounter the overwhelming water level on his way to the port, necessitating a swim half the distance to find a vessel. Or he might opt to traverse the rooftops in this expansive, uneven terrain. A poor choice and an even worse alternative, neither of which seemed befitting of a rational human being. Speaking of the kitchen, it sparked an idea in Kraft's mind. He need not limit his search to a conventional boat. He could broaden his perspective, for any sufficiently large, buoyant object could serve his purpose. Conveniently, there was a large wooden basin in the kitchen, used by the proprietor to hold live fish. It had never leaked during its use for water, making it a worthy candidate for his experiment. Leaning close to sniff, he detected no fishy odor. It appeared quite clean. He climbed in, sitting cross-legged, the basin bobbing on the water's surface, valiantly supporting the weight of an adult, and judging by the waterline, it had ample capacity for an additional piece of wood for paddling. He tentatively grasped the rim and stood, bouncing gently within the basin, finding it stable. The maker of this basin could be hailed as a paragon of integrity in Wending Port. Even otherworldly souls had never encountered such a commendable vessel. The purpose for which it was purchased remained a mystery. Aside from its slightly juvenile appearance, the basin exhibited no flaws. Now, with plans for exploration solidifying, Kraft pried open the door and approached the window. He removed the wooden bolt, tapping it against the window, quickly retreating to the side, gripping the hilt of his sword, and waiting in silence. Should anything be drawn by the sound, he would strike it down and abandon his plans for escape. Outside the window, there was no movement. In the extreme silence, he could only hear the faint rhythm of his own breath and heartbeat. "I do hope some deity grants me favor this once," Kraft muttered inwardly, resolving to donate a silver coin to the church next time. Next time, indeed. This inexplicable yet memorable thought flitted through his mind, alleviating the pressure with a subtle humor. Taking a deep breath, he prepared himself mentally for the final act, pushing open the window with one hand. facing this alien world for the first time. Fading, in the dim light, the familiar vista beyond the window was coated in a layer of monotony. The insipid, feeble glow seemed as though it might be whisked away by the wind, unsteadily clinging to the surfaces of objects, exuding a fragile, weathered quality. The scenery he had grown accustomed to had dulled in brightness and stripped of color, revealing hues reminiscent of ancient murals, obliterated by the relentless forces of nature, plunging him into an inescapable state of discontent, indifferent to the splendor of the present world. The depths, through their silent expression, repelled intruders, signaling that this was not a realm where living beings could thrive, compelling him to recognize, with stark clarity, that he did not belong here. Kraft leapt from the window. Plunging into the water of the alley below, the pure, icy seawater bore no traces of life. He could not find a single strand of drifting seaweed or marine creature. It seemed this place was devoid of life. What a pity, given the vastness of the tide. As he traversed the narrow passage between the buildings, the night overhead was scarcely 2 paces wide, devoid of stars, leaving him unsure whether this was the natural state or merely obscured by clouds. In the murk, he leaned against the wall, moving forward in a half-swimming, half-walking manner, rounding the corner to face the street. At the alley's mouth, he beheld the source of the obscure luminescence. It was affixed to the sky like a curtain, unexpectedly large, emitting a dim light devoid of any celestial embellishments. He raised his gaze, captivated by its solitary, indifferent glow and intricate textures. That peculiar light rendered distance ambiguous, creating the illusion of something both unattainable and yet so close at hand. The starless sky, lacking sufficient luminous bodies, appeared as a deceptive facade, devoid of the expansive, open feel, akin to a colossal rock dome inverted above him, instilling a profound sense of oppression and suffocation. Instinctively, it seemed several times larger than the moon, yet its brightness paled in comparison. The vast surface area made its textures more discernible than the lunar seas. And these textures were not the gentle arcs of ordinary celestial bodies, but rather intersecting fissures, crisscrossing across this dimly radiant orb, etching unfathomable grooves akin to scarred flesh. In the center, a diagonal mark traversed through, nearly bisecting it, with indescribable hues flickering like noise, seemingly poised to expand outward. A surge of sensation washed over him. Kraft felt that he was not merely observing, but rather engaged in a mutual gaze, receiving reciprocal attention. An overwhelming sense of strangeness enveloped him. As the mucous membranes of his nasal passages were stimulated, releasing a faintly sour metallic taste between his lips and teeth. He understood this to be the marginalized sensory perception seizing other neural pathways, conveying the signals acquired. Strangely compelled, Kraft did not lower his gaze. He found himself irresistibly drawn to discern it, to scrutinize the shimmering, colorful noise of the stripe. Akin to an irresistible urge to examine the inner workings of a nauseating luminescent creature, an inexplicable allure. His senses were in turmoil, the buzzing in his ears amplified. A sharp pain flickered at the tip of his tongue, while a mingling of sanguine and sour bitterness pervaded the air. His bodily sensations oscillated and inverted. Something was receding. His mind and body felt repelled, as though the heavens and earth were turned upside down, the water's surface rising above him, while the cracked celestial body descended below, continuously exerting some influence upon him. He felt as if he were plummeting into the profound, lightless abyss above, while the water's surface ascended, distancing itself from him. In the haze of consciousness, Kraft sensed the weightlessness returning, the descent becoming uncontrollable. A thought flickered through his mind, and he was engulfed in darkness. Chapter 53 List, Kraft. Are you there? Much of the time, aside from the necessary lectures, was consumed in the external clinic, unless engaged in dissection alongside Kalman. There was little inclination to linger within the academy. Had it not been for Lucius's absence over the past 2 days, he wouldn't have ventured out in the evening to seek someone. Just as List was in a state of indecision, the door was suddenly pulled open from within, revealing the brown-haired head of Lucius. Mr. List? Lucius stepped aside to allow List entry, then closed the door behind him. Please come in. Your timing is fortuitous. List placed the patient records on the table, noticing a clutter of manuscripts yet to be organized, and the individual who should have occupied the chair was missing. He turned to inquire about Kraft's whereabouts, only to see Lucius securing the door latch. A hint of tension in his demeanor as he posed the very question List sought to ask. Have you seen Professor Kraft? What? List responded, bewildered. If anyone in the academy ought to know the answer to this query, it would undoubtedly be Lucius himself, not he, a lecturer who had long been on the periphery. His purpose today was merely to deliver patient records formatted according to new specifications, yet he was caught off guard by this unexpected line of questioning. Piecing together their conversation from 2 days prior, he began to surmise what might have transpired. You truly went to the Salt Tide district? Indeed. We confirmed that a well in the Salt Tide area has been contaminated, though the cause remains uncertain. And then? Please don't tell me Kraft has gone missing there. The most plausible scenario he could envision was precisely that, yet the manner in which Lucius had chosen to confide in him, behind a closed door, suggested that there was a more significant issue at hand. The manuscripts on the table remained untouched, with half a page awaiting completion, as if that individual might soon enter and resume their work. Something felt amiss. Such a description did not align with the anxious and tense expression displayed. Liszt pulled up a chair, adopting a therapeutic stance, convinced that Lucius had only divulged part of the narrative, and that the concealed half was of considerable consequence. Kraft had always been meticulous, typically not one to leave others in the lurch. However, the urgency in Lucius's demeanor and the oversimplification of the situation seemed to be an attempt to deceive someone. Lucius, have I erred in some way that has led you to distrust me? Liszt fixed his gaze upon Lucius, challenging him as if he were compelling a patient to confess long-buried secrets. Of course not, Lucius hastily denied, avoiding Liszt's stare. This evasive action did not escape Liszt's keen observation. Very well, without your cooperation, I cannot assist you. If Kraft has merely missed an appointment for half a day, I suggest you wait until tomorrow. After all, who among us is devoid of pressing matters? It was evident to Liszt that compelling Lucius to speak under the guise of a lecturer would yield little fruit. Instead, a bit of pressure followed by a display of disinterest would likely prompt Lucius to seek someone to share the burden of his unease. With fingers intertwined, Lucius appeared almost to twist them into knots, forcing out a few words. We made some peculiar discoveries. Indeed, he cannot be absent. We identified a potential issue with a water well, which seems to be causing local residents to awaken increasingly later. Having voiced his concerns, Lucius appeared somewhat relieved. It was indeed uncomfortable to harbor such matters alone. What exactly is the issue? The baker I encountered would not venture to the Salt Tide district for water. Liszt harbored a foreboding sense, realizing that his case had become a small aperture through which Kraft had glimpsed something troubling, and it appeared to be a grave matter. Kraft is convinced there is a connection. His behavior has been somewhat odd. Lucius had unwittingly drawn a parallel between Kraft's peculiarities and the template he had applied to describe Kalman. A connection? Liszt's heart sank. The pattern of extended sleep and difficulty in awakening prompted immediate associations with Lucius's initial suspicions, those same suspicions that Kraft had vehemently opposed. Unbeknownst to Lucius, his words had nearly divulged the secret, as he sought to sidestep the implications of the dark liquid. Observing Liszt's furrowed brow, he inadvertently provoked the core of Liszt's inquiry. Is it the clear liquid? Why would it be clear? Lucius's countenance shifted dramatically, panic setting in as he realized that once spoken, it could not be concealed from Liszt. Witnessing his reaction, Liszt surmised that he was on the precipice of the truth. His gaze fell on the substantial stack of patient records on the table, and he gasped. Recalling the numerous procedures he had conducted using the clear liquid, the accumulated cases could well exceed 3 times the present pile. I do not know. He merely lingered by that well for a time, and suddenly became adamant that it was the clear liquid, and Lucius hesitated. He had come to accept Kraft's view regarding the professor's erratic demeanor, yet in retrospect, Kraft's own behavior was equally abnormal. What else? Liszt could no longer maintain his facade of detachment, leaning forward as he pressed Lucius for answers. Are you aware that Kraft possesses a sword? At that moment, he suddenly swung it backward as if battling something, yet there was nothing but a wooden board nearby. Hysteria? Vague assertions muddied the logical flow of the entire affair. Resembling Kraft's descent into madness at the well in the Salt Tide district, convinced that someone was pouring the clear liquid into it. Lucius, do you comprehend what you're suggesting? Are you implying that Kraft is mentally unstable, and that our strictly regulated clear liquid has somehow found its way into the well in the Salt Tide district? The towering stack of patient records loomed on the table, and Liszt felt as though he were a jester performing a comedic act for an audience of 3. Who else could possibly have access to the clear liquid? Lucius's gaze flickered once more, retreating as he adamantly denied. No. Seeing his demeanor, Liszt felt an overwhelming urge to confront him physically. As a physician, the greatest frustration was seeking assistance while veiling the truth. Years of practice in the clinic had honed his ability to read between the lines. To deny while avoiding eye contact was an implicit admission, was it not? Liszt abandoned the effort to extract further information from Lucius. opting instead to analyze the relationships at play. On the surface, only 3 individuals had come into contact with the clear liquid: Kraft, Lucius, and himself. By his reasoning, it was categorically impossible. Not only Lucius, but Kraft was also concealing something from him. Initially, the clear liquid had been described as a familial secret. Yet Kraft had casually acknowledged its existence in multiple forms without claiming it as his own discovery, suggesting it had not originated from him. This implied the existence of a 4th individual, perhaps more, whom both Kraft and Lucius were familiar with, a high likelihood of a close acquaintance. This was intriguing. Kraft was a newcomer, with uncomplicated social ties, and his connections with Lucius were even less entangled. Liszt felt he was drawing nearer to the truth, relishing the unraveling of the mystery, akin to deducing a diagnosis through fragmented symptoms during a consultation. First, he eliminated other lecturers. Of all the instructors, he was the one closest to these 2. While students in the academy could potentially be involved, it seemed unlikely, given that this individual had been hastily excised from the situation by Lucius with unwavering decisiveness. The only individual who met all the criteria, in Liszt's knowledge, was the now-departed Professor Kalman. This matter was deeply convoluted. Liszt rose, covering his mouth to stifle a cough, his gaze lingering on Lucius, ensuring he remained unaware of Liszt's realizations. Do you know where Kraft resides? Lucius had not erred in one respect. Kraft's disappearance was indeed abnormal. Rather than continuing to squander time with Lucius here, it would be more prudent to seek out Kraft, who might provide him with answers. Even if the answers elude him, it still constitutes a form of resolution. I recall a residence offered by my mentor. However, upon my visit, the neighbors informed me that no one had ever dwelled there. Lucius felt perplexed. It was his inaugural attempt to search for Kraft beyond the confines of the academy, and it resulted in futility. Let us inquire further, he suggested, for I refuse to believe that no one has observed Kraft's approach to the academy from any direction. Liszt took hold of Lucius as the sun began to set beyond the window. Come, it is getting late. Chapter 54. Between reality and illusion. As the curtain of night descended, the sun set and the moon ascended, the city succumbed to darkness. The streets were left with only the inebriated souls meandering in and out of taverns, alongside a few unfortunate individuals with pressing matters to attend to. 2 figures clad in black stood before an inn, their flickering lanterns casting wavering lights, their forms largely swallowed by the night, resembling disembodied heads adrift in the air. Under the cloak of darkness, they found their inquiry considerably simplified. Kraft, engrossed in his duties, surely had no time to contemplate long-term accommodations. And since he was not residing in the house provided by the professor, it sufficed to seek out inns with lights aglow. They pieced together Kraft's daily route around the academy from the scattered conversations of students who had yet to depart. Fortunately, Kraft was well known within the medical school and possessed a certain affability. Many had exchanged greetings with him, allowing those familiar with Winding Harbor to narrow their search significantly. According to Liszt's rationale, a mere inquiry within the inns regarding a charming young man with golden hair would suffice, for no one would likely lack an impression of such an individual. After visiting several establishments, Lucius began to grow restless, yet Liszt remained unperturbed, confident in his judgment. It was merely a matter of time before they located Kraft's whereabouts. Of course, whether they would find Kraft himself remained uncertain, and even if they did, it did not guarantee his well-being. To Liszt's knowledge, Kraft was meticulous to a fault regarding such matters and would never indulge in alcoholic distractions, even if incapacitated. He would at least send word through an intermediary. A warm light emanated from a nearby door, devoid of the raucous revelry typical of drunken sailors, another inn. Liszt pushed open the slightly ajar front door and led Lucius to the counter, where he lightly tapped the surface, rousing the proprietor, who reeked of liquor. Accommodation? The innkeeper shook his head, blinking his bleary eyes. His dark attire instinctively elicited a sense of unease, as black was often associated with ominous tales, lending an eerie quality to their late-night visit. No, we are here to seek a friend. He has been missing all day, and we are quite concerned for his safety. Liszt adjusted his black cloak to make himself more discernible, describing the young man. Golden hair, quite youthful, dressed in black like us. Does that ring a bell? The innkeeper, half-heartedly acting as an intermediary, quickly regained his composure, brimming with caution. Such inquiries were all too familiar. Countless individuals masquerading as friends or relatives would come seeking someone, and he knew that loose lips could jeopardize his business. Lucius, vexed, muttered an incomprehensible curse, likely a dialect from his homeland, the terse utterance hinting at something related to procreation. He chose a chair and left the negotiations to Liston. The innkeeper shrugged, dismissive. He had long surpassed the age of being perturbed by trifles, focused solely on his livelihood. I am a lecturer at the academy, Liston introduced himself. And I operate a clinic near the docks. You may have heard of me, or perhaps not. Regardless, that is of little consequence, given your extensive knowledge. I trust you are familiar with our subject. His name is Kraft, the one renowned for performing surgeries. So what? The innkeeper, upon hearing golden hair and black cloak, recognized the individual, but had never seen him socializing with other patrons. Thus, he remained unaware that Kraft was the fabled physician. How does this concern me? He has been absent for an entire day, missing a significant event, and we suspect he may have met with misfortune. Liston locked eyes with the innkeeper, attempting to discern something from his gaze. After a few moments of silent confrontation, Liston's patience began to fray, having repeated this process multiple times. Wearing down the endurance he had cultivated in his clinical practice, he despised such futile exchanges. Of course, I comprehend your stance, and I cannot hold you accountable. But I must emphasize that this individual is of noble lineage, and his fate remains uncertain. Liston leaned over the counter, his imposing stature accentuated by his build, pressing down upon the innkeeper from a vantage that exuded a sense of intimidation. The flickering light cast shadows across his features, his feigned anger bordering on ferocity. He slammed the lantern onto the counter with a thud that startled the innkeeper. As a physician acquainted with a myriad of individuals, Liston understood the rationale behind the innkeeper's reservations, yet he could not afford to dwell on such matters. He needed to locate Kraft without delay, even if it meant leveraging the uncertain background of Kraft's family as a threat. Can you guarantee that this matter will remain confidential? When it involves certain unreasonable and scrupulous nobles, the innkeeper hesitated, recognizing the potential ramifications. I swear by the Father in heaven, Liston declared, selecting the most solemn oath he knew. Aware that he harbored no affection for the church, this was purely a gamble. What an unfortunate predicament, the innkeeper grumbled as he rose from the counter, hoping for the best. He ascended the staircase, gripping the shaky handrail, the wooden boards creaking beneath his feet, as if they might collapse under the weight at any moment. Come on. Let us see your friend and leave promptly. Lucius and Liston hurriedly followed the innkeeper to a wooden door on the second floor. Is this the one? Liston gently pushed the door, only for it to become stuck. I told you, he has been inside all day without leaving. The innkeeper leaned against the wall, observing the two. Sometimes, I sleep all day when I've had too much to drink. Liston ignored him and knocked on the door. Kraft, are you in there? Kraft. No sound came from within. The room remained enveloped in silence. Lucius, unable to restrain himself, pounded on the door, yielding nothing but curses from the neighboring rooms. The occupants were disturbed, yet Kraft's room remained eerily still, as if its inhabitant were ensconced in a deep slumber, oblivious to the outside world. Liston stepped back, and just as the innkeeper thought they might relent, he handed the lantern to Lucius. Lucius, hold this, and then step back. What? Lucius was perplexed, but obediently retreated a few steps, standing beside the innkeeper. Do you believe Kraft is the sort to become intoxicated and pass out? Liston flexed his ankles, his fingers delving into his pocket, the metallic clinks solidifying his resolve. How could that be? He scarcely touches alcohol. I believe so too. He suddenly lunged forward, leaping with agility down the narrow corridor, showcasing the robust physique honed by years of standing and physical labor, delivering a powerful kick to the door near the latch. The modest room offered no conceivable hiding place. Liston, undeterred, knelt beside the bed, illuminating the space beneath with the lantern, revealing only a small box for storing miscellaneous items. What is going on? He stood and glanced toward the window, discovering it secured from within by a wooden bolt. This was a space entirely sealed from the inside. Kraft had entered the room, locked the door and window, reclined on the bed for a spell, and then vanished. Liston circled the room with the lantern, lifting the blanket, which felt unexpectedly heavy, inconsistent with its thickness. As he delicately teased a corner, the fabric moved sluggishly, suggesting it was damp. Lucius, come feel this. Liston beckoned to Lucius, who had just reached the doorway, still reeling from the shock of discovering the violent side of his instructors over the past 2 days. Laying aside the quilt and closing his eyes, Liston attuned his skin and mucous membranes to the sensations of the room. In the absence of sight, the subtle humidity became increasingly apparent, an imperceptible mist accumulating, starkly contrasting with the environment beyond the door, as if it emerged from an entirely different realm. Chapter 55. The awakening of the drowned Liston raised the lantern to illuminate the ceiling above, failing to notice the water-stained, discolored wood. Nor did he observe any droplets cascading down. The air was saturated with a uniform, humid moisture, so dense that it evoked the sensation of being by the sea at dusk, where the sea breeze carried the essence of boundless waters, enveloping the surroundings with an uninviting chill yet an undeniable grandeur. Yet, this was merely a small room, incongruous amidst the several days of clear weather in the port of Wendang. Are you telling me that the so-called person who has been in the room all day has simply vanished? Liston pulled his employer into the room, the lantern nearly touching the window. What does this mean? His tone bore an edge of anger, a thinly veiled attempt to mask his panic. The locked doors and windows of the damp room conjured a subconscious fear, a rejection of the incomprehensible, an inability to accept the supernatural unfolding that defied logic. Moreover, he was already ensnared in this mystery. Failing to uncover the truth would render him restless. This is impossible, his employer murmured, uncertain whether he was more startled by the bizarre disappearance or by Liston's mounting pressure. Liston paced the floor, noting the sturdy planks beneath his feet, all firmly in place. No door or window could have been secured from the outside, could it? Upon further reflection, it was not entirely implausible. With sufficiently thin and sturdy tools, coupled with some skill, it might be achievable. He removed the wooden bolt from the interior of the window and inspected it under the lantern's light. No, that won't do. Before Liston could voice his thoughts, Lucius preemptively dismissed the idea. He set down the damp blanket in his hands with firm resolve. You wouldn't want rumors of hauntings to circulate about your inn, would you? Indeed. Please go downstairs for now. We shall handle this ourselves, Liston concurred, patting his pocket where coins clinked. Oh, and we can discuss compensation for the bolt later. There's no need. The employer hastily exited the room, leaving behind a flurry of hurried footsteps. Lucius picked up the blanket, carefully rubbing it with his palm, confirming Liston's assertion. It was indeed wet. Why is this happening? I cannot fathom it. Having spent so much time with Craft, did you not glean any insights? Liston approached the door, peering outside to ensure the corridor was devoid of others before shutting the door behind him. The stark contrast in humidity was palpable. Water seemed to have invaded this room, distinctly delineating two realms. The interior was an unusually damp seaside atmosphere, while the exterior remained dry and normal. If Craft was conducting some sort of experiment, he had left no vessels behind, resembling more a tale of the supernatural. In a coastal city like Wendang, tales of the bizarre were never in short supply, circulating among dockworkers and sailors. Stories of slender creatures crawling from the sea at midnight, leaving behind wet, dragging marks. Liston had heard enough of these tales in taverns. No wonder the innkeeper sought a priest to expel any lurking spirits. He pushed open the window, revealing a dark alley below, the lantern's light failing to reach the ground. If someone had taken Craft, or if he had slipped away unnoticed, it would certainly be through the window. Lucius dismissed the absurd imaginings and joined Liston in peering down. Shall we not descend and see if there are any footprints? But how could one secure the inside from outside? There's no need to dwell on that. Let us assume there are methods we cannot yet conceive. We should proceed downwards, Lucius suggested, advocating for an unstructured approach, typical of a student facing an examination. That makes sense. Standing here will yield no answers, Liston agreed. Thus, the two descended, with Liston insisting on confronting the innkeeper about the bolt's compensation, even inflating the amount. To Lucius, the sum seemed sufficient to replace the entire door. If we find footprints, should we follow them? He pondered, noticing the lantern oil was running low. At the alley's entrance, Lucius shook the lantern, observing the flame had diminished significantly since their exit. We shall see when we find them. Liston took the lead into the alley, harboring little hope. Wendang had yet to reach a level of affluence that warranted cobblestones for every narrow path. The majority of the surfaces were composed of dirt, with remnants of gravel and pebbles laid by nearby residents. The inn's back alley was seldom traversed. The innkeeper had no time to improve the narrow thoroughfare, and discarded debris rendered it rarely visited. The sunless soil mingled with some decaying refuse, creating a soft, treacherous texture without flight. It was inevitable to leave traces upon such a path. Nevertheless, searching for these signs by night proved challenging. The dimming light compelled one to stoop low to scrutinize the ground, each step fraught with the fear of missing evidence lurking in the shadows. In a mere 20 paces, the pair took several minutes to navigate to the corresponding window beneath the back alley. Have you found anything? Lucius leaned against his waist, his spine creaking with lack of movement. Following behind, He could only observe Liston's footprints. Liston had little hope of discovering any tracks, with none visible beneath the window. The likelihood of finding anything elsewhere was slim. They switched positions, Lucius now leading. Lucius maintained a diligent demeanor, illuminating every corner with the lantern, striving to uncover any clues. Under the feeble light, his focus was intense. As he maneuvered around a pile of debris, he turned and was met with a pale face, appearing without warning. The lack of color in the skin suggested the life-sustaining fluids had been drained. Even the lips exhibited a faint, sickly hue. The heightened concentration, combined with the constrained field of vision, rendered the sight of that face tremendously jarring. Caught in a liminal state between life and death. The encounter magnified the innate fear of the ambiguous, plunging into an irrational terror. Lucius collapsed to the ground, scrambling backward, the lantern rolling aside and extinguishing in the darkness. What happened? Liston grasped his shoulder, the firmness of his grip and the calmness of his voice soothing Lucius's frayed nerves. Right there, the face. Lucius stammered, pointing at the pile of debris where the face had appeared at the edge of the light, its sudden emergence startling him as he rounded the corner. Lucius had witnessed death before, but in this unsettling environment, even a loud shout could induce terror. Encountering a face unexpectedly proved too frightening. Assisting Lucius to his feet, Liston positioned him behind himself, shielding him with one hand while holding the lantern aloft as he circled the debris. Lucius watched anxiously from behind. Craft. In the light. Liston's expression contorted, as if confronted by the inconceivable. What? At the mention of this name, Lucius cast aside his fear and hurried forward to glimpse the face. Fully illuminated. The distinctive golden hair of Craft revealed itself. The once familiar visage was rendered strange and horrifying by its pallor, utterly devoid of its usual vitality. Were it not for the hair color and the long sword hanging from his waist, one might have mistaken him for an entirely different, unfamiliar figure resembling Craft. Liston lowered the lantern, placing his fingers beneath Craft's nose, feeling the faintest breath affirming that at least some semblance of life still resided within this ambiguous body. He is still alive. We must get him out of here. He hoisted Craft's shoulder under his arm, while Lucius hurried to support the other side. Damp, an icy, clammy sensation emanated from the point of contact. Craft felt as though he had just been pulled from the sea, his clothing completely soaked. Grasping Craft's wrist, Liston noted the chilling coldness. Lycidi had only encountered such a temperature in a few patients. Predominantly those who had soaked too long in icy waters or suffered from hypothermia due to drowning, their lives ebbing away with the lost warmth. Hurry, we must move him to a warmer place. Craft was positioned in the hotel lobby closest to the hearth, visible wisps of white vapor emanating from his garments. And heaven knows how there could be so much moisture within. Lucius distanced himself slightly, pressing against the side of Craft's neck, counting in silence before releasing his grip. Fortunately, the pulse remained steady, and the body temperature was gradually improving. Yet, a question lingered. What was this? Residue of a white substance clung to his fingertips, brought down from Craft, including the slightly coarse texture of the parts of his clothing that had been dried by the heat, allowing for a powdery residue to be brushed off. Lycidi and the innkeeper squatted nearby, mimicking Lucius in examining Craft, discovering that this powder was composed of tiny crystals, some of which glimmered near the fire. Before anyone could intervene, the innkeeper brought his fingers to his mouth for a taste. Ugh, is this salt? He spat aside, the bitter, briny flavor suggesting it was not table salt, but rather something drawn directly from a sun-baked puddle on the beach. But how could there be seawater drenching someone in the back alley of his own inn? Doubting his own palate, the innkeeper reached out to pinch a bit more for another taste. A cold hand thwarted his attempt, and just when no one expected it, Craft, lying on the ground, opened his eyes, revealing an unfamiliar gaze unlike any seen before. Chapter 56. Remnants of Dreams. Upon hearing the words, Lucius and Liston turned their gazes to Craft's face. Beneath tousled golden hair, his eyes opened quietly, hands raised to shield himself from the approaching fingers, yet he posed no inquiries about his surroundings, as if still enveloped in the haziness of awakening. However, that expression was not one of confusion. Rather, it seemed to focus on an elusive point in the void, far beyond the rooftops and into the distance. Craft's lips trembled as he raised his hand. Lucius assumed he sought assistance to rise and grasped his hand. But Craft did not reciprocate. His cold, rigid fingers traced a pattern as if attempting to create something governed by a certain order, yet constrained by his physical limitations. His attempts faltered repeatedly, leaving Lucius bewildered and ultimately releasing his grip. Abandoning the effort to leave a trace in the air, Kraft shifted his focus to supporting himself against the ground, gradually lifting his upper body from the frigid stone floor. After a few moments of struggle, he managed to turn himself over, awkwardly positioning himself face down, and with the aid of hands and feet, transitioned to a half-kneeling posture, this movement appearing more fluid. "Put that down, Kraft." Liston wished to intervene and prevent this newly awakened individual from undertaking further perilous actions, yet the burning embers posed a challenge. Kraft, leaning on a wooden stick, rose to his feet, holding it horizontally at eye level. The firelight danced in his pupils, reflecting flickering shades of red and yellow, revealing a growing fluidity in his movements that hinted at rapid adaptation, although Liston remained uncertain whether this was a favorable development. Sensing the shift, the proprietor had already retreated behind the counter, clutching a silver-winged amulet, emblematic of divine protection. It soon became evident that Liston's caution was well-founded. In the very moment Kraft regained his mobility, he swung the wooden stick like a hammer against the wall, the searing firelight tracing a brilliant arc across the retina before colliding with the stone surface. The fragile, charred section shattered, and the high-temperature fragments ignited anew upon contact with the air, unleashing a torrent of flames. Kraft observed these fiery remnants with fearless intensity as they whizzed past him. Gripping the last charred stub of the stick, he approached the table, leaving blackened scratches on the surface akin to writing. The act of drawing was instinctively fluid, reminiscent of the anatomical diagrams sketched with chalk during lessons, as if the outlines had been pre-marked with an invisible ink only the artist could see, and he merely traced over the established forms. With the first stroke, an elongated, continuous arc emerged, occupying most of the tabletop. The rudimentary charcoal brush guided his entire being, crafting a perfectly symmetrical circular outline. The edges of the remaining carbon fragment crumbled during the process, sparks and flames flickering as if painting a radiant object with fire. Merely a circular contour, this posture required no explanation, compelling observers to instinctively believe it represented something vast and suspended. Next, with swift, decisive strokes akin to striking or cutting, he pulled a black line across the circle. It appeared as though a sword or some other sharp object had sliced through it. This was indeed a fissure, abrupt and profound, disrupting the integrity of the whole. But if such an entity were so immense, what could possibly mar its surface in this manner? This was not the conclusion. More jagged lines were added, none crossing the circular boundary, affirming that Kraft had accurately depicted a damaged, circular entity. The two individuals behind the long table were captivated by the forceful strokes, as if the simple lines possessed an ineffable magic, conveying messages beyond the reach of any known artist's technique. After what felt like a chaotic interplay of slashing and creation, a circle riddled with intersecting cracks appeared on the tabletop. This design bore a certain flaw, lacking a definitive stroke that would encapsulate its essence. An observation clear to anyone scrutinizing it. Even those who had never seen the actual object could indirectly grasp its spirit through Kraft's fervent artistry. It was a profoundly striking experience, akin to stepping out of a confined space and confronting the full moon high in the night sky. An unyielding celestial body untouched by millennia of human transformation, yet possessing a magnificent force that could leave cracks vast enough to engulf cities upon its surface. To contemplate it was to be awestruck, filled with a primal reverence for the colossal and the powerful. Unbeknownst to him, the silver-winged amulet slipped from his grasp, bouncing off the edge of the counter and disappearing into the floor's crevice, lost to the darkness. Its owner, however, remained oblivious, entranced alongside others by the black strokes outlining the figure, awaiting its completion. After a prolonged pause, the artist's hand descended once more, starting from the far left, initiating a stroke along the edge of the circle, moving horizontally. This stroke was bold yet meticulous, immense strength guided by precise control, cutting through the smooth patina formed by years of use on the wooden surface, as if unveiling a layer beneath the depicted object. As the stroke deepened, it reached its apex at the center, a series of faint crackling sounds accompanying the action, the broad mark darkening, then lightening upon crossing the midpoint, ultimately reaching the opposite boundary. A slender, elongated pattern bisected the composition, dividing it into upper and lower segments, imbued with an inexplicable dynamism, imparting a chaotic essence that oscillated between the inorganic and the organic. In a peculiar illusion, it seemed as though the center's fissure might part, revealing an unseen, profound darkness beneath. Upon completing this pivotal stroke, Kraft appeared to be drained of all vitality, the will that had compelled his cold body to rise now exhausted. He leaned back under the force of gravity, half his body dangling from the adjacent chair, gasping for breath. "I understand." "Ugh." His incoherent words were accompanied by a surge of liquid rising from his throat as he expelled a large mouthful of water, resembling a drowning man, battling nausea and fatigue. He had, in his moment of awakening, utilized the materials closest at hand to document the fragments of his memory, unable to discern whether it was his own will or some external force at play. Like most dreams, the memories within the haze rapidly receded, yet this time, his consciousness grasped at the remnants upon waking, preserving what he deemed significant. Celestial bodies, reverse descent. Excellent. He had illustrated the last thing he saw. Intuition whispered that this was connected to his departure from the dream. His awareness continued to sift through earlier fragments, those chaotic memories flowing like quicksand from another realm. Slipping uncontrollably between his fingers, fleeting images flashing by like a revolving lantern, requiring immense effort to capture a few key terms. Descent, white light. Undulating song, and there was also mind, senses. Craft puzzled over these terms, storing them alongside the incomplete images that had yet to be discerned. At that moment, a hand rested upon his shoulder. "You truly startled me just now. Are you all right, Craft?" A deliberately calming voice echoed beside him, the hand's owner leaning closer. "I'm fine," Craft replied, instantly regretting his words as he turned to face the individual, an ethereal figure. A being composed of a hollow, supportive structure, interconnected by flexible tissues. Enveloped in a layer of fine, locally grown fur, approached him, its complex forelimbs draping over his shoulder, sending a shiver through his body. Were it not for his overwhelming fatigue, Craft would have leapt from his chair. His familiarity with human anatomy allowed him to quickly recognize this as a transparent, perfectly formed humanoid, with small stones visible within its gallbladder. In the realm of consciousness, he soon realized that not only humans, but everything was presented before him through a transparent lens, rendering all things visible to his mental senses. Indeed, this was his perception, intrinsically linked to the dream. His intuition affirmed this notion without an ounce of surprise. Perhaps he had already experienced astonishment within the dream itself. Turn it off. The remnants of the dream continued to suggest. Instinctively, Craft intended to comply, yet a final glimpse through his mental senses captivated his attention. On the staircase leading from the foyer to the second floor, within the feedback of his mental perception, there existed an exceedingly vague object, distinct from all other items and people, not blurred by distance, but rather appearing insubstantial within the realm of perception. To employ an inappropriate metaphor, it was caught in the liminal space between existence and non-existence, akin to the threshold of auditory perception or the blind spots of the retina, where it could not be confirmed within the mental senses, only acknowledged in its presence. Visually, the staircase appeared completely empty, devoid of any clutter. It seemed to move at a languid pace, its size considerable, and its texture oddly viscous, almost as if it were writhing. Craft rubbed his eyes and widened his gaze towards the staircase, yet no tangible entity was discernible. It might sound peculiar, but could you help me take a look at what lies upon the staircase? Chapter 57. Bidirectionalist and gazed upon the staircase cloaked in shadows. The fragile wooden framework offered no concealment, and there was no doubt that it harbored nothing. Recalling Craft's ominous strike, which cleaved through a wooden plank towards a foe unknown to him, Lucius found himself unable to discern whether it was hysteria or the presence of some unseen entity lurking nearby. There was indeed nothing there. It was Liston who broke the silence, akin to the fable of the Emperor's new clothes. Do you perceive any fixed patches in your field of vision? I am aware that some individuals who have suffered trauma experience such phenomena. Craft's demeanor did not suggest deceit, yet Liston found no evidence on the staircase, leading him to suspect that the observed conditions stemmed from organic damage inflicted by external forces, a scenario not uncommon in clinical practice. Those who suddenly collapse or are struck by heavy objects might awaken to find themselves irrevocably deprived of certain faculties, be it vision, hearing, or the ability to articulate coherent sentences, exhibiting bizarre behavior. Some attribute this to the incursion of malevolent forces upon the soul, yet Liston scoffed at such notions. Malevolent spirits do not perpetually rely on physical injuries to undermine health. This must be a consequence of structural damage to the body, yet with his current capabilities, he lacked the means to draw empirical conclusions. The incomprehensible painting, indicating some invisible entity, suggested that Craft had sustained an injury from his fall down the stairs. According to the theory of humors, releasing the internal congestion of blood or allowing it to dissipate naturally could restore clarity of mind. So, Do you recall how you transitioned from the bed in your room to the back alley? The back alley? A fleeting expression of confusion crossed Kraft's face before it swiftly faded. Ah, yes, the back alley. I jumped out of the window. Why would you do that? The height is considerable, Liston pressed further. Unlike Lucius's reticence, Kraft appeared quite candid, perhaps still disoriented from his recent awakening. Water. Lucius handed Kraft a glass of water, which he sipped lightly. That's not what I meant. I meant there is water below. Water in the alley beneath the window? Kraft sought to affirm this assertion without hesitation, convinced that such a record existed within his consciousness. Just before he spoke, he felt the logic of his conclusion was irrefutable. If there were no water below, then he must have been deluded to leap headlong, and he was certain that the latter scenario was implausible. No, it is not that there is water beneath the window. Liston became increasingly confounded by the convoluted dialogue. None of it is correct, Kraft exclaimed, his expression a mix of rage and confusion, as if battling with himself. The conflicting focal point made him realize that he had not fully awakened, or that what he had experienced was not merely a dream. He broke free from numbness and tranquility to reassess the irregularities surrounding him. His senses were overwhelmed by the saltiness of half-dried clothing. The interval between lying on the bed and being discovered in the alley was stitched together by remnants of dreams. Based on his current deductions, he had just undergone an anomalous phenomenon that materially impacted the real world. Shut it down. The remnants of the dream continued to remind him, urging him to push aside his mental faculties, yet it was too late. The sensation of constriction surged forth, the discomfort of withdrawal. And Kraft understood why the duration of controlling his mental faculties left such a profound impression. To onlookers, Kraft suddenly clasped his face with both hands, emitting gasps akin to the agony of a severed trachea. His long fingers curled tightly, as if to tear his visage asunder, liberating a suffocating soul trapped in the confined space. Lucius and Liston responded swiftly, lifting him onto the table and loosening the 2 buttons at his collar to facilitate easier breathing. However, Liston quickly noticed that Kraft did not exhibit the typical signs of respiratory distress, such as cyanosis or pronounced chest heaving, but rather displayed rapid panting, resembling an extreme reaction to heightened anxiety. He attempted to pry Kraft's hands away to discern his facial condition, but Kraft's outburst of strength far exceeded his and Lucius's combined efforts. Even though he had already exhausted much of his energy, 2 men together could not restrain Kraft, who flailed like a fish out of water. Calm down, Kraft. You are all right. The considerable force exerted by Krafty's Liston's concerns, after all. Such strength was not typical of a gravely ill patient. It seemed more akin to hysteria, but he was not equipped like Romolo to handle potions, so he could only watch as Kraft continued to writhe upon the table. The only recourse was to stand by and ensure that Kraft did not inadvertently tumble off the table, resulting in further injury, a predicament they could ill afford. I truly apologize. There seems to be a minor issue. Kraft turned his head, pressing his left cheek against the cool tabletop, dissipating the lingering pain. The earlier agony had awakened distant memories. Not long ago, he too had lain upon a table, engulfed by discomfort and a throbbing headache, in a place far darker and damper, where he could hear the nearby sound of water. Some phantasmal figures flickered before his eyes. Those chilling outlines emanated from another realm akin to this one, nearly overlapping with the images before him, yet more drenched, obscured, and nearly indistinguishable. Tied, writhing, soft body. His thoughts emerged like a malfunctioning teleprompter, spouting fragmented content alongside disordered, scattered images. You seem far from at ease, despite your words. I know. Yet I have indeed grasped certain truths. Kraft could boldly surmise that the connection between the salt tide zone and the recent anomalous phenomenon was inextricable. Denying any correlation would be folly. Given his significant loss of memory, he must have encountered another dimension, and the large, cracked circle he had drawn upon awakening was the clearest remnant of his memories. Celestial, reverse descent. If there exists a reverse, then a forward must also be implied. He recalled the sensation of descent just before the malicious entity approached him in the salt tide zone, which provided reason to suspect that the feeling of falling was an illusory experience induced while entering the depths. Conversely, one could infer that reverse descent signified a departure from those depths. This raised a pressing question. How had he entered? Just like the previous episode in the salt tide zone, it was a sensation of falling experienced in a state between wakefulness and slumber. Descent, white light, writhing song. Not an accident, for upon leaving the salt tide zone, that soft, malevolent entity radiating a white glow had followed closely behind, this time dragging him into a more stable depth, that damp, cold place from his memories. The boundaries between dreams and reality, spirit and matter, had become blurred, and the experiences from that realm were fed back into the present world. The briny spray of the waves shattered the barriers between the two, permeating the once clear delineation. Soaking his garments. Liston's words held truth. He too had acted according to the motions taken within another dimension, having been transported from his room to the alley. Kraft recognized the severity of the issue. This was a troubling sign, shattering his long-held belief that the depths only influenced the present reality on a mental level. Perhaps his understanding of reality was slightly askew. Neither side was more authentic than the other. They were both material. And if he could be drawn into the depths, immersed in the waters there, would it not be possible for everything to be reversed? The entities from that realm could also penetrate when the barriers between the two were weakened, at least approaching this level. After all, if they could not draw close, how could they pull him over? This was a dire predicament. Lucius, how long have I been sleeping? Kraft stifled his discomfort, disregarding Liston's attempts to intervene as he leapt from the table, nearly twisting his ankle. Considering since last night, a full day. Lucius shook his head. I had not awaited your arrival at the academy, so I came to find you. You should be grateful he brought me along, otherwise, you would still be slumbering in the alley. Liston interjected, reminding him of his purpose for being there. Given your current state of health, I suggest you take a seat and share with me the events that have transpired. Perhaps I may be of assistance. I require a change of scenery. Kraft glanced at the staircase. Having closed off his mental faculties, he found nothing further there. The fleeting sensation of movement he had felt earlier now seemed merely an illusion. One more thing. Is this table for sale? I wish to take away the first painting of my life. Chapter 58. A bold idea. The situation is broadly as follows. I suspect someone has thrown the clarifying elixir into the well located in the saline tide area, and that those who have consumed it within a certain radius are congregating, leading to the exacerbation of symptoms. Kraft was nestled in his chair, propped up by a freshly broken wooden plank, its splinters yet to be smoothed out, bearing a large charcoal sketch of a shattered circle. Ultimately, the table was purchased. The proprietor did not refuse these rather peculiar individuals, particularly the most eccentric noble who arrived with a sword. Observing the proprietor's demeanor, it became clear that the inn was no longer a suitable place to stay. Kraft gathered his few belongings, secured them to the horse he had lodged in the stable, and sought refuge in another inn. Before departing, he requested a handsaw from the proprietor, determined to take the table's plank with him. Now, they found themselves in the new inn's room, with only a single chair available, forcing Liston and Lucius to sit on the edge of the bed. Adjusting the small blanket draped over him, Kraft shifted closer to the fireplace, stating, Tomorrow we shall venture to the saline tide area to guard that well and inform them to cease consumption. Will they truly believe us and accept the necessity of walking further each day for water? Liston expressed skepticism, questioning Kraft's ability to undertake such a journey in his current condition, having just changed out of his half-damp attire and rinsed the stinging salt grains from his minor abrasions. Kraft's confidence in embarking on this expedition was met with severe doubt from Liston. Fear not. Even upon the battlefield, I possess endurance enough for several rounds. Oldwood hoped Kraft would not find himself on the battlefield, yet he acknowledged the impracticality of overseeing him indefinitely, considering the potential for impulsive ambition. Training intensity was not to be compromised. One must be fit to sprint in full metal armor. Though Kraft privately criticized this preparation as a means of escape should he lose his horse, he nonetheless met his grandfather's standards. As for the well, I could finance the drilling of a new well for them, perhaps even two, and then fill in that wretched polluted one. Indeed, wealth is a source of joy, providing solutions to most dilemmas, even those involving anomalies, given a material foundation. The residents of the saline tide area, constrained by poverty, shared a solitary well. Thus, Kraft could leverage his resources to eliminate the source of contaminated water. However, this led him to another thought. As a lecturer, I should expect remuneration, correct? Is this your first realization? Liston remarked with an expression resembling that of a lord's foolish son. It was a rare sight to see someone remember payment after 2 months of overtime. To his surprise, Kraft pondered and nodded earnestly. His expenses were modest, primarily directed towards paper and ink for copying texts. Had it not been for the recent financial outflow, this concern might not have surfaced. Subconsciously, he still operated not as an independent entity but as the heir of a family, reliant on Oldwood and Anderson for all economic sustenance. Would you like me to explain the operational model of the Academy? Thank you, but now is not the time. Kraft detected an unpleasant scent. reminiscent of the administrative processes he despised. He could comprehend countless intricate procedures and the convoluted knowledge points, yet these peculiar rules and protocols eluded him. Any engagement with paperwork outside his expertise induced a headache. Let us discuss current affairs instead. Listen, adjustments to your work are imperative. Until we fully understand the mechanisms at play, not a single drop of the clarifying elixir may be employed. We cannot gamble on the number of those affected by the elixir congregating, nor do I know how to quantify the extent of that congregation, Craft lamented. The absence of the diluent would be dire. Yet allowing an anomaly that could breach the barrier between the present and the depths to proliferate in Winding Harbor would be unforgivable. If the situation were to persist, more individuals might grasp the significance of this technology, and once Professor Morrison and Dunling chose to disclose his findings, the repercussions would exceed their control. No one could resist the allure of painless surgery. Even if it were proven that excessive use was detrimental, the outcome would simply be that everyone would desire to partake. The remnants of the dark liquid in the basement, when diluted, could facilitate thousands of surgeries, a considerable number in the entirety of Winding Harbor, making a large-scale replication of the saline tide incident merely a matter of time. This is peculiar, akin to a disease. Consuming the clarifying elixir is its contagion prerequisite, while the gathering of users triggers its outbreak. Liston shot a glare at Lucius, who feigned innocence. Craft had not disclosed this to him. Should we disperse them? It is challenging, as they have nowhere to go. Moreover, it should not be necessary, Craft elucidated. I suspect the well water has diluted the elixir to its utmost, requiring continuous consumption and interaction among users to gradually advance the affliction. Our approach is to disrupt one of the links. Further discourse was swallowed. He could not elucidate how he knew about the unseen entities lurking in the depths. To voice it would only serve to diminish his credibility, being dismissed as hysteria. I harbor no doubts regarding this matter, yet there is one thing I must ascertain. Liston had long wished to pose this question. How did the clarifying elixir end up in the well of the saline tide area? Craft, who had previously appeared willing to speak freely, abruptly fell silent, adopting a rather unconvincing contemplative posture. Lucius shrank slightly, striving to diminish his presence. The atmosphere grew decidedly awkward, and for Liston, the silence was a more potent response than Lucius's reticence. This solidified his previous suspicions. Lucius's complicity in concealing the truth was one matter, but Craft's inability to articulate even a vague suspect was another. The individual in question could only be Professor Kalman, who was most likely the source of the clarifying elixir. Regretting the situation was now futile. The pit had been dug during that fateful surgery, one that Craft may not have even realized he had participated in. At this juncture, no one could extricate themselves from the entanglement. What motive could the professor possess for such actions? How on earth can this be explained? Liston seethed internally, maintaining an outward appearance of feigned ignorance. Craft recognized his silence was overly strained, yet Liston's words offered him an escape. I truly lack insight into this matter. Fortunately, it does not impede our forthcoming steps. Let us focus on what can be accomplished. Do you need to rest first? No, I have had sufficient sleep. We shall address it tomorrow evening. The mere mention of sleep prompted Craft to instinctively press against the left side of his waist, grasping the hilt of his sword. The familiar cold, blunt texture provided a reassuring sense of security. A good mental state reminded him of an inevitable fact. He would eventually have to sleep, and that presence, that soft, writhing entity, would come knocking, dragging him into the depths. From a certain perspective, this was not a bad thing. In fact, it suited him perfectly. A bold idea took shape. The human desire for self-destruction and insatiable curiosity are indomitable. After a moment of contemplation, Craft declared, I shall seek a place to spend the night on Elm Street. Is that truly necessary? I may need to frequently traverse the saline tide area, so finding a nearby temporary residence is quite essential. Indeed, Lucius concurred. Liston nodded, sensing that there were underlying reasons at play. Everything about Craft was unusual, yet he thought it best to delve into the specifics at a later time. If there were other matters requiring assistance, he urged Craft not to forget him. Thank you. That would be splendid. I have a few items I need to purchase. Regardless of whether Liston was merely being polite, Craft did not hesitate. He cast aside the blanket and reached for paper and pen, preparing to compile a list of easily obtainable daily necessities. In his mind, Craft began to devise a comprehensive strategy. Fragments of memory surfaced. The dark and damp realm that intriguingly mirrored the present provided him with inspiration. The preparations made here could very well be replicated in their entirety at a deeper level. Oil and kindling? Liston furrowed his brow, pondering their purpose. As he accepted the sheet of paper, he noticed at the bottom a small boat, barely wide enough for one person, intended for nearshore transport, along with provisions for escape from larger vessels. In any case, he needed a plausible reason for independent action to realize a bold idea. Chapter 59. The residents. The following day, Liston escorted Kraft and Lucius to U Street, excusing himself under the pretense of procuring items from a shopping list. Before departing, Kraft did not bid him farewell. Instead, he donned a bird-beak mask, from which emerged a disconcerting cough, reminiscent of an accidental inhalation of a secret spice blend from grilled fish at Grease Tavern. Perhaps it was the proximity to the saline marshlands that allowed the noxious miasma to permeate this area, for Kraft's coughing had become incessant upon nearing this region, leading one to suspect that something undetectable in the air was irritating his throat. Cough, cough. I'm fine, just choked a bit, Kraft stated, wiping his face, his hand brushing against the lens of the mask. Rather than removing it, he tightened the mask further against his face. This gesture clearly concealed something, likely only convincing to someone as obtuse as Lucius. Liston was oblivious to the implications. The distance between him and the truth extended far beyond that mask, compelling him to seek answers for himself. He first ventured to the market near the port, dividing the items on his list into several portions to entrust to friends and acquaintances who were far more knowledgeable about such goods than he. Meanwhile, Liston changed out of his black robe, donning a new outfit he had yet to wear at the academy, a hat pulled low to obscure his hair. Traversing half the city, he relied on memory to locate a rather secluded street where Professor Kalman resided. Indeed, he harbored a bold notion. Liston intended to personally validate his suspicions. The clear potion represented a potential revolution in surgical history, if misappropriated by a person of considerable medical knowledge and influence. The ramifications could be catastrophic. Observers possess clarity. Liston cared not for the role Kalman played, yet the professor was undoubtedly a linchpin, and he was determined to decipher the underlying logic, not driven by moralistic ideals or other ephemeral concepts, but rather by an enigmatic unknown cloaked in fog, propelling him to ponder and pursue. Until he uncovered the answer, he could not liberate himself from the dread of the concealed truth. It was akin to being trapped in impenetrable darkness, where human sounds were absent, and enduring such uncertainty proved a tremendous torment. To ignite a flame and illuminate the obscurity was far preferable to allowing it to ferment into the most terrifying of nightmares. Returning to his senses, Liston had already scaled the backyard wall, fear eclipsing the last vestiges of his internal struggle. He had witnessed the plague over a decade prior, an unstoppable force sweeping through, claiming lives, leaving an indelible mark on his youthful psyche. If, as Kraft suggested, the clear potion was thus employed, its effects would mirror those of a manufactured contagion. I must ascertain the origin of this substance, Liston murmured, brushing the dust from his hands. The professor's residence within the academy was hardly a secret. Colleagues frequently visited one another, and those who had lingered at the academy for some time were generally aware of each other's addresses. Some affluent students also paid visits upon enrollment, contributing significantly to the academy's financial operations through their donations. Reflecting on this, Liston scoffed. Kraft had sought to reimburse the students who provided the silk thread after his last surgery, oblivious to the fact that since the abdominal operation had garnered fame, what was once an expensive and seemingly unnecessary item had been marketed by a merchant family as a life-imbued commodity, reaping substantial profits in wind and port. Momentarily distracted, he allowed the tension to dissipate. Surveying the derelict backyard, he discerned that the owner was not one to take pleasure in maintaining their abode. In wind and port, known for its abundant rainfall, it was indeed rare to find a yard where even the weeds struggled to thrive. Clearly, after acquiring the property, Professor Kalman had devoted little thought to the flora. The dust-laden yard bore only remnants of its former shape, with half-dead weeds and strange vines creeping between the stones, crunching beneath his feet. The academically engrossed homeowner had remained unmarried throughout his life, devoid of any romantic rumors, be they with males or females, thus lacking a discerning mistress to refine the living space. As for the professor's own lifestyle, it could only be described as rudimentary. He had even forgotten to lock the back door. Liston gently pushed it open, entering the house through a small door in the backyard. The neglected interior was covered in dust, and the gust from the door's opening stirred the particles, swirling through every inch of the space, coating his eyes and invading his nostrils. Liston closed his eyes and stifled a cough. The room appeared even more antiquated than during his previous visit. The dimly lit furnishings were barely discernible, as the professor had evidently remembered to close all the window panes before his departure. Liston had jarred the door behind him and ventured further into the interior. The ground floor was predominantly occupied by a parlor, where the professor received his occasional visitors. The reason for his last visit had slipped his mind, except for the memory of the professor brewing a cup of barley tea at an unrefined table, sweetened with honey, a pleasant taste, though he wished the table were not identical to that in the Academy's potion room. Now, however, the table and chairs had been pushed into a corner. The hall cleared out as if to redecorate, yet the new furnishings had yet to arrive, leaving an unsettling emptiness, a sense of disorientation from the lack of support. The insufficient light prompted a pang of regret for not bringing a source of illumination, yet he was reluctant to risk unnecessary attention by opening the windows. Thus he navigated the dimness toward the staircase. The bedroom and study were likely situated upstairs, where clues were most probable to be found, as was customary in many homes. The second floor was partitioned into several rooms, with 3 doors and a ladder leading to the attic. Liston opened the nearest door, presumably Kalman's bedroom. A large bed rested against the wall, and a writing desk with drawers occupied the sunny window space. The dust here was significantly less, replaced by a faint scent of ink. Approaching the desk, Liston suddenly realized he must have left footprints, though he was grateful to have changed shoes beforehand. Surrounding the beautifully rendered hand-drawn illustrations were not only the original content, but also the professor's own annotations in small script, representing research findings from his early days in Windenport. These accomplishments were a source of pride for Professor Kalman, who believed that upon a solid foundation, the edifice of anatomy would inevitably be completed, allowing future scholars to use his confirmed skeletal markers as coordinates, enabling them to discern the internal structure merely by touch. Yet why had the professor suddenly reopened old texts to consult knowledge he had long mastered? Curiosity piqued, Liston leaned in for a closer inspection. Beneath the open book lay a corner of yellowed paper, its jagged edges indicative of a hastily torn page, repurposed from some booklet. Liston had heard that certain artists treated paper thusly when struck by inspiration, but he had never witnessed Kalman in such a hasty manner. Carefully lifting the book, he extracted the fragment. Its contents were as informal as the paper itself. Scrawled letters danced chaotically, accompanied by hastily drawn sketches. The hurried notes intended solely for the author's comprehension, compelling him to decipher the missing letters one by one. Could such a thing exist? If this assertion held true, the entire field of anatomy might face a threat of reconstruction. A transformation as monumental as the transition from purely speculative structures a century ago to contemporary theories based on tangible evidence. The current understanding of human anatomy was derived from verifiable dissections, including Liston's own repeated confirmations of its accuracy. Even minor differences in certain individuals did not undermine the overall correctness. The curiosity sparked by this novel perspective caused him to forget his original purpose. As his eyes involuntarily continued to read on, Kalman proposed that he had observed an entirely new manner of combining the human motor system, which was no less efficient than the existing structures, and perhaps even more so, exemplified by the sketch depicted below. Without the textual content, it would have been quite challenging to associate this tangled mass of lines with the musculoskeletal system. The surrounding entangled lines could represent muscles and tendons, arranged in an unprecedented manner that defied all known combinations to Liston. It appeared as though a creator, unfamiliar with the human form, whimsically treated these limbs as materials akin to ropes or fabrics, assembling them onto the skeleton. At first glance, it seemed utterly chaotic. Even a child's drawing would exhibit greater order. Yet upon deeper contemplation, one could discern an alternative, albeit paradoxical, logic within the chaos, revealing a feasibility that Liston had never envisioned. It was akin to discovering a different solution to a problem, instantly unveiling a new avenue of thought, which filled him with eager anticipation to comprehend its entirety. However, flipping over the page, the blank reverse doused him with a cold reality. This was merely a hastily drafted sketch, lacking further elaboration. Could it be that the professor had recently been investigating such matters, and that another individual was involved in the research related to the clarifying agent? Chapter 60. Profanation. Liston examined the other books on the table, none of which pertained to pharmacology. Instead, they were antiquated and obscure treatises concerning human anatomy. Following the advent of human anatomy, these older, less substantiated works gradually faded from academic institutions, remaining only in the collections of the elder generation, primarily relegated to the status of relics. The oldest among them likely dated back to Liston's grandfather's era, with pages yellowed and brittle, turning them at the risk of tearing. One had to delicately lift the pages, applying even pressure with the palm to turn to the next leaf. The front page indicated it was part of Dunling University's collection, perhaps even an original copy. Despite its loss of practical value, it held monumental significance. Was it not rather careless to leave such a precious volume sprawled upon the table? One must recognize that as materials age, the weight of the book alone could damage the spine, causing it to warp and crack, leading to the dislocation of its cover. Restoration would mar its original form, and neglect would inevitably result in its disintegration. As the final page turned, a familiar image flashed before Liston, nearly leading him to doubt the reality of what he beheld in the dim light. He was astonished to lift the last page. There lay a smiling cervical vertebra, drawn boldly in the center of the page, unabashedly asserting its presence. Edward. The signifier was so distinctive that any novice familiar with human structure would never forget it. The only distinction was the absence of Edward's signature on this particular volume. Thus, it seemed reasonable that Liston had never heard of it. This book was likely a creation predating Edward's magnum opus, Human Structure, which had overshadowed and eclipsed it entirely, leaving little opportunity for its dissemination. Its rarity might far exceed his expectations. Such was the audacity of Dunling University to circulate such a tome. One could only imagine the richness of its library's collection. After indulging in such musings for a while, Liston realized he had again lost focus. The shock he experienced in the professor's room had caused him to forget the purpose of his visit, entirely casting aside his business. As he stroked the cover of the book, he felt an almost undeniable urge to take it with him, a sentiment he was reluctant to acknowledge. No, that was certainly out of the question. Yet, curiously, the professor had recently been preoccupied not with concocting potions, but rather with an inexplicable new theory on skeletal muscle growth, entirely contradicting existing anatomical findings. The questions had not merely gone unanswered, they had multiplied. The combinations presented were unlike any human constructs and did not appear to be applicable to any novel surgical procedures. They exhibited an extreme practicality, efficiently utilizing the musculoskeletal system from a mechanical perspective. It appeared somewhat plausible, yet how could such ideas arise from non-human sources while comprising solely human components? As a professional deeply entrenched in this field for many years, Liston found it not difficult to discern the underlying clues. The discrepancies between the content of the old texts and reality stemmed from the author's imaginative prowess. In contrast to certain less than intelligent actual structures, the author had positioned muscles and bones in more advantageous locations for exertion. Thus, under the same general outline, per the author's original intentions, the functionality of the musculoskeletal system could be significantly enhanced. Guided by this philosophical framework, certain elements in the illustrations diverged from reality in ways that a discerning eye could readily identify, arranged according to an ideal state. This disregard for logic, this deviation from reality in pursuit of utility, resonated with the professor's innovative structure. Both treated biological tissues as mere components, conceptualizing a perfect, functional machine. This was the best descriptor he could muster. Only those intentionally crafted creations would gravitate towards extreme practicality. Natural organisms, regardless of their robustness or intelligence, inherently possess flaws that are unalterable. The notion of constructing a non-human entity using human parts seemed utterly fantastical. Yet the ominous authenticity encapsulated within that sketch lingered in his mind, leading one to believe in its conceivable existence or its derivation from tangible entities. Unlike Kalman's sketches, this hand-drawn manuscript was intricate and refined, amalgamating all prior imaginative structures into a streamlined, elongated limb capable of unrestricted movement, seemingly designed for independent existence. Between the muscles and bones were perfectly placed organs and vessels, evoking images of aquatic mollusks' tentacles curling and unfurling on a cutting board. Yet this was undeniably a reconstruction of a structure he knew intimately, a deviation from common knowledge, conjuring a perfect yet grotesque limb. Or perhaps it was merely the form that muscular and skeletal structures were meant to assume, while the human body represented a waste of potential. Adjacent to the manuscript, annotations starkly contrasted with the author's handwriting, the language sharper than the engravings on the page. A madman devoid of logic, detached from reality, committing blasphemous acts. The writer appeared to vent his fury through words, hostility evident across the ages, expressing his rage with vehement terms to critique the accompanying illustrations. In a reviewer's tone, Kalman succinctly penned below, "The fool can never comprehend the vision of the genius." What could this imply? In his words, Professor Kalman seemed to elevate himself and Edward to a shared pedestal, looking down with disdain upon the individual who lambasted the bizarre illustration. However, he swiftly dismissed this notion. As someone who had partaken in the professor's clandestine dissection classes, Liston understood that Kalman valued only knowledge witnessed firsthand and practiced, that is, the current edition of human structure. How could he pursue such an unattainable ideal? A vague sensation stirred within Liston, as chaotic strands of information and reasoning entwined in his mind. One thread guiding him toward a previously unimagined direction. It was akin to groping in the dark, traversing a long and winding corridor. When suddenly a flash of insight illuminated before him, Kalman would not embrace unverifiable, ethereal theories unless the observed represented the literal truth. Profanation. Within the unshakable ideological dominion of the Church, the clergy proclaimed that humans were the most perfect creations of the divine, a viewpoint that even the most disdainful must reluctantly accept. After all, no individual has yet elucidated why only humans possess the faculties of intelligent thought and dexterous limbs. Both are indispensable, as if innately designed for the purpose of intellect governing the corporeal form. Humanity can only acknowledge a higher ultimate existence, wielding the authority to create life. Such creations, usurping this authority, playfully dismantle the divine's proudest creation, reassembling it into something ostensibly superior. If such a being truly existed, where would it leave the divine? What would become of all common understanding? The professor and Edward had witnessed it firsthand, sketching an unimaginable structure beyond the grasp of those uninitiated. Its mere existence threatened to upend all societal consensus rooted in religion and common knowledge, signifying a comprehension and manipulation of the creative authority that dwarfed all human learning. Where had the professor encountered it? Where had Edward, while penning his magnum opus in Dunling, confronted it directly? A sensation of fear or ecstatic delight surged through Liston's mind. At that moment, he felt an unhesitating urge to abandon everything in pursuit of this entity, driven solely by the objective of seeking that which transcended the known world. Then, the threads of thought coalesced, connections formed, and questions found resolution. It is the answer. The very reason that enables Professor Kalman to disregard morality, emotion, and ethics in the pursuit of terrifying deeds. How fortunate it is that the individual who forsook a tranquil life for the sake of his career, the one who dedicated his entire existence to this endeavor, has finally discovered the ultimate answer to his quest. No longer concerned with maintaining secrecy, Liston flung open the window, allowing the sunlight to flood the room. He felt an urgent need to peruse all the clues to piece together the complete narrative of the events. Yet, in the blinding brilliance of the light, those elements that had previously lurked in the shadows were laid bare. They manifested as a series of dimly painted circular symbols on the walls and floor, interspersed with intricate, cracked patterns. A distinctive fissure, bisecting each symbol with precision, boldly traversed their centers. Chapter 61. Conveyance. Make haste, place it over here, and avoid the bottles at the corner. The individual directed the laborers carrying the heavy crates, guiding them to navigate the scattered debris at their feet as they ascended the stairs for the third time that afternoon. Lucius, having settled himself against a crate, cradled a cup of water, blowing gently on its surface. This was offered to him by Kraft, a man notoriously fastidious about hygiene, who insisted on boiling the water from the Elm Street well before handing it to him. After a lengthy explanation by the well, which left his throat parched, Lucius could only sip cautiously, unsure if he ingested more water or dried his mouth with his breath. Adding to the unease was the peculiar sleeping sickness that had sparked widespread anxiety, with rumors proliferating more pervasively than the brackish winds, surpassing even the barnacles clinging to the rocks, many of which implicated the well water. The arrival of a noble educated scholar to elucidate the issues with the well water somewhat alleviated their fears of the unknowable. In truth, the residents were oblivious to the true nature of the well's problems that induced such lethargy. They were also unfamiliar with the Academy's studies and the distinctions between various noble lineages. However, the townsfolk of Wendingport had at least heard of the Academy and were aware of the prestige associated with its affiliation. For those still puzzled, the sight of a sword might offer some clarity. Lucius, after Kraft's extensive explanations, would need to clarify things for the next arrivals, subtly incorporating references to his own status, an endeavor he found not overly burdensome, certainly more manageable than he had anticipated. They were situated in a 3-story building recently rented by Kraft on Elm Street, not including the attic. The original architect had evidently miscalculated the location. Wedged between two older structures on a narrow plot, forcing the design to ascend rather than spread out, resulting in an unusual elongated form. Each floor, devoid of staircases, offered only one room and a narrow corridor. The cramped quarters meant that the first and second floors had no windows on either side, with openings only on the front, leading to poor illumination. Even during the day, one had to navigate the stairs in near darkness. Additionally, the steeply constructed staircase required both hands and feet to ascend without the need to stoop. With these factors combined, and given its proximity to the salinity zone, the rent had plummeted to a sorrowful state that would evoke tears from onlookers. The former owner, leaning on his cane, assured them that they would find no other place in Windingport as affordable as this, and if they could, he would immediately lower the price even further. Recalling his near tumble down the stairs and the landlord's appearance, Lucius contemplated leaving. However, Kraft's unexpected satisfaction with the premises led to an immediate decision to rent it for a month, and Lucius even sensed that Kraft might have considered purchasing it outright. From his previous experiences with Kraft, it was clear that price was not the motivating factor. Yet he could not fathom any other rationale for choosing a residence that could severely impact the bones and soft tissues of its occupants during descent. "Excuse me, coming through." Lucius retracted his feet to allow the laborers to squeeze past. He did not see the list Kraft had handed to Liston, but it seemed excessive and not indicative of supplies meant for long-term habitation. The fourth batch of laborers ascended with boxes, their shoulders sagging under the weight, the faint sound of metal clinking from within the wooden crates. Out of idle curiosity, Lucius followed and tapped on one of the boxes, prompting a more pronounced metallic clatter from within. What could possibly be inside? Some stockpiled traps. Not many buyers, so we decided to sell them all at once. He wiped the sweat from his brow, realizing that unearthing a pile of old items and transporting them to the designated location would not be a trivial task. Traps? Yes, indeed. He shook the box, allowing Lucius to hear the metallic clangs within. To be frank, they're not the finest quality, rather unsightly, but plentiful. Sound substantial? Certainly. The traps cannot be small. I have heard tales of bears taller than men in the mountains, and these are not the largest. With that, the laborer continued up the stairs, leaving Lucius in shock at the sight of the box, unable to fathom Kraft's intentions for such formidable instruments. Heavy footsteps echoed from above, as more individuals arranged various items at the behest of their employer, at least 10 large boxes already hoisted upstairs. Faint conversations drifted down from the attic. "Yes, I requested this. There should also be. Will it arrive soon?" "No problem. Just ensure it arrives before sunset." Lucius could no longer remain seated. He opened the box that had been supporting him, releasing a wave of oily, salty, and fishy aromas. Neatly arranged within were small jars sealed with corks. Grasping one, he removed the cork, and an overwhelming odor flooded his senses, awakening memories of its contents. An entire box of fish oil, extracted from a large fish known as sunfish. Its taste was notoriously unpleasant due to its excessive fat content and strong fishy flavor. In the relatively food-abundant Windingport, it had become an object of disdain, thus leading to its repurposing. It became evident that the oil from unpalatable fish was equally unwanted, even for use as lamp oil, as its burning produced a noxious odor. Once, he had unfortunate luck tasting a dish prepared with this oil, leaving a slick, foul film on his tongue, its lingering effect persisting despite multiple rinses. The sole redeeming quality of this substance was its ease of ignition. It could easily ignite small kindling with just a spark. There were jokes circulating the port about a ship that caught fire due to a sunfish being too close to a brazier, though the truth of such tales remained dubious. Closing the box, Lucius prepared to ascend and uncover the nature of the project requiring such materials. Just as he began his ascent, a faint, timid voice called from behind him. "Is Kraft here?" "Yes, please come in." Turning to the doorway, he spotted a small child clad in durable linen garments peeking in, seemingly a helper from one of the laborers' homes. Perhaps startled by Lucius's slightly impatient tone, the child recoiled slightly as Lucius looked over. Despite a twinge of annoyance, he composed himself, adjusting his expression as he descended the stairs to appear less intimidating to the child. "Indeed, you have found the right place. Well done. Is there something you need?" Lucius mustered a strained smile, employing the gentlest tone possible. His experiences with Kraft and the children afflicted by intussusception had taught him some valuable lessons, particularly how to communicate effectively with youngsters. "Someone gave me this. To find a man named Kraft and tell him to go to a certain place immediately." The child opened his palm, revealing a copper coin, adding that Kraft would give him another in return. "What place?" The child tilted his face upward, remaining silent. "All right, clever one." Lucius produced a shiny new copper coin and handed it over. Look, this is quite nice, isn't it? Now tell me exactly what that person said. The child's face lit up with joy as he accepted the coin and tucked it into his pocket, the man's amiable demeanor winning his trust, even causing him to forget to inquire if Lucius was indeed Craft. He said to go to the third door at the end of Pelican Street near the trees to find him. That's all. The smile on Lucius's face gradually faded. Did that person mention their name? Ah, right. I almost forgot. He told me to say it was Liston who sent me. That was all. It seems he received compensation yet failed to fulfill his duties, causing the child to turn away in embarrassment. Thank you. You did splendidly. The messenger child scampered off joyfully, while Lucius, with a grave expression, watched him depart, silently pondering that location, Pelican Street, at the end with the trees, the third door. It was not that he was unfamiliar with this address. On the contrary, he was exceedingly well acquainted with it, to the point of it being unforgettable. He visited there several times a year, yet at this moment, it had become the very place he least wished to be reminded of, Professor Kalman's residence. Looking up, he observed the dim, steep staircase winding upward, the incessant noise of heavy objects being moved, occasionally punctuated by sounds of knocking and conversation. It appeared that no one paid heed to the small exchange occurring in this corner. Everyone was engrossed in their own tasks, too occupied to divert their attention elsewhere. In the attic above, Craft was likely busy organizing his seemingly purposeless acquisitions, setting up this new haven. Lucius stepped through the front door, closing it softly behind him, and raised a cup to his lips, sipping the now tepid water. This sensation was peculiar. Just a street away lay a starkly different environment, invisible yet palpable. It was akin to the wafting scent of brine, easily overlooked in consciousness, yet undeniably present, along with its inhabitants. Lucius took another sip, savoring the cool liquid as it quenched his parched lips and dry vocal cords. He called toward the attic window. Craft, I have an urgent matter. Chapter 62. Gaze under the pressure of urgency. Craft reluctantly abandoned his arrangements, hastened down the stairs, drawn towards Lucius. Ignoring the sounds, his movements on the staircase were ghostly, almost causing Lucius to stumble on the steep steps. In less than half a minute, he traversed the distance from the attic to the ground floor with the ease of a stroll in a familiar garden. The uneven, shadowy steps had posed no obstacle. Despite having stumbled several times on his first entry, he now navigated with an intimate familiarity. What has transpired? Craft hurriedly descended from the attic, grasping a trap with a radius nearly half the length of his tibia. Lucius sighed heavily, setting down his cup on the windowsill. We must go to Liston immediately. His demeanor appeared quite despondent, yet somewhat relieved, as though he had shed a burdensome weight and resolved a long-standing conflict. Did he mention anything? Craft, still reluctant to leave his half-finished tasks, pondered whether these individuals might misplace a trap in his absence. I cannot ascertain whether this is good news or bad. I shall speak plainly. Some barrier seems to have lifted from Lucius, who for the first time in days met Craft's gaze without evasion. You were correct. Liston is at the mentor's residence. This startling revelation left Craft momentarily speechless, struggling to comprehend how Liston had ended up at the professor's home. And even more astonishing was the implication that he might have uncovered something significant. How could anyone commit a misdeed and leave evidence behind in their own abode? He had considered the possibility of directly confronting the suspect's residence, but on the night he had pinpointed the target. He had been ensnared by that entity and could not attend to this matter. Additionally, he believed the professor would surely seek a secluded location outside the academy, and such recklessness could inadvertently lead to significant trouble, a misalignment of risk and reward. At that moment, Liston's reckless, information-deprived approach had unexpectedly opened a new avenue. Fetch a carriage. I shall gather my belongings. Noticing the waning light, Craft weighed the trap in his hands. It may be necessary to spend the night outside. I cannot leave without some provisions. Right here. Lucius led the way, pointing to a building with its grand door ajar against the dimming twilight. Upon seeing Lucius and Craft, Liston swiftly approached, accepting the box from Craft. I hope you will examine them. Perhaps only you can elucidate their nature. Liston cast a glance into the interior, reluctant to lead the way, waiting for Craft to venture inside. It bears a resemblance to that thing you depicted, but different. You will understand upon seeing it. Inviting someone over to play a guessing game, are we? Given Liston's willingness to assist with moving and procuring, Craft restrained the urge to utter this retort. Reflecting on his own recent behaviors and whether his peculiarities might have influenced others. Rather than trepidation or fear, the lecturer, who could work late into the night in the dissection room, exhibited more of a tendency to evade. There was something beyond comprehension within this house that induced discomfort akin to humanity's first encounter with an empty shell of its kind, or perhaps even a sensation more jarring than death itself. This emotion was not difficult for Kraft to decipher. It represented an encounter with an inexplicable aspect of existence, where the logic and reasoning relied upon to navigate problems had utterly failed. Civilized individuals, stripped of societal constructs, were confronted with the stark wilderness of the unknown, an unbearable reality. However, for now, it seems Liston's mental state remains stable. He carries the box with a steady grip. There are 2 fragile jars inside. Could you watch them for me? As a precaution, Kraft sought to occupy Liston's attention, redirecting his focus elsewhere. Before I enter, inform me of anything else I should do. There are some books on the 2nd floor. You will understand once you see them. No, I truly do not comprehend where they originated. All right then. Just keep an eye on this box. Kraft decisively interrupted him, pressing his hands on Liston's shoulders to emphasize the importance of the box. Positioning Liston in place, Kraft turned towards the residence, gesturing to Lucius to remain with Liston for a moment. From the outside, the estate bore no distinguishing features, appearing rather ordinary among its neighbors. The architectural concept was strikingly similar, employing a rather rigid 2-story design with an attic, complemented by an adequately sized courtyard. It embodied the practical ethos of an old house, ensuring ample space within and without, yet lacking in aesthetic innovation. Its architectural standing resembled a modest, quaint dwelling from an alternate realm, hardly suggestive of a professor's abode. The open front door wholly undermined the innate sense of security that such classic designs typically impart, leaving a blemish upon it. The setting sun cast elongated rays into the interior, creating slender bands of light upon the aged, vacant wooden floor, stretching across the unadorned main hall as though offering an informal invitation. Had the professor not been excessively careless, the fully open doors and windows in the main hall should have been attributed to Liston. The sunlight S-bands on the floor and walls, due to atmospheric refraction, exhibited a strange reddish hue, illuminating circular symbols painted in dark colors upon the surfaces. The difference Liston referred to likely stemmed from the prominent crack that traversed the center, a massive figure with a broader central fissure, resembling a shape more akin to a spindle than a simple sketch. The discarded furniture left ample space in the main hall for expression, with the largest piece occupying the floor beneath Kraft's feet, its extensive surface serving as a canvas, the shattered edges of a celestial body nearly touching the wall, the expanding band pushing apart the fissures on either side. The simplistic symbolic painting evoked a profound sense of transformation, stirring memories long buried. Those who beheld it could grasp the intricacies of the artwork. Once witnessed, it became impossible to avert one's gaze. It magnified within the field of vision, simultaneously occupying the entirety of thought. It transcended the perspective of proximity, drawing nearer on another level. The ineffable sensation could not be articulated through traditional perspective. It could only manifest in the largest possible plane, showcasing its imminent approach. A sensation of being observed. It was not merely a one-sided scrutiny, but rather an interaction. Kraft sensed that Kalman had once gazed upon it for a prolonged duration, the implication of being observed intensifying. The continuously expanding fissure bore a sense of personification. Kraft searched his mind for a more fitting term to describe it. Awake. Ah, precisely. A terrifyingly insightful thought flickered through him. After all, to gaze, in human cognition, how could there be no eyes? It is alive, as if a memory had resurfaced. Standing once more beneath a darkened dome, witnessing the unyielding shattered celestial body, the crack pulsated with a flickering noise, and an overwhelming sensation of being watched surged forth. It resembled a slowly opening enormous eye, the crack expanding outward, the dim, lifeless light embodying its gaze. Yet upon closer inspection, no motion occurred. That vast fissure remained eternally unchanged. It was merely an illusion. It was akin to a sudden enlightenment, devoid of superfluous words, through a rudimentary image. Irrational and illogical information surged directly into his mind through unknown channels, imparting knowledge that unsettled his spirit. This experience was profoundly unsettling. Kraft averted his gaze, striving to escape the sight of the immense figure on the floor. Yet the room was replete with them, leaving no clean space to retreat to. Moreover, once perceived as an eye, the implication of being watched lingered, rendering calmness unattainable. Kraft stepped over the enormous painting of the shattered celestial body on the floor, quickening his pace towards the 2nd floor, eager to collect useful items and depart. Predictably, The professor's bedroom, too, was adorned with the same motifs. On the wall facing the window, a shattered celestial body resembling a half-closed giant eye looms toward the opening, while the original wall decoration lies discarded. Its frame splintered into several fragments. Spread across the table before the window are the tomes that Liston had mentioned, and Kraft glanced at them, his brow furrowing. It was not due to unfamiliarity. Rather, it stemmed from an unsettling sense of familiarity that gnawed at his core. The figures outlined in black were automatically infused with color in his consciousness. The organization on the flat surface came to life within his thoughts, and the soft-bodied cephalopod, constructed by human organization, writhed vividly, striking him with an unexpected force through the pages and memories that seemed to emerge from nowhere. Instinctively, Kraft raised his hand to shield himself, but the anticipated impact never came. Moments later, he realized it was yet another illusion intertwined with his memories. Wriggling. What absurd assembly is this? Frustrated, Kraft closed the book, for such familiarity could only mean it was that detestable soft-bodied creature from his recollections. Though he could not fathom why it was linked to human organization, its impact was evidently less formidable than some incomprehensible celestial body. What was considered unorthodox, yet enticing by Liston paled in comparison to Kraft's perspective, having been fortunate enough to exist in an era of significant surgical advancement. He had encountered countless bizarre treatment methods. Relocating toes to hands, transferring thigh flaps to the face for reconstruction was no longer something novel. And the technology of cultivating human organs in animals had emerged. Upon grasping the principles, it indeed resembled the process of assembling parts from elsewhere. In terms of the horror caused by the mingling and distortion of normal tissues, those who had witnessed teratomas would find it challenging to be moved by such constructs. His evaluation of this formation was that of aberrant technology, awe-inspiring yet daunting. Truly, things that defy the logic of the present world possess a formidable strength, and one cannot help but envy their unique advantages. However, at this level, humanity could certainly achieve far greater feats in 1,000 years hence. Chapter 63. The Origin of Arrival. As Kraft emerged from the room clutching several books, the chest had already transferred to Lucius's possession. Liston leaned against the wall, appearing quite fatigued, yet his gaze remained fixed on the scene before him. Indeed, Kraft placed the books into the chest, echoing Liston's sentiments. I've perused what you mentioned. The professor is engaging in some peculiar activities and conducting rather unusual research. This explanation was directed not only at Liston, but also intended for Lucius. After a moment of contemplation, Kraft continued with a more neutral assessment. You see, everyone has their moments of folly, akin to how a terminally ill person might grasp at any glimmer of hope, no matter how absurd the notion. A prolonged silence ensued. Perhaps everyone had anticipated this moment. Yet when it arrived, it necessitated a fleeting pause to accept the reality that the individual in question was the source of it all. Liston proactively shifted the topic, delving into the matter itself. So, what exactly are we dealing with? Some sort of malevolent spirit? The good news is it is not a malevolent spirit. The bad news is it might be far more severe than that, and I cannot quite discern the underlying logic. All I know is that Professor Kalman seeks to obtain something revolutionary through this means. Is it worth the cost of so many lives? Lucius shuddered, closing the lid of the chest, sealing the books within. He had spent the most time with the professor among the three of them, and prided himself on having a profound understanding of him. From his research interests to his preference for adding several spoonfuls of honey to his tea, the stark contrast triggered a significant dissonance in Lucius's perception. The professor had undergone a transformative change after encountering this entity, emerging as a completely unrecognizable person within his former shell, while Lucius remained oblivious during their days together. Even with the books before him, he felt no inclination to explore what temptation had altered the professor. For now, Lucius still believed that certain principles should hold precedence over all else. The figure clad in black robes receded into the blood-red twilight, moving with a brisk and powerful gait, reminiscent of Kraft's first encounter with him in St. Simon's Square. Although the reference was to Lucius, he did not gaze at the departing silhouette, but rather scrutinized Kraft, keenly observing his reactions, as if questioning and doubting Kraft himself. It's hard to say. Perhaps it's the influence of my father? Liston had not anticipated that Kraft would engage him in such a discourse. I fear you may find it amusing, but he was the kind of outdoor doctor. If you understand my meaning. He spent a lifetime dealing with sailors and laborers, only to realize one day that the prospects of continuing in the barbershop were limited. Thus, he invested a substantial portion of his savings to send me here. A barbershop? This was Kraft's first revelation of Liston's past, and it indeed sounded rather unconventional. Liston did not seem embarrassed. Rather, he chuckled, appreciating the rare opportunity to share his family background, which lightened his mood somewhat. Yes, before the advent of human anatomy, surgery was just that. There was essentially no such thing as surgery in the modern sense. It was merely legal homicide through amputations with knives and cauteries. It was uncertain whether neglecting the issue would lead to swifter death or whether amputation would be the quicker demise. He believed that I should pursue an education at the academy, as it would likely lead to a better future than his own endeavors. Frankly, after years of study and experimentation, I feel I have not surpassed him significantly. In discussing this, Liston did not shy away from expressing his dissatisfaction with the current state of affairs, shaking his head vigorously. The decay of wounds, suppuration, or amputations that are too short, leading to the mortality rate of secondary amputations, it is all too grim to contemplate. Moreover, the surgical timing issues that can only be resolved with clarity greatly restrict everyone's potential. This remains an unsolvable dilemma. He spoke in a calm tone about these insurmountable obstacles, the gruesome wounds, the necrotic lesions, having witnessed enough of this in his youth. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, he would likely continue to witness it for many more years. Patients clasped amulets of circular wings in their hands, sprinkling holy water upon their wounds. And some with means would invite clergymen to utter prayers. He had transitioned from initial rejection to a state of indifference, sometimes feeling as though the clinic resembled a small chapel. Over all these years, has there truly been any qualitative improvement? I believe not. Even the revival of Edward cannot resolve this. If you turn to the last page, you will find it authored by him. They have all embarked upon this path. Liston reflected deeply, admitting, to be honest, I can understand them. I cannot deceive myself into believing that if given the opportunity, I could unequivocally reject it as Lucius did. Kraft listened quietly to his account, refraining from passing moral judgments, contemplating further actions to save more lives. This seemed quite logical. Did it not? Indeed. But why save more lives? Kraft pressed on. Liston found himself momentarily at a loss. The question felt absurd, and to discuss morality seemed inappropriate. While invoking common sense was even more elusive, the essence of this inquiry lay in the assumption that one considers oneself a higher entity capable of determining the value of life through quantity. However, for something that transcends societal and ethical boundaries, what special significance could human life hold? He tapped the chest, the heavy tomes imprisoned within producing a dull thud. Yet I remain filled with hope for the future, believing that even without treading this path, success will eventually come. Even if it takes an eternity, long enough for the sands of time to erode our names and epitaphs from the gravestones. Kraft had witnessed the astonishing advancement of medicine at an unprecedented pace. Cutting-edge technologies proliferated faster than electronic devices, and every field was evolving at a breakneck speed. With clear pathways laid before them, he felt neither confusion nor fear. He understood that every ounce of his effort was contributing to hastening that day. This world lacked the requisite foundation. Encountering it too early would yield no meaningful results, merely evolving into localized miracles devoid of understanding. Liston's near-blind confidence was so abundant that it sparked a tinge of envy within him, inadvertently leading the conversation astray and diluting his doubts about himself and his future. Are you so certain? If it does not come to fruition, you may come to heaven or hell, if either exists, and point your finger at me, chastising me for not allowing anyone to trade lives for knowledge. Kraft jested. Of course, by then, I would not admit to any wrong. After his departure, the laborers followed his instructions to move the items upstairs, including a small wooden boat barely large enough for one person to sit in, placed beside the loft bed. They began securing the main entrance and every window, hanging bells as they went. Large animal traps were pried open and systematically positioned at the doors and windows, with chains thick as fingers anchored into the walls and floor, arranged to standards suitable for capturing bears. Once the doors and windows were secured, Kraft still felt a lack of reassurance, randomly distributing the remaining traps in the hallways and staircases. He tested one on the wooden wall, only to find it irretrievable afterward. The remaining traps were affixed to the pillars in each room. After all, who could predict who might pull whom? The last soul to have been dragged overboard by a large fish was still the subject of ridicule at the tavern. Crates of fish oil were retrieved and neatly arranged beside the bed. Several flint stones, fire strikers, braziers, and torches, along with oil-soaked cloths for kindling, were gathered. Once secured, it would be time for the fish oil to serve its purpose. The fragility of the materials would ironically become an advantage akin to inferior pottery, throwing, shattering, then igniting. As stated before, he had never encountered a human organization capable of withstanding such an ordeal. Even bones contain considerable organic matter, and those fortunate enough might leave behind relics if their essence could endure such intense combustion. The most costly items were several iron chains strung across the doorway and corridor, rendering them unsuitable for passage by beings larger than a human. The same bells were suspended above, ensuring that no entity could traverse any internal threshold silently. Holding a candelabrum, Kraft strolled around, meticulously noting his arrangements and etching them into his memory. With a sense of satisfaction, he nestled beneath the grand bed in the attic, sword in hand, and closed his eyes. Upon the bed lay a shapeless bundle, ensconced in a multitude of iron nails and splintered wood. It could no longer be allowed to roam freely, causing mischief. Such an insidious entity, shrouded in veiled threats, warranted a decisive strike, allowing it to witness the darker side of humanity. Chapter 64. After a day filled with activity, slipping into slumber proved not to be a formidable challenge. Even sprawled upon the floor, the mind swiftly acclimated to a state of comfort, transitioning seamlessly into a restful slumber. If one were to articulate a sensation, it would be an abnormal disarray, a mismatch in sensory perception of one's own positioning, a visual progression akin to a moonwalk, yet fundamentally retreating. Kraft opened his eyes to find the candelabra extinguished, replaced by an enveloping darkness. At some point, a slender rectangular object had found its way into his hand, an indistinct sense of reassurance urging him to return to sleep. A well-prepared awareness quickly compared the last vestiges of memory, and in the next moment, his body quietly slipped away from beneath the bed, his hand reaching into his pocket where the flint had been stowed. Yet, alongside the angular object, a thin and resilient card emerged, its surface embossed with what appeared to be a familiar script. The rehearsed procedure remained undisturbed by the unexpected items. Kraft approached the hearth etched in his memory, striking the flint. The shards erupted, scattering sparks that leapt a few inches before rapidly expanding into a cascade of flames. A cloth steeped in fish oil ignited within the hearth, flames dancing and licking at the kindling, the light growing brighter, dispelling the darkness from floor to beam. At this juncture, Kraft finally had the leisure to scrutinize the two incongruous items in his grasp. One was a flat box with a black mirror finish, and the other a small turquoise card, upon which the outline of a figure struggled to emerge. The visage, rendered on a white background, melted and flowed as if crafted from scorched gelatin, dripping onto the tightly fastened collar of a yellow shirt, solidifying into waxy fragments. At first glance, it seemed merely a faded image, yet upon closer inspection, it became apparent that this was its original state. Facial features erased by molten skin-toned patches, losing their human form. Filaments clinging like drapes. The flat box evoked a sense of familiarity in Kraft, as though he had encountered it previously, its ambiguous nature yielding no further response once activated. He placed them on the bedside, ignited a torch in the hearth, and surveyed the room, casually lighting the candelabra. Aside from the inexplicably misplaced items, he found no discrepancies with his recollections. The traps received special attention. They remained precisely where they ought to be. This alleviated Kraft's concerns, as he wished to avoid stepping into a trap that had shifted without his knowledge, risking the fracture of his lower leg bones. He pulled open the door, ducked beneath the horizontal chain lock, and stepped into the corridor. Looking down, he discovered that the flickering light did not illuminate stairs. Instead, a deep, black water surface consumed the path to the third floor, the shimmering ripples beneath the water's surface rendering the familiar unfamiliar once more. Fortunately, he had chosen to position himself in the attic. Otherwise, he would likely be swimming through the inky depths below. The disorientation of waking moments might have allowed water to flood into unprepared lungs, inciting a violent cough that would lead to further inhalation, ultimately suffocating him in the darkness. His limited diving experience would hardly suffice to navigate below. Oxygen could not sustain cerebral function, and the greater the panic, the faster it was consumed, sealing his fate underwater. The staircase back was severed, leaving only the attic windows as a means of connection to the outside world. This water level also elucidated the sounds outside. The oscillating tide surely lingered less than 2 meters below the window ledge, waves crashing against the crude earthen walls, shattering bubbles with a gurgling sound akin to the rattling of phlegm in the trachea. Humanity may never adapt to this aquatic realm. Everything here bore a palate, morbid quality reminiscent of a faded access card or a perpetually malfunctioning electronic device. The streets, submerged to a depth of 3 stories, satisfied the needs of marine life, allowing sharks to glide freely, not to mention other creatures. The room fell silent once more, save for the sporadic crackles of the dying embers and the relentless sound of water lapping against the walls. In moments of stillness, errant thoughts often surfaced. Kraft recalled the few occasions he had accompanied his grandfather on hunts. The Wood family's hunting endeavors were indeed distinct, often undertaken not for sustenance but out of necessity. The mountains behind them teemed with creatures yet to learn to respect these bipedal beings. When one became overly familiar, it warranted removal. Typically, such tasks fell to the young men trained within the castle, yet their clumsiness often resulted in catastrophe. A simple-minded creature was not necessarily less astute than a long-lived bear. In such instances, it fell to old Wood himself to step in, seizing the opportunity to stretch his limbs, personally leading the charge into the depths of the forest, where few would dare to tread. They traversed the thick carpet of decaying leaves, damp tree trunks cloaked in moss, ferns and miasma seeping from the crevices. Navigating such woodlands required patience in the same confrontational training, silently expending precious time and energy, awaiting the inevitable slip. It could manifest as a patch of torn moss, a trail marked by fallen ferns, or the damp sounds that disrupted the monotony of the tide. Old Wood demonstrated how to pry open the serrated jaws of traps, placing them along favored paths, securing iron chains into sturdy trunks, covering them with thin soil and dead leaves, then lurking nearby. Next, if all proceeded as expected, one would distinctly sense the approach of a creature far larger than oneself. Then, there would be a moment of dissonance, resonances splitting, whirlpools swirling, dark currents rising. Reaching the upper layer of water, the parted sea gliding over smooth surfaces, as if avoiding something non-existent. Audibly, a portion of the water's noise inexplicably vanished. A mysterious void materializing beneath the window ledge, the sound simply dissipating. The song swelled, and light erupted. A constant, gentle white light flickered rhythmically, intensifying, gradually stabilizing, transitioning from a thick, rich hue to a nearly translucent, bright light, radiating brilliantly. Strands of white light seeped through the wooden seams, overpowering the warm glow of the hearth, heralding its arrival. Ultimately, all sounds outside ceased. The enticing white light, now steady, streamed through the window's crevice, igniting an irresistible urge to open it. Separated by a layer of window pane, it awaited some unwitting prey to welcome it. There was a certain anglerfish allure to it. This simple yet unexpectedly effective tactic rarely failed to ensnare those startled from slumber, drawn to such a comforting and beautiful luminescence. Yet, regrettably, Kraft was among the few who could resist. Weighing the oil flask in his hand, Kraft sidled 2 steps away, evading the direct beam of white light. Time and again, he felt this illumination approached an idealized version of moonlight, bright and pure, eliciting an involuntary fondness. This was not merely light. It bore an intrinsic allure capable of affecting humanity, akin to the anglerfish exploiting the phototropic tendencies of deep-sea organisms. From a certain perspective, this could be promising news. Creatures that hunted in such a manner invariably possessed some degree of physical deficiency, either lacking speed, agility, or entirely immobile. The human locomotion system, after all, remained distinctly human, unaccustomed to bearing loads several times its weight. No matter how optimized, limitations persisted. Conversely, perhaps it was not that this entity originated from the water, but rather that its mode of movement necessitated remaining submerged to mitigate strain. His hypothesis seemed likely. The angle of the white light was slightly askew, and the entity outside struggled to maintain a stable grip on the wall, its posture requiring constant adjustment. This provided him with considerable confidence. However, the first change did not occur on this side of the silent confrontation. Rather, a keen sense of hearing detected the sudden cessation of the tide's murmur from the window behind. The recently experienced sound of moist, adhesive clinging resonated once more. Its scientific name likely requires a plural form. Chapter 65. No retreat at this moment. A barrage of highly familiar lines flashed through Kraft's mind. What a surprise. Outside the window, a similar white light illuminated the scene, accompanied by the cascading chorus of water droplets, climbing the stone walls, evoking the illusion of a breathing moon rising beyond. His heart thumped violently, resonating through his chest, tugging at his lungs, momentarily halting his breath. A surge of blood rushed into his arteries, and the elevated blood pressure caused a dull ache within his skull. Hunting is never a path devoid of obstacles. Even the most seasoned hunter may occasionally miscalculate. Hence, He had not merely brought a trap. Without further hesitation, Kraft unsheathed his sword, pried open the wooden cork of the fish oil canister, and poured a small portion directly onto the blade, the pale yellow oil, laced with white filaments, trickling down the grooves. With a flick of his wrist, he angled the sword to coat both sides with the viscous liquid. He then poured the remainder into the fire pit, a wave of heat washing over him as the flames leapt, almost licking his cheek, even through the hilt and gloves. He could feel the dangerous temperature capable of denaturing proteins in an instant. No carbon-based life form would welcome it, including the smith who would frown upon such damage to a weapon. Lowering the sword's tip, Kraft advanced toward the window, the oil burning and dripping, forming bright ellipsoids as they fell to the floor with a hissing sound. After a brief moment to gather strength, he propelled himself forward, utilizing the force of his legs to charge ahead. With his body leaning forward to maximize inertia, he left no room for hesitation. The long sword held steady, his fine hand-eye coordination allowing him to adjust the angle, targeting the narrow gap in the window. The sound of a strike faltered, seemingly confused by the sudden approach, caught in a moment of uncertainty, as it had never encountered such a situation before, unsure whether to continue its antics or break through the window. This fleeting hesitation irrevocably severed its last chance to react, amidst the barely perceptible sound of friction. The heated blade sliced through the gap and shattered the window. The slick surface crumbled upon contact, splitting apart along its uneven layers, the tip plunging into the tangled, resilient flesh below. It felt akin to piercing a freshly woven ball of grass, severing fibrous muscle tissues, penetrating deeper. The water-rich tissues contracted violently upon contact with the blade, heat radiating outward, transforming everything in its vicinity into a viscous or charred mass of denatured proteins, further blackened by subsequent heating. The efficiency of this act surpassed that of 100 coagulating knives combined. A copious amount of steam erupted within the pre-existing and artificially created gaps, causing secondary burns, indiscriminately cooking the tubular structures of flowing liquids, nervous bundles, and delicate glands. Spasming muscles lost their grip, the branches clinging to the stone crevices loosening, the body swaying and losing balance. The length advantage of the weapon personally chosen by Old would become apparent as Kraft, still with residual strength, pressed his weight down, driving the remaining blade deeper. Small fragments of flat bone and connecting cartilage were crushed, the sword grazing against what was likely a vertebra, halted by a thick layer of hard bone, embedding itself 2 inches deep. A tormented, frenzied scream erupted before the fruits of battle expanded further. It was an unrestrained shriek, the most terrifying noise emitted from its vocal apparatus, akin to the final, blood-curdling cries of passengers on a roller coaster hurtling toward hell, curses spewing from a bloodied trachea. Like the most painful fragments of memory, this scream, in stark contrast to its disguised voice, possessed a tormenting power, striking at Kraft's psyche like a thorny bramble soaked in salt water. It ravaged his formed thoughts, disrupting his rationality. With all his might, Kraft pressed the hilt downward, causing the blade to rise and cleave through as much tissue as possible. This action evidently inflicted greater agony. After a sound of futile bone scraping against the walls, the weight on the sword lightened, and the screamer slid down, plunging into the water with a resounding splash. Kraft shook his head, striving to dispel dizziness and an inexplicable sense of descent. He had felt himself slipping away from consciousness, yet before reaching a critical point, he faltered, not plunging into a deeper abyss. The situation allowed no time for contemplation, as the sound of wood creaking under pressure emanated from the opposite window. Regaining his composure, he forcefully withdrew the longsword. The retraction was not smooth. The grainy blade clattered against the edges of the gap, scraping off charred debris, while the sticky, glue-like substance clung and stretched, reminiscent of an uncleaned coagulating probe after half a surgery. The window shattered entirely under the immense pressure, bright white light flooding the room, overshadowing the glow of the fire pit, casting elongated, slender shadows of objects. The encroaching anxiety was subdued within his mind. After experiencing the sounds repeatedly, a certain resistance inevitably arose. Perhaps this irritating noise also required sensory processing, and the repeated stimuli eventually allowed the receptors to adapt, selectively diminishing their responses. Logical reasoning regained its dominance. Kraft did not turn to face it directly, but instead bent down to retrieve another canister of fish oil. The preparations had indeed borne fruit. Accompanied by the sound of viscous innards hitting the ground was the crisp snap of a mechanism springing to life. This was the moment Kraft had awaited, mentally bracing himself for another wave of shrieks. It was undoubtedly a test of willpower. The remnants of clarity in his mind endured its baptism while maintaining a state of conscious autonomy for the first time. If given the choice, Kraft would have preferred to lose consciousness temporarily, that physiological escape response serving to shield him from the barrage of external stimuli. His skeletal muscles trembled involuntarily, breath quickened, ventricles contracting blindly at a high frequency, stomach acid refluxing, a burning sensation rising. Yet, his consciousness remained deliberately alert, desperately commanding his trembling body to hurl the oil canister. Aimed toward the window's position in his memory, it was surely fixed in place now, the canister striking it accurately, the inferior container shattering with a clang. The oil spilling across its slick surface. It remained oblivious to the severity of the predicament, continuing to bellow until Kraft regained control over his body, pivoting to hurl the sword into the fire pit, scattering the searing coals and sparks upon it. The erratic flickering light illuminated the writhing creature in its entirety. The cephalopod structure that fascinated Kalman bore bright tumors and thrashing tendrils, resonating with the groans and howls of the hollow-bodied entity. While its mandibles and sharp teeth feasted upon its kin, previous glimpses of its fragmented form left little effective information. He only recalled rows of serrated teeth. Upon deeper understanding, it became apparent that it was a dental architecture brimming with excessively sharp fangs, designed solely for shredding prey, positioned where it would most easily encounter its victims. Controlled by an unknown central nervous system that directed its erratic gnashing, the entangled appendages were indistinguishable in number. The body from which these twisted forms sprouted was an abomination beyond Kraft's comprehension. It was a conglomeration of unnecessary components, excess flesh, shattered bones, and redundant growths adorned with facial features. Hair, and everything that had no place within a perfectly structured cephalopod, all crammed into this grotesque mass. They intertwined chaotically, resembling an enlarged teratoma. The skin struggled to cover parts of the surface filled in with granulation tissue. However, the disordered growth often exceeded actual needs. Scars protruded, and newly formed blood vessels took root. Lacking a protective epidermis, they were repeatedly torn and regrown, the excrescent flesh protruding in clusters. The elongated external ears seemed a consequence of swelling, the sides gaping open to reveal a toothless, tongueless maw, silently roaring in a hollow manner. The pupil-less yellow-white eyeball spins futilely, crowded within the orbits beneath the pterygium, where a few gather. Some diminutive tentacles sprout and grow upon it, some having taken on a more developed form, while many others hang limply from the base of the larger appendages, as if starved of sustenance. Carbon embers descend from the air, igniting fish oil. The erupting flames envelop several of its various sized tentacles, the screeching symphony reaching a crescendo, as if employing a small blade to scrape the essence of both spirit and flesh, a dual agony that blurs the line between reality and illusion, interrogating consciousness. The writhing creature struggles desperately, tugging at the tentacle ensnared by the trap, heedless of the iron teeth that tear through muscle. Exerting immense force to uproot the trap along with its chain and embedded spikes from the ground, revealing a wound deep enough to expose bone, oozing a murky, luminescent white fluid. Dragging its nearly severed limb, it finally regains its freedom, its fierce, slender mouthparts agape, its grotesque, cumbersome body propelled by the burning tentacles, roaring as it charges headlong towards the eldritch horror. Chapter 66. Ignition. When faced with such a grotesque behemoth, it is rare for a warrior to remain unflinching. And Kraft certainly did not belong to that rare breed. The creature moved in a disjointed manner, oscillating between crawling and slithering. Each appendage exerted considerable force. Yet they operated in disarray, prioritizing sheer power over overall balance. It seemed to hurl itself forward, trading stability for a speed incongruent with its massive form. Its teeth and chitinous appendages scraped against the floor, producing an exasperating cacophony, reminiscent of a colossal meat grinder's blades whirring ominously, a palpable sense of oppression enveloping the air. Affected by the screeches, Kraft barely managed to evade, sidestepping just in time. The creature, evidently aware of his movement, flailed its appendages, attempting to redirect its trajectory mid-pursuit. However, its power was excessive and coordination severely lacking, causing its bulk to veer past Kraft at an awkward angle. One of its half-formed limbs lunged towards him with a vicious snap, deftly bypassing the sword that stood in its way, tearing away a cuff and a button in a fit of rage, voraciously shredding the fabric. The metallic button was ground between its teeth, the sound indistinguishable from that of splintering bone. Had it been any closer, it could have easily bitten off fingers or even half a hand. A faint pain lingered on the ulnar side of his wrist, as if warm fluid seeped out, yet it did not impede his movement. He could only hope that no superficial blood vessels had been severed. He noticed his hand trembling slightly, the weight of the longsword becoming burdensome. Was it the fear of narrowly escaping death, or the overwhelming fatigue setting in? The screeching intensified once more as the bizarre creature collided with the wall, its grotesque bulk swaying as it redirected its appendages. Although it lacked any discernible morphology, it seemed to possess a sense of self-awareness that compelled it to orient itself towards craft. Ordinarily, craft could engage such brutish force for an entire night. Yet he could distinctly feel his condition deteriorating. His stamina was being sapped in the throes of physiological distress, his body and mind tormented by the creature's roars. The last time he experienced such a sensation was during a grueling 1,000-meter physical test at the university, where otherworldly souls had dwelled. Both his spirit and will were on the brink of collapse, sustained only by the faintest vestige of numbed rationality. Maintaining the standoff, at least until he completely lost control of his body. The creature lunged again, and as it accelerated, Craft seized the opportunity to evade once more, allowing the mass of appendages to crash into the wall for a second time. The fire pit that stood in their path was obliterated, splintering into a cascade of wooden shards. Flickering flames continued to dance upon its form, the charred skin of its appendages cracking under the strain of violent movement, exposing the yellowish-white scabs beneath, revealing a network of gnarled veins. It appeared that the pain of severed limbs and superficial burns was far from fatal, perhaps not even severely injurious. If it continued, only it would be dragged down by its own inertia. Craft's mind raced, searching through memories of the room's unutilized arrangements, most of which were beyond the scope of his current physical capabilities. Yet, he need not engage directly. The creature's movement patterns indeed confirmed at least half of Craft's hypotheses. While its appendages were designed for efficiency, they lacked the capacity to support such a massive frame and sustained high-frequency motion, allowing only for bursts of speed. Moreover, the activities of its limbs lacked cohesion, with its central control failing to guide them effectively, resulting in clumsy maneuvering at increased velocities. The residual flames ignited a spark of inspiration within Craft's consciousness. Seizing the moment when the creature turned, he maneuvered towards the bedside. Heavy, sticky, soft yet sharp. The creature's skeletal frame supported its soft body, indifferent to his intentions, much like its prior frenzied assault on the door. A modicum of courage was essential, a restraint against the blind urge to flee. He allowed the creature to approach, inching closer until he could discern the ravaged appendages and the myriad sharp teeth lurking within its maw, nestled in the shadows amidst a multitude of grinding molars. Their gaps filled with luminescent remnants. Countless mandibles writhed and gaped, anticipating the moment when this prey, no longer fleeing, would succumb to their grasp, shredded and digested, becoming a part of its being. Based on its previous behaviors, Craft knew he needed to wait just a moment longer, until the creature's massive body filled the majority of his field of vision, sealing his fate. Then, with all his might, he would dart towards the space most expansive, clearing the numerous fish oil cans lined against the bedside. At this juncture, he had expended every last ounce of strength, collapsing to the ground, pushing himself towards the corner. Striving to distance himself, the resounding shatter of glass echoed, thick liquid splattering and flowing, ignited by the flames still clinging to the creature, causing the smoldering remnants to flare up violently, a brilliant crimson engulfing its form and much of its appendages. The intensity of the heat expanded within the room, the flames surging forth, flowing with the oil, reaching unprecedented heights. The distorted soft body writhed amidst the roaring flames, its appendages convulsing and curling, toppling over additional cans of oil while bathing in the expanding inferno, releasing one last hoarse scream, the heat wave carrying the echoes of its brittle demise. Subsequently, the searing gases and flowing oils infiltrated any orifice that dared to open, scorching any fragile entity that challenged its brief, yet glorious reign. With a judgment ranging from 5 to 10 degrees of doneness, burning, intensely and mercilessly, was the most visceral manifestation of energy, akin to a massive claw descending from above, ravaging and dismantling this organic construct, meticulously crafted of calcium salts and water. The eyeless orbs oozed forth their altered contents, the already indistinct features of the face elongating as they melted, the sizzling oil and water amalgam bubbling ominously. The air thick with the acrid stench of smoke intertwined with the peculiar aroma of frying fat. The notion that human tissue was igniting added another layer of profound revulsion to the already churning gut. Initially, Kraft assumed it was the desiccated portions collapsing under their own weight, but soon he discerned the inner layers of red-gray muscle and bone separating, tendons withering and decaying. Abandoned before they could even ignite, a force sustaining this improbable corporeal form was being extricated alongside the moisture. The motor system relinquished, while superfluous appendages shriveled and withered. The flames devoured these lifeless tissues with increasing speed, the spreading fire closely pursuing its retreat, inching ever closer to the core. Logically, had this been a mere human structure, it would have long since lost all vitality. Yet, even after shedding its appendages and bulk, something within continued to stir. Burning, shedding. A core struggled to maintain balance, instinctively discarding the irretrievable parts in a desperate bid for survival amidst the inferno. From this perspective, it resembled not a mere component of a greater whole, but rather viewed itself as an independent entity, operating under the delusion that it merely resided within a vessel that provided sustenance and shelter, perceiving its body as something external rather than itself. However, this coping mechanism was destined to fail. The flames raged on, and being at the epicenter, it could not evade the encroaching inferno. Increasingly more of its ashen remnants collapsed, transforming into fresh fuel, exposing the core that had forsaken them. A murky, viscous luminosity pulsed like a heartbeat, not brighter than the surface's glowing tumor, but rather accentuating a sense of heaviness and thickness, a high-density, filthy white, reminiscent of fungal infections and suppurating lesions. Deep within, it writhed. With every rise of the flames, it retreated inward, its available space diminishing, the nauseating stickiness intensifying. Even as this vocalized, serpentine creature's exterior surpassed the limits of human endurance. This viscous core remained an anomaly within the remnants, an autonomous consciousness, disjointed from the rest, composed of elements not found within human anatomy. Without further ado, Kraft steadied himself with his sword, rising to his feet. With the screeching now silenced, and having rested for a moment, he could finally stand and retrieve a torch, ignited at the edge of the fire pit. A precision throw was made into the writhing core, adding fuel to the flames. Withered and desiccated tissues became the final fodder for incineration, as the entity convulsed and contracted. Yet there was no avenue for retreat. The flames surged forth, enveloping the loathsome remnants in indiscriminate combustion, the malicious white light utterly obliterating all traces. Kraft, having retreated to the window, awaited the gradual extinguishment of what was to be his first, and perhaps final, bonfire gathering in life. A gruesome array of skeletal remains sprawled across the ground, with bizarrely shaped charred tissues defying easy classification. Approaching the still smoldering periphery of the inferno, he pressed his foot down on a piece of blackened bone. It shattered into fragments with a crisp crackle, precisely as his anatomy instructor had described calcinated bone. Devoid of organic matter, hard and brittle. In the past, he had never had the opportunity to touch one. The instructor had showcased the singular calcinated bone among countless others in a glass case. To his astonishment, he found himself today squandering a piece to test its texture. Free from the burdens of medical ethics, a rather extravagant indulgence, indeed, lost in his thoughts as a means to alleviate mental strain. The distorted and writhing specters before him faded slightly, while echoes of distant whispers fluctuated, overlapping in auditory hallucinations, as if these remnants had not truly perished, but merely lost the corporeal existence defined by mortals. Perhaps it was yet another enigma. Chapter 67. The core. What lay before him was a chaotic heap of charred remnants, stripped of any recognizable form. Though it had never truly possessed a shape to speak of, the interior had been incinerated, the outer carbon shell had collapsed, disintegrating into a mass that could only be described as a heap. An inappropriate analogy would be akin to discovering that one had boiled an egg without water, realizing the error only too late. Traversing the ground littered with burnt black fragments, he avoided the small flames flickering from the charred remains, his soul searing against the still warm ground. The air here carried a gritty texture, with dust from the combustion swirling about unpredictably. Kraft pulled up the collar of his coat to shield his mouth and nose, approaching a large clump of smoldering charcoal that still emitted black smoke. With his sword, he pried away a small piece of the charred crust. This likely originated from a thicker layer of tissue. The core had not contracted in time during the burning, retaining significant moisture and some semblance of its original structure. The combustion had not been thorough, even serving a suffocating purpose, yet ultimately it was all meaningless. The external bone fragments he had seen earlier had all succumbed, collapsing into the wreckage and mingling with the other disordered debris, complicating any identification efforts and evoking a sense of helplessness. Kraft ignited another candlestick, bringing it closer, and used 2 small wooden shards he had previously dislodged to sift through the remnants that lay between the remains and ashes, harboring doubts about uncovering any valuable clues. With a disdainful click of his tongue, he found this matter far beneath his concern. Indeed, he had participated in dissections and had studied burn treatment. Yet he had never been instructed on handling something so thoroughly consumed by fire. If only a classmate from the nearby police academy had been here to lend a hand, there might have been hope. To him, this was merely a perfect cremation waiting to be crushed and boxed. Yes, it required a larger box. Under the pressing circumstances, Kraft resolved to temporarily assume the role of an archaeologist, meticulously clearing away the ashes and rearranging the remnants. He fashioned a makeshift brush from a thin piece of wood and began the arduous task of dusting away the debris. The first to be removed was the thin shell formed from the coagulated soft tissue, easily distinguishable as it lacked the porous internal structure characteristic of bone tissue. He set it aside as a separate pile. Kraft did not possess the desire to piece together a puzzle. He merely placed it to the side. He had scrutinized its outline enough and was not a biologist, thus there was no need for a second examination. These fragmented shells constituted the primary portion of the upper layer, and once cleared, he would truly delve into the horrific internal structure. Buried within the loose ashes was an ultimate mlang of trunk bones and assorted bone fragments. Many of these irregular pieces had been embedded in the outer surface while it was still alive, akin to the twisted features that had grown unchecked, their origins now untraceable, only identifiable through a few pieces with distinctive structures from research sources. His extraordinary memory proved invaluable as he selected 2 seemingly unrelated bones from the orderly arrangement he had laid out. After adjusting their angles, he found that the protruding bone beams could be precariously aligned, forming a structure reminiscent of a bell. Placing the bones beneath the flickering candlelight for another examination, he ruled out any misjudgments caused by poor illumination. The credible alignment confirmed his earlier intuition. Zygomatic arch? What sort of zygomatic arch is this? It possessed a rather distinctive mark. Following the contour of the ear hole, he easily located a prominent bone beam that spanned half of the lateral face. This structure was actually formed from parts of 2 facial bones, the zygomatic process of the temporal bone and the temporal process of the zygomatic bone. This indicated that he held 2 separated cranial bone fragments located at a considerable distance from each other, their shapes having undergone significant alteration, with only this mark remaining untouched. With this line of thought, Kraft continued his search, abandoning the overall form and concentrating on identifying special markings among the bone fragments. Soon, he discerned many intriguing details. The closer he ventured to the interior, the more distinct the bone shapes became. As he expanded his cleaning area from within to without, a pattern began to emerge. These vertebrae were not haphazardly inserted, but were numerous and radiated outward in a roughly radial arrangement. In summary, the areas where vertebrae were found were predominantly located toward the inner side, with the thoracic vertebrae most abundant in the central ring, while the lumbar vertebrae exhibited broad, short, plate-like spinous processes extending outward. The sheer number ruled out the possibility of them originating from a single vertebral column, and their overly systematic distribution led Kraft to believe they had once been part of a complete structure. Before their atrophy and burning, there must have been several vertebrae conforming to realistic anatomical standards present in this location. Within the protective rings of the vertebral canal, could there have been a spinal cord traversing? The arrangement of the vertebrae suggested that the potential spinal cord extended outward from the central position, its nerves employed to control the peripheral structures primarily composed of long bones. The densely packed skeletal remains, to an unacquainted observer, would undoubtedly appear as a mishmash of human skeletons, eliciting horror at such a fused form. Its utilization of human structure far exceeded Kraft's imagination, extending beyond the peripheral aspects to potentially involve the central nervous system. Upon reflection, it seemed quite reasonable to employ the same set of nervous tissues to govern a homologous motor system, a sort of primordial soup of biological integration. If the spinal cord could be arranged outward to control the limbs supported by long bones, then would it not also be plausible to infer inward structural arrangements? The more he delved inward, the more orderly the cranial bone fragments became, all pointing toward the central spine, drawing him closer to an unbelievable hypothesis. Cranium, core, the spinal cord alone, a primitive reflex center, could hardly command such a multitude of limbs. The mere presence of reflexes was already a challenge. Clearly, A corresponding structure of dominion was required to govern the entire body. Was this a skull? It was not a creature that had developed from embryonic stages, progressing methodically through the formation of distinct parts. Rather, it seemed as though an overabundance of tissue surged from the center, growing in a frenzied, chaotic manner. Tearing the half-formed skull apart, beginning to expand in all directions, constructing vertebrae autonomously, preparing for the emergence of a motor system, ultimately distorting the limbs into appendages. Each spinal cord connecting to the core. In his pursuit of the core, this hypothesis was corroborated by additional vertebrae, varying in form. Krafft even discovered a vertebra containing unfused sacral elements, a feature typically found only in adolescence, while the ends of other vertebrae had coalesced into a complete sacrum. This indicated that their developmental sequences were not uniform, with larger appendages emerging first. Even after formation, entirely new directions sought to sprout additional appendages. The unbounded growth obliterated what should have formed the central region of the craniofacial structure. The excessive appendages pushed aside normal flesh and bone fragments. With each new appendage, it expanded outward, ultimately rendering the skin incapable of concealing the whole, transforming into a grotesque mass of flesh. The craniofacial bones he had extracted lay spread around Krafft in several large circles, repeatedly formed to counteract this trend, yet the incessantly protruding new appendages were unstoppable, reshaping the skull into its current form amid endless destruction. It was truly horrifying. This sight bore an astonishing resemblance to cancer cells, relentlessly growing outward, pushing and compressing normal tissue until it deformed, atrophied, and was entirely unrecognizable. The distinction of the appendages lay in their ability to maintain their orderly growth amid the irrational. Infinite proliferation, a contradiction in itself. Source: Krafft discarded the small wooden shard and grasped his sword, thrusting it downward to clear away a heap of ashes and bones. He had endured enough torment from these remnants. His intuition told him that the core held special significance, a potential explanation for its origin. The source from which the writhing entity emerged. With another shove, he seemed to draw closer. Here, the vertebrae had converged to the point of clustering, with at least a dozen digging inward around the central point. The volume of the vertebrae inherently restricts their density, given this quantity. It is implausible for the cervical vertebrae to be fully formed. It is imperative to relinquish space from the initial segments to accommodate the minuscule central structure. The sound of a blade striking against a flat bony plate resonates, a piece that is largely assumed a normal appearance, as the spine continues its descent, its density intensifying. With interlocking spinous processes creating an increasingly confined space, woven together by unconsumed ligaments. An inexplicable sensation of vertigo and nausea surges forth, akin to a certain oscillation, as if being tossed in water by surging waves, with a heavy head and light feet. It resembles a premonition of either descent or ascension, disrupting his movements. The remnants before him seem not entirely deceased. The lifeless vertebrae writhe and intertwine, feigning their former vitality, creating an illusion of confronting a panorama filled with cephalopod forms. Yet upon closer inspection, nothing has changed. The blade penetrates the crevice, prying apart the obstructive entity, revealing its contents. This macabre imagery is inscribed on the final page of Human Anatomy, where the indistinguishable Edward has affixed his signature. The same symbols appear in that heretical old tome, in which the professor immerses himself with fervor. The fifth cervical vertebra, amidst a multitude of vertebrae that smile in a sinister embrace, governs this malevolent corporeal entity, which has transmuted into an ineffable substance of black and white, dissipating and drying from the pores, leaving only shriveled remnants. A creation that defies the typical morphology of biological tissue lies quietly at the bottom, the illusion of oscillation and buoyancy further intensifying. Chapter 68. A sense of familiarity. It is widely acknowledged that, apart from minerals, the natural world seldom presents true straight lines. Living organisms are at most relatively linear, with few instances of geometric straightness. Particularly, it is inconceivable to encounter a structure adorned with several edges. It possesses a distinct presence, reclining amidst the remnants of a fire. Complete and orderly, as if the recent conflagration had never transpired, leaving it untouched. The sensation of instability intensifies, as though one is being lifted and then dropped, while visually one's feet remain firmly anchored to the ground. The oscillation experienced merely a dissonance of sensory feedback. Clearly, this represents signals beyond the grasp of ordinary perception, manifesting as positional and kinesthetic oscillations that elude Krafft's understanding. He refrained from making any abrupt movements, aware that misperceptions could lead to utterly erroneous reactions, resulting in a disoriented fall. Devoid of the protective shell, the entity appeared to be disrupted in its stability, reverting to a more primal and untamed state, unabashedly expressing its inherent nature without concealment. After several oscillations, he adapted to the sensations, discerning their essence as a brief descent and reverse motion occurring within a conceptual non-three-dimensional space, transmitted from his mental faculties, reflected in his positional and motion sensors. At this juncture, he had to concede that in this bizarre realm, humanity as fundamental configuration was insufficient. He required an entirely new sensory apparatus to comprehend it. How unfortunate. I had anticipated an easier experience. Kraft muttered to himself as he actively engaged his mental faculties, silently counting down. Suddenly, his vision expanded. A 360-degree panorama of information radiating from his center, his consciousness permeating through charred bones, penetrating the floor, sensing wooden boxes adrift in the water below. The pressure on his positional awareness lightened, replaced by novel feedback from his psyche, as his body regained its proper sensations. The balance reflex activated, subtly adjusting his posture to halt the inclination to topple. Within the realm of his mental faculties, he discerned that he was indeed in motion, while the surroundings underwent drastic changes imperceptible to the eye. In contrast to his previous experience of expanding his mental vision in the mundane world, a clear distinction emerged. Everything here lacked a certain tangible quality, having lost elements that rendered them monotonous and drab, akin to fading colors. Although the form and size remained similar, the internal structures were identical, yet a perceptible difference emerged, an absence of genuine vibrancy discerned only through juxtaposition, the spiritual essence of colors. An intangible atmosphere wafted through every inch of the space, resembling smoke, yet akin to water pressure, exerting a subtle yet undeniable influence on the psyche. To articulate this precisely would be inadequate. Kraft preferred to describe it as an influence of a non-material nature, manifesting as a form of psychic pressure. The water pressure-like intangible atmosphere swiftly diminished, akin to surfacing from water, corresponding to a movement contrary to the sensation of falling. Despite standing still, a familiar layer approached him, while a deeper layer receded into the distance. However, this transformation had not been wholly realized. The speed slowed and halted just before completion, akin to the universally detested 99% progress bar, exhausting itself at that point. Everything, apart from form, decayed, stripped away, leaving behind familiar yet indescribable elements that faded, hinting at a gray and ominous foreboding within the spiritual realm. The ordinary senses of humanity could not perceive the truth of their origin slipping away, which could only be witnessed by the deeper endowed psychic faculties, observing the descent into an extraordinary abyss. As he fell, reaching maximum velocity, he gravitated toward deeper layers, and the perspective of his psyche unveiled the essence of oscillation, a back-and-forth fluctuation in depth, distinct from the spatial concept, creating an illusion of rapid motion while remaining stationary. Kraft concentrated on the object, observing it through his mental lens. For the first time, his unfaltering psychic faculties encountered an obstruction. Psychically, it was deemed an oscillating entity, starkly different from other materials easily analyzed for their internal structures. It was impenetrable, even difficult to approach, emanating continuous waves of oscillation in a relentless rhythm. Accordingly, since the psychic faculties identified it as an entity, the psyche could naturally exert influence upon it. Just a little closer Kraft advanced, where a minimal step in the spatial realm bore significant weight, undeniably reducing the distance. He shifted his sword to his left hand, extending his right towards the stationary geometric form within his visual feedback. Navigating over the piled ashes, he reached into the core protected by the vertebrae. His fingertips brushing against the frigid edges, his palm aligning with the uneven surface, cold as though it did not originate from this earth. Under the watchful gaze of the chilling fifth cervical vertebra, his fingers closed around it. At that moment, his psychic faculties encountered palpable resistance, leading him to sense that his mind was no longer an ethereal entity, but an extension capable of grasping tangible objects, albeit with a uniquely special target. The geometric form vibrated, an array of chaotic waves surging forth, remarkably akin to an infant's first attempt at rolling over. Kraft identified the oscillating side that leaned toward the current world and gave it a mental push. As the countdown concluded, he swiftly severed his psychic connection, simultaneously applying force to retract. The anticipated claustrophobic sensation, controlled by strict timing, was far more bearable than before, at least tolerable. The resistance encountered during the withdrawal was considerably less than expected. Excessive force caused him to lose balance. Kraft stumbled back a few steps, collapsing onto a soft surface. Gasping for breath, the illusion of suffocation encroaching upon him. With the psychic faculties disengaged, the dizziness and nausea of imbalance did not recur. Replaced instead by a profound understanding of the changes in layers, accurately recorded in his consciousness. Well, that's manageable, Kraft mused, clearing his throat. Recalling the substantial dust raised during his withdrawal, hoping it hadn't entered his mouth, an unsettling thought. Regardless of the brevity of the claustrophobic response time, subjectively, it felt quite prolonged. Estimating his heart rate, it had fluctuated over 500 times. Subjectively akin to being confined in a coffin for nearly half an hour, a truly dreadful experience. An unexpected tactile sensation alerted him to an abnormality. According to his position, he should have fallen onto a bed of charred wooden debris, yet he found himself seated upon an intact wooden bed, behind him a rolled-up quilt. Nearly pricking himself on the nails and wood shavings within. Torn sleeves, congealed bloodstains. And the cold geometric form clasped in his hand, an object inheriting the capabilities of a writhing life form or perhaps possessing an inverse relationship. Visually, it appeared to be a crafted artifact, the upper portion smoothed to form a symmetrical hexagonal prism. During its processing, for reasons unknown, it had conformed to the original material's shape, integrating seamlessly with the untreated conical lower half, which likely resembled an elongated cone the size of a sword hilt. The material's texture was reminiscent of stone, its color a pale gray, yet more subdued, so muted that it cast doubt on its very existence as a color. Unlike any sculpting material Kraft was familiar with, its density was considerable, the lower half displaying irregular undulations akin to solidified magma, possibly a type of rock subjected to melting temperatures. The broad end pointed downwards to the conical tip, with the slender, straight tail extending seamlessly from above, exhibiting a compulsively precise symmetry and length, evoking an intense sense of dynamic motion, reminiscent of a comet's descent. Kraft found himself unwittingly captivated, perceiving the creator's intent descending from the heavens amidst the unembellished imagery devoid of annotations. The surface, melted and solidified at extreme temperatures, is not a product of geological activity, but rather an extraterrestrial object that has fallen from the dark expanse of space, shaped by friction with the atmosphere. Have you encountered something similar before? Though the details depicted are entirely distinct, and the materials and sizes vastly different, such stylistic elements are indeed not a novel sight. The patterns, flowing from top to bottom, exhibit an obsessive symmetry, an extraordinary allure, and a geometric configuration of hexagonal prisms. According to the principles of symmetry, the corresponding position above it is the apex of the hexagonal prism. There, a flawless, well-defined circle is etched at the center, its pristine surface reflecting light like a polished mirror, interrupted only by a single horizontal line that divides it into two halves. Chapter 69, From Beyond an Unfamiliar Symbol. Intriguingly reminiscent of what is known yet distinct in its own right, appears before me. This bisected ring exhibits no fissures, retaining a remarkable integrity, save for the transverse line that mars its surface. Observing it evokes a peculiar sensation of being watched, as if some gaze were cast from behind the horizontal mark, akin to the experience of beholding a shattered celestial body, albeit with far less intensity, so faint, in fact, that it might easily go unnoticed without careful contemplation. Were it not for the unique nature of this sensation, one might dismiss it as mere oversensitivity. The symbols etched upon the prism gradually align with the memory of the fragmented celestial object, the intricate web of cracks fading away, revealing its original form. Yes, if cracks exist, where have the shattered fragments gone? Those remnants have burned within the atmosphere, landing in realms that echo yet diverge from the current existence. Naturally, the fragments from that celestial body carried with them a drab, uninspiring texture, along with the force of their incomplete essence adrift between dimensions. A civilization, devoid of historical records, inscribed on this meteorite their unique aesthetic, memorializing an unprecedented large-scale encounter. Subsequently, these entities, possessing a nebulous consciousness, underwent a transformation for unknown reasons, proliferating infinitely, their essence drawn from the most accessible depths of intelligent beings. Since then, they have wandered the threshold of our realm, instinctively hunting all beings, conscious or otherwise, that delve into the profound depths of reality. Across this enigmatic terrain, their footprints likely scatter widely, from the distant Dunling to the borders of Hawaii, and even beyond. Any engagement with the depths bears the probability of an encounter with them, drawing one ever deeper into obscurity. In the Salt Tide region, the sheer number of encounters has turned into an inevitability rather than a mere chance occurrence. The professor aims to exploit this phenomenon to draw them forth, seeking the coveted breakthrough that transcends the current limits of human understanding. Yet the prospect of being irreversibly drawn into these depths, to face them helplessly in slumber, leaves Craft in a quandary. Who can guarantee that those entities are solely products of their own creation? Even with a modicum of humility, should Craft bind one hand. Even Tin Calman and Lucius together might not suffice in confrontation, for the mastery of weaponry demands time and practice. Force is not easily compensated for, particularly in the bizarre depths where one might fall prey to the cunning of creeping entities. Were it not for Craft's unique nature, even a youthful version of Old would likely meet a grim fate. It is not a matter of underestimating the professor, but given his current capabilities, it would be prudent to refrain from traversing the path that Craft walks. The cephalopods would consume him in less than 2 minutes, swifter than his indulgence in roasted fish. For cephalopods do not require the meticulousness of filleting. Not surprisingly, the depths have remained steadfastly beneath the surface of our world, and if one can fortuitously engage with them, it stands to reason that others have done so before, exploring the unknown provided they were fortunate enough to survive. Alongside the inky liquid that arrived at Winding Port, other elements have inadvertently propelled the professor's plans forward. Perhaps it was a calculated move, knowing Calman's character would compel him to comply, allowing events to unfold seamlessly. Who could possibly understand the solitary old professor at Winding Port better than his own student, Lucius? Morrison. Craft muttered this name, the mentor referenced solely in the professor's correspondence. The leader of the Dunling University Medical School, a figure never before encountered. The black liquid, Dunling, the so-called new discovery? This murky water runs deep indeed. It is truly a headache. Confronting the creepers resembles a hunt, where weapons are drawn and claws are bared for confrontation. However, navigating through the layers of human malice has never been his forte. Deciphering the logic of an ordinary mind is already a challenge, let alone embodying the psyche of an antisocial psychopath. Craft has other matters to attend to. He must become familiar with this reciprocal medium, and if all goes as anticipated, there is at least one living entity awaiting his attention. Craft? He called out as he entered the room, noting several newly made nail holes in the walls and floor, seemingly to install something, only to be swiftly removed. An air of the uncanny envelopes the space. The new occupant did not renovate it for the sake of habitation, but rather to conceal secrets best kept hidden. Considering what Craft purchased yesterday, Lucius slowed his pace. Are you there? He cautiously ascended the stairs and soon encountered the first deviation from yesterday, a chain blocking his path, adorned with a tiny bell. As he bent to pass through, his back brushed against the bell, producing a delightful chime that echoed in the otherwise silent house, rendering it somewhat jarring. Lucius believed that had Craft been present, he would have already sensed his arrival, yet no other sounds accompanied him. Ascending further, he observed that each open doorway bore the same iron chain, with an increasing number of nail holes. The bizarre arrangement brought to mind his mentor's recent transformations. Both engaged in incomprehensible actions. With each cautious step, Lucius finally reached the attic, maneuvering past the chain to enter. This room was the only one furnished with a bed. The blanket had been torn away, and several uncollected nails lay scattered across the sheets. A new candle adorned the candlestick, illuminating the room that remained shuttered even during daylight. There was no one present, yet the length of the candle indicated that the occupant had only recently departed. "Are you there, Craft?" Lucius asked, devoid of hope. Preparing to leave in search of bread nearby, perhaps Craft was preparing breakfast, thus missing him entirely. "Yes, my apologies for the late awakening." The figure standing behind him was indeed Craft. No footsteps announced his presence, as though he had always been there, greeting Lucius as a matter of course. He donned a new grayish-yellow tunic distinct from yesterday's attire, with his left sleeve rolled up, revealing neatly wrapped bandages stained with small dots of blood. The long sword typically sheathed at his side now rested in his hand, its blade no longer gleaming, marred by unremoved white stains. "Ah, I envy your familial legacy. I sometimes wish to learn from it." Lucius wisely refrained from inquiring about Craft's occasional struggles, shifting the conversation to more pressing matters. "What shall we do today?" After a night had passed, Craft appeared to have recovered from the previous day's setbacks, yet something seemed to have shifted. He no longer seemed quite like a student. The faint dark circles beneath his eyes betrayed a restless night. Craft approached the window, removing the wooden stopper and pushing the window outward. The morning sunlight flooded the room, accompanied by a slightly briny breeze. The attic's height afforded a view over Elm Street, revealing a sprawling expanse of lowly shanties dotting the black marshland. A new day dawned over the salt-tide region. We shall revisit that area, documenting our observations daily to note any changes. All of it? Lucius asked, as Kraft gestured towards an area he had mentally delineated, benefiting from the altitude to provide a view. Lacking comprehension of his intent, Lucius noticed only the rows of nail holes revealed by Kraft's gesture, falling into contemplation. Today, we must also seek out those well diggers. I hope their prices are reasonable. Kraft, indifferent to whether Lucius grasped his meaning, occasionally forgot that not everyone possessed his extraordinary memory. Resting his right forearm against the windowsill, the sound of a hard object clinking within his sleeve disrupted his thoughts. He considered shifting his weight to his left arm, but the pain of his injury hindered him, compelling him to seek refuge in a nearby chair. As things stand, I believe that barring any unforeseen circumstances, most individuals will eventually recover. We must resolve this matter promptly. It cannot be prolonged any further. A flicker of anxiety crossed his brow, as Lucius sensed an ominous presence that rendered him restless. Although it seemed somewhat contentious to inquire at such a moment, Lucius could not restrain himself from asking, "What if there are still those who remain unwell?" "Then it would indicate that the area we inhabit harbors other issues, which I shall address," replied Kraft, pushing back his chair. "Now, let us go and procure something to eat. It is my treat." Chapter 70. Revisit. Gary recollected the man. Though masked, the young, composed timbre of his voice remained striking, imbued with a power to defy fear, compelling listeners to believe his words. Several days after Gary's fruitless plea for assistance from the academy, this young physician, Kraft, unexpectedly appeared in Saltfen himself, a place no sane individual would venture, and proceeded to visit each household, proclaiming his intent to rebuild 2 wells to resolve the lethargy caused by the tainted water source. "Greetings. If my memory serves me correctly, your name is Gary, is it not?" The avian masked man held a rectangular plank, equipped with a clamping mechanism of unknown origin, to secure his papers. Though phrased as a question, his pen was already swiftly inscribing something on the page, the query merely a formality, his judgment predetermined. "Ah, yes, that's me. I'm surprised you remember." Gary closed the door behind him, obscuring the cluttered interior. Saltfen residents were not accustomed to inviting visitors inside, not out of discourtesy or any cultural peculiarity, but simply because the shacks were too diminutive to accommodate more people and offered no spare seating. With his customary sincere candor, Gary found no reason to refuse the request of a physician who had altruistically come to Saltfen to address their woes, especially since it demanded nothing of him. Of course, genuine altruism was rare, and such seemingly saintly individuals often harbored ulterior motives. However, Gary doubted he possessed anything worth exploiting, with dwindling work hours for a month. The inhabitants of this area were utterly devoid of surplus coppers. "Anything I know, certainly," Gary affirmed. Granted permission, Kraft initiated his investigation with pre-prepared questions. "Has there been any change in your waking hours since ceasing consumption of the well water?" The page was densely populated with names and numerical designations, the initial entries largely ambiguous, with only a few marked with certainty. "I apologize. I truly cannot ascertain," Gary stammered, feeling embarrassed that he couldn't provide a definitive answer to the first question. Any form of dream, such as dreaming of being in a place resembling your home, or dreams with completely forgotten content, would also count. The question resembled a prelude to a monetary request from a priest or metaphysical charlatan. Gary shook his head in bewilderment. He recalled no dreams, only vacant slumber, closing his eyes and awakening at daybreak. As he spoke, he sensed the gaze behind the crimson lenses fixating on him with particular intensity, a palpable scrutiny, as if some intangible aura descended upon them. Upon receiving the negative response, the tension dissipated, and the avian masked man marked a small negative sign on the paper, a hint of relief detectable in his tone, perhaps unconsciously. "That is most heartening indeed." The avian beak lifted, and Gary perceived a smile, though he couldn't fathom what was so auspicious about it. "No need for concern. Dreams are sometimes omens of certain things. It is better that nothing occurs than to experience inexplicable dreamscapes, wouldn't you agree?" Indeed, Gary concurred instinctively, uncomprehending of the convoluted sentiment. "Have you experienced any recent physical discomfort? Pain, dizziness, coughing, or perhaps diarrhea?" "As a matter of fact, yes. My foot ailment has recurred recently, and with greater severity." Gary spoke with lingering trepidation. The pain, when it struck, felt as if his bones were being excised, rendering him nearly immobile. Yet, with his work hours already halved, he couldn't afford to remain idle. He had contemplated inquiring about it, fearing it was unrelated to the lethargy, which might displease Kraft. But since the latter had broached the subject, it was all the better. "Expose your foot for my inspection." The request was superfluous. Kraft glanced down to see that Gary was barefoot. The saline black mud of the tidal flats encrusted on his calloused feet, obscuring their original color. Gary instinctively recoiled his foot upon noticing Kraft's refined leather gloves. "Do not move. I shall apply pressure. Indicate if you experience pain." Not uncommon in port cities, the substantial consumption of seafood, coupled with a predilection for beer, led to increased purines and uric acid levels. Not at present. Of course, there is, just not at this moment. Nor do I possess any. Following his predilection, Kraft yearned to discard the gloves into a yellow waste receptacle. However, he realized that he wasn't in a hospital, and the gloves were not disposable. His right hand remained suspended in the air as he addressed Lucius, his left hand clutching the clipboard and pen. "A small piece of linen, if you please." In Winding Port, inexpensive fish and ubiquitous shellfish constituted the most economical sources of protein and fat for dockworkers engaged in strenuous labor. Seeking an alternative, or relying solely on copious amounts of starch, even black bread, seemed impractical. "How dreadful. I hope this all concludes soon," he mused, as he knocked on yet another door. As usual, each received a portion of grilled fish, vegetable consomme, and rather palatable white bread. Kraft's self-appointed reasonable supper, nutritionally replete and suitably portioned. He sipped the consomme and initiated the conversation. "We shall revisit this in 2 days. So soon? It likely won't be more apparent than today, will it?" Lucius, with a mouthful of bread, nearly choked. He wasn't as seasoned as Kraft. Even with ample walking, he was weary after a day. "This is a pivotal experience, Lucius. I do not allude to traversing salt fen on foot for an entire day, but rather to collating the details of a novel substance inducing widespread morbidity. The numbers adjacent to the names designate the corresponding shacks in my memory. I am attempting to map the collected information. The distribution is not uniform. But nothing stands out for the moment. We must frequently gather information, employing these data to depict the continuous progression, record the outcomes, discern any prevalent patterns, and formulate countermeasures. In preparation for similar circumstances in the future." The future? Lucius discerned the subtext. "Do you anticipate numerous incidents of this nature, to the point of necessitating a dedicated discipline? Rather, how could you believe this matter is nearing its conclusion?" The proprietor approached with Lucius's grilled fish, and Kraft interrupted the conversation. "In any case, let us proceed as such. Something is invariably superior to nothing. Shall I issue you a remuneration?" He chewed voraciously, pausing midway to notice that Kraft's repast remained largely untouched. "Are you not famished?" "Alas, I am merely contemplating certain matters." Leaning back in his chair, Kraft sighed. "I suspect that some ailments are beyond my capacity to cure. Or rather, that even the most refined medical expertise would prove futile." "Which one are you referring to?" "Not anyone in particular, but rather a spectrum. From the grand to the trivial, all fundamentally similar. I fully comprehend that the obstacles are beyond my solitary removal, yet I frequently harbor unrealistic expectations." "You speak with the distinctive cadence of the philosophical cohort within the academy," Lucius declared, setting down the denuded fish skeleton. "If you are disinclined to consume it, might I be considered as a recipient?" "Very well, let us dine." Kraft sampled the grilled fish. The seasoning was exquisite. The day's labors commenced with a repast and concluded in a similar vein. Chapter 71. The Patch. What is this? Upon entering Kraft's attic, Lucius discovered a wall adorned with an array of mottled color blocks, stretching from the corner to the door. The black and white patterns were interspersed with small squares, with narrow, winding gaps traversing through, yet most were nearly glued together. However, with careful differentiation, one could discern the variations in the density of the diagonal lines within the squares. Kraft, upon hearing this, showcased a thick stack of papers in his hands, representing their accomplishments over the past month and a half. "I have filled these onto the map. Visually depicting it would perhaps convey the information more intuitively." "Does white indicate improvement?" Lucius scrutinized the map and inquired. "No, quite the opposite. Black represents the areas of improvement." Kraft handed the recording paper to Lucius, pointing out the small crosses and lines. "I refer to the intersecting lines as positive effects, while the single horizontal lines denote negative or ineffective results. However, the nomenclature is inconsequential. Just remember that the former should be shaded black on the map to indicate the degree of improvement. With each addition, I draw more diagonal lines to shade in the corresponding small boxes." Given that they lacked precise timing tools, relying solely on subjective judgment, the credibility of this data. Lucius scratched his head, feeling that perhaps nothing could be more accurate than the patient's subjective experience. After all, who knows one's own body better than oneself? If he were to lie, I fail to comprehend his motive. What is his name? Glancing at the records on the paper, he could not discern the name Croft had inscribed. Croft's original notes were seldom shown to others. Typically, they referred to a second, neater transcription, leading to suspicion that the handwriting was too hasty, meant solely for the writer's future reference. Croft glanced at it and replied without hesitation, "His name is Co-op." Lucius was perplexed, and upon a second glance at the elegantly flowing name, he still could not decipher it. I noted the few that were slightly different on a separate sheet, marking them in blue on the map. This one is merely the most outrageous of them all. Croft had no good solution for such cases. The best remedy was simply to invest more time. Lucius weighed the paper in his hand. Astonished that they had gathered such a weighty collection from their visits, how could they possibly find the time? It was exceedingly difficult. Perhaps each had their own reasons. He could not fathom them all, nor could he resolve them in a brief moment. Looking at the maps on the wall, the black sections expanded uniformly, deepening in hue. After ceasing the use of well water, the first investigation added only sporadic sparse lines. By the third day, the map exhibited a significant transformation, appearing as if a handful of black beans had been scattered across it. As time progressed, this trend became increasingly evident, with the entire area gradually improving. Most squares added a touch of diagonal shading, becoming fuller. The black, for the first time, appeared rather pleasing to the eye. As anticipated, a uniformly dispersed improvement was underway, with the majority perceiving a clear trend of awakening times gradually advancing. This also garnered Croft and Lucius growing trust and welcome in the Salt Tide area. They received no tangible rewards, yet the change in attitude was palpable. Indeed, much of the information was not particularly useful, yet many proved effective in helping Croft refine his investigations. "This is good news," Lucius remarked, observing Croft adding several boxes on the new map, consulting the data on the desk against the numerical identifiers, and discovering an astonishing consistency. "That's quite impressive." "What? Your memory?" Lucius exclaimed. "I thought your flawless recollection stemmed from prolonged memorization, but it seems your memory is astonishingly acute." Croft could not respond to this, merely muttering, "Perhaps it's a gift," prompting Lucius to express envious admiration. Since Croft appeared self-sufficient, Lucius grew bored and began examining the illustrated map alone. The representation of information in a simplified diagram indeed evoked a different sensation, being more intuitive and easier to comprehend. He had grasped this principle while studying the anatomy of the inguinal canal. The author had employed several minutes of text to elucidate the origins of the tendons and fascia, constructing an exceedingly convoluted explanation of the four walls above, below, and around, and how the contents within the abdomen emerged from this structure. In sum, a single illustration conveyed the essence far more simply and directly. Thus, everyone favored images, particularly those that were concise and clear, and Lucius was no exception. He began from the corner, sequentially observing as the black gradually spread, from sparse to abundant, enveloping the lighter-colored areas. The few lightly colored sections visibly shrank in the subsequent map, subsequently divided and dissolved by newly emerged black patches. Some completely unmoved white patches were marked with subtle blue points, likely signifying patients whose statements could not be verified, thus receiving special attention. Some blue points were eventually removed over time, yet many remained stubbornly in place, becoming an eyesore, provoking an urge to eliminate them. Once noticed, such elements became indelible in one's mind. Lucius' attention unwittingly drifted towards the blue points, observing the changes around them. After prolonged scrutiny, he discerned a pattern. Logically, the overall order of black patch saturation should trend towards uniformity, hence there should be no persistently lingering light-colored spots. Yet, near one blue point, a distinction persisted. Not merely a result of one or two investigative discrepancies, but a continuous presence. Initially, when the white patches were abundant, it was not apparent. However, as most were shaded black, it gradually became accentuated. The color deepening around that anomalous blue point seemed to lag somewhat, at least by about 2 days compared to the general average rate of change, coinciding with the interval of one investigation. How curious. He pulled several thin sheets from the desk, tracing the approximate outline of the light-colored area, marking the position of the blue point within this region. "Croft, could you draw this area on the map first?" Lucius pointed to the section he had identified near the center, roughly encircling it. I have an idea. Though I'm not entirely certain. Croft, interrupted, glanced at the corresponding data for the marked area, seemingly unfazed. You noticed the color change here too? You already knew? Lucius felt a touch of disappointment, as he had hoped to uncover something remarkable. Not exactly. In truth, there are several locations exhibiting similar phenomena. Croft traversed the wall, casually indicating several smaller areas on the map that Lucius had previously overlooked, some deeper, some shallower, with numerous blue points present. However, most did not persist for long, vanishing after a few days, later proven to be discrepancies arising from neighbors discussing their conditions, affecting both subjectivity and expression. Yet, this area had only recently become apparent. Well, I suppose I was being overly observant. Lucius shrugged, relinquishing the paper. The paper was taken by another hand. Are you considering that blue point is the center? Yes. As I was observing around the blue point, I realized the two are likely unrelated, but they are simply too conspicuous to ignore. Croft leaned down to examine it for a moment before continuing to work on the map, swiftly completing the new depiction of that area. There is indeed a rationale behind it, Lucius. A new outline for the light-colored area was sketched, layered over the previously drawn paper, aligning it with the central point. Croft lifted several sheets of paper to the sunlight, as the intense rays penetrated the flimsy, poorly crafted material, layering the images together. Indeed, the area is diminishing, but it appears to be contracting around this central point. It seems rather difficult to articulate. He sketched a few lines, observing that progress in all directions exhibited a similar trend, without yielding a central blossoming black mass. This individual not only harbors doubts about you, but also disparages you to those around him. Lucius, drawing inferences from interpersonal dynamics, swiftly arrived at a conclusion, showcasing remarkable learning aptitude. It is commendable that you have grasped one of the significant factors influencing investigative bias. However, undue extrapolation is inadvisable. Might you remind me to inquire more thoroughly next time? You are exceedingly modest. At present, I am unaware of anyone capable of reminding you of forgotten matters, aside from neglecting to eat. Few are able to prompt craft, and Lucius does not consider himself to be the exception. Such remarks are best taken with a grain of salt. By the way, he tapped on the blue dot and inquired with curiosity, who is this person still disseminating false information at this stage? Coop, the one I mentioned earlier. Chapter 72. Adhering to medical advice is crucial. Lucius departed shortly after lunch, perhaps feeling he had not been of much assistance. Having consumed merely 2 servings before hastily taking his leave, it seemed he still harbored some unease. Craft found himself grappling with a slight compulsion. He was the type who, after any examination, would fret over whether he had filled out the answer sheet correctly, a thought that only intensified with mention. Today's midday nap was rendered futile. Grasping his suitcase and fastening his mask, Craft exited, making his way towards the Salt Tide district. In an effort to pacify his restless spirit, he set forth with a modicum of patience that had yet to be dulled by exhaustive inquiries. His repeated journeys had familiarized him with the convoluted paths here. The narrow, winding roads no longer impeded his progress. With deftness, he sidestepped wooden beams and navigated over various heaps of clutter, growing even more adept than the locals themselves. With Lucius, who could never quicken his pace, now absent, Craft found himself moving with greater speed, heading directly towards his objective, as mapped out in his mind. Soon enough, he arrived at his destination, a light-colored area on the map. After discerning the direction, he resolved to commence by verifying Lucius's hypothesis. First, he would pay a visit to Coop, sacrificing his precious nap time to converse with him. Perhaps there was indeed something unspeakable at play. Previously, his visits to this area had been late in the day, leaving little opportunity for deeper understanding. With a desire for a candid exchange, Craft rapped on Coop's door. The dwelling was among the smaller shanties in the Salt Tide district. The owner, having lived alone for an extended period, showed no inclination to expand, leaving rare patches of open space on either side, yet these too were filled with various items. Knock, knock, knock. Coop, are you home? I wish to speak with you privately, Craft called out, raising his voice slightly, as many residents in the Salt Tide district were somewhat hard of hearing. Glancing at the sun's position, it was still shy of noon, though not too early. If Coop's recovery mirrored that of others, he may have already ventured out. Coop? He called again tentatively. Oh, Mr. Craft? A voice emerged from nearby as an elderly woman opened the wooden door of her neighbor's house. Are you looking for Coop? Last time, the child had been dragged out by an anxious father, only to discover that something had gone amiss, resulting in a painful elbow that rendered him immobile. Had he fallen into the hands of the few in the salt-tide district with medical knowledge, the standard procedure would likely have entailed slathering on some strange ointment, leaving the child in dire straits. Such a rare opportunity to encounter a malady that could be easily remedied. How could one let it slip by? A swift motion, a pulling and twisting of the elbow, and before the child could register the pain, it vanished upon realignment. The child stared in bewilderment at this miraculous display, moving freely thereafter, reminiscent of the protagonists in sacred tales who cure ailments with a mere touch. Cannot heal a grave illness, yet can I treat you? Kraft mused, finding a measure of confidence amidst the ongoing afflictions of the salt-tide district, effectively earning the trust of this family. When Kraft inquired about the incident, the elderly woman's wrinkled face broke into a smile. No, of course not. Thank you so much. Kraft did not seek a reward, in his humble mindset. Since he was there to find Coop, he wished to offer assistance, hoping they might approach him for help with minor ailments in the future. Should you be in a hurry to find that young man, I might have a way to see what he is up to, she said, guiding Kraft around a large pile of clutter to the shaded side of the shanty. To Kraft's astonishment, she pushed aside what appeared to be a securely nailed wooden plank, revealing a gaping hole half the height of a person. What? How did you know this? That board was given to him by my son. It seems this lazy fellow couldn't even muster the energy to nail it down properly, she remarked disdainfully, her tone rife with contempt for her neighbor's lethargy, noting he rose late in the day. Once she began speaking, she couldn't seem to stop, gesturing towards a shadowy corner within, likely a sleeping area. Now that everyone has improved, he is still sleeping until noon. I believe he has just gotten used to it. After all, one person fills the belly, and the whole family is not hungry. Kraft replied, mentally cataloging the neighbor's testimony. Before long, perhaps in less than half an hour by his estimation, sounds of stirring emerged from within. Kraft rapped on the door once more. Who is it? So early in the morning? The man inside complained, opening the door with evident displeasure at being disturbed so soon after waking. However, upon seeing Kraft, his casual demeanor promptly shifted. Ah, Mr. Kraft. I didn't realize it was you. It is I. May I trouble you for a moment? I have a few questions that may be quite significant. He began with his usual introduction, yet the tone behind the bird mask was notably heavier, lacking the usual warmth and infused with a sternness that cut through the air. The last time Coop felt such intensity was before the priest. When asked, "Are you guilty?" he had been so frightened that he confessed to pilfering a half loaf of bread from a fellow laborer a month prior, only to be sternly instructed by the priest to atone for his sins, lest he risk eternal damnation. His gaze wandered, stammering out, "And of course you may." "Then I thank you in advance, Co-op. This matter may relate to the safety of many others, and they reside right around you," Kraft pressed. He continued, "Generally speaking, most issues handled early on tend to avoid dire consequences." Coop nodded eagerly, comprehension dawning upon his face. Kraft could discern from his expression that there was indeed a problem, varying only in magnitude. "First, I wish to inquire about your recent comments regarding your waking times. Might it be possible you misremember due to drowsiness?" "I didn't." Coop instinctively began to deny. The red-tinted lenses of the bird mask tilted slightly, as if to emphasize his height, which already loomed significantly over Coop, exerting considerable pressure. Coop lowered his gaze, but his eyes fell upon Kraft's gloved left hand, intentionally or not, resting atop a bulging object beneath his dark robe. He had heard tales that this physician always carried a sword, and those who claimed to have seen it boasted that it was a fearsome weapon capable of cleaving a person right through a wooden wall. "Think it over. I have plenty of time today." The remark was gentle, yet the tone suggested that time was of the essence. At last, under pressure, Coop seemed to weigh the pros and cons before finally uttering, "In retrospect, I may indeed have been a bit drowsy." "Do elaborate," Kraft nodded, pleased that their dialogue was becoming increasingly candid. "Initially, I woke up a bit earlier, but then, it has changed, and it still hovers around noon." As he spoke, confusion and dread flickered across his expression. He had observed the improvement of those around him, yet felt himself markedly different and unable to articulate his anxiety. The silence behind the mask was misinterpreted by Coop as a sign of impending wrath, prompting him to hastily continue his confession. "It's possible that I took the liberty of drawing water from that well a few times for convenience. It's not that I don't trust you, I just thought it wouldn't matter." At this revelation, Kraft could no longer contain his disbelief. How could it be? That place had long been sealed off. It turned out this fellow, seeking to avoid effort, had been sneaking to the old well for water. Fearing that Kraft might discern something amiss and lay blame upon him, he had refrained from sharing the truth. In the beginning, they insisted on my accompanying them to seal it. I secretly left it. Then it was completely blocked off. Upon witnessing Kraft's anger, Coop divulged the remainder of the story. Kraft was aware of this. He had initially enlisted a few nearby residents to nail boards over the well and had inspected it himself. Subsequently, I observed that the residents, buoyed by a sense of improvement, spontaneously piled earth and stones to seal off the noxious well, transforming it into a sizable mound. To my dismay, this individual seized the brief opportunity to fetch water for several more days. Restraint, restraint, do not succumb to anger. Kraft endeavored to soothe himself, suppressing the rising tide of fury, and maintained a relatively composed tone as he inquired, "Aside from you, is there anyone else?" "No, it is solely my knowledge. I have not disclosed this to anyone, having only utilized it thrice during quieter moments." Coop sensed that Kraft had no immediate intention of resorting to violence and thus unburdened himself of another long-held secret. "Recently, it seems I have been able to dream again. Albeit briefly, the only instance I distinctly recall was vaguely set in my home." Chapter 73. Can this blessing be any shallower? Kraft's first instinct was to believe he had misheard. However, that was evidently impossible. He meticulously scrutinized the phrase, finding no ambiguity or homophony. Then, Coop observed him take a step back, his focus shifting from his own ire, creating a subtle distance between them. Isn't it a good thing to be able to dream again? Coop felt perplexed, unsure why his interlocutor was so preoccupied with this matter. Was he expected to elucidate the meaning of dreams like a priest? "Quickly, I require everything you can recollect, from the inception of the dream, through its progression, to its conclusion. Even the slightest detail will suffice." A deep inhalation echoed from behind the mask, a gesture akin to seeking mental clarity, yet also resembling the harbinger of an impending eruption. Without needing to read the room, it was evident that this individual had grown serious. The eyes behind the lenses were obscured by the midday sun's glare, casting crimson reflections onto Coop, tightening his grip on the sword hilt concealed beneath his robe. Drawing forth black, radiating creases, Kraft faced him, though not truly present. His attention transcended the corporeal form, fixating on the void behind him, as if observing another person or something else entirely. "Apologies, I shall ponder it forthwith. It is rather peculiar, but a few days prior, I sensed that my slumber felt less empty. It may sound strange, yet it was that sensation of awakening with the knowledge of having dreamt, though unable to recall the dream itself. I initially attributed it to the improvement after abstaining from the well's water, and thus paid it no heed." He glanced at the birdbeak mask, reassured that Kraft would not act impulsively, and continued his narrative. What was pointed to was a wooden handle. Kraft entered the room, weighed it in his hand, and tossed it back to Co-op. "What is this?" "It's quite light. You might feel a heaviness, a struggle to breathe in the dream. Akin to being submerged in seawater?" "Indeed. Yes. But that dream was gentle, even more comfortable than ordinary sleep, was it not? It was a realm one would not wish to leave, thus it did not seem a misfortune." Precisely so." Coop slapped his forehead, agreeing with this description. No wonder he hailed from an academy. Even dreams he could not articulate were clear to him. Upon reflection, it was indeed as he described. A sensation of softly sinking into a blissful haze, akin to lying in water. Otherwise, he would not have perceived it as unproblematic, though it always lasted but a fleeting moment. "Have you also experienced such pleasant dreams?" Driven by curiosity, Coop inquired. He recounted the tale of a patient who, upon hearing the diagnosis of small-cell lung cancer, rejoiced, believing it was merely a minor affliction, while the doctor, bearing a grave expression, held the report. Uncertain how to elucidate this to him. It's nothing." Kraft withdrew his right hand into his sleeve, posing the question he least wished to ask. "Did you see light?" In the dream, a white, gentle light streamed in through the window. The danger concealed within the softness, and the emotions wrapped therein, were half buried beneath that gentle surface, and the more one contemplated, the more one feared, revering the unspoken truth that lay behind that momentary tranquility. "Have you witnessed that white light?" In a moment of unawareness, as he spoke of such things, the words flowed from his lips as if detached from physical vibrations, encapsulating a complex experience. In that fleeting dream, objects floated in midair. He lay on a blanket, his chaotic consciousness still believing he was in a familiar home, though now he found himself questioning. In the gentle, aqueous environment, something drifted past. The slightest ripple was felt on his skin, as if that described white. Gentle light fleetingly illuminated the exterior, only to be realized upon waking, reminded by another. What was that? Certainly not a good thing. After weighing the pros and cons, Kraft resolved to inspect the surroundings with a distinct method. This trend of development left him unsettled, even if he were still deceiving himself. Considering the time elapsed since complete isolation, it had been at least 5 days without contact, and according to the current statistics of others, there seemed to be a slight improvement, preventing a descent into uncontrollable chaos, akin to sliding down a greased slope. This was a rare case, though regrettably not a favorable example. After employing that dim prismatic medium, Kraft discovered he was gradually becoming resilient to the short-term side effects of using his mental senses. Though the experience was far from pleasant, he tentatively engaged his mental senses, circumventing the small prism concealed within his right sleeve to avoid accidental activation. The dispersed perception enveloped the vicinity. This simple hut was thoroughly scanned, revealing the wood-eating insects and 2 black silver coins hidden in the wooden crevices. Nothing escaped scrutiny. Nothing remarkable, genuine, or extraordinary about the mundane environment. Clearly, matters were not so simple. Kraft activated the dim hexagonal prism in his sleeve, sinking slightly as the mental realm began to fade, and a mysterious ambience began to rise. His previous practice had honed this mode of operation, enabling him to appear without warning behind Lucius, who had searched the entire room. This was a dual transformation of the mental and physical. Upon understanding the essence, he found himself increasingly repulsed by this sensation. It was evident that this was the method by which the crawlers ensnared individuals into deeper realms. First, the establishment of contact through the mind. If the depth could not be controlled, that sense of falling would ensue, dragging the physical along as they broke through that critical threshold. What he was doing now was to descend slightly, approaching that point without pulling himself entirely down. The non-existent waters submerged him. Kraft understood this was merely an illusion, a mental perception of the scenarios lying deeper. As previously anticipated, once he entered the saline tide zone, given the terrain here, there would be no ceiling above water level, fully submerged. The low-density objects corresponding to reality would float, such as that small wooden handle. A mild sensation of breathlessness pressed down upon him. His mind signaled he was underwater, though he was not. His olfactory senses functioned normally, emphasizing the detrimental effects of the saline tide zone, as the air in his lungs was still filtered by fragrant herbs. The senses disliked sinking. Reason analyzed his control over this skill, enhancing his awareness of learning. This depth was still insufficient. The information conveyed by the mental senses remained too vague. Kraft furrowed his brow and continued to descend. The pressure from the water became clearer, heavy and flowing around him. If the previous depth could be likened to a midway point, he had now traversed 3/4 of the way towards the first layer. Descending further would soon lead him to the critical threshold. 20 seconds had elapsed, if he wished to avoid excessive suffering later. There was little time left for Kraft to continue hesitating. He must either proceed downwards or prepare to ascend. In his turmoil, an unusual current brushed against the edge of his consciousness. The probing from the material realm was sensed by the native inhabitants. The current shifted direction, and moving entities swiftly approached. Several disjointed limbs cleaved through the water, surging towards Kraft. As their proximity increased in the spatial realm, so did the depth. It was rising towards the surface, aligning with Kraft's current depth. As it drew near, its form became clearer. A grotesque body propelled by its arms and legs invaded the realm of his mental senses, white light igniting, a shriek poised to follow. Good heavens! A lacerating gash slicing through the center of its form revealed to Kraft that this reckless action was driven by an old acquaintance. Oh no, familiar it may be, yet it is not human. Just as everyone was reducing their contact with the depths, an unruly being had stubbornly consumed the tainted well water for several days. Now deemed a focal point of breakthrough, what could have wreaked havoc across half a region was now poised to attend to Coop alone. How could this blessing be anything but profound? It was undoubtedly deepening with each passing day. Chapter 74. Atypical Hospitalization Procedures. Kraft recoiled, his hand flying to his forehead as he severed his mental connection, allowing the constricting sensation to overwhelm him. Fortunately, the entity lingered nearby and had even sought him out. Its timing impeccable. The resulting discomfort was akin to being crammed into a ventilation duct, his body confined within a restrictive space, unable to move freely. However, severing the link presented another disadvantage: the need to reallocate the senses displaced by the influx of mental information. It was like being blindfolded, forced to rely on secondary senses to perceive the surroundings. Yet, for Kraft, this transition was manageable, and he usually regained his equilibrium before losing balance. From Coop's perspective, the bird-headed man had merely experienced a sudden bout of dizziness, quickly recovering. He scanned the vicinity, finding no other moving entities besides themselves. This prompted a flicker of self-doubt. Was the issue with Kraft, or were there undetectable forces at play? "Coop, there's something I need to tell you," Kraft declared. His voice measured yet grave as he composed himself amidst the lingering unease. "Your condition is quite serious." "Is that so?" "But I feel fine," Coop responded. His face etched with bewilderment, unable to fathom how drawing water from the old well for a few extra days could have led to this. His sleep schedule remained unchanged. Still waking up around noon, perhaps even a bit earlier. "It's difficult to explain," Kraft admitted. "Look, Coop, you've seen how I've helped others here, right? No doubts about that?" Coop nodded, understanding this simple fact. "Yes, of course. Everyone here is grateful to you." Folding his hands in front of him, adopting a more approachable demeanor, Kraft carefully chose his words. "Do you consider me a trustworthy person?" This time, Coop hesitated before nodding. Yes, he had witnessed Kraft's assistance to the residents. Yet he struggled to discern a clear motive, whether it was self-promotion or the pursuit of personal gain. This raised a degree of suspicion. Evil spirits. Coop understood from the church's teachings, entities lurking in the shadows, wielding powers beyond human comprehension. They lured people into their traps with seemingly harmless benefits. Those foolish enough to chase illusory bait often paid with their lives or even their souls, proving the necessity of adhering to divine doctrines as outlined in the Holy Scriptures. Of course, Coop couldn't decipher the Scriptures himself, so the interpretation of these doctrines fell to designated individuals, such as those clad in white robes and adorned with winged halos. However, this was not absolute. Could not this man before him, who acted with a mysterious yet effective air, be considered an authority on supernatural forces? After all, Kraft was said to be a person of considerable standing. Most importantly, his words resonated with a degree of truth. The recent, unsettling dreams were indeed peculiar. Extraordinary awareness. Unwavering willpower to resist the entity's whispers, and a modicum of combat prowess to engage it were essential, while the latter could be developed. Kraft lacked a comprehensive understanding of the former. Thus, only one course of action remained. "I believe you require specialized treatment. In essence, it's beyond my capabilities to handle here. I need to take you to a specific location where I can assist you, but I have to go to the harbor every day. Not anymore. I'll provide lodging and food for the next few days. Your continued presence here poses a risk to others." This was undeniable. The rate of improvement in the surrounding area had stagnated. Even the evil spirit would find it hard to believe that Coop wasn't involved. Coop remained hesitant. Entrusting himself to a relative stranger for treatment of demonic possession was not an easy decision. Given his current lack of symptoms, he wasn't entirely convinced. Perhaps waiting a few days would resolve the issue? "I won't conceal this matter. The locals have a right to know about the presence of an evil spirit." Kraft was unwilling to gamble on what might happen if Coop stayed. If necessary, he would resort to subtle coercion. "If you insist on a reason, it's curiosity. Handling such a case firsthand would be invaluable to me." As Coop deliberated, Kraft also wrestled with his own doubts, not about whether Coop should leave with him, but about whether he should, or even had the right to, resort to coercion if Coop remained obstinate. The thought of more permanent solutions even crossed his mind, but he swiftly suppressed it, shifting his hands behind his back. He couldn't explain why such thoughts arose, perhaps due to the cumulative strain of dealing with these issues, or the realization that, having found the hammer effective, everything now seemed like a nail. Thankfully, reason prevailed. "Thank you for your help. May the Lord bless you." Evidently, Coop had agreed. Kraft breathed a sigh of relief. "Gather your belongings, and I'll wait here for you." "I have nothing to bring," he replied, shaking his head. He closed the door to his shack and departed with Kraft, leaving Salt Trough behind and heading toward the house on Elm Street. Strictly speaking, this marked Kraft's first admission of a patient. While there was no actual ward to house him, it aligned with the core principle of hospitalization, preventing the patient from dying outside and endangering others, and providing a place where a doctor could monitor them around the clock. "This is where you'll be sleeping," Kraft announced, gesturing toward the bed cleared of nails and splinters. "This will be your routine from now on." "Oh, are you sure?" Seeing that the bed was the only one in the house, Coop wondered where Kraft himself would sleep. "Of course, I won't be sleeping. Don't worry, I'll be watching over you tonight." A large table was placed next to the bed, and Kraft pulled up a chair, positioning himself to face the bed. After a moment's thought, he retrieved paper, pen, and ink, preparing to meticulously document this rare case. He hadn't been lying. He was genuinely intrigued by the process, having never observed deep contact from an external perspective. "Since we're here, might as well take notes," he mused, "just in case another unfortunate soul needs this information in the future. For improvement's sake, The fish oil jar was placed near the window. If the entity entered, it would shatter the jar itself, rendering any effort on his part superfluous. I trust you don't have a habit of sleepwalking. If you do, I'll be sure to stop you, Kraft remarked, removing his mask. His youthful face only heightened Coop's anxiety, as youth and handsomeness were hardly assets in exorcism. The presence of a priest might have been more reassuring, though he wasn't sure how a priest would handle someone possessed by an evil spirit. Oh, right. I suspect this will help you sleep better. A palm-sized wooden carving of a winged halo was produced. Kraft considered himself quite thoughtful, providing Coop with a religious symbol tailored to his faith. If he lacked faith in himself, praying to God might alleviate some of the stress. Finally, Kraft extended an invitation to Coop for dinner at the tavern. These courtesies initially made Coop uneasy. He had assumed that the room and board offering would entail a simple place to sleep and basic provisions like black bread and dried fish. However, the finely milled bread, the fowl roasted with a secret sauce, the creamy soup, the sweet pie, and the classic roasted fish all combined to dispel his anxiety and fear. Even his worries about the potential evil spirit were temporarily forgotten. Coop savored the rare feast, the perfect balance of fat and salt stimulating his taste buds in an irresistible manner. By the fifth, even the sixth course, with Kraft personally refilling his beer, inquiring about any other needs, even the most oblivious person would have sensed the oddity of the meal. He raised his gaze from the heap of food and looked across the table. Kraft had just finished a small portion of steak and vegetable soup, modestly took a sip of water, and waved his hand dismissively, signaling that there was no need for concern and to continue eating. Don't mind me. Feel free to bring another beer, just don't get drunk. This golden-haired young doctor exhibited a rather easygoing demeanor when not engaged in serious matters, devoid of any sharpness that one might associate with a beaked mask. If you desire anything, simply inform the proprietor. I shall cover the costs. In the face of an abundance of food, unwelcome associations began to form in Coop's blunt mind. This scene, unexpectedly indulgent, did not seem to be in response to someone defying his prohibitions, but rather to an entirely different identity. Generally speaking, only one type of individual is afforded such extra leniency. Chapter 75. Dull Records. Coop has experienced intensified somnolence accompanied by unusual dreams for the past 2 days. Over the last 2 months, following the consumption of contaminated well water, he has exhibited progressively worsening symptoms of hypersomnia, without any dizziness, headache, visual disturbances, nausea, seizures, sensory abnormalities, or limb weakness. A slight improvement was noted after cessation of the water intake. He reported a resurgence of symptoms after resuming drinking it for several days, with strange dreams emerging in the last 2 days. His mental state appears clear, his spirits seem moderate, and his appetite remains good. Mr. Kraft, I have a question. A voice interrupted the subtle sound of pen gliding across paper. Coop could no longer contain himself and broke the silence with thoughts that had lingered since dinner. In the windowless room, shrouded in darkness save for the flickering candlelight, fatigue began to envelop him after a particularly taxing day, compounded by a lavish meal that had lulled him into drowsiness. As he lay in bed, he turned to Kraft, who had set down his pen behind the desk, and inquired, "Is my illness?" The latter part of his question remained unspoken, as his innate fear of death, influenced by primal instinct and religious beliefs, loomed large. Coop felt he was not destined for paradise. The notion of his soul falling into the clutches of malevolent spirits or hell-conjured visions of interminable torment, leaving him anxious. Even if Kraft were to utter the same nebulous threats as the priests, the tangible reality of a sumptuous dinner could not be dismissed. There were indeed graver matters at hand than he had contemplated. I believe I have already conveyed the gravity of your condition. That malevolent spirit has latched onto you. With fingers interlaced before him in an arch, Kraft solemnly reiterated his earlier pronouncement. Coop hesitated, tightening his grip on the wooden carving of a double-winged ring, aware that he would develop a profound understanding of when to refrain from idleness in the future. Will you pray? Just utter something. Surely the divine will bestow their blessings upon you. In silence, Coop brought the wooden ring to his chest. His lips quivered as if to speak, yet nothing emerged. Finding a compelling reason to seek divine favor proved challenging, especially since he was not a frequent visitor to the church. Given the vast distance to the Father and the proximity of the malevolent spirit, Coop turned to the one who had pledged assistance. You promised to help me. Did you not? Indeed, I assure you, Kraft replied, sitting upright, his gaze intense under the candlelight. I shall remain here, steadfast, to discern how it has ensnared you. Let us refrain from platitudes about fighting for your life. I will do my utmost to assist you where possible, more than any priest could. This rather blunt truth offered Coop a modicum of comfort. The tangible assurance of a common man standing by him felt more substantial than the abstract presence of a deity or the rarely cast glances of clergy towards the salt marshes. He closed his eyes, cradling the wooden sculpture, awaiting the arrival of slumber. The sound of writing ceased, suggesting that Kraft had indeed paused his work to observe him. Fatigue enveloped him, and the silence was profound, devoid of even the sound of breathing. Coop soon felt his consciousness blur, surrendering to the darkness of sleep. Kraft was indeed watching over him. Rising from his chair, he pressed the ink bottle down upon the nascent medical record, replacing it with a freshly squared sheet of paper, and approached the bedside, casting a shadow over the candlelight. The tension did not impede the patient's descent into slumber shortly after closing his eyes. Before reaching a count of 100, one could discern the rhythmic rise and fall of his chest and the relaxation of his facial expressions. A nail was held in Kraft's hand, its dulled tip gently prodding Coop's forearm, yet eliciting no response. He had entered an untroubled sleep, likely to remain undisturbed until the following noon. Kraft lifted Coop's eyelid, shining light upon it. The pupil reacted normally to the illumination, covering one eye while illuminating the other. Both pupils constricted simultaneously, indicating a healthy indirect light reflex. He remained curious about whether there was a pathological basis for this phenomenon, initially speculating it could be due to widespread central inhibition, although the area of the midbrain responsible for light reflexes appeared unaffected. The brain, safely encased within the skull, raised questions about whether the essence of the spirit or soul possessed any material foundation, a matter difficult to ascertain. Skeptical of the supernatural, Kraft completed his examination without yielding any significant insights. Neurology failed to offer adequate assistance, leaving him to ponder whether attempting to apply known logic in such a context was itself illogical. The simplest approach would be to employ mental faculties for observation. However, during the protracted night, the opportunity to utilize such faculties was fleeting, necessitating a reserve to guard against unforeseen occurrences, creating an inherent contradiction. Thus, intermittent monitoring was adopted, hoping to glimpse the overarching picture, albeit with the drawback of likely missing critical changes as they unfolded. A new small candle was placed upon the candlestick, by Kraft's intuition. It would burn for approximately 15 minutes, aligning with the recovery interval required for his mental faculties. Well, tomorrow will surely bring a headache, he mused, not expecting gratitude, merely hoping Coop would heed the doctor's advice in the future. Under the veil of mental focus, Coop's body lay fully exposed to Kraft's scrutiny. Instinctively, he focused first on examining the overall structure, comparing it to the recollections from earlier. No significant differences were discerned, save for a mass of partially chewed food remnants, largely lingering in the stomach, being mixed repeatedly with the digestive movements, with a small amount of liquid spilling from the cardia. There might be some gastric emptying issues, alongside gastroesophageal reflux, necessitating a cautionary reminder to improve his dietary habits. Kraft made a mental note of this, while the structural integrity remained unchanged. Subtle transformations were nonetheless occurring within Co-op. A certain non-material presence had begun to fade, an aspect Kraft had not observed during the day. It drifted within Coop's being. Ethereal yet undeniably real, an almost mist-like entity, far more elusive, predominantly concentrated in the cranial cavity, with uneven distribution throughout the rest of the body. This familiar sensation of heaviness in the head evoked memories of the cortical mapping of various body parts, where complexity corresponded with richness of presence. A bit scientific yet utterly unscientific, the faint yet discernible fading differentiated it from the surrounding environment, allowing Kraft's mental faculties to recognize it. He surmised this might indicate an initial encounter with deeper spiritual or soulful dimensions. Curiously, Kraft had never detected a similar essence within himself. Neither in depth nor during the traversal through mediums, his mental faculties had not unveiled anything akin. Time was of the essence, and having duly noted this degree of fading, Kraft swiftly severed his mental connection. Approximately 10 seconds elapsed, the constricting sensation dissipating after just a few breaths. He seated himself at the desk, igniting the small candle. Commencing his first timing. Let us designate this as a standard depth. I shall rely on this for comparison henceforth. There were no significant alterations. The degree of fading in the spiritual essence had increased slightly from its previous state, a conclusion that could only be drawn through meticulous comparison with precise memories. At the second recording point, he elevated half a small square, marking the record, in comparison to the fading experienced upon entering deeper realms. He estimated the threshold for approaching deeper dimensions to be above 52, but below 55. Kraft felt uncertain about the specifics, as that boundary was nebulous, becoming distinctly clear only upon reaching that moment. As the second small candle was lit, he paused only upon reaching the specialized physical examination, primarily because Cup had neither married nor procreated and was unfamiliar with the circumstances of his family elders. Consequently, these aspects were omitted. Swiftly advancing to the record of the physical examination, Kraft utilized his mental senses for the third time, rapidly noting the state of his mental entity. Adeptly shutting it down and skillfully enduring the discomfort, meticulously documenting it on paper. This time, a change of approximately 1/3 of a unit occurred. At this pace, Cup would need to sleep for an entire day to approach the depths of his consciousness. After several attempts, the immersion depth of the mental entity fluctuated between nearly 1/2 to 1/3 of a unit, progressing steadily yet slowly. If one were to employ statistical tools to fit the data, a linear relationship between time and depth would likely emerge, exhibiting a gentle slope. However, the condition of the recorder himself was far from satisfactory. Kraft realized he had overestimated his capacity for endurance, or rather, underestimated the strain of continuous usage. Even brief intervals of mere seconds, despite being separated by more than 10 minutes, led to a cumulative mental burden that was slight yet significant. Following the 10th measurement, he was compelled to adjust the intervals to the duration of 2 small candles burning out in order to sustain himself until noon the next day. The records continued to unfold, as Kraft had long since completed the extensive medical documentation and pondered whether to also document the course of the illness, in a bid to secure additional rest for the morrow. As the candle extinguished, the 18th record was made. As per usual, the mental senses swept across, and Kraft marked a new point on the paper. 2 units, shaking his head vigorously to dispel the drowsiness, Kraft once again compared the differences with the previous entry, noting a gradual yet discernible upward trend in the data. Chapter 76. Indirect and direct means a sudden leap, jarring and unexpected, occurred without any prior warning. When Kraft regained full consciousness, he discovered that his hand had instinctively pressed against the small prism hidden within his sleeve, ready to adjust for a deeper observation. This motion was as natural as leaning closer to clarify a blurred vision, drawing nearer to illuminate what lay before him. Just before he was about to dive deeper, he realized that his actions were unusual. He had severed his mental senses. When did this happen? When did he become so accustomed to delving into the depths? In merely a fortnight, he had progressed to the point of instinctively wishing to plunge deeper, as effortlessly as crossing a threshold. Kraft withdrew the prism from his sleeve and anchored it on the grid chart, distancing himself from it. Now was not the time for reckless descent. The sudden change in the depth of his mental state likely indicated that something was stirring below. His experience in the saline tide zone lingered vividly in his mind. It could not directly enter the realm of the living, yet it surpassed Kraft, an acquired user, in depth control. At this moment, approaching the depths meant being clearly exposed to its gaze, contending with a force capable of dragging one into the abyss, where a loss of control might prevent any chance of igniting a spark. Patience was essential. A new candle was lit, restoring the observational interval to 1 per candle. Even if the ascent occurred at an accelerated pace, it would not swiftly draw Kupla down. He needed time to comprehend its patterns of movement. Kraft's gaze remained fixed on the flickering candlelight. The flame danced as wax dripped down the candle's body, forming a series of solidified streaks. He frequently glanced at Kupla, who breathed steadily, his chest rising and falling in a manner wholly consistent with before, as the realization of something unfolding dawned upon him. The previously mundane wait transformed into a state of anxious anticipation, rendering the unseen process agonizingly torturous. The urgency and fear compelled him to activate his mental sensory perception, observing Kupla's spiritual changes incessantly, utilizing the only viable indirect method to ascertain its movements. However, reason firmly dictated that such actions were impractical. Kraft envisioned Kupla ensnared within a submarine, an iron coffin sinking into the deep sea, unknown creatures prowling outside, occasionally stirring the waters and hastening his descent into the profound abyss. He could almost hear the sound of water outside the window, only to have it vanish in an instant, leaving him momentarily unsure whether he was in the depths or the realm of the living. Yet, he knew it was lurking within the deep tide that surged into the city, passing nearby. An invisible influence acted upon the spiritual connection, accelerating the descent. The means by which it accomplished this remained a mystery. Despite possessing such abilities himself, it could still affect others' depths. If he were to collide with it during the descent, Kraft could foresee the outcome: loss of control, plummeting into the depths, and being ambushed before he had a chance to adapt. An agonizingly long candle's duration passed, and he activated his mental senses, urgently scrutinizing the degree of fading in the spiritual body, slightly above one segment. Approximately 15 minutes marked the standard rate of fading, akin to before, with a hint of acceleration. Having confirmed the abrupt rise in data, Kraft felt a sense of relief. Half the night had elapsed, and at this rate, it did not seem overly perilous. What truly warranted concern was his current physical state. The sharp pain on the side of his head intensified, a sign of insufficient rest after frequent use of his mental senses, as he sensed internal pressure swelling, pressing against the confines of his skull, threatening to force the tightly interlocked sutures apart. This was merely an illusion. Symptoms of elevated intracranial pressure, aside from headaches, should manifest as blurred vision and nausea. Yet he had not reached that point. He could endure another observation interval of one candle's duration, but after that, he would have to extend the intervals. Once more, the flame ignited anew. Kraft leaned back in his chair, clearing his mind and seizing the precious moments of rest. The pace of burning felt slow when he wished it to hasten, yet too swift when he desired it to linger. The accumulated pain had scarcely lessened, and once again, time for measurement arrived. The mental senses swept over Kupla, revealing an entirely new change value. 3/4 of a segment. Had it lingered nearby for a while before departing? 3 segments. Kraft inhaled sharply, half from the resurgence of his headache, half from the startling figures. The dotted line formed by the points turned sharply, racing toward 40. A faint sound emanated from the window. His hand instinctively gripped the hilt of his sword, drawing the blade a few inches from its sheath, only to realize it was merely the sea breeze brushing against the poorly fitted window pane. Yet, what had it been doing before? What transpired during the interval? Kraft rose and paced, the rhythmic sound of his footsteps somewhat soothing his inner turmoil. The unfolding events had not aligned with his expectations. 2 segments. Following the peak of descent, the rate had predictably slowed. He began to reconsider what these 2 peaks signified. Initially, he had anticipated that the entity would continually drag Kupla deeper, much like it attempted with himself. Yet in reality, this process was intermittent. Even though the depth of the spiritual body had surpassed 40, nearing the critical point, the descent rate had once again decelerated, lacking the momentum to plunge deeper. It was implausible that it did not wish to continue. This suggested that its abilities were constrained, regardless of the nature of the limitation. The intervals were the gaps left behind. The 2 accelerations were separated by at least 3 candle durations, roughly 45 minutes. This time, he decided to rest for a full 3 candle durations and monitor the depth once the last candle extinguished, confirming that the gradual descent rate met his expectations. Connecting the 2 consecutive monitoring intervals of the previous candle, he captured the abrupt rise in the process. After burning half of the last candle, the rate of depth increase began to shift, noting a third more than the first half. After 2 candles, Kupla's spiritual body reached the critical point, the severe fading sensation aligning closely with what Kraft had observed in the depths. The pallor emanated from the spiritual body, enveloping the entire physical form and spreading outward, reminiscent of those petrified by the gaze of the Gorgon in myth, losing the vibrant hues representing their existence. Once a certain depth was attained, the spiritual body became the medium through which the deeper realms reacted against the world of the living. Within Kraft's mental vision, the colors surrounding Kupla flowed away like sand in an hourglass, vanishing into the void, blurring the lines between the realm of the living and the depths. It was as though a pushpin had temporarily affixed the 2 layers together, bridging the 2 planes and creating a small overlap. The fading progressed laboriously, slowly yet resolutely. Kraft did not deactivate his mental senses, but instead glanced at the candle. The remaining time for accelerated descent was limited. If anything were to occur, it would be now. Grasping the prism from the table, he secured it within his sleeve. His memory was sharp enough not to forget the promise made hours earlier. If he were to act, it must be in this moment. Amidst the arduous progression, the degree of fading inexplicably leaped forward, akin to the final effort of an exhausted individual dragging themselves onward. This seemingly insignificant fraction enabled the spiritual body to truly cross the threshold, reaching the depths. The fading radiated from the spiritual body, instantaneously enveloping the surroundings, resulting in a chaotic overlap between the realms of the living and the depths, a fleeting sensation of disarray and distortion, as if a substitution had occurred. The 2 realms reversed, centered around the spiritual body. The world of the living descended into the depths, while the depths seamlessly replaced the world of the living in this small area, visually indistinguishable. Without the spiritual body as a medium, the connection severed. The faded parts were assimilated into the realm of the living, filled with rich colors, seemingly uneventful, save for the fact that Kupla had been drawn into the depths. The spiritual body as a bridge. Kraft had no time to ponder the deepening understanding of the mechanisms of descent. He recognized that the moment of opportunity had arrived. Clutching the prism tightly, he descended smoothly under the guidance of his mental faculties, as the world dimmed and an overwhelming atmosphere surged forth. A vague, undulating silhouette emerged within the depths, surfacing amidst the rippling waters, its attention drawn to an unwelcome intruder traversing its domain. A silent roar transformed into an intangible vibration, sweeping across the entirety of its mental landscape, reminiscent of the profound oscillations experienced by Kraft when first approaching the small prism, albeit to a much lesser degree. The depth oscillated uncontrollably, the prism in hand resonating with tremors, its chaotic colors distorting thought and wavering consciousness, nearly causing a loss of control and freefall into the abyss. The hypothesis proved correct. Its abilities, temporarily depleted by the dragging of Kup, rendered it incapable of launching any further influence from the depths, forcing a shift to manipulating its appendages to alter spatial positioning. Kraft, braving the oscillations, adjusted his speed and stabilized as he reached the depths, where his mental senses conveyed the presence of a colossal cephalopod scaling the external wall. The cacophony of roars intensified, a blinding white light piercing through the gaps in the window, illuminating Kup's still slumbering face. The prey, caught in a nightmarish reverie, heard the terrifying sounds, his expression contorted. Yet he remained ensnared within the solid confines of his luminous dream. In a moment of desperation, he ignited a fire pit and seized a torch, holding it aloft. After much exertion, the time his mental faculties could sustain was waning, yet he had no opportunity to sever the connection and await the side effects to fade. The penetrating vision granted by his mental senses saved Kup's life. Kraft calculated that he had mere seconds to reach the window. He dashed to the bedside, gripping Kup's arm and dragging him toward the opposite side of the room. The deafening roar peaked as Kup was pulled from the bed, all appendages withdrawing from the water, their vocal branches affixed to the outer wall, creating a dissonant symphony. An unprecedented sound erupted, resonating with rage and resentment over the audacity of such fragile beings daring to harm its form, transmitting an overwhelming wave of negative emotion directly to the mind. The very creature that had narrowly escaped its grasp now had the audacity to obstruct its hunt, a notion utterly incomprehensible. The horrific sound daunted the spirit, leaving even the battle-hardened Kraft momentarily disoriented, rousing Kup from his stupor. He opened his eyes, emerging from an absurd nightmare crafted by his own mind, only to confront a far more real and dreadful reality. The window shattered, an iridescent, writhing light source and a cacophony of inhuman roars poured into the room, saturating his senses with an overwhelming barrage of stimuli, delivering an experience steeped in unabashed malice. His will shattered like a splintered board in a tempest. What lay before him was an evil unimaginable by priests and bishops, a dread far surpassing even the molten iron of hell or the minions of dark spirits. The tangible horror, a desecration of existence, could obliterate human resolve with a mere glimpse. How could one survive such an encounter and pin it into the annals of history? Helplessly, he flailed, akin to a fish thrashing on a cutting board, instinctively yearning for escape, as chaotic thoughts commanded unresponsive muscles, transforming his desperate attempts into absurd convulsions. From his loosened grasp, a slanted, patterned silver coin slipped, rolling into the shadows. Yet he was indeed retreating. A steadfast, iron-like force gripped his right hand, pulling him away from the source of terror, like a resilient rock amidst the roaring tide. In the periphery, a black sleeve trembled, the power it exuded unwavering. A blazing torch was hurled from behind, soaring over his shoulder and plunging into the indescribable entity. The searing flames erupted, transforming it into a colossal fireball as it burned, roared, and writhed, its appendages grasping at everything within reach, drawing the wooden bed and chairs into the grand inferno. He watched the contorted, writhing forms twist and morph within the flames, his spirit exhausted from the overwhelming stimulation, blissfully succumbing to unconsciousness, enveloped in a tranquil darkness, free from further torment.